the ground, and Crawford missed it. Well, what is going on? That's 2. We've been singing the praises of the Giants defense in this hot streak. And look, I mean, it happens. No team plays perfect just game after game. It's hard to play great defense day after day, but DeSclafani may be feeling a little picked on. That one on the ground to Wisely, and it goes right through his legs.
Yeah, it just wasn't the Giants' day yesterday. They lose 7-1. 3 errors yesterday on the day. Dave Fleming got a call on NBC Sports Bay Area. No, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. The Giants' high streak kind of slows out a little bit. They've dropped to 24-25. They head to Milwaukee today to take on the Brewers for a big 4-game set out there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're going to talk to Gabe Kapler at 9:30 today, manager of the Giants. He's been on Instagram. He makes a lot of steaks on Instagram. You know, his cooking with Gabe, I guess he should call it. He's always cooking something.
Can I be a hundo?
What's up?
Love you, Gabe. He doesn't strike me as a seasoning kind of guy.
Should we ask him that?
I am going to ask him.
You could ask him that.
Great steak.
I don't want to ask him that.
No, I know I will, because I know it's going to come off somewhere.
Yeah.
A great steak, salt, pepper, garlic, right? You don't have to do a whole lot to it. Like, I agree. But just when I think of Gabe Kapler, I don't think of, super seasoned food. I think of very bland. I think of very tofu-y, very protein-esque.
Oh.
Don't
boy.
you?
I got no comment on that. I don't think I can.
Well, normally, health freaks don't love the entire menu the way that maybe you and I like it.
No doubt. And I've had to check
maybe I like
myself.
it a little too much.
Well, I've had to check myself because soda, man, they make sure that you got a lot of that stuff out, man. You can't have a lot of that stuff. So anyway, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. Muni drivers, cops, school teachers, school bus drivers. Everybody out there, good morning. Professional dancers, baby mamas, baby daddies. We're going to have a lot of fun today. A lot of fun. Top of the morning, Bonds, hey, can you speak on what happened to Glenn Kuiper for the Oakland A's? We haven't touched on that. I don't think we're going to do a deep dive on that. Those are sticky situations. Whether or not you think it was fair he got fired, I can't really comment on that. That's not my lane. Obviously, NBC has been an employer of mine, so it's probably best I shut the hell up about that. I don't want to get any mixed opinions out there, but also rest in peace to Tina Turner. I heard you guys played it. What's Love Got to Do with It? Also, one of the most underrated movies.
Yes.
When you learn about Tina Turner and what she went through with Ike Turner, and man, she had to revitalize herself, and she's a Hall of Famer. She's one of the best out there. So it was kind of funny with Diana Ross, and there's a lot of people getting on me about Diana Ross, but we had a lot of fun yesterday. But I want to pick up where you guys were talking about John Morant. I thought it was very intriguing, Shasky and Joe Spadoni on the pregame show, talking about John Morant and how these youngsters, we just eat at them when they do something
pick
wrong.
Their carcasses alive.
Pick their carcasses like they can't make mistakes. Now, John's made some big mistakes, and he's got to clean some things up. Maybe that's his crew. Maybe that's his circle. He's got to get right. And we saw a lot of people were tagging us in tweets about, bye mama, bye papa, peace out. And it was, the cops went to his house, do a wellness check, and, he's bumping YB. Apparently everything was okay. You don't want the guy to be going through suicidal thoughts. That would be very, very unfortunate because he has the world in his hands. Yeah. He's got everything. He's got a shoe. He's a face of the franchise of the Memphis Grizzlies. The NBA's trying to really build around him and some of the other young stars. And a lot of young kids look up to him, and he's a fun-loving dude. When he first came into the league with the high-flying acts coming out of Murray State, we fell in love with this guy.
Yeah.
And so, I don't want to pick apart what he's done wrong. I want to try to help the kid. I want John Morant to get help, and I want him to be one of the best success stories in the NBA. Well, that's how I feel about it.
Let's go back in time. So when the initial absence from the team started, and he was going to go into a rehabilitation center of some sort, which I don't know. I think from afar, judging someone else's rehab, judging someone else's journey, judging someone else's relationships is impossible. We can all admit that. But knowing what I know about life, okay, and I only know a small fraction of it, but when it comes to addiction, mental health, when it comes to struggling, This is like my wheelhouse because me and my family, we call it the gene, right? We've got the bug. We've got the addiction bug in my family. Like we just do, I'm Irish, right? So you can make assumptions however you'd like there. But in my particular family, we like the bottle and we like substance. And it's a thing that has been biting generations of my family on both sides. And the one thing that I've noticed is that, and again, this is from my own struggles and from people that I love dearly, it is not something that you can go and like a broken bone, you get it set, you put a cast on it, and a couple, days, weeks later, you're feeling good again, and it kind of heals on its own. No, it's something that you need to maintain like an engine, right? And I use the car analogy because you need to have proper oil. You need to make sure you don't overheat it. You've got to keep it, at the right temperature, and you don't want to overwork it. And you're constantly maintaining it and constantly making sure it's, being checked on and worked on. And so, like, to think that, and I'm talking more the Memphis Grizzlies and the NBA as a whole, to think that you're doing the man justice by just sending him away for a couple days and then bringing him back, knowing damn well that wasn't going to do anything but help your bottom line because you wanted to win immediately and you wanted him back. If you really cared, and Adam Silver is one of these people who he says that he cares about the players, and I think he does to a degree, but like if you truly cared, you have to also help these people from themselves. And if John Morant says he's good and whatever, no. You need to intervene and you need to have serious, difficult conversations because true change takes such a long time. It's not something you're gonna fix overnight. And I'm just going back to like, I don't know what's going on with Ja. I don't know. I think it's too easy to say he's got an alcohol problem.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Well, you don't throw he could be taking pills and this. That's all reckless. It's all reckless speculation. So I don't want to do that.
Some of the things I've heard is that sometimes if he's in street clothes and he's not playing, maybe he's got a sip on the sidelines. Those are rumors.
Do you know guys? Because I know guys that I call functional alcoholics. I've got them in my life. I don't know if that's where he's at, but I do know people like, for example, way back in the day, one of my first experiences of this was I had a guy that I worked with at a butcher. I used to sing every day. Great guy. Old dude Miguel. Great guy. Come to find out, dude was drinking brandy all day, every day in his coffee for weeks, months on end.
Some people can't function without it. I mean, you say your family's Irish, and you guys put every culture.
That's probably an unfair.
No. I
understand.
No, I understand what you're saying because every family goes through it. My grandmother, the late great Lorene William Tyndall, was a functioning alcoholic.
Yeah,
she woke up drinking Puerto Rican rum, Bacardi Puerto Rican rum. It was nasty as hell. I don't know what she did, but that's what she grew up doing. My mom went in and out of rehab for many, many years. I've lost count. Finally, it comes to you to say, you know what, I need to stop. And it's not easy, man. He goes through the issues every day.
Dude.
Getting to know Chris Mullin. He has the scriptures that he reads every day to make sure that he stays on top of his game.
You think he'd be where he's at in life right now if he hadn't had the tough love, as I call it?
Oh, he had to. He got basketball taken away from him. He had to find things to do to get him on track. It's not easy. My entire dad's side of the family, man. I mean, drugs, alcohols all around the community. It's a tough thing to fight. But if you're John Morant, you make it out. And that's where I heard you talking about the morning show and, going through the mental issues or the struggles of the morning show before or whatnot. And you're going through the struggles of life and you think you got your dream job and it's not all that or whatnot. And you see people struggling on the outside and you're just thinking like, man, what the hell can I do? How can I fix this? How can I turn this around? Well, we just all need to help John Morant. We need to help people get to that. We need to help people, not fear being vulnerable to whatever their addiction is. Because that's what it is. A lot of people get vulnerable, insecure, and they want to fight off the help, saying, "I got this. They
don't want to show weakness.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Especially men. I think men more than maybe any other segment of society.
Right.
We have to be tough and strong and fight through it. And we used to have this nobility of the guy who could go out all night and drink and party and then show up to work the next day.
Yep.
Remember, there used to be like that dude, hey, Ty Cobb, that's an old school man.
Well, even us growing up, we party, we wake up, we be hungover, we're like, that was so much fun.
Exactly.
It was great or whatnot. But me personally, it's funny, man, over the last 2 years, not even just because I don't like it, I just slowly stopped drinking.
Do you think your daughter helped with that? Or
maybe.
Or were you already kind of transitioning?
Maybe
that way?
I get so locked in on the job, I get so locked in on watching sports, and I don't need enhancements.
Yeah.
Like for me, when I watch a game, that gets me geeked up.
Yeah.
Tip off gets me going. Kickoff gets me going.
Yeah, I feel you.
First pitch gets me going. I don't need an enhancement to be like, all right, let's go. Oh, you know what? Let me get a shot to party. You know what I'm saying? I'm generally excited about life.
Yeah,
because a lot of good things are happening. And, I didn't have a lot of that access growing up. I didn't have a lot of things available to me. I'm going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and I hope you get to do this one day because it's a hell of a class today. And one day, hopefully next year, maybe you can come by and just see it and check it out. Like to see these great athletes that we grew up watching, they get to be around that. That gets me excited.
Yeah.
And so for me, being around the alcohol, the peer pressure of it all, I can say no to it because I've seen the harm that it's done within my family alone.
I know.
It all torn apart.
I mean, you're bringing about the Bay Area Hall of Fame right now. And again, I think everybody can relate to this because either themselves, their significant other, child, adult, the guardian, some family member in their life has got something going on. But like Vida Blue, we just talked about Vida Blue passing away. I mean, This is a guy that struggled a lot in his life.
When I was working with him over at KBR, maybe you could dump that. I don't know. Sorry. But it's the competition. Whatever. People aren't stupid.
They exist.
But it worked with Vida
Coke
Blue.
Know the two of each other.
Yeah. So Vida, he had gone through so much stuff. By the time he was working, he'd have to take Bart home. This is Vida Blue.
Wow.
This is a guy who won a Cy Young and an MVP in the same damn season. Won 3 straight championships. Guy was taking Bart home because of some of the struggles that he had to deal with. Now, it helped. He was like, you know what? It is what it is. I put myself in that spot.
Yeah.
It is what it is. As long as I get home safely, it's all good. Not to put his business out there like that, but that's some of the things you got to get taken away from you if you can't control some of it. And it's tough to control. It is, man. We go through a lot of dark stages.
But I think that's the part that I get really angry on behalf of people that have gone through the struggle when I see others go, this guy's got everything. He's got all the money in the world.
That makes it harder.
I don't even know if it makes it harder. On some level, yes, I agree.
More money, more problems, right?
No, I agree with that. On some level, I agree with that. But people think that just because you have money, and again, I don't have money, but just because you have money, they think that insulates you from having zero issues. And that could be farther from the truth. Dude, look around society. Open up. Look at musicians. Look at actors. Look at politics. Look at people that are running Fortune 500 companies. Newsflash. They're human too.
Yep.
And they've all got issues. So whether you're one of these guys or gals living here on Market Street in homeless, or whether you're the CEO of, Corporation X or athlete on, the team Y or whatever, just because you've got money or don't have money doesn't insulate you from having problems within your body. And so I look at someone like John Morant, Bonte, and I'm telling you, man, I keep feeling like I'm watching like a Britney Spears public where we're picking at the carcass now of this young man, as opposed to all right, maybe it's best for all of us to be a little more empathetic.
Yeah, I don't know if I see. I don't do as much. I'm not on social media as much as I used to, so I don't know what people are saying.
Getting crushed.
Yeah, and that's unfair. But that's just think about who's on social media. There's a lot of kids on social media who think it's funny. Who think it's funny, look at Ja. He said we're good in the West and blah, blah. Look at him now. He's struggling. No. Serious matter. Serious matter here. Young man's crying for help.
Yeah.
He obviously needs help.
Yes.
And social media doesn't make it easier. That's why, when people say, man, why are you keeping up with Jordan Poole so much? Look at what Jordan Poole. All right, it's one thing to play basketball. You could get over it.
Yeah.
Get over it. But the trauma of going through what he went through all season long, you pick up social media, you go on Instagram, hell, man, maybe a guy just wants to pick up an IG model. I don't know. I don't know what Jordan. I'm not saying that he does that. Maybe he just wants to go on IG, catch up with his friends. And there's always a reel popping up of Jordan Poole. People don't realize how popular Jordan Poole is. He had the 15th best-selling jersey in all the NBA.
That's crazy.
Jordan Poole. All right, you got Steph Curry, number 2? LeBron,
Yeah.
I think, who was number 1? Was it LeBron? Was it Jokic or Giannis? Whatever.
Ja was up there.
Jordan Poole's number 15.
Yeah, I know. That's
so that
crazy.
tells you how popular he is.
15th in the league.
15th in the league, Jordan Poole.
And people want to trade him for a bag of chips.
So when you got Jordan Poole going through that, because the guy's a popular guy, psychologically, what are you going through?
Yes.
When you're by yourself. when you're by yourself at night, if you're not with the date, if your boys leave and you got to go to sleep, how are you going to sleep? Are you able to get to sleep because you're thinking about all the trauma or whatnot? John Morant's probably going through the same thing.
Bonte, there's the big Netflix documentary, and I think it's relevant now because he won again this week. I saw so many people, and Mark was one of them, and I think flippantly, but Mark was like, yeah, Brooks is weird. Brooks Koepka, okay? He was talking about, and I was like, I actually find him so much more relatable that he was vulnerable to show us that, like, he was legitimately physically hurt and mentally depressed. And, like, to hear that come out of his mouth, to me, I was like, oh, dude, this guy is, like, he's on the journey. Like, he's going to come back around. I don't know. It may be a 10-year journey to where he could find, some semblance of happiness. It ended up that, obviously, his body got better. He started to win and whatever. But, like, seeing him come out of the other end of the tunnel, and he might have a relapse, and he might fall back down the tunnel. I don't know. But that's why I like Brooks Koepka, because he isn't a robot. He isn't just giving me the Rory McIlroy, yeah, well, I'll be better and blah, blah, blah. He heard so much criticism, and he said, I hear everything, and it makes me sad. And because I want to be this for everyone, I want to be Superman, I want to do all these things, and I can't. And I love it when athletes are real like that, because I find that way more relatable than the fake robot stuff.
Yeah, no, I do too. And I'll tell a story, because I heard you telling your story about going through sobriety, and that's why I'm proud of you going through 8 years, knowing when you need to kick a habit and say, you know what, I need to just stop. I need to just stop. And, for me, when the voice of the 49ers went across the street, I remember that weekend and coming in to do that show. And I remember just finding out online. And everybody's blowing me up. And everybody, there's a lot of people online, oh, man, this guy wasn't a great fit. He sucks. That's why he left, blah, blah, blah. Then I joined BSG, and right away we didn't hit it off. And I was trying too hard, but I was just like, man, I just went to Toronto. I was on TV for the first time. I had so much momentum, and it felt like everything was crashing down. I had people taking shots at me from the other station, people online taking shots at me. And I was just like, man, this sucks.
I know.
Like, am I going to have to leave my own market, my own city, to go do what I love to do that I worked so hard for when it was covering high school sports for $20 an article, or grinding through the Examiner, or covering City College, and all of it felt like it was going away. And it was a depressing 3 months. And I've told you this. What got me back going was doing those overtime shows at the Hilton Hotel. Was doing those shows because, like, all right, this is what I got into it for. It was fun. So whether it's here in sports radio, whether it's your job as a janitor, whether it's your job as a school bus driver, I get it. We all go through depression, man. And that's what John Morant's going through right now. That's what he is. He's having a come to Jesus moment, saying, why am I doing this stuff? How do I hold myself accountable? How do I flip the narrative? And that's what's going on. And hell, we all go through it, man. So I do feel for John Morant.
I do too. And
especially a young black man.
Agreed. And, like, on one end, you've got someone like Chris Mullin, who you cited as an example, who righted his life. He changed his life forever, right? When you meet him, you can feel it. And then on the other end, you've got someone like Alden Smith. And it's like, and you look at someone like Alden Smith, and everyone's like, he's an idiot, and he's this, and he's that. Like, nah, man, that guy's going through some deep stuff.
Yeah, and he's still going through it.
I'm not saying he does not deserve responsibility. Right. Those are two different conversations. I'm just saying, like, clearly that dude's got some serious trouble in his mind.
Yeah, no doubt about that, man. All right, we're going to continue. We'll talk some sports today, no doubt, but we didn't touch on that. It's a lot we didn't touch on, man. Somebody bring it up that Trey Lance even admitted he went to go seek help. I found out
I want to talk about that.
I got a couple media members I know who, like, go seek therapists, and I'm glad that therapy is now accepted for a lot of people, that it's accepted in society, and that people don't feel weak, because we all need it. We all need somebody to talk to. So anyway, 888-957-9570. If you want to jump in on a conversation, we're going to do a lot, man. Matt Barrows, 8:30 to talk about OTAs. Gabe Hapler, 9:30, manager of the San Francisco Giants. They have been hot. They had a snap back yesterday. Brandon Crawford, man, we'll get into him, man. Doesn't look good for B. Craw, man. Doesn't look good for B. Craw, an all-time shortstop for the San Francisco Giants. As this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And what's coming up in the game is sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Lucky helps you go big with delicious Memorial Day deals that are sure to keep your bill on the small side. Bone-in ribeye steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Max Pack.
Kay and Shasky.
All right, welcome back. Rest in peace to the Queen. Tina Turner, man, 83 years young, passes away. What a good life, man. If you haven't seen the movie of Tina Turner, I thought it was great with Lawrence Fishburne and Angela Bassett. My grandma used to bump this a lot. She loved Tina Turner. She would just, those old 8-tracks or vinyls, so she had a stack of those. And I remember seeing the movies like, gosh, what? Like, because I knew the Tina Turner after effect, but when you find out the stuff with Ike Turner, like, oh my gosh, how the hell did you survive that?
Ike, I mean,
it's about going through mental health.
Oh my God, well, and physical.
Okay.
The 8-track it reminded me of like sticking Game Genie onto the Nintendo. The cartridges? Like, that's what an 8-track looked like.
That's what it was.
Do you guys even know what those things, like, if I said to you the 8-track, do you guys even have any clue behind the glass what we're even talking about?
Yeah, we've come across 8-tracks at some point in our life. I think my grandma's old car had a 8-track in it.
My grandma's
the tape, right, with actual film and stuff like that.
I hate you both.
There's our age right there.
Did either of you ever own a cassette?
I did, yeah.
You owned a cassette?
Yeah, back in like 1990s.
Not a VHS?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, like a cassette to play like music and stuff. Yeah, my grandma's car back in the day had a thing.
The Suburban I drove in high school did, but I had the cassette to MP3 adapter for my iPhone. So,
with the cord?
Oh, yeah.
To MP3 adapter. We had it to the CD changer.
Oh,
God, we're old.
Oh, man. Let's get to some calls here. We're talking about John Morant and mental health. And
well, you brought up Trey Lance.
These people go through it. Trey Lance is another one. Trey Lance, I cannot believe. We had the caller the other day say, man, Trey Lance, his jerseys are 50% off. And people were doing that last year. Look at Trey Lance's jerseys. Oh, he's gone. And showing the still shots trying to say Trey Lance is not happy. Yeah, Trey Lance is helping Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy has been on record multiple times saying, the guys who helped me the most, George Kittle, Trey Lance. Trey Lance was right there with me the whole step of the way. Every time I came off the sideline, Trey Lance was right there. But yet, the former number 3 overall pick in the draft, where the Niners moved heaven and earth for, think about how people talk to him, and he's a young man thinking, man, I haven't even got my shot yet.
Well, there's shades of gray here, right? So you can critique players and athletes and stuff, right? Where I get, at least I guess where I draw the line of distinction.
Personal.
It's not even getting personal. Just going above and beyond to just trash somebody and kick them while they're down. Like, for example, we talk a lot about Klay Thompson, right?
Right.
And, I'll critique Klay Thompson. And it's not, Klay's washed. Like, I'm not doing that. He's cooked. He's done. Like, these definitive, what I consider to be slanderous statements, right? Like, hey, I don't think he's as fast with his twitch movement going left and right.
That's fine.
Those are fair criticisms. When I see about Trey Lance, imagine if you're him, right? You're all over social media. Everywhere you look, he sucks. He's a bust.
Yeah.
Immediate bust. Can't play. Not smart enough. Like, we make these assumptions on intelligence and all kinds of stuff, which is a whole nother layer of can of worms that we can open up that is just... Well, I don't even know how as a black man. Sometimes I don't know how you do it.
Well. Here's the other thing. Well, you look at social media. We were just talking during the break, man. I could tweet out, "Hey, man, the Warriors are on fire," and somebody would just say STUF, or STFU, and be like, "Man, what? I don't even know you, dude. Why are you telling me? Whatever. You calling me out my name?" But even the clips, and hold up, think about. And I know a lot of people get on Baker Mayfield.
Yes,
and I actually have empathy for Baker Mayfield. Now, it feels like he's humbled himself a bit.
I agree.
But when you got players' dads taking clips
Dude.
of your overthrows and posting it all over everywhere, and you got to sit there and think, damn, what can I do? Trey Lance, every throw critiqued. Every throw. Even Jimmy G, for that matter, it felt like it became personal with Jimmy G to the point where it's like, oh, he's an idiot. He's dumb. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
How do you know how the damn guy feels?
He's smiling on the sidelines. How many times did we do that?
It's a lot.
I mean, James Wiseman essentially, if you opened up any social media platform.
Oh, Wiseman was kidding.
Could you imagine being like his brother and trying to sift through it? Now imagine being him.
Right. He's soft. He's spoiled.
He sucks.
He stinks. He doesn't care. What? This guy played basketball his whole life to get his family out of poverty. Basketball helped save his family, let alone him. So how the hell do you know how he feels? I just social media, man. It's toxic, dude. And when I see kids and I talk to parents and I talk to people I went to high school with and their kids are now got Instagram accounts, I'm like, man, how do you handle it? He goes, dude, we manage the time. We take the phone away because we get nervous.
Fonte,
they see everything.
I'm in a group chat with some of the kids in the 12-year-old baseball team. I feel for parents of young preteens and teenagers. Dear God, the landscape of society through the social media stuff. Good luck. Yeah. That's all. I feel for every single parent out there. If social media existed when you and I were kids,
be a problem.
I would not be on air.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be either. I probably wouldn't be either. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, good morning, Sugar.
Hey, good morning, you guys. I have a lot to say, so give me a few minutes. So I want to say this. I appreciate both of you guys. Listening to you, Bonte, about, your job's not easy. Listening to, the audience, criticize you, attack you, and you do a really good job. I mean, Shafi, you have really, really become humble. And you know what I love about you, Bonte? You know how to get them off you, though, baby. That's kind of like me. Ain't got no time for you. And I'm gonna get you off me right now, okay?
Well, you can't let it dictate everything. You can't let it get to you. You got to just keep it moving, and less is more sometimes, Robin. Less is more.
And also, I want to say this, and this is I don't know what you consider a hot take. So I just want you to hear me out.
Yeah.
I like to call in with, informed opinions. My father used to say there are three kinds of opinions: informed, misinformed, and uninformed.
I like that.
But anyway, so Bunch, I want to say this. You know my daughter Shantae.
Yep.
And so Shantae, we had, high hopes that she want to be in the WNBA and this and that, and I always was wondering why she didn't do better, why she didn't do more. And she just did it to get through college. And when she told me, she was like, and just recently, and she's like, being an athlete, you guys, is not something you become. It's intrinsic. It's in you. I watch my daughter get up and go to practice at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, why are you up so early? Because she talked back to the coach. She had to go swim laps before she did practice and before she even went to algebra. And, and I would have her reach up in the cabinet and get me something, and I'd be at Mace. She high jumped. And nobody, the city, the San Francisco doesn't really have a track and field. And she went to state. She high jumped on her own, as a sophomore. And, she'd blow it up with me and she'd say, I'm just an athlete, Mom. It's nothing. And I never knew she really hated playing basketball. She didn't like the pressure of it. She didn't try it hard. She didn't want to do that. But being an athlete was just intrinsic in her. She didn't, and you know what? I give my daughter credit because she didn't live her dream through us. And I think that's really what's going on with Ja. I don't really think Ja. I think Ja is living through his parents. He can't take the pressure. He doesn't want it. It's my take, but I saw it in my daughter, and that's kind of what I kind of see in Ja. And I just want to, ask you guys what you think.
Robin, big love to you for sharing that.
That's a great point. And I covered her daughter. She was good at City.
Yeah.
Really good. They went to, those were my two favorite teams. Let's pick it up on the other side. Yeah. I want to speak about Shantae because I got to know her well. Obviously, I used to do the PA announcing over at City College in San Francisco. So those teams with Brittany Allen and Marley Rice and Monet Peoples and those girls were a lot of fun, man. I love covering them. So we'll speak about Shantae because she was good, man. They went to state Final Four and played one of the best basketball games I watched in women's basketball. They were legit, man. They came short of the championship, but I didn't know that about Shantae. Anyway, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. We'll take Anthony out in Vacaville. John Morant going through some issues. Melo retired. We got Trey Lance in OTAs. We got Celtics and Heat later on today. What are the Warriors going to do? Some of those guys, man, I can't live down yesterday what happened. I'm still shook. See, I'm depressed about that. Diana Ross, man, I was hurting. Killed me yesterday. I wanted to just stay in bed all day. All right, anyway, we're coming back on the Morning Roast.
Diana Ross? Heck yeah.
U.S. Bank is ranked.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Rest in peace, Tina Turner. Simply the best.
If you were doing a montage video and this song was playing in the background, wouldn't it scream 80s?
Oh, yeah. Everything about her. The big poofy
the pumps.
hair, the pumps. I may have to watch that movie now again. You know where I watched that movie?
Huh.
What's Love Got to Do? I watched it at Ted Red.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Ted Red? You had the matinees for about $3.75. You could watch 2 movies. So I saw Last Action Hero.
Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger? That was a great movie.
That was it's funny as hell.
I'm an Arnold Schwarzenegger guy.
I love Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I mean, I didn't love him as
The
our
actor.
as our
The actor.
governor, but as an
The
actor, I
actor.
loved him.
All his movies. True Lies.
Kindergarten Cop is a classic.
Eraser.
Do you guys even know what Kindergarten Cop
Yeah,
is?
my algebra teacher freshman year of high school was actually the little kid on the airplane. He talked about it all the time. He's the little kid on the airplane when he snaps the pencil, like, this is going to be you. He's the kid that reacts to it. So he talked about it all the time.
And that was
Mr.
a
Reader,
teacher
shout
of
out.
yours?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm old.
So Kindergarten Cop.
Last
Eraser.
Action Hero was badass.
Eraser.
Terminator.
I mean, obviously Terminator 2, but True Lies.
True Lies is a classic.
True Lies is a classic. True Lies is
Predator.
Yep.
Predator, yeah.
Yep, Predator was classic. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger had a run.
Come get me!
Twins. How about Twins?
Twins was a classic.
Twins. Twins was really good.
Terminator, I think we mentioned that. Oh, come on.
Hasta la vista, baby. Shantae Taylor,
John
man.
Connor, come with me.
Robin's daughter, man, she was feisty too, man. She was down in the post. She was balling, dude. Robin's daughter could ball, man.
Well, did you hear Patrick Beverly was talking, and we're alluding to, if you just catch it up with the conversation, there's a lot of stuff going on with John Morant right now, and we're just talking about athletes and whatnot and their mental state and kind of relating it to normal people who, I mean, even though athletes are normal people, they just are extremely gifted in a particular craft. I've been coaching for close to 20 years, Pete, and it's against the youth level. This is not, I'm not pretending to be Steve Kerr or Vince Lombardi or anything like that, but like I have countless examples of people that I determine to be blessed by God with athletic ability in a particular sport. And for a variety of reasons, as they get older, either they fall out of love with the game, either they never loved the game to begin with, or stuff's happening in their life and they're just disinterested.
Right.
They lose that thing, you know what I mean? And they don't want to play high school and college ball, even though they physically can. I've seen it happen time and time again. And there are a lot of kids, I'm not saying, tons of them, but there are a lot of kids who are, quote unquote, living out the dream on behalf of their parents.
That's what it is.
And then they become adults or close to being an adult, and they realize, like, oh, I'm chasing your dream or your passion, and I'm not doing my own. So Robin called us basically saying that she doesn't even know if John Morant loves the game.
Yeah, John Morant doesn't love it. Who knows? He's played his whole life. I don't know. Does he love? That's tough. I mean, at that level, to at least make it. When I saw him in college, right? Mm-hmm. He played like a kid who loved the game. He still plays like the game like he loves it, but he also loves the other stuff, and the other stuff that can get you into trouble. The crowds that can get you in trouble. He loves to flex. It's okay. We all love to flex a little bit. When you start playing with guns and stuff like that, I thought Kenny Smith on the inside of the NBA, when the second incident happened, Kenny Smith said, look, man, this is what's scary about it. When you hold a piece like that and you're flashing it, well, there's some gangster out there who's going to want to check your temperature.
Then that's
you're a target.
That's my setting as well.
We had Mo Spates on, and Mo Spates is a great guy.
Yeah.
People don't forget Mo Spates, the old Cellar Club on Sutter.
Yeah.
Mo Spates got robbed out of there.
Yeah. I thought it was mezzanine, but I think you're right.
No,
yes.
it was the cellar right there.
I know some of the details of that because of some family members and whatnot that were working on that. But Bonte, basically, this is
he's a target. He got targeted.
What happened is, and I don't know if you follow, if you're inside the inside, they were telling the guys early on in social media, the teams were, do not post where you are going.
Right.
Do not post what you're doing, because what ends up happening is that people see you out and about and they go, they've got money, I will rob them. And then there's other layers to this, and it's not just men. Women do this as well, where they'll lure you in with, hey, let's go hook up or whatever. Let's DM each other, and I'll meet you out at this club.
They'll set you up.
And they're setting you up. And essentially something like that happened with Mo Spates.
Yep. And so when you think about Ja, he's a target. You're wearing all the ice. You're wearing all the stuff, and a lot of people want that. They know that you're a lick. You're a meal ticket to them coming up in life, to changing their life.
I mean, people rob people for much less than the jewelry some of these guys are wearing.
So when you have that gun, and if something happens and you pull that gun out, now you're in a position to where, A, you don't use a gun and somebody uses one against you and it's over, or you have to use it. Or you have to do something, and that's where you start looking at law. You start looking at some things like, boy, this guy got caught with a gun, and now you got to shoot it. Now you're shooting somebody. Now you're doing jail time. Now your career's over. It's just a sticky situation, man.
And I hear from a lot of people, and look, everyone has the right to believe whatever they want. Like, I'll listen to other people's opinions, and just I'm telling you how I live my life. I live my life more like the father from Friday, in that I don't want to have a gun in my life because I think it brings upon too much negativity, and I choose to, if there's something that you want from me, just freaking take it, and I'll pray to God that I can live to be. I want to live to be 100, dude. So, I'm gonna avoid as many confrontations as possible. At the end of Friday, everybody knows that Ice Cube's gonna try to go out with the gun, and the dad says, "What are you doing? You don't do that. You use these." And he shows up his two fists, and he ends up actually using a brick to knock out Debo. But.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But the point being is that I'm kind of with you, B. And I don't look down on people who, want to have their firearms and whatnot.
954, though, Comcast Business Text Line. I think John likes the attention more than he likes the game. I don't think that. I think he likes both. He likes being part of that culture. When you grow up listening to these superstars, rap stars, and, a lot of people want to be like these rappers, right? John's probably like that. It's like, man, Lil Wayne, Lil Baby, whatever the hell he listens to. Oh, my gosh, I was bumping these dudes, and now I get to sit courtside with these guys. Now I get to party with these guys.
And they're all telling me, go, 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 go. No one's saying, hey, slow down.
Right. So, anyway, 888-957-9570. Nah, we want John to get help. He's one of the bright future superstars in this league. We don't know if he's going to get suspended or not. Also, a guy who went through mental health was Carmelo Anthony. Think about what Carmelo Anthony went through.
Good point.
In the shadow of LeBron James did. I don't think we fully appreciated how skilled Carmelo Anthony was.
Think about what he represented as a guy who was one and done at Syracuse. And
won the national championship as a freshman.
Yes.
As a freshman, leading a team.
Yes.
Michael Jordan won the championship as a freshman at Carolina, but you had James Worthy basically lead that team for most of that season, right?
And in our lifetime, no doubt, Dikembe and the Nuggets had a moment. This is before Jokic. I think of Carmelo Anthony when I think of the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
I seminally associate him with the Nuggets.
Baby blue jerseys,
right?
The shoes,
the headband,
the headband, the braids
that's what
I
envision when I think of Melo.
Melo was that guy, and I always wish that Skywalker just took the words right out of my mouth. Why Skywalker Destroy 52 on YouTube? I was praying that the Pistons selected him to go join the Wallace brothers, Billups, Rip Hamilton, Bruce, and Tayshaun Prince. That top six would have been deadly, and they took Darko because Melo was a sure thing. I was like, man, this guy's a walking bucket, but it never felt like he got his due because he was in that shadow of LeBron James winning championships. He was in that shadow of some of his Dwayne Wade in that same draft class winning championships.
Bosh.
Chris Bosh in that same draft class.
By the way.
It was a great draft class.
I think we got Petrus.
Yeah, we did get
Fritz. I think we got the one boo-boo player from that draft.
So did Detroit.
Oh, well, they got Darko. I might take Darko over Petrus.
But Petrus played a long time, though. No, you wouldn't take Darko over Petrus.
Petrus was up in the club at Club Milk on hate all the time.
But see, this is what we're talking about. We can't judge them off of that.
Well,
he was in it.
When you're hanging out with me,
he was in the league for a while though, and he played in the finals, I believe, with the Orlando Magic. Spinoni, get in here. You want to say
did?
Something?
I don't remember that.
When I think of Carmelo, I just think of him and AI and those arm sleeves together in Denver. Man, that was just such a moment. I was like 10 or 11. I was like, those are the coolest guys I've ever seen in my life.
No, Melo was that guy, man. Melo was that dude. He retired. It was a great message to retire. Let's go to Anthony real quick in Vacaville. Anthony, what's happening?
First of all, remember, I don't know if you guys seen the Stephon Marbury documentary.
It's incredible.
On Netflix.
Oh yeah,
it's absolutely incredible.
And it was so good. Words can't describe it. But I remember Fat Joe. He said rappers want to be NBA stars and NBA stars want to be rappers. And that really resonated with me when you guys were just talking. Now I remembered that part of the documentary because even Stephon Marbury had got into, he was kind of living that life a little bit as well, and he dealt with some other stuff. But to bring it back to the Ja Morant situation, I don't want to be insensitive if he actually needs help, but I want to also say that sometimes in life you need consequences to get your act together. Mm-hmm. And I know as a young man, I got in trouble, and I remember fighting my case and up at 850 and at San Bruno, and they were like, "Oh, it's your first time. You're gonna be okay. Don't worry." Well, those jokers came back with 2 years and sent me straight to San Quentin. But I got my mind right, and I've been good ever since. And I think that sometimes you have to allow for someone to have some freaking consequences. And I remember Ja Morant didn't get a real consequence the first time he did this. Now, if he does have a drinking problem, that's a separate issue. But you think about the Kyrie Irving situation versus this situation. Kyrie Irving, despite what anybody may feel about him, he didn't hurt anybody, but they made him jump through hoops just to get back in the good graces of the NBA. Versus Ja Morant went down to Miami, and he was in this so-called rehab.
It was a farce.
Like I said, right, exactly. And so, I want to be sensitive because all of us share similar stories with family members. I just lost my mom recently to drinking addiction.
Sorry.
So, I get it's okay. I appreciate it, Bonte. I get it, but let's be real. Is this a case of him just being young, dumb, and with money? Or is this a case of him having a problem? I think I just want to.
Well, Anthony, two quick things, and don't hang up. Two quick things. Number one, I totally relate to the San Bruno tier thing. Trust me, I've been there, done that, and I think one of the things that my dad has taught me, and I have learned myself through my family, is everyone's rock bottom is different. Right? So it depends. The point about consequences, my dad didn't start changing until my mom, and I'm maybe being too candid here on the air. I hope my mom's not mad at me for saying this. Until my mom put together hey, you're not going to see your kids anymore. You're not going to live in this house anymore, etc. And my wife kind of put the clamps on me in that same way, as well as me also recognizing that oh man, I'm losing my freedom. I'm losing all my liberties. I can't even get a job at Walgreens. What? I'm going to be a multiple felon here. I need to change my life. These are serious consequences. I'm going to go to jail and I'm going to lose my freedom for a long time. And so for me, that reality was a cold fish slap in the face. And I never wanted to go back to jail ever again after multiple spots there. And so each person has their own low. And some people, the basement is not the basement. It goes deeper and deeper and deeper into the earth. And so I hear him, and you also don't want to use, and I think we have hit some, not everyone, but we have hit a slippery slope where I do think there are very unique cases where people use mental illness or addiction as a crutch to exonerate behavior. And I don't want to do that in this situation. When you do bad things, I was drunk, I'm an alcoholic, that doesn't mean that you did those bad things. You know right and wrong. That doesn't exonerate your bad behavior. So keep getting in there, Anthony. I'm sorry, I was long-winded.
No. And you make a valid point. And I think that's why in today's society, you don't want to be too far too left. You want to allow some reality right in the middle, right? And so, if he does have a drinking problem, if it's true that, he's drinking on the sideline, that is a separate issue. But, let's be honest here. He does know what he's doing to a certain degree. And I believe that just maybe if he had a harsher penalty
I agree with that.
We might not be here.
Yep.
I think that is the most great perspective, Anthony, and thank you for sharing. I love that.
You got a slap on the wrist there. The segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. So my dad's side of the family and my older brother and cousin spent a lot of time with Joe. And I remember going up to San Bruno, visiting them, and then you see other guys in the neighborhood still in there. But it didn't hit me. It didn't hit me until I spent one night in Redwood City. It was on a shoplifting spree and, going to various stores and shoplifting. It was one night. That's it. I only spent one night in the county.
Scared the crap out of you, didn't it?
I went back to UPS 2 days later saying, can I get my job back? I'll work the graveyard shift. I don't care how much money I'm making. I just need a job. I can't do it. That's one night was enough. 3 o'clock breakfast, 10 o'clock lunch. It was just, it was disgusting. One night, though. And I was like, I need my job back in UPS, and I didn't figure this thing out. I got to figure out life. I can't. Maybe that was rock bottom for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what officially was rock bottom, but I just knew right then and there. I was like, this is not me. I gotta fix this, man.
I was, and now I'm getting real, candid here, but like I've had a lot of different things happen in my life, and I'll never forget when I was sitting and I was about to get arraigned, and they literally go like this, B. You got like these public defenders.
Yeah, I know.
They hand the guy the piece of paper, and the guy's kind of rifling through. Joe Shasky, it's me and a bunch of other dudes in this little cell. Joe Shasky, and I stand up, and he's just looking. He literally got handed the paper, and he's looking at all the different charges and everything, and he's going, all right, well, let's go up there. And I'm like, oh my God, I am screwed.
Well,
like I got no money. I got nothing. Oh my God. And I turned around and I had family members in the courtroom, and he turned around and he's like, you got family here? All these guys in that cell, not one of them has one family member here. And I was like, damn.
They don't.
And
they don't
I like
anybody.
that hit me to my core. Like, what a piece of garbage I am to do this to my family. Like, and thank God I had those people supporting me. But it's something I'm about to like tear up here. But it's something that I'll never forget, seeing certain people in my family in the courtroom with me, and that was my like rock bottom moment.
I didn't have any record, but my dad, who we don't have the tightest relationship, we talked though, and he was just in the courtroom. He was the only guy there, and he just looked. He's, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's.
What are you doing? He's like, you're a square, dude. You're not.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing here?
But,
like, seriously.
But I think the reality beyond that. Do you think Joss had that moment?
I don't know. I hope so, but I don't. To me, when he came back, right, and he came back and he started playing, and you see T. Morant on the sideline, and it looked like the same old T. Morant, the same enabler, the same guy who's like, hey, I'm here for the ride with you.
Yeah.
This is not father-son, this is brother-brother. Your father has to be your father.
Yeah.
You can't be your older brother. Like at times I talk to people, it's like, well, if you talk to this parent or whatnot, it feels like I'm talking to my brother, and that's not cool. How are you going to get disciplined? How's he going to respect any opinion you have when you're enabling him over and over and over? Now, again, I don't know what's going on in their household. I don't know, but it just seems like from afar, because I've been around parents like that. I've been around the circuit, and I'm just like, he needs some tough love, man. Maybe the mama steps in and say, hey, Jock, come here, baby. Let's go.
Who was the guy on the IG with him?
I don't know. I don't even want to know.
Yeah, no, but I'm just curious, like, who that was.
Because and that's the other thing. You know, that's why you met Big Dog and you met Wet. They came by the summit the other day. And those guys right there, no matter what, sometimes they joke about it.
Yeah.
But Big Dog, Philly, my friends do a good job of like, if we're in a situation, all right, make sure we get Bonte out of here. Make sure this guy's not like, you know what I'm saying? Even if they're doing, maybe they're smoking the blunt or something. The camera's not coming out. Yeah. You're not going to be filming your best friend who, especially in that situation with Ja Morant. That guy has to be like, this guy's the face of the Memphis Grizzlies.
That's what I'm saying.
In
the league.
In the NBA, he's one of 450 players in the NBA. He's got a multi-million-dollar contract. You cannot be filming. You cannot be on IG Live like y'all with Ja. He's pulling out the guns like, wait a minute, I need to delete this right now. But what are you doing? Like, he's got to have friends who are aware, saying, this guy has way too much to lose. I need to do my part to protect him. And that's part of your circle.
You talked about your circle. My grandma said this before her mind deteriorated from Alzheimer's. This is like the most profound thing that my grandma has ever said. She said a lot of like just super wise things that still stick to me to this day. She said, you're the average of your 5 closest friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if there's like one thing that I like try to tell some of my nephews and stuff, like when you hang around with idiots, you're going to be an idiot.
Yep.
And I mean that sincerely.
The circle's got to be tight.
And again, you're the average of your 5 closest friends. So look around your circle and you tell me who your and some people don't even have 5 friends, but like look around and see who you're hanging out with. That is whether you want to admit it or not. Right. That's what you're portraying. That's what you're going to be.
Look it. And Barkley and Shaq, they said, look, man, it's not illegal what Ja Morant did. They said it's not illegal. And it's inside the NBA conversation, it was last week about Ja Morant. I thought it was fascinating. I thought Chuck, I thought Ernie, I thought Kenny, I thought Shaq
You're
did
talking
a great
about legally.
job. Legally.
Yeah, but this isn't a legal thing.
No. But they were saying, look, Ja Morant could do this. Mm-hmm. But if you do what you do, then you can't expect to be a pro basketball player as well.
Exactly. Because the job requirements are different.
It's not a rule that, hey, I can't do IG Live. However, there's an expectation. There's unwritten laws for you
Exactly.
when you become that player. When you sign up to be, we signed up to be radio host and I'm on television.
Yes.
There's an unwritten law that you have to be a professional at all times. You have to conduct yourself in a professional manner. You're representing a brand,
Absolutely.
a team. We're representing this radio station. You're John Morant. Nothing you're doing is illegal. I get it. Okay, you want to flash your gun and people do it all the time. That's great.
Yeah.
But you're John Morant. You represent something different. You all right? Whether you like it or not, a lot of kids look up to you.
No,
a lot of kids have your jersey.
Bonte, my entire team has his jersey.
Think about Melo retiring. All the players coming out saying, Melo, that was my first jersey. Tyrese Halliburton, that was my first jersey.
That's crazy,
you
isn't
know
it?
what I'm saying? It's insane. So let's get to Tyler in the city real quick.
Yeah.
Tyler,
Tyler,
what's
up, buddy?
Tyler?
Man, I'm just doing this research right now, looking at Brett Favre, who ended up stealing about $98 million from the state of Mississippi. And that's crazy how it doesn't get nowhere near as much pub as John Morant just flashing the gun on Instagram Live with rap music playing in the background. It's just a little crazy how that works.
Well, let me say this about Brett. It is a little crazy that he's got a slap on the wrist. I don't even like to talk about Brett Favre.
Well, he should be in jail.
I don't.
He stole
I think
money
what he's
from
done,
the state.
Well, that's not even.
He's a scumbag.
That may not even be the worst thing Brett Favre has done.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But Tyler,
That's a
you
good
know what
point.
time it is. You know what time it is. Like it's unfortunate that the society we live in, that's the way things go.
But if
Brett
Brett was
Favre
a
gets a slap on the wrist, but he's stealing money from the state of Mississippi when they don't even have water.
I know. And then, but here's what I would say: had Brett still been playing, I think it'd be a monster story. I think the fact that Ja is who Ja is and is currently playing it elevates this entire.
I don't know.
thing.
Brett Favre's a living legend. Brett Favre is considered by many to be one of the 10 best quarterbacks of all time. All time. And he was a Green Bay Packer.
Well, I will admit that there is well, he's one of the good old boys, and so yeah, people do look the other way. But I do think if I were to just say, if Aaron Rodgers was doing what Brett Favre did right now, you don't think that would lead SportsCenter?
I don't know.
As a current player?
Honestly, I don't know. There is a racial component to certain things.
That I agree with. I'm not denying.
Some things get blown up a lot more, and I don't know, man. The Brett Favre thing, Brett Favre still has got to slap.
No, Brett Favre should be in jail.
I mean what he did is despicable. All right, we got to break here. We got to go. And it's sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated.
8:30. That'd be a lot of fun. You got Melo retiring this week. He's calling it quits.
How are you going to remember that? How are you going to remember Carmelo? Because I think LeBron James cast such a big shadow that Melo's impact on the game is maybe lessened, unfortunately, because of that.
Yeah, and the New York days.
Yeah,
in Denver, he was ascending. And Spadone, I was just talking about those Western Conference Finals against the Denver Nuggets and the LA Lakers when the Lakers won in 6, and Melo and Kobe were guarding each other, and Melo was being physical.
Fun teams. They had J.R. Smith, Chauncey Billups, Birdman.
Yep. Kenyon Martin, right?
Yep.
Kenyon Martin. Birdman. They had a fun squad in Denver.
Talk about someone who had some life issues.
Right. But you know what? Had life issues. Bounced back and won a championship with the Miami Heat.
Totally changed his life.
It changed his life.
Yeah.
Was in the Big Three with Ice Cube's league.
Yeah.
And,
Don't judge a book by its cover.
No, but Melo kind of had one of those. His career is weird, right? He leaves Denver. He goes to New York City, goes back home, right?
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be Kumbaya. Carmelo's back. And he never has that success with the New York Knicks. Never got past the second round.
Fair or not, I feel like he will be judged for not just waiting until free agency to go to the Knicks. And basically, they had to trade all their assets to get him.
Yep, they cut the team.
And he's kind of the reverse LeBron in that sense. Like LeBron's timing on when to bounce out of situations was always perfect. And then like he would leave you depleted with no assets at the very end after he sucked all the resources. Whereas it felt like just to acquire Melo, New York basically absolved all of their resources.
Yep. And so he goes to New York, doesn't have a success. He gets into Phil Jackson. It was just
I forgot
bad.
about him and Phil
Jackson. It just didn't work out.
I totally forgot about that.
And then you had him getting traded to OKC, and it's the whole, hey, P, they want me to come off the bench, and he wouldn't accept that role, so he had to sit out a year. Remember that?
I do.
He had to sit out. He got cut by the Rockets early in the year. Now, quietly, I kind of wanted him on the Warriors. I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted him on the Warriors to be in the corner shooting those threes because he did have a jumper. But
it was good with the Lakers.
But that's what I'm saying. He signed with the Blazers, went to the bubble, revitalized and rejuvenated his career coming off the bench. Had some big bubble games, huge bubble games, including the 3 against the Rockets, against his former team. And it was so cool to see. And then he came off the bench with the Lakers, had a solid season, and he was able to walk away on his own terms, peacefully, as he said. Peace. He's at peace. And it felt like Melo, after going through all those trials and tribulations with the Knicks, and later on with OKC, and coming off the bench and not playing in crunch time, felt like he did come at peace. Got in the red wide. Was a great Olympian, by the way. 3-time gold medal winner.
One of my favorite Olympians.
Yeah, great. He was awesome in that. And then, so we're going to remember him as a guy who didn't win a ring, no doubt. He's going to be in a conversation with Patrick Ewing and Karl Malone and Charles Barkley and all those guys. Allen Iverson.
Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn. Yeah, baseball. Reggie Miller, Chris Paul, you name it. But I remember Melo for being a great scorer in this league.
ISO. One of the better ISO scorers.
Oh, yeah, one-on-one just could not
mid-range.
Physical, mid-range, back to the basket.
Yeah.
Could cross you over, could fly to the basket, hit the 3, step out, hit the 3. One of the best scorers we've ever seen in NBA history.
Yeah, I think that he's going to have a very...
it's going to be mixed.
Yes, very mixed bag. But I don't know, let me ask you this. Like, would you rather have his career or Tracy McGrady's?
Ooh, I was watching Tracy McGrady highlights last night.
Were you?
I swear to God. Because something came up on my timeline. It was a quote from Kobe saying, yeah, he's like a bigger version of me. And the first highlight was Tracy McGrady. I swear to God.
Kobe.
And the first highlight, God, I love Kobe.
I know.
I do love Kobe. I love him so much more now as opposed to when he was a player. But the first highlight was T-Mac hitting the fake spin move on Kobe. Kobe falling back into the baseline to Tracy McGrady in the fadeaway. And I was like, I forgot how good T-Mac was.
Oh, he was amazing.
I forgot how good he was.
People forget he was amazing.
But we always say he couldn't get out the first round.
Exactly. Well, like I look at James Harden, I guess, because you were talking about all the players that didn't win a ring. Like James Harden, man, he's another guy. He's got such a mixed bag. Like clearly brilliant offensively, but like clearly flawed.
Yeah.
As well.
Yep.
And I kind of view Melo the same way, which sucks because overall he's exceptional all time in terms of what his talent and his tools were. But at the same time, I think some of his flaws get overstated and you lead with the flaws as opposed to the strengths, which sucks.
And I just can't believe he retired. I just,
Why, you think he could still play?
No, I'm thinking about myself like, damn, I'm getting old.
No, we watched his entire career.
Syracuse. When he made that run in Syracuse. Jerry McNamara.
Hakeem Warwick.
Hakeem Warwick. And they had the African kid.
What was it? Thermal or whatever was on that team too? They had some randoms.
There's some random dude, but Melo was special during that run, and they go win the national championship, and he sits there. And I remember the draft lottery. The draft lottery that year, you had LeBron and his boys at Cleveland, and Melo was with two of his partners in Baltimore. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he may have said, "Yeah, we knew Cleveland was going to get the number 1 pick. We knew it was kind of rigged, but it was like, man, is Melo going to go to Detroit with the defending champs?"
Well, he's another guy whose life kind of played itself out on the front pages of social media. Him and Lala, like that is something that I always think about. I just saw a picture. I forget who was hanging out with her, but she was at the Miami Heat game recently, and she was on, I think it was DJ Khaled's Instagram page, because I follow DJ Khaled, another one. And I saw Lala, and I was like, man, Melo and Lala, that was a glamour relationship for quite some time.
It was. I always think about if Melo, what if he did get drafted by the Detroit Pistons?
They would have won more than what they did.
And then you would have had that built-in rivalry with Melo and LeBron in the Eastern Conference in the same division instead of being East and West, and you get the games 2 times a year. 19 years old, man, came in 21 points a game, 6 rebounds. Melo had a great career.
Who's higher on your hierarchy? I'm going to tell you now. I lean Harden over Melo. Who you taking, Harden or Melo?
I'm going to take Melo. Because I know Melo ain't pucking out.
Okay.
Melo ain't pucking out.
You think that Melo will be revered more than Harden as time goes on?
That's interesting.
Did you hear where I'm going?
Yeah, it's close. It's a great conversation. A lot of people may say James Harden. I'm taking Melo.
I'm going to lean Harden. I don't think there's a right answer.
Yeah.
I'm going to lean Harden. And plus, obviously, Harden's still playing.
Right. I'm taking Melo all day. I was a big Melo fan, man. Huge Melo fan. Let's go to Sid in Oakland. Sid, what's happening?
Sid. Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Sid?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I just wanted to chime in on Ja Morant. You guys are passing, but I was listening to Gilbert Arenas' No Chill podcast. I think you guys should check out the episode. He's talking about the Ja Morant situation.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, the guy that's holding the phone is the same guy that got banned from the Indiana Pacers game. So I guess he was affiliated with the trouble.
Oh, with the red light?
With the beat.
Yeah,
with the light. So that's one thing. Just to let you guys know, definitely check that episode of Gilbert Arenas.
Oh,
Second, I'm glad you guys are talking about Melo because it's funny that he had a chance to play with the Bulls when Derrick Rose was in his prime.
That's right.
But Lala didn't want to move to Chicago, and then she ended up taking. Started acting on Power and Spike Lee movie in Chicago. And last but not least, I have a question for you guys. Why is it that players like Melo and like Cousins and John Wall are probably going to have to retire the way they are? And who do you see out of the big three on the Warriors having to retire the way Melo did?
Wow.
Take care.
That's a hell of a question.
Well,
I think the obvious answer is Draymond Green, right? But I think he'll leave on his terms.
Wouldn't you agree that Melo's come to Jesus moment was accepting that he could be an elite bench player and all that?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that that's exactly what Klay Thompson should do right now, but I get metaphorically where you could see if he could accept variations of his role, he could age like Melo did.
Can I ask this question? Say if he did come off the bench.
I don't even mean come off the bench.
But why are there so many people who think? It feels like a lot of fans, and I hear media members too, assume that Klay Thompson wouldn't be able to accept that role.
What do you mean? Well, because I think they're seeing a guy who publicly has been quite stubborn in the face of any criticism.
In terms of what?
Well, anytime you ask him about shot selection or anything, he scoffs at it. Anytime that you have asked about, how you're going to be able to share the basketball with superstars, and this
well, he said that one time. He said that one time with Kevin Durant. It's like, I'm not sacrificing anything. What are you talking about? He did. He's like, I'm in the prime of my career. I'm good.
I think part of what makes him great, it takes one to know one. Part of what makes him great is his stubbornness, and part of, I think, what frustrates people with him is his stubbornness.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's unfair. We were talking about Ja Morant and psychoanalyzing him and being hard on him. I think it's unfair to Klay Thompson to assume that he wouldn't accept the lesser role. We just don't know that. He seems like the ultimate. I mean, look, he's going to get his shots up, but when you think about the way the season played out, and the way everything, you're Klay Thompson, right? We talk about egos all the time. You're Klay Thompson. Andrew Wiggins misses the last 2 months. Steph Curry's been out. And you've got to pick up the slack, right? You've got to become basically the number one option. It's like, Klay, save us. Klay, save us. Get us through January, get us through February, whatever. And then Wiggins comes back, and you're Klay Thompson, who's been with this organization for over 11 years. All of a sudden, Wiggins comes back, and it's like, hey, we need you to take a lesser role. Wiggins is back now. It's like, wait a minute, this guy left the team for 25 games. Now, I know it was personal reasons and whatnot, but why do I have to take a giant step back when you guys depended on me to get to this point?
Well, I would say, Klay, we started off the season last year 18-2, and then we actually all had to change our style of play when you came back from your injury, and we totally accepted it because of who you are and what you mean to the team. So can't you meet us halfway and do similarly what Wiggins did?
And if I'm Klay Thompson, I say, well, I did that in the playoffs. And by the way, coming off of 2 gruesome leg injuries, I played the most minutes. You guys counted on me to play the most minutes.
For sure.
And to play at a high level. And I did that in my first postseason after being out for 2 years. I hadn't been in the postseason in 3 years. And I still helped this team win. So that's what I would say if I'm Klay. And who's to say he wouldn't accept? Like, that's the assumption that we're making. The assumption that we're making off a comment from 7 years ago, 8 years ago.
No, I'm making that assumption because Adrian Wojnarowski, before the first game of the playoffs, said that Klay was seeking a max contract. Now, whether that's accurate or not, that's all I have to go off. And I would say that combined with certain stubbornness in shot selection makes you connect dots.
But
fair
if
or
you're
not.
a player, why wouldn't you want the max? Doesn't every player want the max? Why? Like, to me,
of course they do.
That
I want the
information,
max.
That information, to me, it's non-news.
What do you mean?
Klay Thompson would like to seek a max extension. Okay, sure, yeah. Okay, yeah. I got it. Draymond Green does too.
Yeah, but I think
Jordan
the
Poole does
difference,
too.
if we're going to compare old dynasties and things like that, the difference is like Manu Ginobili always accepted, whatever role that was available to him. And then obviously Tim Duncan took lesser money as time went on. And so, Tom Brady took lesser money. So guys acquiesce to make things work, whether financially or stylistically on the court in terms of their minute allocation. And these guys just haven't been pressed on that yet, and we haven't seen it. So I think we're assuming because we haven't seen it.
Yeah, and I think that's unfair when it comes to Klay Thompson.
Okay,
everything. I'm here for the bad shot selection because he did take terrible shots. Game 4 against the Lakers, terrible shots. I am here for hey, you're doing too much. Hey, you need to scale back a little bit. I'm here for that. I'm here for him saying, hey, look, I need to adjust defensively. I'm never going to be the same guy. Once the Achilles injury happened, I think it was safe to assume that he would never be the same guy defensively. Kind of all knew that. But we can't assume that, hey, he's not going to take a lesser role or lesser money because we haven't seen it yet.
Well, look.
I haven't seen it yet. I think there's a big factor here with his father. I really do. I think Michael Thompson comes into play here as his father. Now, I know you made the point that he may be different and he doesn't want to be like his dad or whatnot. But I think having Michael Thompson there as a guy who had to change his role. Remember, he had to change his role. He had to battle injuries. He was the number 1 overall pick. And by the time his career was 7-8 years deep, he's coming off the bench with the Lakers. And like Kurt Rambis will start. You don't think Michael Thompson at the time said, I'm better than Kurt Rambis?
Well, everyone thinks they're better than everyone. Like, when I was doing nights, I thought I was better than everyone on air during the day.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with Klay Thompson saying, hey, I want a max deal. We don't even know if he wants a max deal. That was a report by Adrian Wojnarowski, probably floated by an agent. Klay Thompson knows what his value's not going to. He's not getting $43 million on his next deal. He's not getting a super max deal. Like, Klay Thompson, he's got the awareness. I think. I don't think it's fair to assume that he wouldn't take a lesser role or scale some things back here.
Well, I think in a contract year, people find that hard to see. That's why, and like the nature of every person in their walk of life, when you know that your deal is coming up, you want to maximize it. And even if you're starting high to negotiate somewhere in the middle, right? Because they're going to lowball you. Right. You want to be high, whatever. Like, I think also part of that is you don't want to accept a lesser role in that final year so that all your money is based off of said lesser role moving forward.
So, honest question, 888-957-9570. What did you expect from Klay Thompson when he came back from these two gruesome injuries?
Oh, he's exceeded my expectations.
No, because when he came back,
the fact he's back is
when he came back,
remarkable. When
he came back, I remember we were having conversations. You said it for months. I get so scared when he lands. I get so scared when he jumps. And you could tell with Klay, he doesn't at times trust himself when he jumps. Mm-hmm. So the fact that the young man went out there and averaged 22 points a game and led the league in 3-point makes. He led the league in 3-point makes. I think we need to recalibrate our expectations when it comes to Klay Thompson. Sure, he's stubborn and he wants to regain that pre-2019 form. Well, it may never happen. That's why Steve Kerr comes out after the season and said, yeah, we need to have a conversation. He's not 27 no more. He's not 26 no more. He's not 28 no more. He's 33, coming off 2 devastating injuries. Remember Achilles injuries? Look at Rudy Gay. He's never been the same since he suffered.
But as you point to Rudy Gay, he also came off the bench.
He came off the bench later on.
And I actually think, surprisingly, Rudy Gay kind of evolved his game, which I didn't think he could.
But Rudy Gay was never Klay Thompson.
No, agreed.
He was never the player Klay Thompson was.
Totally agree.
Never. When Memphis moved out to Rudy Gay, they got better. With that. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of guys who don't come back from that. So when you think about it, if he would have averaged, say, 14 points a game last season coming back from those leg injuries, and maybe you have a conversation about coming off the bench then, but the head coach said it right away. He's starting when he comes back, so kind of can't go back on your word, right? I think that would have been fair. The fact this guy led the league in 3-point makes, and it feels so easy, everybody be doing it.
Yeah,
no guy shot 40% from 3, and we're scoffing at that. We're scoffing at him shooting 40% from the 3-point line. Like, what this guy is doing is one of the most remarkable comebacks in sports history. So
it is.
I think it's fair. It's not fair to assume that, hey, going into next season, knowing how the season played out, knowing how he got snuffed in these playoff series, there needs to be adjustment to his game. But I still think he's a very serviceable player in this league. But to assume that, hey, he's not going to take anything less than the max, I think that's unfair. Especially for the family he comes from. But when we were talking about family this morning with John Morant and having the wherewithal and the awareness, you got Michael Thompson in your corner, you got Trace Thompson, and you got his older brother, Michael Thompson, as well. So I think that's unfair.
Well,
I think it's unfair.
I don't see anything unfair of saying, well, I got to see it before I can give him credit for anything. Like, that's all. I think when I look at Klay Thompson, it's like, all right, you want to talk about being a team player? Well, your actions are going to show us. Like, how are you gonna perform this offseason? What is it going to look like when you check in next year? So, like, everything that you're saying can be accurate, but we're not going to have any evidence to prove yes or no until October.
But why do we assume that he's not going to?
Because we're just going off what's happened. Because of what happened this year. That's all we have. The only runway we have to really point to is what's happened this year.
So what happened this year? What is it that, because going into the playoffs, we're like, boy, Klay's back. And he had 13 up and down games in the playoffs, and now we're just jumping the shark.
Yeah, we've overrated the playoff games. Yes, because they lost. Yeah, because we haven't seen that before. Another thing we haven't seen. We haven't seen this court lose that way, that time. And also, Monte, the evolution of sports. As players get older, they don't normally get better at this age in their life.
They don't.
Especially off of the injuries that you're talking about. Don't. So I think it's more just using your sports brain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels like we just flip over to the other side and say what Klay's not going to do. We don't know what Klay's not going to do. We don't know what Klay's going to do.
Would you be surprised if he accept hypothetically, I don't want to play the who's in the start, just if he did accept 26 minutes a night role where he is coming off the bench for whatever reason?
I think so.
You'd be surprised? Or
no, I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised? I'd be a little surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's a different role for him. When Iggy started coming off the bench, I thought that was surprising. That was a different role for him. And he ended up having the fountain of youth with that. I think that extended his career longer, accepting a different role.
I think Klay would accept that. Now, would he accept it for a guy like Jordan Poole? He may think he's better than Jordan Poole. Why should he? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it depends who's starting in front of him, right? Because some of it is a big deal to some of these guys. It's obviously a big deal to Jordan Poole. Look at his splits. He wants to start.
But what if the coach is telling him, like, and so you're saying, oh, well, if it's Jordan Poole, I'm not doing it for that guy. But, like, at some point,
I don't think so.
the baton needs to be passed, I guess, for whoever it is. Jordan Poole, Moody, player X who's playing in front of him.
I think Klay, not only
like, that's the problem, I think, for people. That's the ego that people are talking about, where right there, I think you identified it when you're saying, yeah, I'll come off the bench to the right person, but not that guy.
Nah.
Like, that's not really how it works.
Yeah, it's not how it works. But should he let Poole start? Like, should Poole start for him coming off of that season? You got to go out there and earn it.
I just think you need to buy into whatever the team is thinking.
No. What's what you're doing for Kerr, I think. Mm-hmm. You open the competition up. All right. We know one starter in this team, Stephen Curry.
Okay.
Everything else is up for grabs. Let's go.
Yeah.
I like that old school process.
I would love that.
I would love it.
I would love that. But how would that sit after you basically said, hey, Iggy cannot play. Don't worry, guys. He's not going to play for months on end. But when he comes back, he's jumping all of you in the rotation.
Well, that's a problem.
Hey, Klay doesn't need to work out at all summer. But when he comes back, we're just going to push him into the front of the lineup, and we're just going to live and die with him, working himself into shape at the beginning of the year. So they're going to have to philosophically have a come to Jesus as an organization if they're going to do that.
But you know what, though? Don't you understand why Klay didn't work out?
It's not about understanding.
No, but don't you understand it, though? Because a lot of people were holding on to that. Don't you understand why he didn't work out?
Sucked.
The results sucked. And then what happened in January?
No, I know, but
what happened in February? What happened in March?
But Bonte,
what happened in late December?
The residue from the results at the beginning absolutely affected the whole season.
That wasn't the only thing.
No,
that wasn't the only
it's
thing.
Never one thing.
That wasn't the only thing. But don't you understand? From a human, we're talking about human element. We're talking about John Morant this morning. We're talking about Melo. We're talking about Psyche. We're talking about radio and being depressed and all that stuff. Don't you understand why a guy like Klay Thompson, who didn't play a full season after tearing his ACL, he was playing at the top of his game. He's out there cooking dudes in pickup, cooking. And the Warriors had the number 2 pick, and he's like, I'm back, baby. I'm back after a 15-win season. I'm back. And your Achilles goes. That fear, that dark room that we talk about, being depressed, all the rehab days he had to go through, what was it, 951 days? Mm-hmm. And you're like, you know what? We just won a championship. I don't want to go play pickup and risk getting hurt again on some fluke stuff. I'm going to do individual drills.
But what about self-awareness?
He did. It's not like he didn't work out. He did individual drills.
So
he didn't want to scrimmage.
I don't want to compare myself to Klay Thompson because what he's come back from is unbelievable. He's a professional athlete, and he's better at what he did than I'll be at anything I do. Like, on one team with a bunch of old guys, I can play middle infield. But when I'm playing with all the young guys, I get moved over to first base. You know why? Because I'm not as young as those guys, and I want to win. And I know the best version of me for my team is me going over to play first base. It's like a joke that we say in softball. My dad played shortstop, then he moved to second base, then he moved to first base, and then he moved to pitcher. And part of that is him accepting that role and the self-awareness to realize, yeah, you're closer to 70. And you're not going to be able to bend down and play shortstop as well. For example, Alex Rodriguez, understanding when he went to the Yankees, hey, they have Derek Jeter there, and it's going to upset the apple cart. I need to have the self-awareness to embrace and accept the role to play third base. I believe A-Rod was the better defensive shortstop. He was coming off of multiple Gold Gloves, right? But he had the self-awareness to read the room and go, man, it's best for everyone if I take a different role, even if I think in my heart of hearts I'm better than him at that spot.
Okay, but again, what I'm talking about is, and that's fine. That's moving forward, and Steve Kerr's going to have that conversation if it comes to it. We're also talking about a guy in the league where three-point shots has never been more important. If you don't have three-point shooters, you're not winning a lot of basketball games, right? You need shooting. In a league that prioritizes shooting now, this guy just led the league at threes. Less than a year, or maybe, I guess a little over a year after coming back from 2 devastating injuries. But what I'm asking is, don't you just understand that? So we talk about Ja, we talk about everything else.
Yeah.
I don't want to scrimmage because I just tore my Achilles and I cost my team another season, and now I'm getting labeled a bust for this contract. I don't want to scrimmage.
Yeah, but Bonte, like, we can accept that
for that first summer.
No, but what I'm saying is like you can accept those things, but they have results and consequences. Like there's a cause and effect. And part of that cause and effect is you get the early season production that you got or lack thereof.
You get some struggles. But that's not the only way. That's not the only reason why. And it just feels like we're pinpointing some of the guys. I think Clay was one of the better stories this year for the Out of all the stories for the Golden State Warriors.
The way it ended sucked.
Yeah, the way it ended just sucked.
I actually think there's a Jimmy G conversation in here in that like there's comparisons to where Jimmy G's body of work in 2019 was awesome. And yet,
don't compare Jimmy. No, I hear what you say about.
I'm just saying that we focus on the shortcomings in the playoffs.
Clay's body of work is so much. Come on,
you're missing the point. I'm saying like 2019, he had a great year, but yet me and maybe a lot of other fans considered everything moot from the regular season because he fell short in these 3 spots. And I do think that, fair or not, we over-dramatize the end of the year, the part that people think matters the most, like all of the journey leading up to that is null and void, when it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, no doubt. But Clay, okay, he struggled in these playoffs, I get it. What happened a season ago? What's happened 3 other times? Like, I don't subscribe to that, man. I don't. So we look at Klay Thompson. I look at Steph Curry. He struggled from 3. Jordan Poole struggled. It wasn't just Clay. It's weird to me where you look at the conversations about Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt, right? How much leeway they get amongst the fan base. Brandon Belt, polarizing figure, right? Brandon Belt, lifelong giant, blah, 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 Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford, all these guys. But yet on this basketball team, there does seem to be, with the fan base, a fixation with not only the youngsters, but like, you know what? Out of the core guys, it's Clay's fault. Like Clay, out of all the core guys, gets the most heat on this basketball team so far this offseason. Not even close. Not even close.
I think Draymond gets a lot of heat, too.
But a lot of people are saying keep Draymond. The reason why Draymond gets heat...
I hear both.
The reason, to me, why Draymond gets heat is because that incident set off a string of bad vibes.
Yeah, but I also think that Draymond's poor... I will agree with you there. Here, Draymond's poor performances are overlooked way more than Clay's poor performances. You know why? Because when Draymond performs poorly, either he's in ridiculous foul trouble or he literally doesn't shoot. And so we don't glom on to, the misses. Whereas Klay Thompson, when he's performing poorly, there's a defensive aspect, but the missed shots are things that people can visualize. Whereas Draymond simply not shooting, I think it takes a little more sophistication to understand. Like, they're literally not guarding him. He needs to square up and shoot.
So Clay decides not to scrimmage in the summer, coming off a playoff run where he played the most minutes for the Golden State Warriors in a championship run. And Rick Celebrini and the trainers probably told him to scale back or whatnot from not scrimmaging. And I don't have a problem with that. Now, they had the team meeting early this season say, hey, Clay, you got to be better. Because he was forcing it. He was trying way too hard to get it all back. And have what Clay was doing early, I was trying to have a 37-point quarter. Every quarter. It's like, no, you got to scale back. And once he did, he found a great role. He found a great rhythm. He played well. And in the last 13 games, I get it. But he wasn't the only one who didn't play well against the LA Lakers. He wasn't the only one who didn't shoot well against the LA Lakers. I just think out of all the guys who looked, hey, let's move this guy, shooting has never been valued more.
Yeah.
And the threat of Klay Thompson is still petrifying a lot of basketball teams.
The difference right now, you're saying that shooting's never been valued more. Agreed. Yet the Miami Heat shot the worst, and we're bottom 4 in all of the shooting categories during the regular season and have flipped the script in the playoffs and shot unbelievably well. Reversely, the Warriors, Klay Thompson hits a ton of threes during the regular season. Come playoff time, when people say it matters more, he didn't perform. And that's why the Heat are still playing.
Well, he didn't perform, but a lot and
Klay and Steph didn't shoot well.
A lot of guys
Jordan
didn't
Poole
perform.
played horrible. And that's where, you're saying
they're also not, and this is where I want to give other teams respect. Sacramento had a hell of a game plan. Think about what they did for most of that series until Game 7. They pressured Steph Curry up the court, and the Warriors were not getting into their offense until there was 14 seconds left on the shot clock. And what do they love to do, right? The split action with Draymond Green and Steph or Looney or Wiggins or Klay Thompson. They're not getting into their offense, so all of a sudden the passing is not there. The passing that Klay and Steph rely on. So give Sacramento credit. They slowed the Warriors down, and yet We forget the hellacious shots Klay made in Game 2. We forget the hellacious shots he made in Game 4, the game he had in Game 4. We forget about game number 5 when Klay Thompson hit some big shots. Okay, Game 7 he struggled. I get it, but he hit some big shots in the third quarter. I just think it's a little unfair to be coming down Klay's road the way we have as a fan base this offseason. I think it's a little unfair when you think about what the player, I think we forget what the player's gone through. He's admitted mentally, I was into some dark places, man. I didn't think I was playing again. The fact that he's playing again and we're expecting him to be the Klay Thompson, maybe not of 2019, but we're expecting him to play close to an all-star level. Maybe we need to look ourselves in the mirror.
No. Like, let's
be honest.
He's the one who said, I want to make another all-star game. And which, of course, what else should he be trying to strive for? Like, there's no doubt about that. But, like, in terms of, like, who's getting critiqued, when you lose, everyone's going to get critiqued. Jordan Poole's gotten crushed. Draymond's gotten crushed. Klay's gotten crushed. I think Steph's kind of been, taken off the hook to a degree. I don't think Steph was great. I don't think Steph was his normal greatness.
Here's the one thing that bothers me about Klay. I'm here to listen. If you want to put him on the bench, I don't really care. I don't care.
Yeah.
As long as he gets 26 to 30 minutes, who cares? If he doesn't play back-to-backs, okay, I get it. I get why he wouldn't play back-to-backs. But the one thing that bothers me is the assumption that he won't evolve. He didn't have to this year.
Well, we just haven't seen it.
Well, he didn't have to. Why would he do it this year when Wiggins was out for the last 25 games, not to mention the 15 he missed for the right adductor strain and the groin injury? Let's not mention Stephen Curry missing all those games for the Golden State Warriors this season. Let's not mention Draymond Green missing some action. Let's not mention the DNPs that the youngsters who were supposed to play and help relieve some of the stress of the veterans picking up all the DNPs with Kuminga and Moody, and, of course, you had the Wiseman stuff. You think about all the moving parts around Klay, the different – how many starting lineup combinations? I think they had 25 different combinations this year when it came to starting lineups, the most they've had in franchise history. And yet we're still counting on this guy to play every single game. Every single game. So I think it's a little unfair. That's what bothers me, to say that we're going to assume that he's not going to accept the role when he didn't. This year, he had to play the way he played because everybody was out around him or everybody was inconsistent around him.
There's like a... I don't know. I think that there's a thing in people's minds that until you see it, it's like with Trey Lance. Like, people are going to doubt until they see it. You have to see things. And so why are people assuming that Klay can't evolve? Because they haven't seen it. And then once they see it, maybe they'll come around. Like, that's where it is. Like, why did people assume that Steph Curry wasn't clutch? Well, they've never seen him win a Finals MVP. And all of a sudden, that was
stupid,
absurd.
though, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It's just like saying that, Klay Thompson can't evolve is stupid. Let's see it. I want to see it. I'm open-minded and optimistic to seeing it. But until we actually see the baby, we could talk about the labor pains till we're blue in the face.
So listen, 925 Comcast Business Text Line. David Lee went to the bench because he was hurt. Draymond Green got off to a great start, and Kerr stuck with it because he said Draymond Green fits my system better. New coach, new personnel, new offense. It made sense. It made sense. You want Klay Thompson to evolve this past season and sacrifice what? All I'm asking is, what did you want him to really sacrifice this season?
Well, I think they wanted more splash bro than pick and roll bro. And that's a function of what the other team is doing to him. That's a function of the other players that are on the court. Like, some of those things are out of his control.
And it's a function of your own players missing time.
For sure.
Steph Curry missed 26 regular season games. Andrew Wiggins missed how many? 40 plus? 45 games. So what role was he going to evolve to this year? This year was a mess in terms of rotations, in terms of continuity, in terms of cohesion.
I think this year it was, we're going to do what we've always done. And then that, for the first time ever, didn't work. You know what I mean? And so now you got to go back to the drawing board, just as an organization, but also individually, you got to go back to the drawing board. So you're going to have to see, how you evolve moving forward.
And I'm saying, I don't think it's right to assume that he won't. I think, again, coming from his background, coming from his family, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm giving Klay Thompson the benefit of the doubt, saying, hey, I will scale back my game because maybe I'm not the same player that I was. But, man, we don't talk about playoff basketball without Klay Thompson. We don't talk about playoff basketball without Jonathan Kuminga.
In your mind, what would you envision Klay Thompson looking like next year for this team in the half court?
Well, I mean, it's the same spot up shooter. guy who can hit the knock down a three, 1-2 dribble pull up. I want him to embrace the mid-range game.
Yeah, that I agree with.
I don't want him getting caught up in dribbling, and that's what happened in the playoffs. More so than anything, forget the shots, because some of the shots were terrible, but we've seen Klay make those shots. It's the extra ball handling, the extra dribbling. He dribbled way too much in the playoffs. You need another playmaker to help him alleviate some of that ball handling.
That I agree
duties.
with.
So that's where I'm at. And Klay could still get you 18 a game and shoot. I mean, again, the guy, and it may be up and down because of some of the big nights, but 41% is 41% from three, man.
No, I know, but I think when we're talking about evolution, part of the evolution is not just catching and hoisting from 45 feet away at the beginning of a shot clock. Like those are the kind of little things. And we could talk about percentages and things like that, but I think more it's the timing, it's the spots on the floor of where you're shooting it, and it's how you're getting your shots. Are they rhythmic? Are they within the flow of the offense?
But honestly, who else wanted to shoot the ball? Who else was capable of? David Tidjo was shooting in the 20s in the playoffs.
No, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back and adjudicate what we saw. I'm talking about what we want to see moving forward.
And I think we will see that. I think it's fair. I'm open-minded. I think he can evolve. I think he understands that. I think he'll watch a lot of film. I think there will be some evolution. I don't like the assumption from a lot of people saying, oh, he's not going to accept no role. He's not going to do this. No, he hasn't, which is part of the problem. I have.
I know I know Steph has, and that's what makes him so unique. Very few players, evolve gracefully over time and become better versions or whatever. Like Jason Terry is someone that sticks in my mind, who was one kind of player when he first came into the league, and then by the end of his run was a very, very valuable piece that completely evolved his style of playing his game. Ray Allen, max player who evolved gracefully as his career continued to go on. You referenced Rudy Gay, different player, not as good as Ray Allen.
But think about those guys. Those guys were high flyers, athletic.
Yes.
Specimen. Ray Allen would duck on your head early in his career. Klay Thompson's never been that guy.
No.
So the evolution for him looks a little different because he is a catch and shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Coming off of multiple
But
screens,
I think the benefit that all of those guys had is that the rosters around them also evolved, which was able to bring out the best versions of themselves.
Well, does that two-big lineup help Klay Thompson?
See, I don't think it does.
It kills the spacing,
right?
I
don't think it does.
So there you go. It's time for the injury report. All right, Carlos Correa. We'll get the call in Union City on the other side. We'll get into some football as well. Carlos Correa been diagnosed with an injury to his foot. Twins announced that the team's star shortstop has a muscle strain in his left foot, as well as plantar fasciitis. No decision has been made about putting Correa on the IL, though it does appear likely that this will be the case. Former Ray and Twins manager Rocco Baldelli, remember he was at Tampa Bay Ray, he was really good for a while, said that the team would most likely make a decision on Friday. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Garrison, Northern California premier worker compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Boy, Carlos Correa, man, I think the Giants have won there too, along with Carlos Rodon. I think the Giants made some good decisions there. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls coming up, 888-957-9570. Talking about Klay Thompson evolving, some of the Warriors offseason. Plus, we'll get into OTAs with the 49ers. Trey Lance, I know, spoke the other day. We'll get into that as well. Matt Burrows at 8:30 here on The Rust.
Max is the streaming service for every move.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We almost make it. I forgot Memorial Day was on Monday. They're talking about we all need rest and stuff, but 4-day weekend coming up, man. Or is it a 3-day weekend? For us, it feels like a 4-day. Because we get off early Friday. Only God knows. Well, we get off early Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Oh, man. I'm excited about that. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? I need one of you guys to go to Gambino's, man. I need some coffee. I wasn't able to get some coffee this morning. I'm sorry. I can feel it right now. I can feel it. I can feel it. Need that caffeine. Feel it. I can feel it. Babe, I got the feeling.
Who needs coffee when we have you?
Babe, I got that feeling. That was a good one. Did we clip Pops? What is that? What's going on, Sean?
I thought it was an earthquake. It's that machine. All right, so let's take people behind the scenes here.
No, let's not. No.
This place is falling apart when we're switching buildings.
Well, no, the place has been falling apart for over a year and a half.
Well, all of a sudden I heard this shaking sound, and I was like, are we having an earthquake? And I looked around, and I was looking at the glass. The glass isn't moving. No, it was I don't even know what
our portable AC unit. It was someone pushed it too close to the wall so that hot air wasn't coming out. It was going straight up against the wall, caused it to shake.
We need cold air because right now it's 80 degrees in the studio.
I know it takes the hot air out, but it was pushed up against the wall.
It's all bad right now.
I got some new gear coming in today that I'm really excited for. 12U San Francisco All-Stars. You want one of these lids? We're going black and red, but I got some navy ones. You want me to grab you one?
I want black and red. I'm a black and red guy.
I know. I'm not a huge red, white, and blue guy. In terms of like wearing that colorway.
Yeah, I know. That colorway.
I don't like it at all. I hate when teams go red, white, and blue. Certain teams, fine.
You pull it off.
The Washington Nationals, you're called the Nationals.
Yeah.
Totally get it.
Twins works.
The Twins does work. The Twins does work.
That does work.
The Phillies, I get that. The Philadelphia Phillies, that's a great one. But man, the Texans, nobody needed you to be red, white, and blue.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to, you know what? Let's go to the lines as we say good morning to everybody out there again. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. We love you all. By the way, if you're looking for some Giants talk, we got Giants talk coming up. Gabe Kapler, 9:30. Gabe Kapler, 9:30, manager of the Giants. Lost to the Twins yesterday, but they played some really, really good baseball. So we'll do that. We'll talk to Matt Barrows at 8:30 to get into the 49ers here. But if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, check out the Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast. Shasky and Sam Lubman bring you all you need to know about this Giants season every single week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. And Sam Lubman, the official Giants insider of the Morning Roast. Now, did he change his bio? Let me see if he changed his bio. Got a one-on-one with J.D. Davis.
Yes, it was excellent.
How about that, Sam Lubman?
Yeah, talking about improved defense. And actually, you know what? Don't ask me. Why don't we ask the man who actually spoke with him? Sam, what was the highlight of talking to J.D. Davis, who I hear is a big Star Wars guy?
He did put it in his bio. SF Giants insider for the Morning Roast.
He really kind of got in depth on just kind of the approach he would use to kind of get better at the plate and how it kind of all started to come together in spring training, how he kind of figured out how he needs to kind of, he talked about at one point swing the bat at kind of 85% instead of 100% to kind of get better contact there. So, he gets very in-depth, with how he got better on defense and working with Crawford. He offers some thoughts on Casey Schmidt. And, overall, just a very good conversation with the guy. A very nice guy, very easy to talk to.
You did a great job. Great job, Lubman. Great job. By the way, I just saw a headline. This is the problem with sports. And we need journalists. If they're going to act like this, they need to get out the game. Sports Illustrated's Chris Mannix talks about the Denver Nuggets media gripe. And Mannix wrote, they're just not a compelling team to talk about, to write about. Well, that's sad. If you can't find nothing compelling about the two-time MVP, can't find nothing compelling about Jamal Murray bouncing all the way back from an AC. Remember Jamal Murray? We want to talk about mental? He wouldn't even play last year.
I know.
Couldn't get over the mental hurdle.
He's so much better than I thought he'd be.
You know what I'm saying? Michael Porter Jr. is not compelling. This guy's back is... Yeah. I mean, the guy walks around like a 70-year-old sometimes.
That's why he dropped in the draft.
KCP had to wear the ankle bracelet. It's nothing compelling to talk about. Mike Malone being fired to Sacramento, part of that Mark Jackson staff with the Warriors. Yeah. There's nothing compelling about the Nuggets, really?
Former top 5 pick Aaron Gordon finding himself.
Right, from San Jose.
Yeah, turning into a defensive wizard.
Bruce Brown Jr., it's not a good story. What about the rookie Christian Brown coming from Kansas? I mean, wow. Chris Maddox, how about you just quit your job if you can find? I just gave you 6 things compelling about the Denver Nuggets right there. And this guy's on Sports Illustrated talking about there's nothing compelling about the Nuggets. It's a problem with sports media. A lot of media members, they just want narratives. Narratives. That's why everybody jumped on the LeBron James stuff. Oh, let's try Nick Wright. Our guy Nick Wright, or a.k.a. Nick Rogg. I got a trade idea.
What is it?
Kuminga, Moody, and Jordan Poole for LeBron James. I mean, come on, man.
You wouldn't do that deal?
It's not that I wouldn't do it. I mean, come on. No, there's two sides. And by the way, LeBron James' son, Bronny, is playing at USC. Why would LeBron want to leave L.A. now when his son's playing at college?
Because he might retire.
Oh, gosh.
There's a lot of pressure on Bronny. I just, man.
He's fine, though. He plays his whole game.
I know, but LeBron's put a lot of pressure. And I know when you're born into it, that's just a lot, man. Like, what if he wants to stay a second year in college or a third year or wants to stay all 4 years? Or what if he doesn't even want to play in the pros?
It's fine. But it feels like if he didn't want to play in the pros, he wouldn't play. Like, I think LeBron James understands that. I think he's, his Savannah's right there. And I think
Chris Borland made the NFL and retired after 1 year.
Right.
Like, things happen.
Right, things happen. So, I don't even like Chris Maddox talking boxing. He's terrible when it comes to boxing.
I'll take your word on it.
Nuggets are not compelling. But you try. How about you dig a little deeper? Do your job as a journalist.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
That cannot have been real.
More impressive getting swept. The Carolina Hurricanes against the Florida Panthers, the Los Angeles Lakers against the Denver Nuggets.
I say the Panthers sweeping the Hurricanes. Hurricanes are rolling through the playoffs. You see the way they dispatched the New Jersey Devils? I mean, the Hurricanes were rolling.
Bonte's locked in.
Brent Burns, former Shark.
Yeah, 88.
You got the Stahl brothers playing against each other. You know there's 4 Stahl brothers. They all got 3 of them really play well in the NHL. The younger brother only played 2 games in the NHL, but the Stahl brothers, go figure. Yeah, hockey. And you got the Vegas Knights versus the Dallas Stars.
Joe Pavelski, former Shark.
Down 2-1.
3-0 now.
Oh, 3-0. Yeah, that's right. It's 3-0.
Little
not
Joe?
2-0. Yeah. They're about to get swept. So, anyway. Pate is less compelling than Denver Nuggets. Probably, yeah. I agree. Nuggets got some great storylines.
By the way, Gabe Vincent out. Ankle sprain tonight.
Yeah, we're getting a Game 6 Saturday. And we may get a Game 7.
You call it a comeback, Bonte? First one in NBA playoff history?
LL Cool Bonte? Don't call it a comeback.
I like the
That's
Celtics.
2.
Don't you like the Celtics? Yeah, that is 2. You like the Celtics tonight? I like the
Celtics now
tonight.
Vincent out. He's been huge for the Heat.
Man,
he has.
Man, I like the Celtics. They're going to get Tyler Hero back. Colin, Union City, what's happening?
Okay.
Hey, how are you guys? A long-time listener, great fan. I love your passion.
Thank you.
Hey, so I wanted to actually put so I'm a rec league Hayward legend as far as one-dimensional. All I do is shoot three-pointers, right? So I want to try to put myself in with Klay Thompson's perspective. So if I put on a team where I'm not going to be able to play, but we have a great record, I mean, I want to move to a different team, right? So I know Klay has a big ego, right? So do you guys agree he's still maybe a top 10 shooting guard in the NBA right now?
I would say so. I can't name 9 better than him. Devin Booker.
Right.
Jamal Murray.
So
Donovan Mitchell.
Exactly. So there's a lot of teams out there that would love to have this guy. So, and he's looking for max money. And do you think he would agree to a lower role, knowing that, maybe someone that's going to start ahead of him isn't as good as he is? And, has he indicated that he's able to do that, like accept a role? I mean, I know we love him here and we want to keep him here, but basketball is a business. What have you done for me lately, right?
Yeah.
There's so many teams that would love to have him. So what's you guys' take on that?
I think Klay Thompson could evolve into that role. I think he has somebody right in his corner who he could talk to it about. His father, Michael Thompson, who was the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. He'd go right there and talk to Michael Thompson. How did you accept it? How'd you accept coming off the? If that's what it comes to, I think he could accept it. I'm not going to be in the camp of assuming that he's going to be selfish and his ego won't allow him to do it when around his own team. Steph Curry did it. Andrew Wiggins did it. Draymond Green did it. Jordan Poole has done it. Kevon Looney has done it. I don't think Clay would have a problem doing it.
There's more sophisticated ways of ranking it. And you were asking, like, you know, is he a top 10 shooting guard? So that would put him in the top third of the league. I'm just going to rattle off these names in a row. These are the player efficiency ratings. You can scoff at it. It's the first thing that I Googled just to look at it. We can break this thing down. They have Clay all the way down at 33 in terms of player efficiency rating. But let me finish. Here are the top names. Here are some of the top names. Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker, James Harden, Bradley Beal, Desmond Bane, Jaylen Brown, Chris Dunn, Zach LaVine, Anthony Edwards, Norman Powell, Josh Giddey, DeJounte Murray, Fred VanVleet, Malik Monk. I mean, we go all the way down. Kevin Porter
DeJounte
Jr.
Murray's a point guard.
Well, I don't even know if Clay is a shooting guard
Anthony
anymore.
Edwards is like a 3.
I don't even know if he's a shooting guard anymore. Right. But you go all the way down. I mean, he's below Austin Reeves, Kelly Oubre Jr. In terms of his player efficiency rating for this last year. That's just one metric. I'm just giving you an ESPN metric.
Yeah, watch the game. Watch the game. See, I'm looking at a list right now, and they have Klay Thompson number 6.
I'm looking at true shooting percentage. Do you want that from shooting guards?
I'm looking at a list right now. Top 20 shooting guards in the game right now. Right now, it was published last month. I'm looking at it, and it has Klay Thompson at number 6. Now, you could say,
is he a shooting guard?
Hey, is he? I don't know. He's a lethal 3-point shooter.
This goes back to the evolution thing.
Again,
I don't think he is a shooting guard.
But it just goes back to positionless basketball. Nobody really, once you get out there and you're playing all these different lineups.
Yeah, but I look at all these players, look at Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker, Harden.
He's a 2 or 3. He's a hybrid. He's
right?
A 2
like
or
I'm looking
3.
at those guys. Those guys can facilitate for themselves and for others.
Okay, but can they make your team better?
Well, yeah.
James Harden
is on winning teams pretty much every year. Like I know we don't like him. He's a pretty tried and true regular season winning player. Well, no, hate him all you want. It's not like he's not making the playoffs every year.
When he scored Game 7, 9 points, second round.
You don't think James Harden's good?
I'm not saying he's not good.
Who had a better year this year, Clay or James Harden?
Clay had a damn good year. James Harden had a good year. James Harden had a really good year.
Pretty good.
James Harden was an All-Star.
We kind of laugh at him. I don't know.
James Harden was at home during the All-Star week, just like Klay Thompson.
Desmond Bane, Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown's more of a 3 to me.
And then what's Tatum? You got him as a stretch 4?
Yes, they're both like hybrids. Again, it's positionless basketball because they're all playing one big lineups.
Yeah, but and when you talk about positionless basketball and you name those two players, they can take turns guarding multiple players.
Right.
Clay has to guard a very specific player.
DeJounte Murray to be, just because he plays alongside Trae Young, is a point guard. DeJounte Murray is a point guard.
I would agree with that.
Bradley Beal stays hurt. Bradley Beal can't stay healthy at all.
Agreed. He's also on bad teams, so I don't know how much they're mailing it in, but I would agree with that. I think Anthony Edwards, we all love the talent. He had a pretty good year this year, but most people would take right now. They're going to take Anthony Edwards over Klay Thompson.
I think Klay. Yeah, I would because of he's younger. He's younger. And he's got a lot of. Anthony Edwards has a chance to be special.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the all-timers.
Do you view Josh Giddey's a facilitator and I think he's
a point guard. To me, he's a point guard. He's a point guard in a big body.
Yeah, and he guards a lot of different people out there. So I mean, what made Klay Thompson so good is that if we were going back shooting guards in terms of the ability to guard and knock down shots, I mean, he would be at the top of all of these lists as we're breaking them down. You start really having these conversations. You're looking, and it's maybe he's a little farther down than we thought. Desmond Bane,
33. Do you think?
I don't think
he's 33. Just to say hypothetical.
No, I don't think he's. No.
That's ridiculous.
But I'm just going off of one metric.
Right.
But I look at someone like Desmond Bane. Clearly, Desmond Bane has taken a lot of leaps forward, and I really like Desmond Bane. I think he's way scrappier on defense than we give him credit for. He can facilitate. He can knock down shots. He's a really, really, really good player.
I don't know about his facilitating. I think his facilitating gets a little overrated. Bane's good.
He's better than Clay
he's
facilitating.
Good. He's good. He's okay. He's all right. Bane's okay.
I'm not saying that he's,
right.
Steph. I'm just saying he's better. He's much better than Clay.
Right. Clay's never really been a facilitator. Let's be honest. Clay's a shooter. Shoot. And so
I know.
And so when I look
you,
at
when
when
all
I
you
look
do
at
is shoot, that
when I look
you're
at,
limited.
and when I see the bad shot making for Klay Thompson, so Desmond Bane averaged. He averaged 1.7 assists, 2.7 assists. This year, he had a career high in 4 assists. So good for him. He's trending upwards. But for his career, he averaged 3 assists. I think Clay's at 2. Great. Klay Thompson, I think, suffered so much. And Steph Curry, too, because we haven't talked about Steph Curry's struggles in L.A. The spacing on the floor. When you got a Klay Thompson who can't handle the ball the way that other shooting guards can, and you're dependent on spacing, and you're depending on others to get you open, screen setting, having the room to chuck up the threes or the mid-range jumper, let's be honest, man, that spacing was not there this year.
I mean, they didn't have John Morant for a long stretches this year.
Tyus Jones is solid, though.
I like. He had a great run.
Tyus Jones is solid.
I like Tyus Jones, but he's a backup.
But
every team had guys in and out.
But he can space the floor. And you think about what they have in the front court, right? With Steven Adams being out. JJJ plays a lot from the three-point line, which creates a lot of space, but he also finishes. And defenses respect Jerry Jackson Jr. We see defenses. You can say guys in and out of lineup, but how many defenses respect Looney and Draymond enough offensively to say, we're not even going to guard those guys? Think about, forget Klay for a second. Forget Klay. And we'll get to the calls in a second. Forget Klay. What about Andrew Wiggins and where he operates? The space that he operates
is dramatically erratic in terms of his production. To me, I never know if he's going to attack on a certain night or if he's just going to bomb and kind of just float. This year, not last year, not the year before, but this year, it just felt like, again, because he was gone for so long. He had a couple of good stretches. He came back, and then he had that one good game, and then he's gone again.
I think you forget as far as before he suffered the right adductor strain, Andrew Wiggins was playing like an all-star.
For what, 10 games?
It was 20 games, plus games.
Okay, so
in December.
less than a fifth this season.
But he was shooting 45 from 3 at 51%. He came out like gangbusters. So I don't know where this erratic play came from. Now, when he came back from the right adductor strain, okay, he was hurt, probably rushed himself back, felt like he was starting to get his rhythm, and boom, he's out 25 games. Just like that, boom. But I'm talking about the spacing that he got to operate with. What does Andrew Wiggins like to do? Right elbow, left elbow, go to the rack.
Top of the key.
Little hook shot. Is that spacing available when guys are camping out in the paint, not guarding Draymond Green and Kevon Looney?
No.
So look how much it affected Andrew Wiggins in that Lakers series or the Kings series. Spacing. Spacing's not there because you got two guys who's in the front court who are not looking for their shot. I think that affected Klay. I think that affected Wiggins. I'm not trying to make excuses for them. It is what it is. It is what it is. So do I expect Klay Thompson to return to 2019 form? No, I do not. I don't think that's ever coming. I never expected that. But this demise of Klay and not accepting roles, and how do we don't know that. Don't know that. But, I guess BPA knows that. Brian Apollo also, I guess he's going to have something to say about it. Go ahead, BPA. Get it off your chest.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Shasky, who's a butcher, who completely agrees with me on this, by the way, Bob. He's letting you run on this path, but there's no scenario, evolution or no evolution, where Klay is worth max money in the NBA, which is what he's paid to be a superstar, and he's not worth half that. Okay, he's a one-way player. You talk about, top shooting guards in the league. He can't guard a guard anymore. Right? So he's a 3 to 4. That's what most NBA analysts would tell you. This guy's like a 3 to 4 more than he is a 2 to 3. He can't guard guards. Shooting guards, point guards, off guards, whatever, combo guards, can't guard him anymore. Or doesn't want to guard him, I don't know. And so, there's just no scenario. Andrew Wiggins makes, what does he make, $29 million? Mm-hmm. Klay makes 40. He's paid to be a superstar. And in this era,
why is he not a superstar, Brian? Brian, why did he get paid? When did he get paid, and why did he get paid, PPA? You got to stop holding on to that. You got to stop holding on to the money and how he got paid. We know what happened. The contract is a sunken cost. It's done. It's over. Get over the money. Get over it. He's never being that player again. And we knew that after those 2 injuries. So why do you keep bringing up the money every time you call about Klay?
Because it matters. Not
with Klay, it doesn't matter anymore. So trade him then. Trade him then.
Wait. I'll let him finish. But to say that the money doesn't matter is
you
that's
paid
not,
him before the two injuries.
No,
we keep harping on the money.
But no one's saying like once you paid him, you paid him. But the consequence of paying him that money and him not being as good as he used to be is it does make it harder to field out the rest of your team. BP, I'll let you continue. Before
you won a championship last year, right?
Of course.
How much money did he make last year? Did you not win a championship?
But there's layers to this
Did you not win a championship last year with the same damn contract?
Bonte, you got it. Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man, right?
No, you bye-bye, Brian. I don't want to hear this no more. You just say the same thing over and over and over again, every day. You say the same thing about Clay. You could just recycle that call from 3 weeks ago. Recycle the call from 6 weeks ago. Recycle the call from 9 weeks ago. It's the same thing over and over. The money, when you pay him $43 million, you got to be a superstar.
Just one second.
Stop.
But at least,
stop.
Yes, I'm not faulting them for paying him the money, and I'm not mad that but we have to at least acknowledge that money for the Warriors is a talking point.
It is.
Okay.
Was it a talking point last year, too, when you won a championship? We're at the parquet floor celebrating?
No, but they made a lot of moves around those guys that all worked. This year, those moves didn't work, and so you're kind
we
of
looked straight to Klay Thompson like, oh, wait, the moves didn't work, so let's look at his contract.
But that's what we do in every business.
All
the
right,
teams
that's not fair.
but
and that's stupid to me.
Well,
that's stupid.
Every
that's stupid. Think about what you just said.
It
didn't work out this year, so let's go point straight to Klay's money and be like, well, you know what? He didn't play up to standards, and we couldn't do this because it. No. Stop.
Bonte, when Disney right now is underperforming, they're going to fire Kathleen Kennedy, like the person who runs the company. They're not going to fire the video editor. And they may fire the video editor to save money when they do a bunch of layoffs. But when you're the part of the head of the company making the most amount of money and
forget all that.
Company's what do you mean?
No, forget all that. That has nothing to do with anything. No, that's not in basketball. This is sports. This is different. Let me ask you, did he not get paid appropriately coming off that 2019 NBA final?
Well, yeah, you were paying him for all the things that he did for you.
Right.
Yes,
and you would have done it again, right? If you go back in time, you would have given him the same contract.
Almost everyone would have, yes. But I also know that when I pay those people, because of how salary caps work, it makes it really difficult to win around the fringes. So when my superstars aren't playing like superstars, it just makes it really hard.
He didn't play like a $43 million player last year, but you won a championship, right?
Yes.
And you had to make minimum moves. Why did everything break down this year with the Golden State Warriors?
My stars didn't play as well. Okay. And the rest of the team wasn't as good and as trusted and didn't play well either.
The guys you wanted to start over Klay Thompson did not perform.
They all didn't. It's not one or the other. It's a catch-all.
But when you paid a man a contract, we didn't know the Achilles injury was going to happen. Derailed everything. And all of a sudden, it's like, damn, now we paid over $70 million for Klay not to play a single game. Not a single game. But you won a championship last year. Let's not forget that. Let's also not forget this guy led the league in three-point makes. Let's not forget that we leaned on the guy in January, February, March when the season was hanging in the balance about not even going to the playoffs. And everybody was kissing his ass then. Everybody was kissing Klay's ass then. I'm tired of hearing the same recycle. The contract. The contract's done. Trade him if you don't want. I don't care. It's coming up on a game sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. Same damn thing with BPA. Same call. Same call every single time. And I'm not taking them no more. That's how that is.
Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access.
Harper, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I don't even like talking about Klay Thompson no more. It's not even fun. It's not even fun for me.
This is Klay Thompson.
So it's not even fun. It's kind of becoming like Jimmy G. It really is. I don't even know what to say. Sorry, BPA, hung up on you. But I knew your call. I knew what you were going to say the whole time. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about 49ers football. What's the Draymond one?
Draymond's got nothing left.
What was that? Before the championship?
I love that.
It was before the championship.
I'm done.
Bonte, during your last segment, you were out of line with your co-host. You need to apologize. I apologize. Asking if I was out of line.
What are you apologizing for?
I don't know.
I know I'm a genius.
I was out of line.
I know I make great salient points that knock you into the corner every single day.
No, actually, I TKO you every day. You guys just don't understand it. Just like the way I picked apart Mark Willard's trade, and now all of a sudden everybody's like, yeah, that would be a bad deal for the Warriors. Or everybody's like, oh, Jaylen Brown and Michael Brogdon. Oh, Andrew Wiggins, get rid of them.
All right, boys. Thank you, Bonte.
No, don't thank me. Don't be that guy, man. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
It's a joke.
No, I'm not. I'm spicy right now.
I know you should
be spicy right now because people don't understand basketball. That's all. Don't understand things. All right.
I just think people have different opinions. You know,
it's a terrible opinion.
Some people want to run it on 3rd and 3. Some people want to, run a little naked boot.
It's the same thing.
Well, you both can get the first down.
And look, let's be real. We know what happened with this basketball team.
What's that?
We know what happened. I don't need to say it again. We know what happened.
Well, they lost to the Lakers?
No. Well, that happened, but we know what happened this season.
Uh-huh.
We know about the vibes. And we're picking apart some things that...
well, I think everything's on the table when you lose. The best corporations relook all of their strategies when they are losing. Some of the best people in the world even relook their strategies when they're winning. Tiger Woods reworked his swing 3 different times coming off of a major. This is Tiger Woods. So can you tinker too much? Yeah, you probably could tinker a little too much when you're Tiger Woods. But at the same time, you're always trying to improve.
Eight 957-9570. Let's go to Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Let's get into some 49er football. Matt Barrows. Now, this is interesting because, Matt, how do you feel about this, man? Forget 49er football for a second. When you fly all over the place covering the 49ers and you cover them on the road. How do you feel about people eating next to you on an airplane?
I don't like it. I wish we were, still old school where people, made an effort when they flew. They dressed in nice clothes, they behaved properly. Now you got people coming on, they take their shoes off, they put their feet up on your footrest behind you. Seat back is down, all sorts of stuff.
Eating crab fries.
Yeah, eating crab fries, eating very smelly food. Sadly, probably most people are still kind of adhering to the societal norms, but all it takes is 1 or 2 of the 250 passengers on that plane, and everybody suffers.
So let me ask you this, Matt: do you remember your flight home from Philly this past season, the NFC Championship game?
I can't say that I do. It didn't stick out for me. Now the game itself, you should ask me about that because the front row of the media is right pressed against the back row of the fans. So their midsections are even with yours. They have no qualms about turning around, knocking on the glass, spitting. It is like you're at a zoo. When you cover a Philly game.
Well, the reason why
concentrate.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because I remember sitting next to you on the flight back from Philly, and the Brock Purdy news broke, and you're writing on your laptop. But I may or may not have busted out some crab fries.
And I said it was inconsiderate.
And he said it was inconsiderate. I said, well, hell, I paid for the seat. I can eat what I want. I'm hungry. And I want to get over the depression of a 49ers loss. But you were so locked in, you didn't even mind it, Matt. And I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, obviously it did not affect me because I don't remember it, but that does happen. I mean, I sometimes will save up work to do so that I can do it on the flight, and it just makes the flight disappear that much faster.
No doubt. All right, OTAs, man. What's your big takeaway so far from OTAs?
Well, I mean, the big thing that everybody was scrutinizing was Trey Lance and Trey Lance's throwing motion. And to me, and I don't want to come off as someone who thinks that he's an expert on this, but it did appear as if it was, more fluid. I thought the ball was coming out of his hand faster. He wasn't overly aggressive with his throws, downfield throws. There was a lot of check down stuff, but even those types of throws, certainly in the Chicago game, and I realized that was sort of uncommon circumstances, but a lot of times the easier the throw, the more difficult it looked, and so he was hitting that short stuff, the short passes to the tight ends and the running backs really well. So I would say that very early, very just a glimpse of the Trey Lance of the 2023 offseason, but it was a good start.
And how did Darnold look?
Basically the same. I mean, they literally had the same stats. This is how pathetic I've become. I chart quarterback stats in May when they're just it's 7-on-7 stuff. But
who had more air yards?
Paying attention to the numbers, they were both 11 and 15 on those, so identical. I thought Darnold was actually a little bit more aggressive through some more downfield stuff. His receivers bailed him out of a couple of tough throws. There were a couple of really nice catches on his passes, but he looked fine. The extremely strong arm with Sam Darnold.
All right, Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, covers the 49ers for The Athletic. Has done a great job covering them for many, many years, formerly of the Sacramento Bee. So what receivers were out there? Was Ayuk out there? Was Debo out there? Who was not at OTAs, I guess I should say?
Yeah, well, just about everybody who's a who's who on that team. It's kind of easier to ask who was participating, right. And that list is George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey of the superstars on this team. Both of those guys practiced, and it was noted by many people that McCaffrey looked like he was going through a mid-November practice or mid-November game. Really, he was going all out. So he stood out, but everybody else. There was no Trent Williams, no Nick Bosa, of course, no Deebo Samuel. Ayuk and Juwan Jennings were being held back. So at one point, Tim Kawakami asked Kyle Shanahan if Trey Lance had been getting all the first-team reps like he was on Tuesday. And Shanahan's answer was, well, first-team reps is sort of a relative term because it's mostly been a mix of second and third-teamers who are working with everybody. So, most of the starters, the would-be starters, were either held back or were just absent for these voluntary sessions.
Last year, guard center guard was kind of up in the air, and obviously Burford and Banks, and then they got great production out of Brendel at the center position. This year, because Mike McGlinchey's gone, feels like there's a competition or a spot open at right tackle. So, who are the options? Did you get a chance to take a look at them? I know it's not profound what we're seeing at practice, but what are your thoughts on right tackle? Because I'm a little worried. I'm not going to lie there.
Yeah, I think that if you ask most fans, they would cite that as the biggest worry because it's a relative unknown that they've circled as the successor to Mike McGlinchey, and that's Colton McKivitz, and he was there. He was the starting right tackle. There was no Trent Williams. So Jalen Moore was getting all the left tackle snaps, and I say all the it was the offensive line and the defensive line who were mostly kind of off on their own because the team drills were just 7-on-7 stuff. So no linemen when Sam Darnold and Trey Lance were throwing. So we really didn't get a long look at them. And by the way, that's the reason why Trent Williams isn't here. It's because they're really not doing a lot of serious work on the offensive line right now. So I think they figured there's no real reason to have, I forget what year Trent Williams is in, 15-year veteran, whatever he is. No reason for him to be there. But I would say that McKivitz is penciled in as the starter right now. Jalen Moore has a chance overtake him. And then the other guy in the mix is Matt Pryor, who's a veteran. He can play all over the line. They know what they're getting with him. But those would be the three guys, none of whom is a superstar. But, at this point last year, as you noted, we were all questioning Jake Brendel, and Aaron Banks hadn't had a good rookie year. And who's this guy, Spencer Burford, that they took in the fifth round, or the fourth round rather. And so, at some point you sort of have to trust the judgment. And it's all coming from Chris Foerster, the offensive line coach. And he proved last year that he did have an eye, and he did have a plan for these guys, and it mostly worked out really well. I thought that Burford looked really good. I thought Banks looked really good just from the eyeball test this week. So I would say that that's a strength of this team, with the question mark being, can McKivitz kind of do what Jake Brendel did at center last year?
Right. Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, 49ers insider for The Athletic. Going back to the quarterbacks for a second, it's probably premature to ask this question. Probably won't know anything until training camp and the updated Brock Purdy news, but as well as the new changes to the quarterback rule where you can dress three so you don't have a situation like you did in the NFC Championship game where the Niners are basically playing running backs at quarterback. Do you see, no matter how it shakes out, the 49ers keeping all three quarterbacks on the roster throughout the season in Darnold, Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the only thing that could be a hiccup there is if Brock Purdy comes back, say, in late August, or maybe it's even early September, and he's not quite ready to take over. He needs a little bit more time. The question would be, does he start the year on PUP, which would create a roster space for the first 4 weeks of the season? So, that scenario is in play. Injuries are always in play, but yeah, that's how I see it. And so, it affects every other position really. Last year, for example, the 49ers kept only 5 wide receivers on the active roster. That's a small amount in the NFL. This has become such a wide receiver dominant league that most teams keep 6 or 7. The 49ers had 5. And so you're starting to kind of do the roster numbers, and you think, okay, if they keep 3 quarterbacks, there's no way they can go to 6 wide receivers. It's always going to be the minimum number for a lot of these positions. So, but yeah, I think that's the way it's going to go this season.
When I went to practices last year and obviously the year prior, there's a level of stars across the board for the Niners. And so, like, when you watch Fred Warner competing in these drills, competing in 11-on-11s, like, there's a level of intensity that is maintained at all times. Are you still sensing that same hunger, like, team-wide, that there's been in years past?
It's too early to ask that because, I mean,
Do you get my question?
It was sort of a glorified walkthrough this week. I mean, it's all sort of an ease in. When they went to 11-on-11s, for example, they did them with, it was maybe a dozen snaps, and nobody had helmets on. And I'd never seen that before. They're in pads, but there was no helmets, and the idea was, to sort of guard against going all out. That you guys are still easing into it. You're not wearing helmets, so don't go crashing into the guy across from you. So it's hard to have that intensity when you have that built-in caution. And Fred Warner was there. He was in his uniform, but he wasn't taking part. He was coaching up the younger linebackers. So we're not really into that yet. I think June will be the first time we see the majority of the guys, the Fred Warners, the Nick Boses, the Trent Williams out there. We see them in their full uniforms. We see them going. But I fully anticipate that intensity is there. Fred Warner never shuts off.
Dude.
He is revving at all times. And it's really remarkable to see somebody, to rev up to that level and to maintain it constantly is a feat. It reminds me of the stories I hear about what Ronnie Lott used to do. He used to ratchet up the intensity on that defensive team. Joe Montana was doing the same thing on offense, and you would have these practices that were regular season-like levels. And that's why when they came to play on Sunday, they were so much better than everybody else because they practice at such a high level. And I think that's the goal and it's really Fred Warner who's trying to do that. And sometimes it ticks off his offensive teammates. We saw that last year with Brandon Ayuk. Warner can get a little bit too rough, but I think that the overall intention there is a good one, and it lifts the whole franchise.
Real quick before we let you go, Maddie, one conversation we were having yesterday was about the edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa. And it could be Drake Jackson, who I know has put on some weight. I know they signed Clelin Ferrell from the Las Vegas Raiders, former Clemson Tiger. Kerry Hyder Jr. still around. Do you see them going out looking for maybe another edge rusher, or is Drake Jackson going to be ready to? Because I'm seeing some names out there: Yannick Ngakoue, Frank Clark from Kansas City. I know he's got some checker pass off the field, but he's a damn good player, and we see what he does in the playoffs. Do you see the Niners maybe going after another edge rusher during training camp, maybe in July, maybe when some cuts are made?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the time that they do it. They would get an assessment. I mean, there's no Nick Bosa there now. So the silver lining in that is that the Drake Jacksons, Clelin Ferrells get a lot of snaps. So the 49ers are going to know heading into training camp, or at least have a sense of what they have there. And if they say, you know what, we think that Drake Jackson is still sort of developing. We still think that he's a year away. Why don't we bring in Yannick or somebody else? And by the way, Yannick is kind of out of central casting for what the 49ers want as their sort of third down rusher, a guy who runs the arc really well, can kind of operate out of that wide 9 position and hit the quarterback. That he does one thing really well, and that's it. So it fits in a lot of ways. Obviously, he would cost you a pretty penny, and that would be the determination that the 49ers have to make. But my point is that I don't think any of those guys wants to really kind of be in a camp right now. I think that they'd rather kind of wait for an opening, an obvious place for them to land, and skip a lot of the drudgery of the off season. But I think that's a possibility. I think the 49ers would much rather Drake Jackson sort of seize the moment, seize the opportunity, and become that bookend for Nick Bosa.
Speaking of Nick, any news on an extension?
No, I think that's going to be crickets chirping until late July, and I think it's going to heat up then. And the question will be, do they get it done before the first day of training camp? Is it the first week? I think that's the way it's going to go.
All right, Matt. Good stuff as always. Good to have you back on the roast. I know OTAs is glorified. It's not even real practice yet. Just shorts and jerseys, but it will definitely heat up once training camp starts, and we'll have full-blown questions about the quarterback spot as well as the edge rushers, contract extensions, all that stuff. Matt, thanks so much for the time.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Anytime. Matt Barrows here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Did not notice the crab fries that I was eating on the way back to Philadelphia.
Are you surprised?
I told you. People don't be paid attention. It's all good.
Well, no, he also told you that he doesn't like when people take their shoes off, eat. He thinks you should dress. I think dressing up in a suit is a little too much.
Yeah, I'm in straight sweats or shirts.
It's all about team comfort.
Hoodie,
I need to shower immediately after I get off a plane.
Absolutely. Planes are
so dirty.
Just get that icky feeling from them. Oh, my God.
Back to 49er practice. One thing that is so evident when you go to these practices, whether as a fan, a member of the media, he's talking about like Fred Warner. And I talked a lot last year leading up into the season. Fred Warner at practice is out of control in a good way. His back and forth with Trey Lance, I thought was super compelling to watch. Just the two of them audibling or shifting or adjusting the offense and the defense, trying to play the chess match pre-snap with each other. And then after the ball snapped, obviously Warner's flying all over the place trying to make plays, but he's always in the mix with guys. You just notice right away when you're out there, they've got so many high-level players. Like, they've done such a great job building a ridiculous roster. Debo's a high-level player. Brandon, and not the greatest practice player, but a high-level stud that you unleash on game day. Brandon Ayuk, a tactician. Trent Williams, a monster. Aaron Banks looked good in practice. Burford is huge. George Kittle is like a Porsche. I mean, he's pristine. This is how fast he is compared to some of the guys his height and size. I can't wait to see Christian McCaffrey. You flip it to the other side of the defense. You got Bosa, who is chiseled out of granite. Can't wait to see Javon Hargraves this year. Armstead's humongous. Fred Warner flying around. Greenlaw so fast. They've just got studs everywhere. And when you're watching the drills, you're like, they execute at such a high level. I think it's incredible to watch.
Trey Lance talked after practice, and he was talking about coming into the season and his finger injury and the mechanics and what he learned from Mahomes. So I want to go through some of that sound here. Here's the first one with coming into the season with Brock as the QB1.
That's the same thing I told you guys last year at the end of the year. My opportunity is just to come in and compete, and that's all I wanted. So for me, I don't want to take anything away from Brock, and no one should be able to take anything away from Brock. He did what he did last year, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it. Like I said, for me, I just wanted an opportunity to compete.
Opportunity to compete, and he's going to get that opportunity to compete against Sam Darnold right now and in training camp.
I feel like he's handling this really well. The bounce in his voice there, like that's exactly the way he should be looking at things right now. And it also feels like a guy who's got some confidence as well, like humility, confidence, awareness.
He's a classy young man.
Yeah, man, I really like the way he's sounding there.
Here's Trey Lance on the broken finger and how it impacted his mechanics from his rookie season.
My rookie year was definitely the hardest just because I couldn't straighten it. It was my pointer finger, and I couldn't straighten it after that third preseason game when it happened. But coming through my rookie year and finishing that, like I said, my goal that offseason was just to get as healthy as possible. First and foremost, just be able to get my finger as straight as I can. And felt like I got close to that point, but spent a lot more time, rehabbing that and trying to figure that out and relearn, my grip and throwing and everything like that than I did versus this offseason being able to focus on the things that I need to focus on.
All right, here's Trey Lance on what he learned from Patrick Mahomes this past offseason.
Being able to be around Pat was awesome. Just pick his brain, learn about just the type of guy he is, how he spends his free time off season, and then more about his in-season schedule as well.
And then, of course, all the trade rumors that were swirling, and they're still swirling right now.
No, not at all. I knew where I wanted to be. Even going back, like I said last year, I just want an opportunity to compete. For me, I love it here. I love the coaching staff. I love working with Greasy and Clay and now Clint as well. Love the quarterback room. Love the guys in the locker room. No doubt for me, this is absolutely where I want to be.
This is where I want to be. There's an 8 Dog song there.
This is where I want to be. Riding with my friend. Did we underestimate the finger injury?
I think we did.
I know I did.
I think we did.
I mean, the fact that he said he couldn't straighten it, it feels like a very underreported thing.
Yep.
I don't think it's excuse making. I think it's explanation.
I got sidetracked because this has been popping in my phone
all
day. Moses Moody unfollowing the Golden State Warriors on Instagram.
Who tracks these things?
Obviously somebody. I don't know what it means. Wow. I don't know. Players do it all the time. They do it all the time. But the finger injury.
I gotta
go. I think, the thing about the finger injury.
That's such a great drop.
It is a really good drop. The thing about the finger injury is Shanahan tipped his head. Or actually, he revealed something last year.
He tipped his finger?
He didn't tip his finger, but he revealed something, maybe with his finger or pointing. Like, hey, I'm going to reveal to you guys that there was at one point a competition in training camp during Trey Lance's rookie year. Kyle Shanahan admitted that. There was a little bit of a competition. And the finger injury, remember that last preseason game against the Raiders? Jimmy and Trey Lance were alternating plays with the ones. Trey was coming in, Jimmy was coming in, Trey was coming back in, Jimmy was coming in. Were you at that game?
No. I was in Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Celebrating because of COVID, we had to push it back, my 10-year anniversary.
All right, there you go. Probably good.
But I remember watching that game in Santa Barbara, frustrated because of the streaming stuff. It's a long story, but yes, I remember.
So they were alternating on that first series.
I bet it was around August 20th of 2021.
Maybe.
I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, I hope you remember your anniversary date. That wouldn't be good.
Well, my anniversary is August 21st.
Well, there you go.
And I did that on purpose to avoid week 1.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Nope. And I'm so glad we did.
So you get that, and the finger injury happens, and Trey Lance obviously could practice for about a week, and then he comes in, he throws the first touchdown pass of the season. Maybe we did underestimate that finger injury. They also suffered a knee injury against Arizona in his first career start. So we don't give him the benefit of the doubt. I know he got hurt last year and he was running the ball. So there it is. All we know is this. This feels like a make it or break it season with Trey Lance with the 49ers.
As in, like, he won't be employed by the 49ers?
Well, they had that fifth-year option that they're going to have to decide on.
It doesn't mean they can't re-sign him. I mean...
But would he want to re-sign here if Brock Purdy's here?
Haven't we learned the lesson? Bonte, how many times did you think Alex Smith was done with the Niners?
I don't think Trey Lance is done.
How many times did we think Jimmy Garoppolo was done with the 49ers? Anybody who speaks in clear certainty, one way or other, regarding any quarterback thing with the 49ers, they're snitching on themselves. They're telling me they don't know what they're even talking about. None of us know. Literally none of us know. I don't even know if Shanahan knows what he wants, what he's looking for. And I love Shanahan, but clearly he's got a blind spot when it comes to these quarterback things. Like, I don't even, dude. If you told me Trey made the team, started as the backup, someone went down, he went in, he played well, I'd believe that. If you said he didn't play at all this year, I'd believe that. I'll believe anything.
If Trey's not good for the Niners this year, I don't think he's back. I have to just say that. That's just, I'm going to have an opinion on it.
How many times did you think Jimmy was gone?
I thought he was gone last year.
No, but how many times do you think? 3 or 4?
But he actually played.
No, I know, but how many times?
I thought he was gone I thought he was gone a long time. I thought he was gone last year.
I thought he was gone after the Super Bowl.
He came back.
I thought he was gone.
I didn't think he was gone after the Super Bowl.
After 2020?
After the Super Bowl, I didn't think he was gone.
Okay, well, I did. After 2020, I thought he was gone.
I didn't think he was gone after
the
2020.
high ankle sprain injury?
Yeah, I didn't think he was gone then.
When they moved to Arizona?
I didn't think he was gone.
After 2021?
Didn't think it was gone. Oh, last year. That's last year. Yeah. That's the one time I thought he was gone. But after 2019, I said, I didn't think he was gone. I didn't think he could leave.
Oh.
You had his first postseason run. You made the Super Bowl. Again, a lot of quarterbacks. We got the list of quarterbacks who struggled in their first few. I don't think Peyton Manning won a playoff game his first 6 times in the postseason, maybe 5 times, whatever it was. Ben Roethlisberger struggled his first few postseason runs. Struggles happen. But I didn't think Jimmy was gone until last year. I thought finally, okay, Jimmy's gone. Shanahan said it. Jimmy was like, hey, it's been real, Niner fans. And next thing you know, we're doing an IG Live from the hot tub saying, why is Jimmy back?
How many first quarter snaps, not late game snaps, first quarter snaps? How many different quarterbacks will take first quarter snaps this year? If you were to set the over-under.
I think all 3 quarterbacks will take some snaps.
Yeah, I would go 2.5 over-under.
Can a quarterback stay healthy in San Francisco?
And I'd hammer the over.
Can a quarterback stay healthy? And is that an indictment on Shanahan that quarterbacks can't stay healthy? Or is it the offensive line? I don't. That's the sad part. Quarterbacks can't stay healthy.
Well, that too. I was also thinking about this because I think this is an angle, and we don't have to get into it very deep. But like everyone's like, Brock. And I saw Tim Kawakami wrote an article, you got to read between the lines, and Shanahan saying it's Brock. Okay. Totally hear you. And yeah, I probably would do the same thing.
Well, the players are also saying it too.
Well, yeah, let's play this game. How many bad weeks, how many bad losses does Purdy have in terms of equity to keep Sam Darnold from coming off the bench, to keep Trey Lance from coming off the bench? Has he earned an entire year's worth of struggling?
I don't know.
Say hypothetically he comes back and they're 4-4 and he's nowhere near the guy that was.
Got to go back to the guys. If Trey started the first 5 weeks and they're 4-1, I can't go back to Purdy. I just roll with Trey.
Isn't
it? And like if you're the 49ers.
I feel like you got to play the hot hand regardless. But I hear you.
But if you're the 49ers, and I get it, you're in the business of winning. But when you think about, and I know, look, we keep bringing up Clay's contract, and I don't like it. And I kind of don't like it when we bring up the trade, whatnot. It's over. It's done. But you made the trade, and you gave up the picks that you gave up to go get Trey Lance. But if you're the 49ers and you do all that, bless you, you do all that, man, don't the 49ers want Trey to take this job? Don't they want to say, boy, we made the right decision? Boy,
you talking about in like a perfect world?
Just period. Trey Lance, don't the 49ers, if you're Shanahan and Lynch, wouldn't you want Trey deep down inside?
You would think that because, then it justifies all the moves prior,
all the moves you made,
and the convictions, and maybe the process wasn't perfect, but you got the results you were looking for. Yeah, I could see that.
Right.
But I also think at the end of the day, a lot of these organizations, like, did we win? Like, are we winning at the highest level is the number one thing. And were the decisions that we made along the way justifiable?
So I Yeah, you got to win. You haven't won anything yet. So I don't know. It just feels like if I was running the Niners, I'm like, I need this number 3 pick to pan out. I need it to pan. I need Trey Lance.
Well, Solomon Thomas didn't pan out at all, and they still had a lot of success.
Yeah, they did. You're able to overcome that. But how many years can you continue to overcome that?
Yeah.
Now we're down to Sam Darnold to Brock Purdy. You're relying on one who was the last pick of the NFL draft, and you're relying on another guy who's played for 5 seasons and has been a turnover machine. That's where we're at now. And again, it's year 7. And we still don't know who the quarterback is going to be for the foreseeable future.
We've compared Trey to the other quarterbacks taken in the top, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields. Will we also do that with Brock Purdy, or is it house money because of where he was drafted? Like, is everything with Brock Purdy kind of house money, how you're viewing it?
It's a good question.
Do you get where I'm going?
No, it's a good question.
And I don't want to talk about him in the past form. I'm not trying to.
If he fizzles out,
it was like, yeah, you squeezed the lemon.
Yeah, you squeezed the lemon. But when the way he played,
right,
the way that crowd popped,
felt real.
The way people love Purdy,
sure looked real.
I don't know if I could give that equity because now we've seen it.
So, like, because to me, all this draft talk and the stats, once you get selected and once you're on the team. Yeah, the only thing that, like, it stings where you took someone in terms of value or what you've given up to get someone, but now you're just a player.
Yeah.
Like, so like I've heard him say, like, we have 2 top 5 picks in Darnold and Trey Lance. Yeah, none of that matters. Like it did. Yes, that's where they were selected, and that's part of their resume, but that has zero, like, input on where we're at right now. Are they good or not?
Spot winning, right? Is this? Let me ask you this, then. Forget all that.
Because they have a 3rd-round running back right now, Tyrion Davis-Price, who.
Right.
Does anyone care that Jordan Mason was an undrafted free agent? No.
Nobody cares.
Mason's the better football player up to this point.
By the way, the NBA just announced, Shams Charania, as sources, the NBA's competition committee is discussing potential of in-game penalty for flops that would result in technical foul free throw. Trial is possible at Summer League in July. Again, the NBA's competition committee is discussing potential in-game penalty for flops that will result in a technical free throw. So if you flop, you're going to get popped for it. I like that, actually.
You going to compare Jimmy G to Brock Purdy this year?
No, I'm not.
You think fans will?
Yeah. What Jimmy couldn't do. This is what Jimmy couldn't do. See, Brock could do this. Jimmy couldn't.
If Jimmy goes like 4-1 with the Raiders to start the year, and then the Niners go like 2-2 or 2-3,
we're going to be looking at Jimmy G all the time. But I've moved on, man. I've moved on. It's about Trey, it's about Darnold, and it's about Brock. But my question is, are any of these 3 quarterbacks? Because we talk about the Warriors, and we've talked about them as this season has been a failure, right? 2nd round loss to the LA Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
The season was a failure.
Championship aspirations. Right? Like, that's where we're at with the Niners.
So that's where we're at with the Niners, right?
The feel-goods of going to these NFC Championship games have now gotten to the point, and this is where Harbaugh was.
So let me ask you this.
3 NFC Championship appearances, and it was like, all right, but you now have to win the big one.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan's in that seat.
No, I'm saying the fan.
Right,
like,
the fan perspective.
We can't take any more heartbreak at the doorstep.
So let me ask this. Are any one of these 3 quarterbacks that the Niners have on a roster good enough to help you win a Super Bowl? If that's what it's about.
It's still TBD to me. If Jalen Hurts came back down to earth a little, it was still good, but not as good as he was last year, would you be surprised?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would be. Like, if he came back just a little.
Well,
he was so good last
He
year.
was so good.
So, I mean, you can make an argument he was the MVP of the league.
He was really good, but he still got that offensive line back. Still had, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if he struggles a little?
Yeah, I could see that.
More this year.
I could see that.
That's a tougher division this year.
I would be surprised. Defenses are a little bit better in that division.
Right.
I would be surprised if he came back down a little bit, but if you're the 49ers, again.
Our division seems so weak compared to the NFC East.
But that's the thing. Can you win a Super Bowl with the 3 quarterbacks on your roster? Because anything else this year at the Niners, because you just went down the list at practice, right?
Dude,
I agree with all that.
They're freaking loaded.
You talked about Warner. You talked about everything.
I didn't even bring up Talanoa
Hufanga.
I need to get to the weekend.
Honestly, if they have a loaded roster, and the quarterback, again, is the one spot that we keep talking about saying, can you win with these quarterbacks you have? And we're in year 7, and this roster's been loaded basically since 2019. I don't know if you can win a Super Bowl on the roster. And therefore, would the season be a failure for the 49ers if you don't win that Lombardi? Because it feels like, again, coming off the NFC Championship loss, all the excuses were made.
Yeah.
And we looked weak. I mean, I'm sorry. Debo said some things. Juszczyk said some things.
How Trent Williams throwing guys?
I mean, we looked classless, and we sounded classless after that NFC Championship game.
The kicker was talking.
Robbie Gould was talking smack. I mean, it was bad. We went down bad after that Eagles game. So now, Philadelphia remembers it. Everybody in the league remembers it. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to bounce back?
Looking at the NFC, Seattle's in your division. They feel formidable. I still feel like maybe I'm not ready to write the Rams off just yet, even though I know the league is. I think we're going to hear from them. I don't know how good they'll be, but I'm not ready to write them off. I am ready to write off Arizona. Green Bay, wait and see. I like Detroit. The Bears feel far away. Minnesota, not sure. I just not sure. NFC South feels like weakness, right?
It's about Philly, right?
It's the NFC East. I look at that division plus Seattle, and again, maybe Detroit and Minnesota, and we'll see with Green Bay. Like, the Niners should be a top 3 team in the NFC.
But that's not good enough, right?
No. The ultimate goal is winning it all. But I'm saying like regular season.
It's about winning a Super Bowl. And they've gotten out to slow starts the last 2 years, which has cost them home field advantage. Get out to another slow start with those powerhouse teams in the NFC East. Now, maybe they beat up each other a little bit, and maybe you don't get a team that's, like the Philadelphia Eagles, where they only have 2 losses in a regular season or whatever they had last year to get the number 1 seed. I don't know, man. I'm looking at the quarterbacks. I'm trying to find one that could help me win the Lombardi.
I want to see who has more success, the Niners quarterbacks as a whole or Jordan Love. Because I'm really interested to see what Jordan Love looks like with LaFleur.
Wow. I kind of like Jordan Love.
You're like one of the few that does.
I kind of like Jordan Love.
He just looks so overwhelmed in that one Chiefs game that I saw. Now that's a one sample.
That's one game, but later on, do you realize he played the Eagles, right? Monday Night Football.
He looked okay.
He looked pretty damn good in that game.
I know.
Pretty good in that game.
But that team was so weak.
Who, the Packers?
Yeah.
Christian Watson, Aaron Jones. I don't know, man. I think Jordan Love's going to be all right. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by 7-Eleven. Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler going to join us at 9:30 to talk a little Giants. We'll get into that coming up on the other side here on The Roast.
At 7-Eleven, our hot coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise.
Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
My name is Furl. I'm the owner of that building. I'm a stoner and I'm chilling.
I want to say something, but I'm not going to do it.
Say it.
Nope, not going to do it.
Why don't we bring to air the conversation we were just having off air?
You can.
All right. What is the greatest San Francisco rap album of all time? One album by itself. Bonte, what do you think
going
yours
Hustle
is?
Continues.
You're going to go Hustle Continues, San Quinn.
I gotta stand up for my Philmonian.
Okay.
Or you could go Rapid Forte.
I think it's in terms of best album start to finish, and in terms of like appeal across the board, I'm gonna go Rapid Forte, Don't Fight the Feeling. I also think 11.5 A1 Yola has thrown their name and their hat into the mix, and you got to have obviously the RBL Posse, Ruthless by Law.
Not bad.
It's a great album.
Not bad. SFA Drummer, RBL Posse, less is to be learned.
See,
Larry June out the trunk. Larry June's his catalog is actually starting to grow.
Does Nicotina have a spot here? Daiquiri Factory? Hate You With a Passion?
I'm still going Hustle Continues, man. That's my personal.
Okay.
That's my personal. By the way, that Mac Dre song, where's that rank on the Mac Dre catalog?
I think for most people it's probably number one.
Yeah, see, that's.
But I don't think it's one. But it is number one for most people.
Probably the most popular, I would say.
It's the most popular.
It's like when people play Too Short's Blow Your Whistle. It's
Yeah.
like, bro, I think his greatest album is either Get In Where You Fit In or Cocktails, but no one else does. So
I do. I don't. I think that song that you just played. I don't even think it's in top 10
For Mac Dre.
For Mac Dre.
So what is your number one Mac Dre song?
I love Yokin. Boom, boom, Grown Stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of
The
my
Al
favorites.
Boo Boo album.
The Al Boo
First
Boo
song.
album is great. It's the first song on there. Sometimes you can't even go past it. You rewind and go back and listen to it again. I just don't think that last song was top 10 in Mac Dre. He's got so many hits. So many. Can't Know, Brother. Now, it's something different. I'm just
I think
trying
his
to
best
paraphrase.
verse is on the Rompilation, Eternal. Dun, 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 dun. That I think is his best verse of all time.
I love his verse on Can't Know, Brother.
Okay.
And you can find it on his greatest hits, where he says, real chick from a mile away. And I will spit when she smile at Dre. Remember that one? That
Of course
verse?
I know.
Yeah, that
I
verse.
think his GOAT song is Since 84, for being real. It's just that guitar just in the beginning is just so sick.
Anyway, always fun talking.
I need you like Jaws need a raincoat.
Well, the reason I started thinking about this is because I know Gabe Kapler has been putting a lot of music at the beginning of the year, because we're going to have him on here in about, 8 minutes. He was putting a ton of rap stuff out there in terms of kind of arguing with people what are the greatest albums of all time.
Yeah, he replied to me. I was. Someone could get into that with Gabe Kapler. The Giants lost yesterday to Minnesota, 7-1. How we feeling about the Giants? I did want to bring this up. Thinking about it on the way in, Brandon Crawford, and how it's ending for him. And it doesn't even feel like, I think the Giants are maybe coming to a conclusion. And maybe there's a conversation. Maybe we could ask Kapler, are they getting to a point where it's not even Brandon Crawford's job anymore? Where it's like, Casey Schmidt, you're the starting shortstop. And Crawford's coming off the bench. Are we there with that?
Weren't we kind of here a couple of years ago before the resurgence? Well, I mean, this is Gabe Kapler was the guy who removed him as a defensive substitute out of the game in the first ever game he managed in the 2020 season.
And he was not happy.
And then, he had an 2020. 2021 was awesome. And then you look at his baseball reference page, or his card, as we used to say back in the day, and 2021 does feel like an outlier. He got the extension, which he deserved, he earned, and I wanted him around. I think he brings a lot of value being in that dugout. I don't know about value on the field at this point, but he's still, even in a diminished phase, he's still, even if Casey's your number one shortstop, he's still going to get starts at shortstop. Like he is.
But should he be the starting shortstop?
Right now, their best defensive lineup, I believe, is Estrada at second, Schmidt at short, J.D. Davis at third. And I did not think that would be a sentence I would say out loud, because J.D. Davis has taken huge strides forward, and so has Estrada as defensive players.
See, Mark Graves makes a good point here. Crawford is now a one-day-a-week player now. maybe a 2-day player a week. You know what I'm saying? Like I was watching him yesterday, the errors, and he just doesn't look right. He's battling injuries. He came into the season injured. He just came off the IL. It just feels like we're seeing the last of Brandon Crawford. The last of it. Now,
how do you feel about that?
It was going to come at some point. Think about it. I think Brandon Crawford has overachieved in his career. When you think about it, what are the expectations for Brandon Crawford coming in to the Giants farm system? I think he has exceeded expectations.
Where do you have him in your lifetime as a Giant? Like, is he a top 10 Giant in your lifetime?
I don't know if he's top 10. My lifetime, just right off the rip.
Yeah. Just no order. Just off the top of your head. When you think of this is
Bonds,
not formal.
Posey, Matt Williams,
3,
Kent.
4. You got him higher than those guys. You've got those guys higher than him.
Will Clark.
Okay, I would agree on some of these.
And then you got the pitching aspect. Kane, Lincecum, Bumgarner. Man, even Billy Swift wasn't around too long enough.
Yeah.
You could argue and put Woody in that top 10.
Oh, I love Woody. Woody's one of my favorite
Brady Crawford
pitchers of all time.
Then you got Rob Nin, you got Brian Wilson, you got Rob Beck. Hell, you got Robbie Thompson. You got some players.
I know.
Brandon Belt.
I got Crawford over Belt, but that's
a lot of people
personal
put Brandon
preference.
Belt over
Crawford.
I
know, and that's personal preference. I think he's a top 10 guy in my lifetime. I do. I think he's earned that. I would say that his body of work is more comprehensive than Matt Cain's, though Matt Cain's highs were higher. Matt Williams, I love Matt Williams, and he means so much to me. And I think his best years were better than Crawford's, but I look at body of work and what Crawford means as a guy who grew up as a Giant. That means something to me. Like, it really does. And playing the shortstop position, just because that's like one of my favorite spots, like that has even more value to me. I never thought I'd see somebody be more of a guy that I love. Because Rich Aurelio was my guy. I love Rich Aurelio. Richie Aurelio was my guy. And Crawford jumped him. And I didn't think I would have that happen. I love Brandon Crawford. It is sad to see him go out like this, but like, dude, he's had an unbelievable career. And if they even keep him around next year, just to have as a guy in the dugout, I'm not going to be mad at them. This ain't like some of the other sports where the financial restrictions can prohibit you from keeping a guy like him on the roster.
This is it for him. I think we're seeing the last.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. It feels like it. JT Snow. Yeah, I forgot about JT Snow. JT Snow's good.
Well, I've got JT Snow on my list over Brandon Belt.
Oh, not even close. I don't even think there's an argument.
But I'm jaded on Belt, but that's fine.
No, I'm not jaded on Belt. I just thought JT Snow was a better overall first baseman.
Like, I have Jason Schmidt in my top 10. Schmidt was a top 10 Giant for me in my lifetime. His highs were as high as anyone else's highs.
He was good. He was really good. I was shocked how good he was when he came over to the Giants.
Bro, he was amazing. Jason Schmidt, the Jason Schmidt years, whoo!
Would you say Crawford exceeded expectations with the Giants?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I thought he'd be like a 4 or 5 year player. You know, we had like Brian Bocock,
right.
and who was the other guy who was playing shortstop? Cody Ransom. You know what I mean? And Emmanuel Burris, and some of these like random middle infielders that never materialized.
He's stuck, man. He had some big moments too in the playoffs. Big moments. Let's get to Will M. Marin. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Will.
Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say real quick, the best Mac Dre song is either Not My Job or Doing What I Do. Just go back and listen to those. And some of the lyrics in that is absolute fire and ahead of their time. That's all I'm going to say. And another Giant that I have above Crawford, no disrespect, but he's one of the most underrated and underappreciated Giants, and all he did was come in and deal for us, is my boy Jason Schmidt. 96 mile an hour over the top cheddar with a curveball that fell off of the table. That guy was so underappreciated, and I miss him every day.
Totally agree. If he pitches another time in that Marlins series, we don't lose.
Yeah, well,
in 03.
Him and Alu got into it over that one, right?
Yep.
And I think people don't like him because he signed with the Dodgers.
Yeah, but I agree. That I agree with.
But he was an absolute pumpkin with the Dodgers, though, so I'm willing to overlook
terrible.
that.
He was terrible. Those Giants years, when he got traded,
Give
it happened.
me some of those years.
It happened. I was like, oh my God.
Are you looking at it right now?
Yeah, 13-8, 17-5, 18-7, 12-7, 11-9. Just look at the ERA. 3.39, 3.45, 2.34, 3.20.
2.35.
Then he had the 4.40 ERA, did the 3.6 in 2006 with the strikeout numbers. 196, 208, 251, 165, 180. He was a Hawk. Remember, he was in the Braves system, too. That was crazy about the Jason Schmidt
What was
thing.
the deal that they got Schmidt? What was that deal?
It was they got the Giants.
Armando
got,
Rios?
Yeah, it was Armando Rios and Ryan Vogelsong to the
Vogelsong!
Pirates, and then we got
Wow.
Schmidt and then John Vanderwall.
John Vanderwall.
Probably the most lopsided trade in favor of the Giants.
John
ever.
Vanderwall. That's a name I haven't heard in forever. If you say John Vanderwall, I immediately go Desi Wilson. I don't know why. My brain does that.
No, I don't. I just go John Vanderwall.
Well,
I
they
go
were
John
also-
Vanderwall there too.
But Desi Wilson and him were in the system
Right, I know,
simultaneously.
I know,
and
but
those were names that I read on like Giants Pipeline.
Right.
Old school internets when you used to go to like McCovey Chronicles back in the day.
That was a great deal for the Giants.
God, what
Remember,
a great deal.
Rios' first game after the trade was in San Francisco, and the dude got hurt in the first inning. I think that was the end of his career or something. That trade could not have been more lopsided in favor of the Giants.
Yeah, Rios, remember, he got popped in the minors for taking steroids. And
He was number one?
He was just never the same.
Did he wear number 1?
I don't know what number he wore. I do not remember his jersey number, but I'm
Well, I
looking
know
at...
Schmidt wore 29.
Remember Schmidt came into the playoffs, but he had that great game in St. Louis where he was just dealing. Hit the game 1 against the Marlins where he shut them out. That's sad, actually. He didn't get the pitch again in that series. 9 shutout innings, 3 hits. And then they had Sidney Ponson.
Cindy Ponson, the Australian.
They traded at
from
midseason
the Baltimore
for
Orioles.
and he ended up going back to Baltimore.
God,
By the way,
Sidney Ponson.
You see my Orioles though? Pete Yankees 8 right
See
there.
my Orioles?
They're coming to town next week.
You see my Orioles?
Orioles are coming to town next
Halloween
week.
matchup, Giants Orioles.
I gotta go to that Sunday game afternoon, 1 o'clock. Trying to see if I can get some freebies for that one. Go see the O's. Gabe Kapler moments here on the Morning Roast on 95.
So I remember a game in Wrigley, and I wish I could find it or what year it was, but Schmidt went 140 pitches and struck out a zillion guys, and JT Snow made a catch over the shoulder, diving down the first base right field line. It's one of the greatest plays in JT Snow's career.
I think that may have been the same game.
Which one?
That game that you're talking about where JT Snow made 3 plays that game.
Yes.
From first base, and he was putting on a clinic, and it happened in
Did he
the
have a
first
throw
4
too
innings.
in that game?
He had a throw, he had a pick. I mean, he was doing everything in that game. Everything.
God, JT was so sick. I think we've forgotten how great. I think he's the best defensive first baseman of all time, but I'm so jaded. But
I'm not going to go there.
He was so good.
He was good.
God, he was so good.
It was 2004, May 18th. Giants beat the Cubs 1-0. Schmidt struck out 13 and walked 1.
How many pitches?
144 pitches, 92 for strikes.
Wow.
Boy, we have a sickness.
Bonte, regret saying you ain't spending a dime on the Giants Conrad Arenas. I didn't spend a dime on the Philly game. Probably go get some freebies for the Orioles game, too.
Speaking of Crawford, what is the moment you think of for Crawford? Is it the grand slam against the Pirates? Is it the double play with Joe Panic?
That's everybody's. I would say I'm going to go with a different moment. Him setting the tone in Game 4 against Cincinnati. He had a big series. But the Pittsburgh one, that's number 1. All right.
I think the double play with him and Panic is all time.
We got the skip, man. We got Gabe Kapler. Oh, wow. Siri's asking me about the Pirates. What the heck is going on here? Anyway, Gabe Kapler, manager for the Giants. They're hot right now. I know they had a setback yesterday in Minnesota. Check out the Brewers for the start of a 4-game series today. And Skip, welcome back to the Morning Roast. Joe Shaskin, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Before we get into baseball, we see you on Instagram, and you're cooking up some mean steaks. You're out in the wilderness. You're frying things here. Your steak game, was that a priority for you this offseason to pick up your steak game on how to cook a steak?
I feel like my game was pretty strong on that front before the offseason. And I appreciate you noticing, but it's one of my sincere talents. I can cook a steak. I'd be happy to show you guys at some point if you wanted to come over for a barbecue at some point.
I'm 100% in. I mean, the name's Butcher Boy because I was a butcher. My favorite cut is the Chateaubriand. So what's yours?
Probably a ribeye or a strip. I just like either of those cuts with the strip's got the fat around the edges and the ribeye, the marbling throughout. But I like both of them. I just want that good
savory patty taste.
So what do you think about the seasoning? Do you go heavy? Are you heavy on the seasoning? Are you light on the seasoning? Because I noticed a couple times you just showed us some stuff. I'm like, maybe you need a little more garlic salt on that. What do you think? What's your take on that one?
I definitely don't mess with garlic salt, but I'm big on just like a nice coarse sea salt as a rub. I'll use any kind of salt really, and a little bit of pepper. And sometimes I won't even go pepper. Sometimes it's just salt for me, but that's plenty because, again, the flavor is all in the fat.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. What about Milwaukee? It's a good food town. Are you getting a brat? Does Gabe Kapler go bratwurst? What's going on up there in Milwaukee?
I won't say no. I'll tell you that. There's a good brat with some sauerkraut, maybe a little spicy brown mustard. I'm into it. We're at the ballpark now. I'm actually just walking in right now. I'm not sure if I'm going to get to it today, but now that you guys mention it, it sounded tasty.
Yeah, I like it. I've coached a Little League team, and I watch all these Kai Correa videos that you guys have on YouTube about defensive training, and he's really good. I mean, it's really informative, and it's easy to kind of pick some things away and try to utilize them for our Little League team. So thank you guys for posting those. But secondarily, like, heading into the year, I was thinking, like, defense for this team, I don't know, man. It was pretty bad last year, and now we got the shift. And then you look up a couple months in, and I'm like, well, Lamont looks great at first base. Didn't see that coming. Estrada's made huge strides at second. J.D. Davis looks incredible at third. Casey Schmidt obviously has got an elite glove. Was that something you guys really prioritized this offseason, was being a better defensive team?
Yeah, I think so. And all of the players that you mentioned have taken nice steps forward. I think our outfielders have done a nice job as well.
Yeah.
Michael Conforto and Haniger, while they're not Gold Glove elite defenders, they really stabilize things for us. Mike Yastrzemski in center field does a nice job. And then we have a guy on our roster now, Bryce Johnson, who can go out there and play an above average center field. One infielder that you didn't mention was Brett Wisely. And I think we're kind of, it's hard not to get distracted by yesterday's game where we played a sloppy defensive game. We have to be better than that. But for the most part, Wisely's really shined both at second base and center field, and every time Bryce Johnson has been out there, he's done a good job for us as well. So I think our defense is just more stable than it has been in years past. And to answer your question directly, yes, it was a pretty big point of emphasis for us in the offseason and in spring training this year.
Gabe Kapler, manager of the San Francisco Giants, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Also a longtime player, won a World Series with the Boston Red Sox. Gabe, coming into the season, a lot was made about the pitch clock and the lack of shifting. So far through 49 games, what's your take on the pitch clock?
I really like it. I think it sped up the game. I think the brand of baseball is quicker. To be very selfish, I like getting home a half an hour early or so.
Us too.
After games, it means a half an hour more sleep. I'll take that all day, every day.
Yes, sir.
But I think things feel. The game feels like it's being played with slightly more urgency, which I really like right now. I'm into it. How about you guys?
I love it.
Love it. Well, we work at 6 a.m, so we can go to sleep at 9:15, and I could get an extra 30 minutes, and then, I just love it. Like you said, the urgency, it feels like it's a lot more intensity. Guys are just getting in that box, they're swinging, pitchers just throwing. I love the pitch clock. Love it.
Yeah, I think I read some of Buster's quotes, actually, a couple of days ago. I think he was talking about how in the past, when he's been at home with his family and watching games, he feels like he can go do something between pitches, and now he feels like if he walks away or turns away for a second, he might miss something, which I think is exactly the feeling we want Major League Baseball fans to have. Like every pitch that happens is a chance for some action. It's going to be some action on the bases, but you don't want to turn away for too long because you might miss something. So I thought Buster articulated that well.
And also, like, there's the television viewing experience. When we went to the game, my wife, who had season tickets before we even got married, she was like, what I like about it is I know when the ball's going to get put into play, so I can look over. And so even though she's not as diehard, she's like casually watching, it gives her an opportunity to like focus on when the ball's going to be put in play, almost like a shot clock or a play clock in the NFL. So I think it's hitting on all cylinders here.
Yeah, it's like a cadence and a rhythm.
Yep.
I totally understand what you're saying. I think you're right on.
Yeah. I'm looking at Casey Schmidt here, and there's been so much made about, the development of young guys. And, well, you guys have developed some young guys. Estrada's a young guy who you've developed. Logan Webb you've developed. Doval. But it feels like Casey has just breathed life into the team. And I know it's more nuanced than that. But when you guys brought him up, did you know he was going to be this good?
No. I mean, look, we knew that he was going to be a quality defender at third base. We knew that he had a chance and continues to have a chance to be a plus defender at shortstop and second base. We knew that he had really good bat-to-ball skills. So he has a good feel for where the sweet spot on the barrel is, which isn't something that you say about everybody. So he has nice eye-hand coordination. And the one area that we think may be something that he just has to challenge himself to be better at is pitch selection. It's deciding which pitches to go after. And we never want to take away that young, aggressive intensity that he has, where he feels like he can hit any pitch and hit it hard. We want to encourage that, and at the same time, we just want to shrink the zone in which he swings just a tiny bit. And I think if he's able to make that small adjustment, he's going to be a really good hitter for a really long time and has a chance to be a top-of-the-league style of defender at third base and maybe even at shortstop and second as well.
Well said, Cat. Well said. 2021 NL Manager of the Year, World Series champion 04 when he was a player. Gabe Kapler here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So Schmidt's getting a lot of headlines. Conforto Haniger's coming around. They're getting a lot of headlines. J.D. Davis has had a spectacular start to his season. But a guy that nobody talks about is Thairo Estrada, it feels like. And watching him pick it as well as handle the bat, I think he's on his way to an all-star game. We'll get to Camilo Doval in just a second. But Thairo Estrada has been rock steady, not just for this season, but even last year. And I think his last season, despite the struggles you guys had as a team, his season flew under the radar, Cap.
No, I think that's very well said. And why do you think he doesn't get a lot of attention? Because I think he's been a winning player now for us for several years. I think the statistics will tell you that he's one of the top 25 players in baseball right now. So why do you think he's not as popular as he might otherwise be?
Shaq's got to let you get in here. I was going to say maybe he needs to cook more snacks on IG or something to get our attention. I don't know
what it is? You know what it is? Because I think people, they acquired him from the Yankees and, he's already 26 and blah, blah, blah. Like, I watched him every day last year and I was like, okay, him and Wilmer were the two most impactful players last year if you were watching day in and day out. And it was an adventure at times at second base, but this dude just makes plays. And he's the kind of guy, I think, as the game evolves to more speed and you're seeing more just like sense of urgency and playing multiple positions, like he checks off all those boxes. And then in our ballpark, he's a great gap hitter. Like I just love Estrada. I think he's a really good ball player. Why do you think
he's not getting enough love? Just because
I don't know. I don't know. We're obsessed with the home run. I think I like guys who put the ball in play.
I was going to say, he can take you deep, too. And, by the way, I think you guys are alluding to it, so I'm not saying anything you don't know, but he's one of the better base stealers around the game as well. So he does have that all-around game going for him. If I were to put my finger on why he might not get the type of exposure or love that he deserves based on his play, it's because he's a super quiet individual. He doesn't say much, and obviously Spanish is his native language, so we don't get to know his personality. But people inside the clubhouse think the world of him, think he's like one of the best teammates out there, think he's funny and sharp, but it's hard from the outside to get to know a player like that. So that's sort of up to us in the community to talk about the great dude that Thairo is and try to get him some exposure because he's certainly deserving of it with his play, and he's a top-notch individual, so why not?
I think he's playing at an all-star level this year at second base for you guys. And speaking of which, Camilo Doval, he's got swagger. Woo. He's loud with the ice in his ears, the ice around his neck, but he's actually been dealing in the back end. 13 saves. I think he's one of the premier closers of baseball right now. And, I get there's control issues at times here, but Camilo Doval, man, has stepped up. You guys have put the ball in his hands in the ninth inning. I think it's no doubt, man, he's one of the premier closers in the game, and he's headed to the Midsummer Classic.
I think you're right on there as well. And he's become very, very durable. And one thing you guys might not see, but I think is worth noting is he wants the ball all the time. So if he's pitched 2 games in a row, you know how it goes around baseball. Most teams don't like to pitch their pitchers 3 games in a row. Like the back-to-back-to-back thing is something that teams avoid, and I understand why. But if he's gone 2 games in a row and he's thrown 20 pitches in each of those games, and there's a safe situation, he wants the ball. And I really respect that. He bounces back. All of the accolades he's deserving of. Obviously, he throws really hard. The slider's nasty. He's got the sinker-cutter combination. But I think the thing that people don't see about Camilo is that he is just incredibly, incredibly physical and durable, and I think we're lucky to have him.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And there's the other night, as we're like talking synergy here with the closers, is Patrick Bailey. I mean, he made a stop the other night that you just either have it or you don't. I mean, it was an incredible stop back there. I really like what I've seen from him. I know it's a work in progress. He's probably got a long way to go with things that you guys are working on, but there's some really nice things that he does behind the plate instinctually. I love Patrick Bailey's glove and his feel with the with the pitching staff right now. Can you kind of elaborate on what you're seeing from the young man, Patrick Bailey?
Well, you guys have alluded to it this entire show. Like, we made a commitment. We're continuing to make a commitment to prioritize defense. And Pat Bailey is just like all young players, like Casey Schmidt is, like Thairo Estrada is, like Camilo Doval is a work in progress. So there are going to be bumps and bruises along the way. But the foundation, the thing that is going to always raise his floor, is his defensive ability. And he frames very well. He keeps pitches in the zone strikes. He'll get you those pitches at the edges. He can throw from multiple angles, over the top, and a little bit sidearm to get rid of the ball pretty quickly. And he blocks, as you mentioned. And the blocking is something that we're paying close attention to because, as you know, with guys like Camilo Doval, guys like Tyler Rogers, these nastier dudes from different arm angles, Ryan Walker might fall into that category as well. They are depending on their catchers to protect them. They want to know that they can rip a nasty off-speed pitch in the dirt and that ball is not going to go to the backstop. So Pat is a guy that can block and protect the pitching staff, and I think that's one more reason to love him.
You know, on that same catching note, and this might get a little too nerdy, so if you think I'm too nerdy on this one, I apologize in advance. But like the one leg down thing for the catchers, obviously it's not the way that I was taught growing up, but I'm open-minded, and I want to know, like, what's the thought process behind that? Is that for framing the low and outside pitch? Why is the one leg down thing something that you guys seem to be teaching some of these guys?
Well, I don't think it's for everybody, A. And B, I think it has a lot to do with stabilization. It just puts your body in a position where the glove can be in the center of your body and you can be very, very quiet. It does, at times, make it more challenging to block balls, and sometimes it makes it challenging to get off a good throw. And we've seen that from time to time with Joey Bart, by the way, where he's in a one-knee down position and he doesn't get a throw off because he's looking to really frame and hold that pitch, which is important, right? Because you know that a swing count, a count that goes from 1-1 to 1-2 on the batter may be the most important thing that you can do in that moment, because it's less likely that you're going to throw the runner out. But if you're able to get that call, it puts the hitter in a very uncomfortable position. By the way, I'm not advocating for only a knee down setup for a catcher. But there are some catchers who can be in a knee down position and make great throws. Joey is one of those physical guys who, if his knee is down, he can throw from that position and make good throws from that position. So I do think there's a compromise in here between being a great receiver, framing pitches well, and being able to block and throw. And those are things that our catching coach, Craig Albernaz, is right on top of. He's making those calculations, and we trust him to make those decisions with our catchers.
Yeah, no, I really like that elaboration. Thank you for that. The defense, obviously it was a point of emphasis. Was that a shift organizationally, or was that something that maybe we just haven't seen some of the younger guys come through the system that are more defensive oriented? Because it does feel very dramatically different than the last couple of years.
I think it's a combination of those things. I wouldn't say it's our organizational philosophy about how we acquire players. We want players to be good on both sides of the ball. I think this push has a lot to do with how our roster is put together. We have really good starting pitching. Those starting pitchers like Alex Cobb and Logan Webb and Anthony Desclafani and Alex Wood, these are guys that put the ball on the ground. If we're going to have pitchers like that, we're going to need to protect those pitchers. We need to catch the ball. We need to convert ground balls into outs. I think we all recognize that. Now, the addition of players like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, to some degree or another, Thairo Estrada, the work that you mentioned that Lamont Wade Jr. is doing, these are development things, right? These guys have specific skills, and then we have to bring the best out of them. That's the job of a major league coaching staff, is to have those guys improve while they're on the dirt or on the grass. And we're pretty keenly focused on that, and we have been for quite some time. And in the past, we may not have gotten all the way there. This year, I think we're doing a better job.
Let me ask you this, Cap, because we're talking to Gabe Kapler here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. There was a lot made this offseason. I mean, we went crazy on this show when obviously the Judge deal didn't go through and the Correa deal and all that's happened. And I know we've all made it, wish Correa best of luck or whatnot, and Judge chose to stay with the Yankees, and we all understand that. But it felt like a lot of juice with the Giants was lost. A lot of buzz about the team was lost. Now at the Yard, as you guys get hot here, and you get Casey Schmidt up, you get Patrick Bailey up, and a lot of us have been waiting for some of the youngsters here. Do you feel like some of the buzz is coming back to the Yard, especially on that last homestand?
I will say that I think nothing excites fans like homegrown players. Yeah. I think everybody respects and appreciates big-name free agents. It's nice when I was in Philadelphia when Bryce Harper came to town, and, man, that was a huge boost to the city. And, you know, as we brought in some smaller name free agents, but some really good players, that's brought some good energy to the city. But there's nothing like when a player comes up and performs and the city's like, man, we might have this guy for the next 10 years and he might be a cornerstone for us. And we didn't have to spend several $100 million to get him. We signed him out of the draft and he was developed by our player development system. I think that makes everybody feel pretty warm and fuzzy. And I think that's what we're seeing with guys like Casey and Camilo and certainly like Pat Bailey. And we have some guys that have got to the AAA level that are also promising. Luis Matos is doing a nice job since he's been there. I think Kyle Harrison's last performance speaks volumes for who he might be down the road. So I think we're trending in the right direction as it relates to developing and advancing young players. And I think that couldn't be more exciting for us.
Because it's obviously here in this market, we get up for these games. And I know you've been to a lot of Niner games. I'm seeing you wear Trent Williams jerseys. And you go down to, I seen you sipping. Now, I've never seen anybody, Cap, you're one of one. Because I'm not going to lie, man. I saw you sitting courtside with a glass of wine. I said, man, I don't think I've seen a dude sip a glass of wine while watching some hoops, man. But do you, Cap, man? I'm not mad at you.
You pulled it off.
You pulled it off. But
no, that wasn't wine, though. Let's make sure that we have the record straight.
What was
that
it?
was whiskey.
Oh, whiskey.
Oh, was that
What's
whiskey?
your brand?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was whiskey.
I mean, I guess it might have. I guess it might have been. I've been to a couple of games, and maybe one was whiskey, maybe one was wine. You might be right. I could be off.
Right. No, I remember it. I saw the red stuff. I was like, I know my whiskey, Cap. I know a little bit about whiskey, but I saw you there and you shook hands. But seriously, because we talk about this all the time on this show about the buzz, and you guys seeing the buzz that the Warriors are getting with all the homegrown players and the titles,
excited.
and the Niners fans are flocking down to Levi's. And I know I know Larry Bear. I know that organization, and there was magic at Oracle Park, and you guys displayed that in 2021. So recapturing that magic there, I think it feels like there's something turning here with you guys. As you guys had that last homestand, sweeping the Phillies and winning 2 or 3 against the scrappy Marlins club. It just feels like some of the buzz is starting to come back.
I feel you. I definitely want that to be the case. My job is always to kind of stay even and not get too high or too low. Like even at the beginning of the season, when we were struggling. My job and the job of our coaching staff is to be steady and even and not get too low during those times. Now during this time, I also want us to be steady and even and focus on development. So here we are at the ballpark at Miller Park, getting ready to play the Brewers here coming up in several hours, and we want to be focused on tonight's game. So happy with the way things have gone over the course of the last 10 games or so, but have a lot of work to do and want to stay focused on that.
2 quick points on the way out the door here, Coach. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. But I got to tell you, after the game, I know things can go crazy and stuff. You took the time, you took some photos with some of my little leaguers a couple of weeks back. You probably didn't even remember it. It made their year. I cannot thank you enough for just a quick little 15 seconds of boom, popping in there and taking photos with them. Thank you so much. And then the second thing, you're a big rap guy. I mean, we know this. I'm a big music guy. Bonte, not so much. He didn't even know who Diana Ross was.
No. I had a brain fart. Cap.
Regardless. So, whenever I'm feeling low, there are certain songs that I'll put in. So I want to ask you right now. The choice is, okay, Pac or Biggie? Who are you going with?
It's Pac for me. That's really just about my coming of age years and feeling his passion and his intensity. I can own that. I think Biggie's a better lyricist.
Okay.
I think he's a better writer, generally speaking. But I don't think there was a more passionate performer than Tupac or a deeper thinker than Tupac, and I just can't believe that he was mid-20s.
Yeah.
That always blows my mind. So that would be my choice, but that doesn't mean that I don't think Ready to Die wasn't maybe one of the top 3 albums of all time.
No, it was a masterpiece. Who are you bumping right now?
Yeah, what are you bumping?
A lot of King Push. I feel like speaking of lyricists, like one of the more underrated, Pusha T, one of the more underrated artists over the course of the last 25 years or so. Still listening to like more modern rappers like Earl Sweatshirt, Vince Staples are both on my list. A$AP Rocky. But when I go back to my classics, it's still Eric D and Rakim, and then the rappers that are kind of in the middle, Lil Wayne, and the list goes on and on. I guess I would also say I know that I've posted a lot and talked a lot about hip hop because I grew up on it, but also like all other kinds of music too.
So let me ask you that, Coach. Let me ask you, because like there's certain, like when I hear Little Bird from Bob Marley or Redemption song, like I stop in my tracks. Huey Lewis, The Power of Love. Like there's certain songs. What's a song off the top of your head, can be anything, that just stops you in your tracks and it resets you and you're feeling optimistic again?
You know what's interesting? Like I understand you kind of like put me on the spot. Like
I know. I'm sorry.
Song. I think from my standpoint, there's so many of those. I'm going back and listening to Freaky Styley right now, which is the Red Hot Chili Peppers' second record, and it was like very much funk punk, and it's much different than their later records. And I think a part of that has to do with the fact that Anthony Kiedis and probably several members of their band at the time were just perpetually high, and you kind of see that coming out in their art. And I'm not advocating for that, by the way. I'm not endorsing.
No, we get it.
I was just like part of their art at the time, and so right now, like a lot of the tracks on that record will kind of put me in a good mood because they're really upbeat.
We have a segment called Pandora's Box, Cap, where they quiz me on songs and music, and let me tell you,
he's so bad.
Your boy, I'm a sports nerd. I'm not a music nerd. I've proven that. So what you're saying right there just flew over my head. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sure I'm a music nerd, so I should be. I would want to be on somebody's music radio show, but I'm also down to talk about sports all day too.
Yeah. You're a Renaissance man.
Yeah, you are.
Gabe, you're a Renaissance man.
And we'll hold you to the barbecue.
You like a good steak, lightly seasoned, a ribeye, and you like good music.
We'll hold him accountable.
We'll
hold him accountable.
Not lightly seasoned. I'm good with a little heavy seasoning. It can be salt and pepper, but like seasoned well doesn't mean like exotic seasoning.
Yes.
It means enough.
Yes.
You know?
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt. Well, Cap, thanks for the time. I know we got to run. We appreciate the 25 minutes.
Keep the boys
Best of
rolling.
luck. You guys are rolling right now. Tough 4-game
yeah.
series in Milwaukee. You guys have had some classics with the Brewers over the last 3 years. So this will be a fun series up there in Milwaukee.
And we keep facing Corbin Burns.
Yeah, I know. We can't get away from him. He's pretty good.
No doubt. Cap, good luck in Milwaukee, man. Thanks for the time today.
Enjoyed it. Talk later.
Anytime. Gabe Kapler, manager of the Giants, says we got to keep it moving here. We don't have time to react to it. Go ahead, Spadoni. I love it. That was a very fun interview, Cap, man. He was good. He's good. He was into it. Final thoughts. Lay off Klay Thompson. BPA. It's my final thought.
Okay, well, my final thought is allow for differing opinions and allow someone like Brian from Palo Alto who, maybe doesn't always have to be in lockstep with you.
He doesn't have to be
growth is listening to the other side of the argument.
He doesn't have to agree with me, but when you say the same things over and over and you're inaccurate with it, then I'm going to call you out.
Just a hiccup for the Giants yesterday, and hopefully today they don't give it away. Give it away.
Oh,
give it away
look at you.
There you go.
Blood, sugar, sex, magic?
Sure.
Was that? I might have that mixed up.
I got to follow that one up. You know what? I agree with Cap.
The album.
The buzz that comes with guys coming up, it is second to none. And so I'm feeling that buzz, these young guys coming up, and yeah, let's get more of these guys up.
What does Cap say when he looks at you and you're asking him a question? Does he like look at you like
It just, looks at me the same way he looks at everybody else.
He's like, is that Brett Wisely's brother?
415, Gabe Kapler is AG. He even came out and planted trees with my organization, Friends of the Urban Forest, out here in the city. That's Chevy Mo. I like it. I like that name. Chevy Mo. Chevy Mo. What's happening? By the way, some news before we leave.
Mitsubishi Joe.
Jimmy Garoppolo had foot surgery after signing with the Raiders in March.
No, he didn't.
Quarterback's recovery timeline is unknown, but the sense is that the team is confident.
All aboard. You guys hear that?
By the start of the regular
That's
season.
the Caleb Williams train, baby.
Let's be kidding me.
Or did Tom Brady train?
Signed and then had surgery on his foot.
I'm glad I don't have to deal with
You've
that.
got to be kidding me.
We are out of here.
You've got to be kidding me.
Final thoughts brought to you by Xfinity.
Oh, my
the
God.
The next generation
Jimmy G.
10G network. Only from
my
Xfinity.
God.
The future starts now.
It's Ram season.
All righty, got a special guest today on a Thursday. Daryl the Guru Johnson joining us.
Okay. Turn the music off, Spadoni. Because I'm going to tell you something.
You brought it up.
No, the YouTube people I love. I'm a family guy. I got parents. I love my dad. I love you. The best part of my morning is seeing Evan, Spadoni, Bonte, and Butch in the quick minutes that we do. Willard and Dibbs and Nahigian. But I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
When your boy's not here, I'm tending the family. So cut the crap. I didn't appreciate that because somebody goes Goo probably on PTO. I'm tending to stuff. Come on, bud. And you're laughing like a little kid. Pull my finger. Give me a PTO. Dude, how you doing?
I want to give credit to who reminded me.
No, dude.
Somebody on the
straight drive-by early.
Was it on the
It was on YouTube, Steiny.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Anyway, somebody said,
I don't give a rat's behind because I'm here, baby. Let's go. But your cheese in his mouth.
You brought it up to me, so let's be honest about that. I'm not just.
I know.
You said it was going to be okay to give you grief.
What's up, baby?
All right, so.
Oh my God.
All right, so. All right.
What you got?
You don't like. We got a bunch to talk about, but something just happened. Not happened, but I've just been thinking about something, and it's been It's over the course of a few days. So yesterday, the Willard and Dibbs, and you were in here when they were talking about Brandon Crawford.
Oh yeah,
and where he's at in his career. And then morning show today, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky, talked a lot about Klay Thompson. Where's Klay Thompson? All right, this is all ad lib.
Okay,
I didn't no prep here. I didn't
freestyle.
I didn't screen this with you. Who in the Bay Area is the most iconic in the history of the Bay Area? The most iconic coach / general manager, would you say?
I already know the man with the white hair, Bill Walsh.
Bill Walsh.
To me.
Bill Walsh.
Yep.
Bill Walsh has an adage attached to his name.
I know where you're going.
It's better to move off a player a year early than a year late. That's the most iconic coach, GM, saying that. Why is everyone so gutless? Because they can't do it. You say it's right. You say it's genius. You say it makes sense, but nobody does it because they're scared, apparently. They're scared. We've seen it now over the course of the last 6 or 8 years in the Bay. Why can general managers, fans, coaches not try to subscribe to the genius, Bill Walsh, and his philosophy?
This is awesome. So you're going Lex Luthor early because you're throwing grenades,
it's a question.
daggers.
It's a question.
But, Steiny, you have friends. You're a dad. You're a partner. Life is more than just being able to, like the great Bill Walsh, say, F it, keep my feelings out of it, keep the relationship and the length of the relationship out of it. Just because it's sports, bud, doesn't mean you don't get attached or fan bases get attached. So a lot of GMs and owners, and you tease me about, oh, Guru, you would be broke as an owner or a GM. But I'm loyal, Steiny. So everybody's not like Bill Walsh and the Brandon Crawford thing. It's obvious. He's slipping. He looks a little overweight, Steiny. But what has he earned?
Nothing. He's earned nothing. Wow. Everything he's earned, he's been paid for. Is he earning his paycheck right now? I mean, I would say no,
slow start,
but I don't care about, that's not what I'm getting. That's not what I'm getting to. I'm getting to, why is there this incongruity? Bill Walsh is idolized around here. I just wrote down a couple guys.
Go ahead.
Brandon Crawford. Yeah, that's a year too long. Brandon Belt. Maybe 1 year too long, but I moved off.
Okay.
Who's the last player maybe the Giants moved off of a year early? You know what? We got to let him go. Madison Bumgarner.
And how'd that work out?
Exactly.
Good.
Oh, but Madison Bumgarner is the heroic figure of the last World Series. Okay. They moved off him. It was a great move. Brian Wilson. Remember Brian Wilson? Good reliever for the Giants? They moved off him at 30. He went to the Dodgers.
Yeah, basically didn't. That was a great move.
Thank you. They're all great moves. They're all 49ers moving off of Montana. Worked because it gave Steve Young the starting job. Come on. Come on now.
So where are you applying this to from a Golden State Warriors standpoint and San Francisco Giant? Because it seems to me you got Crawford on public enemy, number one right now.
Don't do that.
What?
It's not about being public enemy. It's about utilizing a front office and your general manager and your owner to make business decisions. And you said it's sports. Well, I think it's business. And I think it's entertainment. And
It's
you know
all
what?
that. It's all that, but it's also relationships too, Steiny.
What about running a business? See, here's the thing. Like what I hear you saying is we got to play Brandon Crawford. Why? This is professional sports. I'm shocked. Like I think most people agree with me. What are you going to play Brandon Bell or Brandon Crawford because was good 10 years ago?
No, but no.
What are you're going to pay Klay Thompson a boatload of money even though he's past his prime? That's lunacy to me.
Well, Steiny,
it's sad. But it's the nature of
sports. It ain't sad
yet
for Brandon Crawford because he's already getting platooned. But, Steiny, it's not like you had a sign on the street corner before game one of the Major League Baseball season, the season opener, and you were saying this Crawford thing's going to blow up. If Correa would have came, they were already moving him to third. But
oh no,
I guess.
But he had only played shortstop. Every game in his career, it might have been a slap in the face.
And it was already signs that he was, he was outgrowing the position.
Yeah, they gave him too many years.
But to answer your question, why everybody's not Bill Walsh, everybody's not a savage.
Well, first of all, the fans don't matter. Like, this is why you don't have fans run a team, because they do get friendships involved. You can't be it's a business.
But you don't, okay. I hear you,
Why
and
would
I believe
you sign a player?
Believe that. Let me ask you this, though, about the fan base.
That he's not worth the salary.
You don't think any of these organizations make decisions based on the fan base's reaction or possible reaction?
Not solely. Absolutely not.
But it's taken into account.
I don't know. Joe Lacob traded Monte Ellis, and he got booed out of the building, and it was the best
no attachments to Monte.
Tell you what, here's the other thing. I'm a great owner. Yeah. I don't have a lot of attachments to guys either.
I just don't think there's a lot of men or women like that, Steiny.
Well,
Brandon Crawford's playing right now or started going into this season because of what he's done.
Okay.
And now,
he's going to play all year, hitting 170?
No, it's coming. We can all watch. Ray Charles can see now. I mean, the time is, it's running out.
So you're going to bench him?
Well, he's already being platooned, Steiny.
Are you willing to bench him?
If I like what I see from Schmidt and the rest of the gang, I mean, it's a possibility. We're on that road.
You're a participation trophy guy. That's what I hear. Like, I get it. Maybe you sign Draymond for 3 more years, and you sign Klay for 3 more years, so that the big three has 3 more years.
Wow.
Ain't no way Bill Walsh would have done that.
No, you're right.
Okay.
And I believe Joe Lacob,
but everybody
says,
says, Bill Walsh is the man.
But Joe Lacob might be, from what I hear from you and others, and just when he talks, he may be closer to Joe Lacob, Bill Walsh than we know.
Lacob was ready to trade Klay Thompson. He had to be talked out of it by Jerry West.
Oh, man.
Like, I'm not sure that I believe in loyalty from an owner to an employee. I don't expect, I've been working for 30 years, all right?
Yeah.
30 years.
Look at you, Curry.
I expect no loyalty from my employer, none.
Now, how about if it was the same? You'd been at the same place for the whole 30.
No.
Oh man,
they'd kick you to the curb in a second if they had to. That's why it's called business, not fun. And so the minute if somebody were to look at me and say Steiny's just not producing, hey Steiny, we got a 28-year-old in here and we love him. Oh, I'm Matt Steinmetz, so just keep me around even though I'm subpar. No, that's not how life works.
I get that. But when you say it that way.
I'd love to be rewarded for something I did 25 years ago, but nobody cares anymore.
Okay, so let's use the great Frank Gore.
All right.
When he leaves, still is Frankie Gore. Shouldn't have never left, if you ask some.
All right.
Why do you think the Niners have guys like that come back and retire and put the jersey on for a day? Because there was a relationship involved. And we see this all the time where a guy comes back home. I'm not saying everything you're saying is wrong. I just feel like you were really omitting the connection and the loyalty aspect of
There is no loyalty. There might be loyalty from the player to the team. There's no loyalty from the team to the player. It's just not the way competition should be set up for those who really want to be a killer.
Klay Thompson. What if I told you that? We're going to find out with Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I think we might.
Because if somebody wanted to call this show or tell you and I that he's on the decline.
Well, of course he is.
Of
course he is.
Who could?
This is the reality show today.
Oh,
we're not doing fantasy baseball or basketball.
But he's on the decline.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
On the court.
Yes.
But everything that he's meant and done,
okay,
and the jerseys he sold.
How many wins is that going to get us next year?
No, I'm asking you off the court stuff. How much does that weigh to keep him in a Warrior uniform? We're going to find out.
Zero.
Okay. We're going to find. It's going to get tested, Steiny. Because
I'm not saying we're not. I'm not saying we're not paying Klay.
Okay, gotcha.
But I'm not rewarding him. I mean, and I don't. Just this is just unique to Klay.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to even go it, but he got paid for 2 years. He didn't play.
That he did.
So, listen, the Golden State Warriors. I was just thinking about Bill Walsh, and there'd be no way that Bill Walsh would re-sign Draymond for 3 more years and then extend Klay 2 more years. Now, you can say Steiny's an idiot. That's fine. And I can be and will be in the future. Call Bill Walsh an idiot.
I can't.
Okay.
But I just know, Steiny, it's like you. There ain't a lot of Steinies. Ain't a lot of gurus walking around.
I'm just being Bill Walsh.
Right. But you're cold. Right now,
That's
you're being cold.
Yes.
And
you're being
No, I admit there are Bill Walshes around. I think there's more, hey, we've done this for umpteen years. Yeah, I can see you slipping, but I got your back. And
what does that mean, got your back?
Here's a contract for 2 years. Kind of because you've been around.
Oh, kind of because you've been around.
Come on,
I think that's one. I think it's a mistake from 7 angles. So you're basically saying to Klay, you're also.
Tell me. Because I ain't soft. I ain't SOFT.
Yes, you are.
No.
You just said, here's a contract for kind of being around.
And that was basically in reference to the Crawford, the belts, and what we saw with the Giants, what the Giants did. And I wasn't saying it was bad at the moment, but then years later you look back like, damn, they should have been cutthroat. But I get it, and nobody questioned it when it went down. And now we'll watch this Draymond Green thing play out. We'll watch Klay Thompson, but I'll use it to the Niners. And you might call this a stretch. I honestly believe the investment they used in Trey Lance is going to benefit him in the sense that if Brock Purdy's not ready, even if Darnold were better, he will be the number 1 quarterback for the Niners week 1 because of what they spent on him. It's not, is that a stretch?
Yes, I think it is a stretch. I think Kyle Shanahan, well, actually, I don't know about Kyle Shanahan because he's got a personal investment in Trey Lance.
Which means something.
That affects something. Yeah, he's the coach. He's not Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob shouldn't have a personal investment, and you know what? I don't think he does. But let me tell you what Bill Walsh would do. Bill Walsh would say, Draymond, you got one more year left in your contract. We would love to have you back for one more year. And we bring back our top, we'll try to move Jordan Poole. You have one more year left. We'd love to have you back. Have a good year. And, everything's on the table.
No, it could happen.
It should happen.
It should happen. That's your point.
Yeah, I think it should happen. And Clay, you're not Clay, you have another year left in your contract. So
you're winning.
Play another year, and I'll tell you what. If next year you're better than you've been the past 2 years,
can talk.
We're going to pay you.
Yeah.
If you continue to decline, good luck to you.
And you know what? I don't think Klay Thompson would be shocked.
Sports.
Yeah, because of his 2-year absence where he got paid.
Daniel Shabazz, Bill Walsh, and being a GM for Draymond Green would be hilarious. Yeah, that would be a good one. Scotty and Marin. Come on, this is professional sports. Hey,
talk to us.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
Hey, Matt, listen to this, man.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Listen. Okay, man. Here it is, man. Look, it's funny as I kind of agree with both of you here in that sometimes there's a little bit of sentiment, okay, but that's only reserved for people who still have something in the tank. Now, if you're talking about Crawford, you're comparing Crawford to the situation with Draymond and Clay. It's not even close. I mean, Crawford is done, but Draymond and Clay there's no doubt in my mind that those guys can bring you another title. And, the 49ers, Walsh had left, but they got rid of Charles Haley, and that cost them maybe a Super Bowl or two, So it depends on, to me, it entirely depends on what you bring to the table. And in basketball, it's a little bit more difficult to just run, you can run a DB off if you're Bill Walsh. You got 53-man roster. But when you got 12 people, 15 people, it's a little bit harder. But I like I said, I agree. It's nice to have sentiment, but when somebody's done, they're done. Period. I don't put Clay and Draymond on that tag.
Well, thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. I'm going to put Clay to the side because he's under contract for a year. He's got no juice. He's got no leverage.
Gotcha. But
any good owner would tell Clay, play your contract out, keep your mouth shut. We're talking about Draymond Green. So Draymond Green says,
pay me.
Next year is a year too early for Draymond Green. I'll admit it. I'll bet you Draymond's got another good year.
Hey.
Okay. Well, Bill Walsh says a year too soon is better than a year too late. So maybe it's time to let Draymond Green walk away.
And what do you think Draymond Green meant?
Well, I don't care
what he said. I'm asking to people. When he said the handwriting's on the wall.
Maybe
if
he knew.
Were sitting right here, he would say, partner, you know what? You got a damn valid point.
Oh, Draymond would be like, preach, Steiny.
But then later on, he said he wanted to retire and he didn't want to leave.
That's because he's playing the game.
That's his game,
I don't understand why nobody understands how easy, this thing has been. Draymond Green saying he wants to retire a Warrior. Take him at face value, and that's it. I'll take him at face value, but that ain't it. All right?
I get it. There's chicken involved. But I love
Chicken's the most
game.
But it's just like
wordplay.
I keep hearing this, what we owe people. What? Yeah, they've been paid. They've been paid for their services up until this point. We're even. Brandon Crawford and the Giants, we're even Steven. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green and the Warriors, we're even Steven. We don't owe you.
Duh.
Klay, you will have been paid $240 million over the course of your career by us. I think we're even.
I just really feel like you're not wrong. But I feel like you're Scottie Pippen with the Phil Jackson, the targets here, and he put it on the ceiling. Again, all I can go to is how the goosebumps I get as a fan when I go to Barry Bonds' retirement ceremony, when they put his jersey on the wall, on the outfield wall, and I saw all the old school all the old school guys come back. Like, Steiny, if they get treated wrong or the relationship was not good, they don't come back. And when you look at the Niners and you look at the teams in the Bay, I just feel like for the greater good, for the most part, they don't just get treated like product. And that's why we see, guys come back for the Niners when there's something going on.
Who does
I
Joe
feel like you're
Lacob-
missing all that when you just say,
does anybody care?
Evan's done. Kick his ass to the curb and let's get the new one. I get that, but that don't happen all the time,
I
man.
know. And then you know what happens? You lose. You lose for a while.
I'm sounding soft, but I know what I mean at my
sign
core.
players who are getting worse. And you say, even though you're getting, look, it's a hard world out there. We know that.
Yeah, look across the street. Our guy.
That guy's got it easier than anybody in the Bay Area.
The day he was working. You and Shasky is bothering me. Like he's rolling around in a Bentley. The guy's on hard times, but now he's got a burrito with tin foil. God, let it. The dude's working. He's struggling.
He's not struggling. He's thriving.
He's got a cell phone, so life is bliss.
He has
Come on, man.
a burner phone too.
KD.
Anyway, there's a. I don't even know.
I just hate that. I feel like you don't have no feelings
when it comes to something like this.
Steiny, I think you do.
I don't. Now, if you think Draymond Green's got 3 good years left in him, then sign him. I'm not saying, but I'm saying I don't think he does.
Okay,
but go ahead. Yeah. So, what do you ever stop and think, what are we going to look like in 2025 or 26?
That's part of the job, Steiny.
Well, apparently it's not part of your job.
No.
Because you're just going to sign all the old guys for as long as possible.
No, I got Steph Curry, who came in, and the one thing that's benefiting Dre and Clay is the fact that Curry, they're a trio. So if I can't go find anything on the open market via trade or whatnot, what do? What we've been talking about, run it back. And if Draymond is best here with Steph Curry, Steiny, I got to think about it. I'm not saying give Clay the max or Dre's going to be the 2016 Dre in 3 years. It's scary, but you owe Steph the best opportunity to get his team back.
Steph, you know what? The best opportunity to get back is no longer with Draymond Green. What if I believe that? I'm not saying I do, but what if I do? What if Joe Lacob does?
If I'm Curry, we got to
go. This segment was brought to 888-957-9570 is the number. Put your money where your mouth is. Oh, we all love Bill Walsh. We all love to quote Bill Walsh. But we don't like to truly follow his example. That's all right. That's all right. But just let's all own it. Let's all own it that we're hypocritical. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. You know you lie.
Life is uncertain.
didn't come through a lot in my career. You know you lie.
Oh, my God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What is going on, Bay Area? Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson with you. Hope everybody's doing well. 88 yesterday.
I'm looking my boy, Michael Irvin.
Starting to couple, let's say 3 out of 4 below 90 now.
Karika. Where do you shoot your best? Where do you do your best work at? Do you got a course where you like?
Great question.
This is my home, but this my turf.
I consider Karika Park my home course. And when you're putting in your numbers, I'm not going to use the word you don't want to.
Okay, gotcha.
When you're registering your score, that is my home course.
Index. I know, but
there's a difference between an index and that other thing. But I'm not really.
Hey, let me read this to you.
Okay.
Because 707.
All right.
Kind of hit me in the cardiac.
I know, because you're so sentimental. You want to keep everybody around forever.
My feelings are for my team, not the players overall. This is where it gets me. Rather not go back to the late 70s and forward to the current era. These players nowadays are selfish. They don't care. Kind of. All right, okay, if that's where you're at, but that's new booty. That's now. I'm a 70s baby, so I'm attached.
Here's what I was thinking about, and if you're just joining us, I talked about it at the beginning of the show, and
I made it up.
Thinking about Bill Walsh.
Oh, wow.
By the way, Gabe Kapler was on with a morning roast this morning.
Yeah,
really good interview. We're going to replay that at noon. Gabe Kapler, and that's what we're doing. And I also am going to do not let me forget to play this Geltzeiler sound from yesterday, because he gave me. He put a take out there that I'd never even considered, and I thought it was fascinating. So we'll get to that at some point in the show. I was just thinking about Bill Walsh, the iconic coach GM, who's known for saying, he'd rather get rid of a player a year early than a year late. And over the last 2 days, I've heard so much talk about Draymond and Klay Thompson, and then yesterday a lot of talk about Brandon Crawford. And over the years, we've talked a lot about Belt and Posey and those guys. And it just strikes me as, I don't know if hypocritical is the word, but it strikes me as incongruous that we say, yeah, Bill Walsh, boy, what a genius, and he was right about that. But when it comes to the practical time of actually getting rid of somebody possibly a year early, nobody really wants to do it. And I think, quite frankly, a lot of people or a lot of GMs and owners are afraid. They're afraid to do that.
What's your number one reason behind that? Is it what I'm speaking? Loyalty, friendship, connection?
It's
because to
me,
quick about Brandon
the easy
Crawford,
way out.
He's on his way out. Like they didn't give him a new deal.
Right.
It's you could see it now.
Right, but there are different levels of this. Like, Brandon Crawford's paid throughout the year. Right, he's going to pay for the rest of the year.
Platoon now, Steiny, so it ain't like he's playing 162.
I don't know how many games he deserves to play right now that his talent level dictates he plays, but I'm not playing Brandon Crawford more than his talent should earn him just because he's Brandon Crawford. That's how you get beat. That's how you get worse.
When you do it all 100% of it.
Well,
but you don't. You kind of.
How'd Brandon Crawford, this easy day, Brandon Crawford helped the Giants win yesterday?
No.
All right, and I'm not saying it was his fault.
He helped them lose.
That keeps happening time after time after time. Yeah. What, it's Brandon Crawford.
And you got something behind him that's better.
It's Brandon Crawford.
Yeah. No, that runs out, Steiny, and I think we're at the end.
But even for you?
Well, with this,
you'd probably extend Brandon.
Oh, hell no! Crawford. It's time to go. Take him out the path. But Draymond, that's where Draymond could say he could present a portfolio to where I say, you know what, Dre? Maybe I don't want you for 2 more, but we could sit down, and if he shows me some self-reflection, and I'm kind of rooting for him to still be around, we could kind of come to an agreement. Klay Thompson, that's why Klay has to say, hey, look, man, I know I'm winning because y'all paid my ass and I didn't give you nothing for 2 years. I don't look remotely close to what I was. I'm gaining some momentum. Like, that's what it takes to where, okay, now we're talking because we're family. You act like I'm giving welfare out. You want to
living in the past.
Well, You said Draymond has 2 more. We believe.
And let's just boil it down to his simplest form. Let's say Draymond Green's I think he's got another pretty good year in him. That would be the year early. This would be the year early rather than the year late.
Right. But then what do you get to replace that?
Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga. Oh, my.
Ooh, good Lord.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah, no cigarettes.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, but how's Curry going to take that if Kuminga, because
this is what I mean.
Kuminga. What if that's not enough?
Let me ask you this. And
what if that's not enough for the
This
chef?
is disrespectful. I've heard this argument all the time. This is disrespectful to Curry. What's he going to do? Quit? What's he going to do? Pout? I've never seen him do that. He's had instances over his Warrior career in which he hasn't gotten what he wanted, and he's still the greatest player in Warrior history.
I'm not saying he wouldn't try less, but I don't think that would be his number one. Like, okay, Draymond's gone. What did we get, or what are we trying to get? And, hey, Steph, how are we going to try to get something? What do you mean? Use Kuminga and Poole, maybe. Like, I don't think that would suffice for Steph Curry. And I ain't saying he's going to throw a hissy fit, but Stoney, behind closed doors, Steph, it's a playground to complain and throw crap. It don't get out to the media.
We think next year, by the end of the year with Jonathan, we'll be better than we would have been with Draymond. That's what we think.
Okay, what if by the All-Star break, boss, he's not ready to go? Then what?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
See, that's where I got a problem, Joe.
But so why? What are you going to get out of Draymond this year?
Pay toll
what are you getting?
The bridge,
what are we getting out of Draymond for sure this year? 50 games?
A dog. We're getting.
How many times do we get that dog?
Steph, I don't know, but he'll be there playoff time.
No, you're Steph.
Yeah, well, we'll be there. We'll be there playoff time. He'll be there.
Yeah,
playoff
you know
time.
what, Steph? We don't think we're automatically a playoff team.
Joe, we're in the era of load management, bud. Now you coming down my road or Dre's road for 60, 70 games?
Steph, we're going to move off of Dre. It's best for the organization. We feel it's the best for our payroll. It's the best for our organization. And we believe that over time, 3 to 6 months, that we may actually be better with Kuminga than Draymond Green. And one of the reasons is we got to get this kid playing time. He's got a lot of talent. Draymond is playing less and less each year, even though he's played 73, but look at his numbers.
Hey, Joe, you
want out?
You
want out?
Let me finish,
Give me the word.
I just won the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Award.
That has nothing to do with basketball.
You know what I'm about, and you know what makes me tick. I'm telling you this. If this kid, Kuminga, who I'm not hating on, is not ready, and it F's up my chances to get number 5, we'll revisit this conversation and my tenure here in the Golden State.
That's fair. So you're open to it
now. I don't like what you're doing. You're the boss.
But you're open
I'm
to
ride with it. But if it don't work, and we'll know if it doesn't work, then you got major problems on your hands.
Steph, thank you so much.
I'm the one that feels the damn Chase Center, Joe.
You know
they
what?
Come to see the chef.
That's right. That's why Draymond's not as important as you think, because it is you. And you know what, Steph? What you got to understand is we're actually thinking about you. This move is made for you, believe it or not, because we've determined, and we've been right most of the time. If you notice, Steph, when you get into personnel, you tend to make mistakes. We believe that we will give you the best chance to win a title in the next year or 2 or 3, but we got to get off Draymond first. And I am so thankful, and we knew you were this kind of class act, that you're open to it. And the fact that you just said you were open to it, we're ready to go.
You know, I'm going to laugh at this conversation on the way home. And the reason I'm going to laugh is you're letting all NBA defense just go, and with the promise on a kid that ain't got it in 3 years. Okay, hey, if that's what you want to do, Joe, just
Steph,
remember
we're not
this
a championship team.
I'm a champion 4 times over.
But Draymond said it. He said we weren't a member.
Draymond's not in the room, Joe, and you're talking about leaving him. So don't quote the dude that you're trying to get rid of.
Well, you know what? I'm getting rid of a guy who doesn't think we're a championship team, Steph. That's what I'm doing.
No, he thinks we're a championship team.
No, he doesn't.
If we get some damn help around here.
Well, we can't get help. Have you looked at our salary cap? We only have veteran minimums right now, Steph. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? Run back a 44-win team of a bunch of guys? And anyway, just saying. Nick's in Ohio. What's up, Nick?
Hello. Hey, guys.
Hey.
Today's show is just so typical of almost every day your discussions just to boil it down to an analyst versus a fan. I mean, I find myself agreeing with you, Steiny, every day. I mean, just because you thought out, reasoned analysis, and Guru, God love you, but you're just too emotional. And so my thing is, should Joe Lacob pay players tens of millions because of your goosebumps? That's what I have to say.
Well, listen, before you hang up, let me ask you a question. Who's the starting shortstop for the San Francisco Giants right now? Let me help you. It's Brandon. Let me help you. It's Brandon Crawford. Yeah, it's Brandon Crawford. So I'm not the only one.
Shouldn't be Brandon Crawford.
I didn't ask you that. I'm telling you who it is. So you're calling with your smart remarks and you agree with Steiny, that's fine. But don't tell me I'm being emotional when the San Francisco Giants, not me, are trotting Brandon Crawford out there on a daily basis. And all I'm trying to tell to my partner is he's not wrong, but I'm a loyal dude. I care about relationships. And if you and Steiny don't, that's fine. But come on, man. I'm not running Brandon Crawford out there. The Giants are doing that.
You don't have to make the tough decisions and pay out, man. It's easy to be emotional.
Right. I didn't say pay Clay or Dre, though, sir. I didn't say pay Clay nor Dre.
Appreciate it.
Your friend. Yeah.
That's why I got him off.
Yeah, but this is.
I got him off because I think you think he was.
Keep going. But listen.
But what are we saying?
I didn't say pay Dre. I didn't say
so you're
give Clay the max.
You're agreeing
no, he
with
was
me.
calling, saying that I had that under my column to where I was like, oh, here goes money for Clay. Here goes money for Dre. Those two, hey, I got a point where I stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you stopping with Draymond?
I told you, yeah.
Oh, so you are going to let him walk?
Yes, sir. I said that when we were at the summit. I told you about Sacramento exposing the Warriors offense. It wasn't just all Dre's problem, but he was
Clay?
part of it.
You going to extend Clay?
Clay needs to self-reflect, and if he tells me, you know what, that number can come down just for what you guys have done for me, we can talk. But if he expects a max,
you can't do this. You can't. I heard the crossover yesterday.
Okay, go ahead.
And you were basically saying that they've got to
listening.
play Brandon Crawford because he's Brandon Crawford. That's what I heard.
No. Well,
so you're saying that. So I convinced you. I convinced you.
Willard shocked me yesterday, and so did Dibbs about they're ready to make the change now. And I'm just like that dude, the mob. Remember, I keep going to that. The made man. Brandon's made to the point to where they won't shame him and yank him in the next 2 months of being the starting shortstop for the Giants.
Why not?
Because of what I've been telling you.
Do they have a shortstop on the roster better than Brandon Crawford?
Right now, it looks like they got a couple options.
Okay, well then see you later, Brandon.
And it may be to that. If it's
this is how you lose teams when you play somebody who everybody knows isn't the best,
and we're headed
out
down
of position.
That road. We're headed to that.
Austin's in Berkeley. What's up, Austin?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well. Going well.
Hey, so obviously it's been an echo chamber of talking about Clay and Draymond and whatnot, but we can go there. My personal experience with Draymond, not that I've met him or anything, but he's sort of like an addictive drug where, you hate him, he drives you crazy, but then he hits a three and it feels like, more impactful than when Curry hits a three. It just gives you that head rush. So that's one thing, and, it's hard to move on from him, and I really don't think we're going to get too much back better than what we could do keeping Draymond. And another side subject that's sort of offbeat that I wanted to just quickly talk about is the PA announcers and obviously the stadium changes and the overall vibe at Chase Center and everything. And, I personally really miss Matt Hurwitz. I'm not sure if you guys knew him personally, but,
I know Matt.
That PA announcer to me is legendary, and I really miss that.
Okay, fair enough, Austin. Shout out for Matt Hurwitz. I'm going to go a step further. Shout out Dick Callahan. Before Matt Hurwitz. Yeah, Matt's landed on his feet. He's got a bunch of jobs.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up, Matt Steinmetz out of Reading, Pennsylvania. Mick who? Yeah, Steiny, your boy got talent.
Was that your PA?
Yeah, that was my PA.
Okay.
Mike's in San Jose. Mike's in San Jose. Hey, Mike.
That felt good, too.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
All right, baby.
Going well.
I
always like to call from a perspective of a guy that buys Warrior tickets.
All right.
Love
You know where my answer.
Hey, how much do you make, man?
Oh boy, you gonna get one?
Well, I'm 66 years old. Okay, so I'm supposed to be able to afford
All
Warrior
right.
tickets.
It's a little inside joke. Thank you.
I have a D3 point guard that's in college.
Where?
Grew up with the Warriors. So love when I listen to you guys.
Where's he go?
Enjoying when he goes to Chapman.
Yeah.
Wow, D3.
Did they beat Whitty? Did they beat Whittier this year?
I enjoyed the Guru
Yeah.
talks because he thought about being a walk-on, but he decided to take the D3 route.
Cool.
So it's worked out great. Wonderful kid, great school, great education.
Wow.
So when I call, it's like because we buy tickets.
All right.
And so when you get the bill, it's not cheap. So my perspective is, I know if I spend my money and I go to the game, Draymond's going to give me my value.
When he
Because
plays.
he's going to play with his heart and soul and leave it all on the floor. Clay is going to play. I know everybody's off of Clay. He still led the league in threes. I don't care how many shots he took. Gets everybody screaming at the arena. Okay, so when you talk about replacing him with Kuminga, I look at that as a guy that doesn't have 20% of his heart, 20% of their attitude. It's hard to me to write the check because I didn't see one thing that made me say he's a replacement for Draymond. Talent is one thing, character and heart is another. The other thing, just to say this, because probably people don't say it, but when everybody talks about their money and their salary cap issues, there's one thing for sure. If they pay everybody zero, the ticket prices aren't going down. I hope he spends money, right?
That's great.
He's made his franchise worth $8 billion by overpaying everyone. So I don't care what they make. I know how much the check costs for the tickets. So just fan perspective, that's all.
Hey, Mike, before you go, I want to ask you a quick question.
Ask him his salary.
When you were doing your breakdowns about Kuminga and you foresaw him not being a replacement for Draymond and you gave us the 2020, did you ever once put any merit into the fact that maybe the coaching didn't allow or help that it failed Jonathan Kuminga? Did that cross your mind at all?
Doubt.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt, but they don't develop young talent, and they haven't in 11 years. So why would?
Well, that's not fair. That's not fair because they did develop Clay, Steph, and Dre. You know what I mean?
And I guess what I find hard is people think you're going to replace 3 Hall of Famers. There's no Hall of Famers coming up on that roster.
Mike, that's where we'll end it because you're absolutely right, and that's
Good call,
why.
Mike.
That's why my greater point is we're in a pickle here because those guys are Hall of Famers. Here's
and they get credit for what you just said. I appreciate that. They developed those 3.
Here's what I'm I think a lot of people out there are conflating what I'm saying. I'm not saying get rid of Draymond. It's a year early. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that was a guy's philosophy that we all idolize. Bill Walsh. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to pay Draymond. But now I've got to take it the next step. If you're going to go ahead and pay Draymond, then you got to move Kuminga.
No, yeah, no doubt.
You have to move him.
Yeah,
because, would you agree with that? How about that, Bay Area? Will you meet me halfway there?
But
if you bring Draymond back, Kuminga's not going to play on this team.
That's an A+. But my question to you, and I want to shake it because I'm putting Joe Lacob's head on your shoulders, is, well, damn. You knew that when you drafted the kid way back when, where Dre was good. Like there was something in his way of Kuminga flying. He would never be able to blossom.
Listen, can we also,
because of Dre?
Can we also stop thinking and pretending that these franchises, and they do their due diligence and they go background check and they do workouts and they watch film.
These are
and
facts.
No, they're not. Then you explain to me how the Warriors drafted James Wiseman, who couldn't play. The 49ers drafted Trey Lance. What the hell did they see in Trey Lance? I'm not saying he can't be good, but I want to know what they saw in him. And then you tell me what you saw in Kuminga, other than this guy is an incredible athlete, and he's got a chance to be, what? An incredible athlete in the NBA. Okay, good.
I'm going with the A word. Analytics, no. Like a good guess. Analytics, something. I don't have the answer, but you're right.
Meet me halfway, Bay. If you're gonna bring Dre back, you got to move off Kuminga, right? Also, I want to play the sound from Brian Geltzeiler. We got the Gabe Kapler interview. We're going to replay that at 12 o'clock. And here, I'll just throw this one out for you. Trey Lance has a new throwing motion. Is that good for a pro in his third year? Didn't they try to? So he's Markelle Fultz?
Steiny, stop.
What?
Stop.
How come nobody can?
He's working with the GOAT,
Brady?
Pat Mahomes, the current GOAT, Pat Mahomes.
What about Brian Griese? I'll tell you what. If I'm quarterback coach of the 49ers, I don't want my guy working with an opposing player. Come on, Griese.
No, come on. That's like hoop athletes working out with each other.
I don't like
during
that
the summer.
either.
Yeah. Kuminga dropped the tape. We're in the lab. Yeah. He been in the lab. You shot an 88, so you good.
I'm playing a lot of golf this weekend. I'm excited.
Now, on Memorial Day, will you actually?
Yes.
That's dope, man. That's like
you got to honor the soldiers. And that's how I do it, by playing 36.
Wow.
You think I'm not patriotic? You think about that. I'm going out to play 36 holes of golf for the troops. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
that's my sacrifice.
But you want to come down the homeless guy's road across the street because he's got a burrito.
He's not homeless.
And a cell phone.
Don't talk about that. He's got an incredible U-Haul box setup. It's almost like a 3-bedroom. It's cardboard,
yeah, stop.
but it's like pretty big. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Talk to me, Bay. Meet me halfway. We bring Draymond back. We got to let Kuminga go. Right? Year too soon, year too late. We all like a year too soon. Nobody really wants to do it. This segment was brought to you by Save Mart. because I go by what Jack Nicklaus said. They said, Jack, how come you use a T? He says, because I play for money.
I ain't mad at
Just
him.
makes it easier.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, one of his greatest films.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No.
He deserved better.
Warrior fans can't get no.
Oh, man.
Laker fans can't get no satisfaction. Mick Jagger, Rolling Stones. Did you know that?
Yeah.
People seem to like when I sing in a very limited capacity. Godless.
I don't know who they are, but they probably do exist. But our girl Tina Turner got some love. This she rightfully deserved.
Absolutely.
As I left yesterday, Stoney, she was phenomenal. So rest in peace to the queen.
I'll give it another week before I. Yeah.
Nothing will ever top our day of it's in the air and the way you were grabbing that mic.
We just need
going down.
We just need another we just need another like big event.
Yeah, okay.
925 Steiny's the most negative host on 9.
I didn't think you would read that one.
It's
you
not
get off on
I got there are 3 good texts here. No, it's not negative at all. At all.
Yeah.
We've got to embrace this transition for the Warriors. It's going to be tricky, but we can do it, Bay.
Yeah.
We can do it. If Warriors win another ring with this core, Steiny owes the entire Bay Area an apology. I will not apologize for not thinking the Warriors can win it again. I will say I was wrong. But why would I apologize? And then lastly, if we're using Goose terminology for in the lab, does that mean Jonathan Kuminga is just watching TV in his bedroom?
See, the worst thing you and Evan could have done, you've ruined the lab for the people. I got 3 screens in the bedroom. I got 3 screens. It's a lab. But I hate that you guys ruined it now.
Oh, well.
It's like I got a cot in there with a box of Cheez-Its with one little TV. It's not that with a phone charger. It's extravagant. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's a little. It was just surprising. Sully
ruined it. Yeah.
Sully in Redwood City. Hey, Sully, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, how are you? Appreciate the spirited conversation.
Thanks.
I think similar to what the last fan called about. I've been a lifelong Niner Giant Warriors fan back in the Bill Walsh days and when the Warriors were terrible. But what I think at the end of the day is Clay, Dre, and Steph all want to win another championship. And so I think there's a middle ground where you can have a conversation with those guys and explain the economics that, hey, we need to create a deeper bench. We need to give you guys some load management opportunities, but we can't do that if we pay you guys the max. So are you willing to kind of meet us halfway and, let's put together another winning championship and maximize the next couple years that you guys have as opposed to, giving them both the bag and watch them lose.
Yeah, the only thing I think there, Sully, would be that the Warriors are so far over the luxury tax that even if you get Draymond to take, what did we 3 for 75, 25 is meeting the Warriors halfway? Draymond taking 25 and 25.
Yeah. Oh,
okay. I'm asking you.
Yeah, because
okay,
that's not the problem. Clay is the one that'll come.
Okay.
And say, hey,
do you have a problem giving Clay? He's making 43 next year. Do you have a problem saying we'll go 30 and 30? We'll give you 2.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Well, that's still like.
But I don't think Dre's doing that.
Well, but let's assume they do. You still don't have money to spend.
Oh no,
like that's the issue. That
right,
you can get them,
but you got a known coming back. And on a known commodity in Draymond and his services.
Oh.
So, yeah, you're right. But you got that coming back. Because if that thing leaves, now you're really at the crap table hoping Kuminga or whoever can step up. And what if they don't?
And the other thing is, we talked a lot about Kuminga this year. I didn't think he deserved more playing.
Now, why do you say that? Let's break this down.
He wasn't as good as you think he was. He's a raw, young talent. Okay, they were trying to win a title the last 2 years. Here's what: people might be out there saying, "Look, Steiny, you don't even like Kuminga, or it doesn't even sound like you like Kuminga."
You don't dislike him, though.
Well, I don't like him on a championship team. To me, it's you can't give Kuminga 30 minutes and then your goal is to win a championship. I don't think those go hand in hand. So what I'm saying is, I'm ready to move off of Draymond and give Kuminga more of a role.
Okay.
Because I don't necessarily
like that.
think we're a championship team anymore.
I like that, and you're saving money at the same time. But just back to Kuminga.
True.
And it goes to the JD at the summit and JD on the pre and post, which he did great all season long. But, Stoney, I used to listen, man. There were a lot of people mad and disgruntled about the lack of Kuminga they were seeing. But this is where I'm at. How many times did I tell you and Evan and Spadoni that the Warriors on some nights looked older, the other team looked younger? Jonathan Kuminga was not high maintenance. He would back cut. He could throw it. You could catch a lob. Now, was he the best rebounder? Hell no. But the fact that he was quick, could pick guys up 94 feet, and the back cut and the dunks, that was obviously a mismatch on most nights.
Yeah,
how could they not dumb it down when he was in the game
the
to where he didn't have to feel like he was taking the SAT test? That's where I feel like he was failed. Steiny?
You're right. He was failed. They drafted a guy who was they drafted 2 projects.
Damn, man.
At the simultaneous time they wanted to win titles.
Wow.
2 projects.
I want to fight you on that
49ers
word.
did the same thing.
I can't.
We want to win a Super Bowl, and simultaneously we're drafting a project at quarterback. Explain to me how that makes sense. Reddy, L is in Pacifica. What's up, L? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Great conversation.
Thanks.
Guys, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. So,
yep.
I think as Warriors Nation, we're in the denial phase right now.
Why do you say that?
We're not trying to accept the fact that we're going to suck for a couple years. I think that right now the decision we got to make is, do we trade our veterans while they have some trade value and get something back and only suck for a few years? Or do we trade our young core, keep our veterans past their prime while we get nothing back for them and then suck for even longer? Look at the Boston Celtics when they broke up Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. I think right now, to me, it seems like we should trade at least Clay and Draymond while we can get something back and then rebuild the franchise. But let's not ignore the fact that we're going to suck for a couple years. Like that's it. Like there's no franchise that stayed great forever. Every franchise goes through a rebuilding phase.
Thanks, Pacific. Appreciate it. I think that's overstated.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily.
That's a 2 year from now call because you got the chef still playing high octane basketball.
Well, look, there's a scenario in which the Warriors can have Steph Curry and they could stink. There is a scenario for that.
We've seen it when they lost to
what
Memphis
it is.
in the play-in.
But I'm not willing to concede they're going to stink.
I'm not either.
But I do think you have a chance at stinking in 2 or 3 years after Steph.
Oh, no doubt.
Right. So you need to set the table now.
But you did when you drafted Jordan Poole until he got hit upside the head. Mm-hmm. And then Jonathan Kuminga and Wiseman, like, you had some stuff, Steiny, some antidotes to prepare for the future,
you had
too.
Picks. You had picks, and you missed on them. Those are gone. Sunk cost. GD5 Sports, that's a cold take, Steiny. When Kuminga was given 24 minutes a game as a starter in the last 30 games last season, he scored 14.5 points per game and 40% from three-point range. Fair. But I still don't think he should have been playing a lot if you wanted to win a title.
Oh, man.
I'm willing to go into next year and make more of a commitment to Kuminga. Absolutely. One way you make more of a commitment to Kuminga is by moving off Green.
And I'll tell you what we know about Kuminga, and you got to give him credit for having some cojones. Whatever. Remember, I keep talking about that memo that was sent out by his people. He didn't once say, "I'm gonna bust my ass to earn the time." His people were saying to the Warriors, "Hey, I don't know what will happen this season, but this can't happen again. You need to tell me my clients getting time."
Well, then you know what?
Like, that I was like, "Oh Lord."
Who do you think you are, Jonathan Kuminga? You know who he thinks he is? He thinks he's the guy who people like you talk about. He hears Stein, this guy. He hears so many people saying how great he is. And then he gets to practice and they're like, you've got to be different. You've got to play smarter.
All right, for the people in the back, about Kuminga, my last thing on him.
I'm looking forward to Kuminga next year.
But there was a juncture this season, Steiny, where you thought, he might be figuring it out. He might be a part of the playoff run. You have to.
Maybe.
He had some good flashes.
Yes. On a 44-win team. 44. Here's the other thing, and I made this point at Buon Vino, 1501 North Broadway.
Dude, I'll
Walnut
never
Creek.
forget it. Yeah.
And, and I don't, this fits in somewhere to our original conversation. It's like, all right, Steph, we're talking kind of too much about individuals. We're not talking enough about the Warriors. And what I mean by that is, look, you can justify anything. Klay Thompson, he's not really declining that much or hardly at all. He led the league in three-pointers. He can get better. Great. Yeah. Draymond Green. Oh, man, when you have Draymond Green, you have a chance. If you don't, you don't. Steph's great. He's fine. Kuminga. Well, Kuminga needs more. What I'm getting at is the big three. They do not bring out the best in each other anymore.
Wow.
The beauty of the big three was how they complemented each other. You had Steph, essentially a one-way player, was an offensive juggernaut. Then you had Steph. Then you had Klay, who was a two-way player, a great defensive player, and a great scorer. Then you had Draymond Green, who was a great defensive player, and at his best, could help you on the offensive end, facilitate. All right. Now, if you want to, Steph's still a prolific offensive player.
Gotcha.
Klay's a one-way player now, and Draymond Green is a one-way player. So your two-way guys are now one-way guys. One guy's not as good on offense. One guy's not as good as on defense. I don't know that they're going to get better in either of those categories moving forward.
Right, but you mentioned the big three. Your point that you hit it out the park. But how I would look at fixing that is the other two, and I'm not going loony, but I am, the other two around the big three. What if they were bringing more of an impact to bridge that gap?
Who are we talking about? Poole and Wiggins?
No, it could be anybody. It could be because Looney doesn't score.
Right.
So now that Klay is taking a step back, Steiny, you feel like the big three have expired. But what if you had two guys that could pick up that slack in the starting lineup? You don't have. Right, they don't have it.
Right,
it could have been Kuminga. It could have been Wiseman.
But they can't. Well, we're going to play that game for 10 years.
Oh no, you're going to play. Right, you're going to play it till they fix it. Because it ain't even got bad yet.
They're not going to be able to fix it. They had a chance.
No, they had three chances.
Well, what, you think Moody's a baller?
But he's not going to be starting or in the starting lineup anytime soon.
Well, I thought he was going to be a future All-Star.
No, he's a good player. And his stars.
This guy.
Dude.
Rich in Fremont.
Rich.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
You know it.
Okay, so I'm going to run this by y'all and see what you think. If the Celtics fold tonight, if they drop this game, what do you think about the idea of a trade where the Warriors get Malcolm Brogdon and Jaylen Brown for Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga, and Poole? What do you think about that trade?
This is one that we talked. Thanks, Rich.
Kind of.
We talked at Buon Vino,
but
1501 North Broadway.
I'm doing it, Steiny.
Oh, you are doing it?
Yeah, I'm doing it now. If you're telling me Dre can't coexist with Kuminga,
I'm not doing it if I'm the Celtics.
Oh well, that's right.
I mean,
well, there you go. We're in Warriorville, but you're right.
I mean, honestly, and this is where if I'm an opposing
Boston,
GM,
why? Go ahead.
I'm looking at. The way I would look at those three guys. Okay, who are you giving me again?
Jordan
Poole, Brad
Kuminga.
Stevens. Jordan Poole. Okay, he's a question mark.
Oh.
Who else?
He really, or did he get hit in the face?
Before he got hit in the face, and it's a question mark.
Okay,
but he's a question mark.
Kuminga. Oh,
I don't need. I don't know anything about him. He doesn't. Obviously, couldn't get off the bench. I know he's athletic, but athletic guys are a dime a dozen. So he's an unknown. Who else? So I'm getting two guys, question mark guys, for Jaylen Brown and Brogdon, two established guys.
Man.
Is there somebody else you want to throw in?
No.
Wiggins.
Yeah, Wiggins.
Oh, Wiggins.
Yeah.
You know what? I like Wiggins a little bit, but boy, he's only had one really good year out of 8.
Boston might. Well,
he's only had one really good year out of 8 years in the league. And what was going on? What happened last year?
Well,
with Wiggins.
He had some. It might have been domestic. The father, some health stuff. But that's over. That's over. He came back and he played.
Yeah, he wasn't the same player.
Right, but do you understand why he wasn't? He took 2 months off.
I'm not going to assume he's going to get back. I'm Brad Stevens, and I just can't assume I'm getting the Wiggins from your championship year. What if I get the Wiggins from Minnesota or the Wiggins from last year? I can't. Do you know how good Jaylen Brown is?
Yeah.
Okay, then you'll know why we can't do the trade.
Well, I'll tell you what, Stoney.
Yeah.
If something's going on in the Celtics locker room, I still think they got action to run down Miami. We'll talk about that later. But sometimes as an organization, you're forced to do things you don't want to do. And other teams are the beneficiaries of that. I honestly believe that's why C-Mac is a San Francisco 49er, because everything around Carolina eroded. My point is, why would Boston be looking to move that cargo if they got championship views or aspirations?
Well, because they don't think Brown and Tatum are the best fit. It's obvious. If they get beat tonight, I see where people in Boston.
But Brown's a known commodity. This is where I'm going from a Boston standpoint. He's so much to me a known commodity. I don't know if I want what you just ran down. What is Jordan Poole before or after the punch? What is Jonathan Kuminga with Robert Williams and Al? I don't know. That's too much of. And if you're going to put the Wiggins one, which I think is a strength, like Wiggins to me is, I get why he kind of tailed off. He missed 2 months of the season, but you want to know why.
Before that, Goo.
Oh, there's no. Okay.
Andrew Wiggins did not play well.
I ain't going to fight you on that. Okay. I'm not going to fight you on that.
Right. So why should I assume if I'm another team, he's going to be the player he was last year, 2 years ago?
So then you're not doing that.
Not if I were Boston, no.
And so why do you think Willard had a trade?
Because everybody, you know why? Because
everybody's trying to get something for nothing.
You ready? Here, I'll say this. Because, because everybody overrates Jaylen Brown. He's the flavor of the month. Good player.
I think he
ain't a 1.
I think he's getting. Well, is he as much of a 1 as Tatum?
Tatum's more of a 1.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just ask you why. I'm using mindset now too. In lemon booty.
The big reason is that Jaylen Brown can't dribble. That's the essential reason.
And I'm starting to see that from Tatum a little bit, Steiny.
I don't think Jaylen Brown can do what Tatum does. Right. Even though I'm not.
Because they both been just. I'd be like, oh my gosh.
I said this to my buddy Jay, who's a huge Celtics fan. I'm like, you know what? And he's sick of the Celtics right now. He can't stand them. Thinks they're babies. Thinks they're head cases. And I'm like, Jay, I get you, but they're still one of the last 4 teams playing.
Okay.
I don't like when we make fun of the Lakers and still one of the last 8 teams playing.
Now, what if I told you champions don't think how you just set that up about? We were just in the finals up 1-0 and up 2-1. So the Celtics, we're comparing ourselves to the former teams and last year's team. This ain't Minnesota. This ain't Atlanta. What the hell we're one of the last 4 teams. Okay. So I'm just saying to your boy, who I like your boy. I feel like if I were a Celtic fan, I would feel like your buddy. So what if they're looking at it and comparing themselves to themselves and not about the other 29 teams or 28 teams that would be happy to lose the finals up 2-1 and then come back and be just one of the final 4 teams? What if that's not good enough?
Well, then they'll make moves. If they don't, Brad Stevens either thinks they can get it. Look, there's been a lot of teams in the league that have knocked on the door, and then broken through. Sometimes it takes 5 years. How long did it take the Pistons to get over on the Celtics and the Bulls?
They earned that.
Took 6 years.
But that was different era, too. Teams weren't doing what they're doing now.
What do you mean?
Dudes leaving. I'm coming to you. You beat us. They stuck it out.
You can stick it out with Boston, Pay Jaylen Brown.
And I'm starting to think Tatum and Brown do the same thing too, Stoney. They don't compliment each other.
Sounds to me like you're with me. You're coming around.
No, there's some nights I watch Tatum, like he balled out the other night, and Brown helped, but I'm like, they do the same thing. And you know what scared me? Clay and Steph do the same thing. But now Clay can't do the Steph part of going to the rack, but he's trying, and then we get mad. Like honestly, I know it's random. What would you tell Klay Thompson to work on this offseason?
It's conditioning.
Oh,
I'd say
you think so?
Yeah, come into camp in shape. And Steve Kerr alluded to that. I get the sense that Steve Kerr was not happy.
Wow.
The exit interview with Clay was, I think Clay's got to, Clay wasn't ready to play.
Huffing and puffing. Well, not that that's the end all be all, but what about his ability to put it on the floor? Would you say get rid of that or work? Or would you encourage that from him?
No, I wouldn't encourage that.
See, I think that's what he's going to be doing. Okay. Almost by default, Stoney.
What does that mean?
Because I can't throw it to Dre or Looney on the block.
You know what? That's a good point. Go work on your post-up game, Clay. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Work on a post-up game, Clay. There was
he ain't no little dude.
They used to post him up a lot.
What happened?
Yes, Kerr.
Kobe did it at the end. Jordan did it for years. Paul Pierce. J.R. Ryder. God. Mitch Richmond.
Right.
I think we might be able to get to the end of the segment if we keep going down the list. What, Evan?
I wonder how many more names he had.
I think that's about it. 888-957-9570.
He played the choke music. You didn't want to hear anymore, did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
That's what I got.
Because I didn't even like the guys you were naming.
What? I said Jordan. Mitch Richmond.
Mitch had a post-up game his whole career.
But yeah, well.
Like
Paul Pierce. It's not he couldn't jump over a newspaper.
That doesn't mean he couldn't post up early in his career.
Well.
And if he couldn't jump over a newspaper in his prime, how did he become a post-up player at the end?
He knew the game.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Size.
Sean Livingston.
Great call. Great call on Sean Livingston.
Shout out 925.
Great call on Sean Livingston. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You heard the conversation the first 90 minutes. Feel free to jump in if you want. And then this is what I want to get to next. Brian Geltzeiler, XM Sirius Radio, was on with us yesterday. And he said something about the Warriors offseason last year that had me thinking all day yesterday about something that I'd never thought about, and I just find it fascinating. Gabe Kapler interview coming up at noon, and we will absolutely positively get to the 49ers later on in the show. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump on in. Give us a call. There's a surprise. If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
My father was diagnosed with
I got Tiger.
You got Tiger.
Yeah.
You gonna pick him? You gonna put some? Not
I'm a
even as a
bad
fan.
gambler. Yeah.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
By the way, 1-800-GAMBLER. It's helped thousands with gambling addictions.
No doubt.
You're sick, dude.
What you mean? Dude, what? We're watching the Reds and Cardinals
They're in the
on a
seventh
Thursday
inning,
morning.
and a guy. What are you doing?
We're having fun. We're fantasy baseball, and I'm in first place in the Frisco Ballers
You were
League.
cheering
Thank
over.
you, Bonte
You
Hill.
weren't cheering over fantasy baseball. You were cheering over some kind of over/under on a game where you couldn't name 20% of the personnel.
Oh no, please! I'm in fantasy baseball.
Okay, give me the Reds lineup. Who catches for the Reds?
John India is their second baseman.
Well, he's not catching.
No, I didn't ask about.
Is he one of those
catching.
guys who can do both?
Malley.
I'll give him to you.
They got some good players. Luke Malley.
He's the
Steiny.
guy that's at the plate.
My family might listen every now and then. Oh, thank you, Evan. I didn't know that. Look, hey, let's get off this. Yeah. You saw the Devin Haney push at the weigh-in.
I did.
I'm talking to Bonte because I know he's from the town. I love him. But Steiny, I thought he got a good scorecard. But he pushed the opponent in the presser, and you didn't like it. And I didn't like it.
That's
Why?
not how we do it in Philly.
Wow.
That's not how we do it in Philly. He knows that. I talked to him. He doesn't feel good about it.
So I'm saying I'm calling out Looney to work on his game and be more of a score threat that can relieve pressure from Stephen Curry.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen.
Looney's got a big body.
Okay.
Turn around, jump hook. Just try it more.
How many? Oh, okay.
But work on it. Steiny, your boy's a dog down there.
Oh, so
go ahead.
You want Looney?
I'm
you want
not
Looney
saying
to be more of a scorer.
I'm not be Shaq, but when
Right.
you get those, you're a magnet.
He has no lift. No lift.
Head fake, Steiny.
Yeah, he's
And
good at that
put it-
already.
Well,
he's pretty good at that already.
Is he as confident as it? Man, we were just
He's
in
not
front
going to
of
get
him.
better offensively. He's
Damn it.
28 years old or whatever he is. That's the other thing. You know what? Here's something. God. How's Draymond's three-point shot working? He's still in the lab from 2 years ago.
Whitley and I, it was in the game 2. Whitley Sandretto, the great Whitley Sandretto, and I watched him warm up. Steiny, your boy was hitting him.
You know what? I'm pretty good on the driving range too.
With the, I get it.
Robin, hey Robin, how you
girl.
doing?
Hey, you guys, how you doing?
Hey,
you know what?
Doing well.
We're just like never satisfied. So like, you're right, Steinmetz. He doesn't have a lift. Looney doesn't have a lift. Hip surgery and whatnot. And he was a guard. And here's the thing I want to say to you guys this morning, because I talked to Bonte and them this morning about athletes. My daughter is an athlete, and I just wanted to call you guys and give a shout out because being an athlete is not something that you become. It's something. It's about who you are, and I learned that through my daughter. Right? Because, see, the girls as an athlete, they don't have it like the boys, right? I can't remember the last time my nephew wrote a paper, but I watched my daughter get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, because she was an all-star, all-city, at 5 o'clock in the morning to swim laps.
Wow.
Swim laps before practice, because she talked back to the coach. To swim laps before for practice and before her algebra class, right? So I wanted to just say that to people that, that we come down hard on these athletes, right? But being an athlete is not something that you become. It's who you are as a person. It's intrinsic. So don't ever forget that. Now, moving forward, change is hard in this world. I'm 62 years old. My kids are out of the house. I don't need a 3-bedroom. I'm stuck with the dog, but that's okay. So I need to make a change. I have to downsize. And I say this to say that we need to let go of some of our core so that we can move forward. And sometimes moving forward means taking a step backwards, right? And so that's all I want to say.
Robin.
Because if you, yes?
No, this is poetic, but I forget the Warrior angle for 1 minute. I mean, you have really struck me because I came in and told Steiny I was going to ask him something about just mental health and athletes. But with everything you were just saying about, where it comes from and it's in you and it's not in some, real quick, I thought about Ja Morant. And the reason I did is I think I've been too hard on him, just from the outset. And when you just talked that, I thought of him. Are you giving him a pass for what he's kind of gotten himself into?
No, he doesn't give a pass. Let me tell you something about mental health. I believe that all of us, many of us, I think pretty much all of us are functional, clinical depressed. I do. Okay? So here's what I believe, and I'm going to leave you guys with this because I know I'm wearing my time out. I was raised, I have a sister that's schizophrenic that I've always taken care of, and she's doing well. My mother had 3 nervous breakdowns before she was 30 years old. I know what mental health looks like. You understand? So here's what I think about Ja Morant, right? Because my daughter was all city, and she could have went on and if she really wanted to and be in the WNBA, but she didn't want to. She didn't like that. She didn't want that pressure. And you know what I see in Ja Morant? I have nothing to go on. I think Ja Morant is living his daddy's dream. I don't think Ja Morant really, I think he loves playing basketball, but you have to be able to take that pressure and be able to be an all-star. He can't handle it. And I really don't think that Ja Morant really wants to be a basketball player when it comes to that. That's my take.
Oh, thank you, Robin.
Appreciate it, Robin.
Wow. Lot to chew on there, Stoney.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's some hard stuff.
But Ja Morant worked his ass off to get where he was, and then he started acting a fool with the gunplay. So I do question, does he love it? Because this second, whatever you want to call this second thing he got into, Steiny, it was like a kid putting his hand back in the candy jar. You getting $200 million, young man.
Right.
Is Robin onto something to where he might be looking like, y'all can take the league away from me? I'm not tripping. And that would be sad.
So why should we care about him?
Because he gives a service to us to where we like watching him do things that a lot of basketball players can't do on the hardwood.
That's all we care about.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, we like the guy across the street. We don't know him, but I care about as well.
I
don't
couldn't
want to
care
hear
less about him.
No, Steiny, stop. If a milk truck hit him, you would be like, "Come on, dude, that was sad." That's who you
Sure,
are.
it was
human.
sad.
Yeah.
Well,
why a milk truck?
You think people care about us if we weren't on the mic? Like, seriously.
I mean, what I found in my life is that people remember you for about a day and a half. And
you don't mean
Yes,
this.
I do, actually. Yes, I do. I do.
Tina Turner?
Yeah, I'm about over.
No, but see, now I'm...
What?
Right.
I mean, I'm more talking about, like, getting fired. If I got fired today... Monday, nobody would care.
But
people
you would barely remember, Steiny.
You're wrong. You're totally wrong on that.
Wow. I think you're selling yourself short.
I think you're
always tell
selling
you that.
everybody way too
high.
Yeah. About a day and a half. Yes.
Did
I
you
believe
go
it.
to Buon Vino when you were talking? Did you look around and take inventory
Oh,
of
I did.
how people were reacting to you?
Yes.
Some probably hate you, but some
Sure.
love you.
Right.
But they know who you are because you make a difference or you try to.
For about a day.
Nah, it's longer than a day. Dan Dibley's been doing this. You say 30 for 50. If he were to walk away, you think that would just be a footnote?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Dan Dibley
There
would be a
wouldn't be a
footnote.
parade,
Matt
but there would be
Steinmetz
people on
isn't even
blogs
that.
and Twitter and Facebook. Willard, if he were to walk away.
For a day.
Dude,
one day.
People don't have to talk about you every day for you to have an impact
That's all
on
I'm
them,
saying,
though. Just because you don't
Evan,
hear
right.
your name doesn't mean you don't have an impact.
Because the way you're talking now, Goo doesn't deserve a funeral. It's just a couple hours. He ain't with us no more. Like, come on.
It's more that, it's more like, let me see. Oh, here's one. Like, Buster Posey. Oh my God, he's going to retire. Nobody thinks about Posey anymore. He's done.
But his impact will.
It's over.
When you
his
talk
impact
Giants,
his impact is
Bailey,
done.
Bart,
His impact is done.
Steiny, no, when you think about A+ Giant catchers, he set that bar.
I haven't thought about Buster Posey in about 4 months.
But they just called up Bailey. So when I look at him, we'll never know. We got time, but I'm just thinking of Buster put that damn
There
bar
was
so
once
high.
a great radio man in the Bay Area, and he had it right. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
But that's what made him a legend.
That's right.
Like Acura.
Because when I listened back then, and he would say that, it resonated in such a big way. I was like, he's right on the money. Like, nobody does care after a day or two. They just don't.
But
we all have our
real quick.
We all have our own lives to live.
I'm not saying that, but you called him a legend.
He is.
So the impact of what he did was predicated on how people loved to hear what he had to say.
But how many? Okay.
So he was a legend.
And how many times have we brought up Gary Radnich's name in the last 10 years?
Okay.
3?
Right. Well,
3, 2 probably.
No, 8 between us because we're trying to get him on the phone.
He's not. See,
Vontae, can you get a Dibs? Can you get him on? You got a number.
That's another reason.
Johnny the Gout, man.
That's another reason why Radnich is the man.
If he called right now, we would drop everything.
He would never call right now.
But if somebody
He's got too much pride. He said when he was walking away, he'd walk away. And we wouldn't hear from him anymore. And that's exactly what he's done.
Right. I get all that.
Yes, sir.
But his impact is still, you got him number one in the
Impact
Bay.
is different than being remembered.
You don't think that, Steiny, maybe you're not but in the minority on this one?
No, I don't.
I really
Well, you know what? Whether I am or not, I'm not sure. But I do believe that for the most part, we move on so freaking fast, and that's just the way it is.
But we don't
Bruce
forget.
Hornsby.
We don't forget.
But we barely remember.
Steiny, we believe on line one. That was a season, not a person, but it was a season.
I mean,
that's great.
It all goes back to Buddhism, though, right, Steiny?
my-
The
that's
root
a
of
fool.
suffering is attachment. You get attached to these guys, and then you're eventually going to suffer.
But when's your party?
Wow. I don't know if
Next
I'm coming.
Saturday.
Spadoni.
Next
Wow.
Saturday?
I'm
I am locked in.
Yeah, we're there.
I am locked in.
RSVP to Jade,
Oh,
please.
shoot, that's right.
I ain't good at that.
You will get the wrath of
Okay.
Jade.
Carlito.
You do not want that.
Hey, Carlito, how you doing? You think the young guys need to play?
Hello.
Hey.
And, listen, fellas. If Gary Radnich calls your show right now, you guys would have the best rating you've had
No
in 10
doubt.
years.
No
That would be an amazing show. By the way, Juan Vino, I missed it.
I know.
You guys eat there. That looks amazing. Miss you guys. Thank you.
All good. Austin San Jose Steiny is right.
Thank you. That's the first thing he's ever agreed with me
Loco
on.
Mocha on YouTube. Clearly, Steiny would be over Goo if he had a new co-host tomorrow.
Well, that is the one thing that I always get a kick out of. When Guru and I will be at the bar, and he'll be like, you know, Steiny, if I got offered another job, I don't know. I think I'd be real nervous about coming to you. I went, what?
This scares, but you're telling me who you are, and I gotta just we're a team.
If you
Shaq
get
and
offered a
Kobe.
job with, let's just say, a $50,000 raise,
As excited as I would be to take it, I would be nervous to come to you to say money won me over.
and I
it
would
took
say,
me
hey,
from
Goo,
you."
I'm going to tell you something. You don't take that money, I'm quitting.
God, we were raised different, man.
No loyalty.
Dude, there is, man. And the Radnich thing, I totally won because.
What do you mean won?
You're talking about what he chose to do after he left, but his impact, nevertheless, is as big as it. Shasky, we are the Bonta. He's the king, Dibs. He is the king. So
Yeah, but keep in
forget what
mind, there's
he's
now
doing.
10 years worth of people who have no idea who he is.
Wow.
None. Nobody cares except your family. There you go, 510.
Dude,
Somebody texted in, did you see Moses? Like, this is unreal. And I don't know if it's true or not, but it makes me funny. It makes me laugh, rather. Somebody said, hey, guys, did you see Moses Moody stopped following the Warriors on IG?
I don't know why.
I don't know if
played
it's
in the-
true or not.
He got action. He ended up being the winner. He was third if it were a derby of the youngsters. Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, and he ended up being number one. I don't know why. I don't think that's a fact.
Oh, the man, the myth, the legend.
The impact.
Skinny Bob from El Granada.
Yeah,
hey, Skinny,
Bob.
how you doing, man? I'm trying to follow in your footsteps and cheer people up and put them all in a good mood. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Nice.
And other senior moments, nothing could be finer than living today.
Nice.
But, Steiny, I got to agree with you and talk to Guru.
Hey,
Guru, everything in life has a term, and some things end. But Steiny's right. Family only cares. And let me tell you, I'm 78. I had a golden retriever when I first retired. I ended up crying in bed for 3 days, went to the pound, and I got a husky, and the husky couldn't be better. And let me tell you, I flew with flight attendants for 10 years, and I got tired of leaving my house packing my bag. So, Steiny, Guru, life goes on, and life is worth living, and there's new challenges. So, Draymond Green, if he stays or goes, I'm happy. They're entertainers. They get paid millions of bucks. Good for them. But life is good no matter what direction you take, as long as you stay helping people, and that's Buddhism, I think.
And Skinny.
So what do you got?
Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I think. So the husky that you got for that retriever, that's the one. Wait, it was a lab or a retriever that died?
A golden retriever.
So interesting.
For 13
So you had a retriever, you got a husky, and the husky actually retrieves.
No, the husky rescued me, my emotions, and we walk every day.
Wow.
Personalities. A lady taught me how to train a husky, and two different personalities, but the husky rescued me, and it's like a divorce, actually. You have a happy marriage and the divorce. There's other women in the ocean or in life. So you move on and you find another partner, and then you forget about the old one and you're a happy guy.
Wow.
But you guys are great. Your job, I tell you, I didn't discover you until about 3 weeks ago. I have a hard time even finding you on YouTube. I'm a illiterate. I can't sign into a computer.
You're like my dad.
Happy, independent guy.
Hey, Skinny Bob, so
By the
wait.
way,
Skinny, I thought you said your husky retrieved the golf balls.
Oh, he walks with me, and he'll pick one up, and he's well trained. He heals. He knows what I'm doing. I tell you, a relationship between dogs and people, if you're with them 100% of the time, it's better than family, actually. Wow. I don't disappoint you. All they want to do is please you.
Yep.
And all I want to do is please my husky.
There you
And
go.
I walk him 3 times a day. And by the way, a surfing legend got some of my golf balls yesterday from here on the coast. And I got balls, let me tell you, garbage cans full. And as you well know, someday I'll meet you. You come out here when you go.
We got to go.
And Guru, you like colored balls. I have orange, red, purple,
The fluorescent
green,
ones.
you name it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey,
Skinny.
Yeah, I got a couple colored balls, too.
Skinny,
But the
thank you so
fluorescent
much
ones
as
I love.
always. I'll tell you what.
We got to do something
How can
with
you not
them.
see? This is what I mean. How can you not be uplifted by that? By the way, you want to talk about a husky?
Nothing can get you down.
Beautiful eyes. Oh my God.
Those are the one with the blue ones.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Huskies are one of my
Give
favorite.
my kid a dog. I failed him.
You did. You did. That's all right, though. It wasn't the only area that you failed.
Please. Dude, it was an F. What does he get mad at?
Nothing.
Divorce, no problem. You
Nothing.
get a new partner.
You know, he's got such a better disposition than my 90-year-old father.
He's great, man. We got to go meet him, Scotty, for real. We got to go
Skinny
meet him.
Bob, yeah.
But I'm kind of mad at you.
Yeah, Skinny
We're
Bob.
talking Radnich. Here he is, the legend. And I'm thinking Gary didn't call this.
Oh, no.
I made it up.
Yeah.
Wow.
We didn't get to that Geltzeiler sound.
And also, we got some Kyle Sound and Trey Lance.
Yeah, but we're
marking
playing,
his territory.
But we got Kapler coming up in 5. Let's take
Infinite
Murillo.
outcomes.
Hey, Murillo, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got a big act to follow. Yeah.
I know. Well, actually, I was going to give 2 compliments. What a good morning to have callers like Skinny Bob and Robin back to back. That's lucky morning for us. I really love the perspective. And I have, what Robin said, I have a Down syndrome sister. I sympathize. And I have a pit bull who I'm just walking right now. So
awesome.
Great morning. But, guys, I want to drop a little Warriors trade.
Okay.
Suggestion before you guys transition. I think there's an agreement between everyone that Poole and Green will not work together, and this 2 timeline is not going to bring us a championship in the near future. So I have a trade suggestion. I really think Porzingis would fit like a glove in the Warriors system, and I was checking. He has a team option this season, and I think he would be a guy who would like to take a little less money to play in a situation like the Warriors, and he would fill a lot of holes for us. So I would be willing to trade. Call him, see if he agrees on a signing trade for Poole and Kuminga, and you bring Porzingis and DeLon Wright to back up Steph Curry on that point guard position. If they want our first-round pick this season, let them have it. Otherwise, you got to blow everything away anyways because the cap situation. It's either go all in or let one of the vets go.
Wow. Appreciate the call.
And have a good day.
You too, Murillo, and thanks for the nice words.
He said young Mr. Darrell's
so
brother.
Much. Yeah. Why did you snore at Porzingis?
You know I can't stand Porzingis.
I like him. He's grown
I know
on.
you do.
Yeah.
I'm in the
He's
middle.
my Russell Westbrook.
He's not useless.
He is definitely not useless.
Austin.
Dude, he's the
Austin
greatest.
on YouTube. You better be careful.
What did he say about the
Steiny
interview?
Porzingis is like Larry Bird. He has the laughing emoji. I'm coming around on Austin. He's starting to agree with me more.
Dude, when do I take this victory lap?
Well, we're out of time now.
Well, for the Celtics, I told you they weren't dead.
I can't stand you.
Dude, I'm just starting. I saw it. I told
They
you.
won one game.
But dude, they're going to win tonight. No Vincent.
Here you-
Miami's going to go cold from 3. I texted JD last night.
Mia listening?
No.
Well, go bet on it then.
Oh,
Don't
no,
tell me.
it's
Don't tell
8.
me. I don't care.
It's minus
Put
8
your money where
Boston.
your mouth
Nah.
is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You scared? Yeah, big talk on the
Tomorrow
radio.
payday, though?
Big talk. And today for you.
Not anymore.
Well, you know why? Because you're never in on a Thursday. Maybe that's why you don't get paid on Thursdays.
Right, yeah, y'all better get it out because I'm getting tired.
Hey, Gabe Kapler. He's the manager of the San Francisco Giants. Just slipped a game back under 500 yesterday in the Twin Cities. That would be Minneapolis and St. Paul. St. Paul. I would say St. Paul to Minneapolis is like Oakland to San Francisco or Brooklyn to Manhattan. Something like that. Mm-hmm. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? You want to earn $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. That's VTA bus to 333-161 to apply.
Hi, this is Jason.
infinite number of outcomes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you, and we wanted to share this from today's morning roast. They had Gabe Kapler, the manager of the San Francisco Giants, on. Terrific interview with Bonte and Shasky, and they started out the interview asking Gabe Kapler if there was an off-season emphasis on trying to become a better defensive team.
Yeah, I think so. And all of the players that you mentioned have taken nice steps forward. I think our outfielders have done a nice job as well.
Yeah.
Michael Conforto and Haniger, while they're not Gold Glove elite defenders, they really stabilize things for us. Mike Yastrzemski in center field does a nice job. And then we have a guy on our roster now, Bryce Johnson, who can go out there and play an above-average center field. One infielder that you didn't mention was Brett Wisely, and I think we're kind of it's hard not to get distracted by yesterday's game where we played a sloppy defensive game. We have to be better than that. But for the most part, Wisely's really shined both at second base and center field, and every time Bryce Johnson has been out there, he's done a good job for us as well. So I think our defense is just more stable than it has been in years past. And to answer your question directly, yes, it was a pretty big point of emphasis for us in the offseason and in spring training this year.
Gabe Kapler, manager of the San Francisco Giants, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Also a longtime player, won a World Series with the Boston Red Sox. Gabe, coming into the season, a lot was made about the pitch clock and the lack of shifting. So far through 49 games, what's your take on the pitch clock?
I really like it. I think it sped up the game. I think the brand of baseball is quicker. To be very selfish, I like getting home a half an hour early or so.
Us too.
After games, it means a half an hour more sleep. I'll take that all day, every day.
Yes, sir.
But I just think things feel. The game feels like it's being played with slightly more urgency, which I really like right now. I'm into it. How about you guys?
I love it.
Love it. Well, we work at 6 a.m, so we can go to sleep at 9:15, and it's lit. I could get an extra 30 minutes, and then, I just love it. Like you said, the urgency, it feels like it's a lot more intensity. Guys are just getting in that box. They're swinging, pitchers just throwing. I love the pitch clock. Love it.
Yeah, I think I read some of Buster's quotes, actually, a couple of days ago. I think he was talking about how in the past, when he's been at home with his family and watching games, he feels like he can go do something between pitches, and now he feels like if he walks away or turns away for a second, he might miss something, which I think is exactly the feeling we want Major League Baseball fans to have. Like every pitch that happens is a chance for some action. It's going to be some action on the bases, but you don't want to turn away for too long because you might miss something. So I thought Buster articulated that well.
And also, like, there's the television viewing experience. When we went to the game, my wife, who had season tickets before we even got married, she was like, what I like about it is I know when the ball's going to get put into play, so I can look over. And so even though she's not as diehard, she's like casually watching, it gives her an opportunity to like focus on when the ball's going to be put in play, almost like a shot clock or a play clock in the NFL. So I think it's hitting on all cylinders here.
Yeah, it's like a cadence and a rhythm.
Yep.
I totally understand what you're saying. I think you're right on.
Yeah. I'm looking at Casey Schmidt here, and there's been so much made about, like, the development of young guys. And, well, you guys have developed some young guys. Estrada's a young guy who you've developed. Logan Webb you've developed. Doval. But it feels like Casey has just breathed life into the team, and I know it's more nuanced than that. But when you guys brought him up, did you know he was going to be this good?
No. I mean, look, we knew that he was going to be a quality defender at third base. We knew that he had a chance and continues to have a chance to be a plus defender at shortstop and second base. We knew that he had really good bat to ball skills. So he has a good feel for where the sweet spot on the barrel is, which isn't something that you say about everybody. So he has nice eye-hand coordination. And the one area that we think may be something that he just has to challenge himself to be better at is pitch selection. It's deciding which pitches to go after. And we never want to take away that young, aggressive intensity that he has, where he feels like he can hit any pitch and hit it hard. We want to encourage that, and at the same time, we just want to shrink the zone in which he swings just a tiny bit. And I think if he's able to make that small adjustment, he's going to be a really good hitter for a really long time and has a chance to be a top of the league style of defender at third base and maybe even at shortstop and second as well.
Well said, Cat. Well said. 2021 NL Manager of the Year, World Series champion 04 when he was a player. Gabe Kapler here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So Smith's getting a lot of headlines. Conforto Haniger's coming around. They're getting a lot of headlines. J.D. Davis has had a spectacular start to his season, but a guy that nobody talks about. Nobody talks about him is Thairo Estrada, it feels like. And watching him pick it as well as handle the bat, I think he's on his way to an all-star game. We'll get to Camilo Duvall in just a second, but Thairo Estrada has been rock steady, not just for this season, but even last year. And I think his last season, despite the struggles you guys had as a team, his season it flew under the radar, Cap.
No, I think that's very well said. And why do you think he doesn't get a lot of attention? Because I think he's been a winning player now for us for several years. I think the statistics will tell you that he's one of the top 25 players in baseball right now. So why do you think he's not as popular as he might otherwise be?
Shax, gotta let you get in here. I was gonna say maybe he needs to cook more sex on IG or something to get our attention. I don't know
what it is? You know what it is? Because I think people, they acquired him from the Yankees, and he's already 26 and blah blah. Like, I watched him every day last year, and I was like, okay, him and Wilmer were the two most impactful players last year. If you were watching day in and day out, and it was an adventure at times at second base, but this dude just makes plays, and he's the kind of guy, I think, as the game evolves to more speed and you're seeing more just like sense of urgency and playing multiple positions, like he checks off all those boxes. And then in our ballpark, he's a great gap hitter. Like, I just love Estrada. I think he's a really good ball player.
Why do you think he's not getting enough love? Just because
I don't know. I don't know. We're obsessed with the home run, I think. I like guys who put the ball in play.
I was going to say, he can take you deep, too. And by the way, I think you guys are alluding to it, so I'm not saying anything you don't know, but he's one of the better base stealers around the game as well. So he does have that all-around game going for him. If I were to put my finger on why he might not get the type of exposure or love that he deserves based on his play, it's because he's a super quiet individual. He doesn't say much, and obviously Spanish is his native language, so we don't get to know his personality. But people inside the clubhouse think the world of him, think he's like one of the best teammates out there, think he's funny and sharp, but it's hard from the outside to get to know a player like that. So that's sort of up to us in the community to talk about the great dude that Thairo is and try to get him some exposure, because he's certainly deserving of it with his play, and he's a top-notch individual, so why not?
I think he's playing at an all-star level this year at second base for you guys. And speaking of which, Camilo Duvall, now he's got swagger. He's loud with the ice in his ears, the ice around his neck, but he's actually been dealing in the back end. 13 saves. I think he's one of the premier closers of baseball right now. And, I get there's control issues at times here, but Camilo Duvall, man, has stepped up. You guys have put the ball in his hands in the ninth inning. I think it's no doubt, man, he's one of the premier closers in the game, and he's headed to the Midsummer Classic.
I think you're right on there as well. And he's become very, very durable. And one thing you guys might not see, but I think is worth noting, is he wants the ball all the time. So if he's pitched 2 games in a row, you know how it goes around baseball. Most teams don't like to pitch their pitchers 3 games in a row. Like the back-to-back-to-back thing is something that teams avoid, and I understand why. But if he's gone 2 games in a row and he's thrown 20 pitches in each of those games, and there's a safe situation, he wants the ball. And I really respect that. He bounces back. All of the accolades he's deserving of. Obviously, throws really hard. The slider's nasty. He's got the sinker-cutter combination. But I think the thing that people don't see about Camilo is that he is just incredibly, incredibly physical and durable, and I think we're lucky to have him.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And there's the other night, as we're like talking synergy here with the closers, is Patrick Bailey. I mean, he made a stop the other night that you just either have it or you don't. I mean, it was an incredible stop back there. I really like what I've seen from him. I know it's a work in progress. He's probably got a long way to go with things that you guys are working on, but there's some really nice things that he does behind the plate instinctually. I love Patrick Bailey's glove and his feel with the pitching staff right now. Can you kind of elaborate on what you're seeing from the young man, Patrick Bailey?
Well, you guys have alluded to it this entire show. Like, we made a commitment. We're continuing to make a commitment to prioritize defense. And Pat Bailey is just like all young players, like Casey Schmidt is, like Thairo Estrada is, like Camilo Duvall is a work in progress. So there are going to be bumps and bruises along the way. But the foundation, the thing that is going to always raise his floor, is his defensive ability. And he frames very well. He keeps pitches in the zone strikes. He'll get you those pitches at the edges. He can throw from multiple angles over the top. and a little bit sidearm to get rid of the ball pretty quickly. And he blocks, as you mentioned. And the blocking is something that we're paying close attention to because, as you know, with guys like Camilo Doval, guys like Tyler Rogers, these nastier dudes from different arm angles, Ryan Walker might fall into that category as well. They are depending on their catchers to protect them. They want to know that they can rip a nasty off-speed pitch in the dirt and that ball is not going to go to the backstop. So Pat is a guy that can block and protect the pitching staff, and I think that's one more reason to love him.
You know, on that same catching note, and this might get a little too nerdy, so if you think I'm too nerdy on this one, I apologize in advance. But like the one leg down thing for the catchers, obviously it's not the way that I was taught growing up, but I'm open-minded, and I want to know, like, what's the thought process behind that? Is that for framing the low and outside pitch? Why is the one leg down thing something that you guys seem to be teaching some of these guys?
Well, I don't think it's for everybody, A. And B, I think it has a lot to do with stabilization. It just puts your body in a position where the glove can be in the center of your body and you can be very, very quiet. It does, at times, make it more challenging to block balls, and sometimes it makes it challenging to get off a good throw. We've seen that from time to time with Joey Bart, by the way, where he's in a one-knee down position and he doesn't get a throw off because he's looking to really frame and hold that pitch, which is important, right? Because you know that a swing count, a count that goes from 1-1 to 1-2 on the batter may be the most important thing that you can do in that moment, because it's less likely that you're going to throw the runner out. But if you're able to get that call, it puts the hitter in a very uncomfortable position. By the way, I'm not advocating for only a knee down setup for a catcher. But there are some catchers who can be in a knee down position and make great throws. Joey is one of those physical guys who, if his knee is down, he can throw from that position and make good throws from that position.
Yeah.
So I do think there's a compromise in here between being a great receiver, framing pitches well, and being able to block and throw. And those are things that our catching coach, Craig Albernaz, is right on top of. He's making those calculations, and we trust him to make those decisions with our catchers.
Yeah, no, I really like that elaboration. Thank you for that. The defense, obviously, was a point of emphasis. Was that a shift organizationally, or was that something that maybe we just haven't seen some of the younger guys come through the system that are more defensive oriented? Because it does feel very dramatically different than the last couple of years.
I think it's a combination of those things. I wouldn't say it's our organizational philosophy about how we acquire players. We want players to be good on both sides of the ball. I think this push has a lot to do with how our roster is put together. We have really good starting pitching. Those starting pitchers like Alex Cobb and Logan Webb and Anthony Desclafani and Alex Wood, these are guys that put the ball on the ground. If we're going to have pitchers like that, we're going to need to protect those pitchers. We need to catch the ball. We need to convert ground balls into outs. I think we all recognize that. Now, the addition of players like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, to some degree or another, Tyro Estrada, the work that you mentioned that Lamont Wade Jr. is doing, these are development things, right? These guys have specific skills, and then we have to bring the best out of them. That's the job of a major league coaching staff, is to have those guys improve while they're on the dirt or on the grass. And we're pretty keenly focused on that. And we have been for quite some time. And in the past, we may not have gotten all the way there. This year, I think we're doing a better job.
Let me ask you this, Kat, because we're talking to Gabe Kapler here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. There was a lot made this offseason. I mean, we went crazy on this show when obviously the Judge deal didn't go through and the Correa deal and all that's happened. And I know we've all made it, wish Correa best of luck or whatnot, and Judge chose to stay with the Yankees, and we all understand that. But it felt like a lot of juice with the Giants was lost. A lot of buzz about the team was lost. Now at the Yard, as you guys get hot here, and you get Casey Schmidt up, you get Patrick Bailey up, and a lot of us have been waiting for some of the youngsters here. Do you feel like some of the buzz is coming back to the Yard, especially on that last homestand?
I will say that I think nothing excites fans like homegrown players. Yeah. I think everybody respects and appreciates big-name free agents. It's nice when I was in Philadelphia when Bryce Harper came to town, and man, that was a huge boost to the city. And, as we brought in some smaller name free agents, but some really good players, that's brought some good energy to the city. But there's nothing like when a player comes up and performs and the city's like, man, we might have this guy for the next 10 years and he might be a cornerstone for us. And we didn't have to spend several $100 million to get him. we signed him out of the draft, and he was developed by our player development system. I think that makes everybody feel pretty warm and fuzzy, and I think that's what we're seeing with guys like Casey and Camilo and certainly like Pat Bailey, and we have some guys that have got to the AAA level that are also promising. Luis Matos is doing a nice job since he's been there. I think Kyle Harrison's last performance speaks volumes for who he might be down the road. So I think we're trending in the right direction as it relates to developing and advancing young players, and I think that couldn't be more exciting for us.
Because it's obviously here in this market, we get up for these games, and I know you've been to a lot of Niner games. I'm seeing you wear Trent Williams jerseys, and you go down to. I seen you sip it. Now I've never seen anybody, Cap. You're one of one. Because I'm not gonna lie, man. I saw you sitting courtside with a glass of wine. I said, man, I don't think I've seen a dude sip a glass of wine while watching some hoops, man. But do you, Cap? Man, I'm not mad at you.
You pulled it off.
You pulled it off. But
no, that wasn't wine though. Let's make sure that we have the record straight.
What was it?
That was whiskey.
Oh, whiskey.
Was that
What's
whiskey?
your brand?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was whiskey.
I mean, I guess it might have. I guess it might have been. I've been to a couple of games, and maybe one was whiskey, maybe one was wine. You might be right. I could be off.
Right. No, I remember I saw the red stuff. I was like, I know about whiskey, Cap. I know a little bit about whiskey, but I saw you there and we shook hands. But seriously, because we talk about this all the time on this show about the buzz, and you guys seeing the buzz that the Warriors are getting with all the homegrown players and the titles,
excited.
and the Niners fans are flocking down to Levi's. And I know I know Larry Bear. I know that organization, and there was magic at Oracle Park, and you guys displayed that in 2021. So recapturing that magic there, I think it feels like there's something turning here with you guys. As you guys had that last homestand, sweeping the Phillies and winning 2 or 3 against the scrappy Marlins club, it just feels like some of the buzz is starting to come back.
I feel you. I definitely want that to be the case. My job is always to kind of stay even and not get too high or too low. Like even at the beginning of the season, when we were struggling. My job and the job of our coaching staff is to be steady and even and not get too low during those times. Now during this time, I also want us to be steady and even and focus on development. So here we are at the ballpark at Miller Park, getting ready to play the Brewers here coming up in several hours, and we want to be focused on tonight's game. So happy with the way things have gone over the course of the last 10 games or so, but have a lot of work to do and want to stay focused on that.
2 quick points on the way out the door here, Coach. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. But I got to tell you, after the game, I know things can go crazy and stuff. You took the time, you took some photos with some of my little leaguers a couple of weeks back. You probably didn't even remember it. It made their year. I cannot thank you enough for just a quick little 15 seconds of boom, popping in there and taking photos with them. Thank you so much. And then the second thing, you're a big rap guy. I mean, we know this. I'm a big music guy. Bonte, not so much. He didn't even know who Diana Ross was.
No. I had a brain fart. Cap.
Regardless. So, whenever I'm feeling low, there are certain songs that I'll put in. So I want to ask you right now. The choice is, okay, Pac or Biggie? Who are you going with?
It's Pac for me. That's really just about my coming of age years and feeling his passion and his intensity. I can own that. I think Biggie's a better lyricist.
Okay.
I think he's a better writer, generally speaking. But I don't think there was a more passionate performer than Tupac, or a deeper thinker than Tupac. And I just can't believe that he was mid-20s.
Yeah.
That always blows my mind. So that would be my choice, but that doesn't mean that I don't think Ready to Die wasn't maybe one of the top 3 albums of all time.
No, it was a masterpiece. Who are you bumping right now?
Yeah, what are you bumping?
A lot of King Push. I feel like speaking of lyricists, one of the more underrated, Pusha T, one of the more underrated artists over the course of the last 25 years or so. Still listening to more modern rappers like Earl Sweatshirt, Vince Staples are both on my list. A$AP Rocky. But when I go back to my classics, it's still Eric D and Rakim, and then the rappers that are kind of in the middle, Lil Wayne, and the list goes on and on. I guess I would also say, I know that I've posted a lot and talked a lot about hip hop because I grew up on it, but also all other kinds of music too.
So let me ask you that, Coach. Let me ask you, because there's certain, when I hear Little Bird from Bob Marley or Redemption song, I stop in my tracks. Huey Lewis, The Power of Love. There's certain songs. What's a song off the top of your head, can be anything, that just stops you in your tracks and it resets you and you're feeling optimistic again?
You know what's interesting? Like, I understand you kind of like put me on the spot. Like, trying
I know.
to
I'm sorry.
Song. I think from my standpoint, there's so many of those. I'm going back and listening to Freaky Styley right now, which is the Red Hot Chili Peppers' second record, and it was like very much funk punk, and it's much different than their later records, and I think a part of that has to do with the fact that Anthony Kiedis and probably several members of their band at the time were just perpetually high, and you kind of see that coming out in their art. And I'm not advocating for that, by the way. I'm not endorsing.
No, we get it.
I was just like part of their art at the time, and so right now, like a lot of the tracks on that record will kind of put me in a good mood because they're really upbeat.
We have a segment called Pandora's Box, Cap, where they quiz me on songs and music, and let me tell you,
he's so bad.
Your boy, I'm a sports nerd, not a music nerd. I've proven that. So what you're saying right there just flew over my head. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm a music nerd, so I should be. I would want to be on somebody's music radio show. But I'm also down to talk about sports all day too.
Yeah. You're a Renaissance man.
Yeah, you are.
Gabe, you're a Renaissance man.
And we'll hold you to the barbecue.
Steak, lightly seasoned, a ribeye, and you like good music.
We'll
There's nothing wrong with that.
We'll hold him accountable.
Not lightly seasoned. I'm good with a little heavy seasoning. It can be salt and pepper. But like seasoned well doesn't mean like exotic seasoning.
Yes.
It means enough.
Yes.
You know?
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt. Well, Cap, thanks for the time. I know
Thank
we
you
got to
so
run.
much.
We appreciate the 25 minutes.
Keep the boys
Best of
rolling.
luck. You guys are rolling right
Yeah,
now. Tough
hell
4-game series in Milwaukee. You guys have had some classics with the Brewers over the last 3 years. So this will be a fun series up there in Milwaukee.
And we keep facing Corbin Burns.
Yeah, I know. I can't get away from him. He's pretty good.
No doubt. Cap, good luck
Thanks,
in Milwaukee,
buddy.
man. Thanks for the time today.
Enjoyed it. Talk later.
All right.
My guys.
Gabe Kapler, manager of the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
Wait, who? What?
They asked
I
him,
heard, but
well, Tupac, he prefers Tupac over Biggie Smalls.
Oh, of course. That's a natural.
I thought you being from the East Coast, you would go with Big.
No.
Yeah.
I represent, I feel more of a West Coast guy now.
Now, I'm hoping you ain't running no bid on me.
No.
All right. I didn't know you
No,
had
I like
Pac.
Tupac better than Biggie.
All eyes on me.
Because you either ride with us or you collide with us.
My boy.
I mean, it's simple as
Street
that
cred
for
through
me
the
and
roof,
mine.
10-2. Yeah. Yeah. I would. Do you know I was in Vegas when he got killed? I was
did
at
not,
a fight, Stoney.
I did not know
Learn your
that.
partner.
Don't do this, or I'll bring up.
Oh, dude, we got do it tomorrow, payday. It might be the good mood. Yeah.
All right. You heard the Kapler interview. You know, he said one thing to me that really, really jumped out, and I want to play that back for you. It not only applies to the Giants, but it applies to all the Bay Area teams. You want to jump into the conversation? You can do that again now at 888-957-9570. Also have not forgotten about the Brian Geltzeiler sound from XM Sirius NBA Radio. And
we got a lot of sound.
This is kind of
Kyle,
very,
too,
very, very,
and
very,
Trey.
very, very interesting. Yeah. Very, very interesting. All right. There it is. That's what we're going to do when we come back on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God. I need a drink. Boy, oh, no, I will have something tonight.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500. Ram 3500.
and I got balls.
I got a couple colored balls too.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan, now I'm wow, Evan. Wow.
I've never been
Free
invited
Steiny
to
is
a
on my mind.
gangster party.
You have, you just don't know it.
Is Fillmore Mike's considered?
No,
Fillmore
no
Mike's
doubt,
considered a
man.
gangster
No
party?
doubt there. Yep. Did you go? Because I was off.
No.
Oh, you guys talking a big game.
So you can have a gangster party on a roof, like
hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, gangster party anywhere, Steiny.
Oh, okay. I just wondered. A couple pieces of little Warrior news before we get into this thing I wanted to share with about Gabe Kapler is
it's true.
What?
Oh, I thought you were going Moses Moody. He did unfollow the Warriors.
Oh.
What does
then
that
there's three
mean
people.
nowadays?
Sick of this place. He's like Durant. He gets it. He gets it all. It's all veneer.
Hey, it's Moses Moody.
Okay. I just kidding. How about this little piece of news? NBA legend Steph Curry, ready, is launching his own bourbon with deep ties to Northern Kentucky. Now, if it were any other superstar, you'd say, Steiny, I don't like it. He needs to get in the lab. Steph Curry, is he trying to do too much?
He's not
Is he-
making
is he
the
kind-
alcohol.
is he kind
he just lended his name.
Is he like Shaq and like Kobe? Remember Kobe
No,
thought
I
Shaq
was
had
just gonna
too many interests off the court?
He's the don of that. He started it.
Who?
E40.
But he didn't play for the Warriors.
Yeah, but
remember Kobe
he's
and Shaq?
not making the
No, but-
alcohol.
no,
what
no,
are you telling us?
But you know, you remember because you're a Lakers fan. Kobe
a
and
one.
Shaq.
Yeah.
Kobe got mad at Shaq because Shaq had too many distractions off the court.
Steiny, he's not working at the distillery. What did he do? He just lended his name.
But
come on.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'll
I'm
tell you
worried.
what, that's when you're a big
He
boy.
starts stumbling around out there.
I wonder
I'm
what
gonna
he
blame the
drinks,
bourbon.
Steiny.
Huh?
Think he a dark or clear? We should have asked
yeah.
him. Like Shasky ass Pac
So
or Biggie.
so clear would be tequila and vodka?
Yeah.
And dark would be
Hennessy.
or rum?
Any cognac. I was dating. Oh, I got to bring you guys cognac. You know, I got the thing going with V. Yeah, I'll bring you a bottle.
I don't. You know what? I didn't want to start there. Let's just.
You ain't drinking?
Well, I didn't say that.
Oh, oh yeah, go ahead. Get out.
And the other piece of news is, I can't believe you did this. So you said, Steiny, did you see that video of Kuminga in the lab? So I went and checked out Kuminga. You're kidding, right? The part where he dribbles left.
Oh, I didn't. I'm being honest.
Oh, so you didn't see the move?
No, I did. I just saw him in the gym and heard the ball bounce, and I was a proud papa. Tell me about what you saw, because I didn't. I swear that's how short my attention span is.
The thing he posted was a fadeaway jumper off one foot, which was his left foot. It's like, you're never going to shoot that in the game.
You don't know. He working.
You didn't see the windmill?
I
drop step?
See, we know he had. You don't even got
I'll
to
be
work on
honest
that,
with you.
Evan.
You know what was the most fascinating thing to me about the video of Kuminga?
What?
It's clear he's working out at St. John's.
Oh, that.
And I always try to think, now, why would he be working out in St. John's
Brandon
in
Tierney.
New York? Yeah, that's all. That's what I think of.
Maybe he's out there.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know.
But I was
How does
looking
it
at
make
the
you feel?
feel handy.
Big
Who's
year-
the dude
big-
you're working with?
Big year coming up. Big year coming up for Kuminga. It looks like he's having a blast in the Big Apple.
I didn't know who the guy is, Steiny. I'm like the guy that was helping him. Get with Handy.
There's a new group. Let me tell you something. And I know Phil Handy's your boy, but there's a new group of young athletic trainers coming up.
You think so?
And you know what? The Lakers ain't going to keep employing Handy if he ain't the best athletic trainer that they think he can be. See what I'm saying?
Well,
Handy
they're
ain't
talking
gonna-
about head coaching jobs for him now. Not me. Not him. They're calling his name on the cat.
What I'm getting at
go
is
ahead.
Jeannie Buss will fire his ass in a second if they don't think he can do the job anymore.
Oh, yeah. No,
There are no
doubt.
handouts. You want handouts.
He's a Don, though. What you mean I want handouts?
You want a handout for Brandon Crawford and
Stop.
any
please.
Warrior over 33.
No, hey, if your family, it means something with Goo.
No more texts, okay, Handy? Remember in the playoff series?
I didn't like, yeah.
All right.
But Sonny, they're linking him to jobs. He ain't politicking. It's Van Gundy, Stan, both of them. Stephen A. He may, I say, you want to, I don't want to coach you. I like what I'm doing. Yeah, right.
That's because he knows he's not getting a job.
Well, damn. You don't know that. I let him know you gave his support.
I mean, honestly, I have not seen Phil's name linked.
Well, yeah, but those are during the playoff run. I think it was Jeff Van Gundy went down 3. It was Houston, Toronto. I forget who else got an opening, and he was like, Handy would. I was like, man, that's heavy. Stephen A. does it all the time. But anyway, Union City.
I know. I heard
of Oakland. Remember, he added that one. That was a do riff last time he came.
So you're saying Handy's tighter with Stephen A. than you?
No, Stephen A. has a bigger platform.
Oh, and Phil knows it.
What are you?
Oh, Phil knows it.
I don't get your point. I'm in a good mood.
I have no point.
Yeah.
Gabe Kaplan. This is the one that's going to lead us into everything.
I will say that I think nothing excites fans like homegrown players. I think everybody respects and appreciates big name free agents. It's nice when I was in Philadelphia when Bryce Harper came to town, and man, that was a huge boost to the city. And as we brought in some smaller name free agents, but some really good players, that brought some good energy to the city. But there's nothing like when a player comes up and performs, and the city's like, man, we might have this guy for the next 10 years, and he might be a cornerstone for us. And we didn't have to spend several $100 million to get him. We signed him out of the draft, and he was developed by our player development system. I think that makes everybody feel pretty warm and fuzzy.
It does.
That was a hell of a line, and it was real, man.
Until it's time to do business.
In the back end.
But I listen, I'm not making fun at all.
Yeah, that was great.
That right there, he's right on the money, and that's why this is going to be so painful with Steph, Draymond, Clay, Looney down the line a little bit, Brandon Crawford now, Trent Williams wasn't homegrown. Kittle? Kittle's kind of getting up there a little bit.
Debo. He's still right there. Well,
so I'm just saying, like, what I'm acknowledging is, it's tough when these homegrown guys move on. How do you know when to move on? It's a puzzlement.
So, I know we're not in L.A., but just hearing you talk, this is who I thought of. Kobe Bryant, before he tore his Achilles against the Warriors, got a contract that some Laker fans are still mad that the franchise gave him.
Mm-hmm.
Had you been covering the team and what he meant to the city and who he was, and he delivered the 2 chips, didn't you understand that contract, even though you could say...
What were the details? Do you know off the top of your head?
It was a bad contract. You knew at the end you weren't going to be winning.
How many years was it?
That I don't know. And he got Steiny. They couldn't do nothing, put nothing else around him. But it was almost like
was it
Kobe.
for 1 year? Or was it a 4-year deal for like $200 million? It's important.
But it was multiple. It wasn't no 1 year. But hold on, I'm bringing it up.
So if he signed...
But he's everything you talked about. He was the homegrown. Yeah, he is slipping. 2-year, $48 million extension he got.
What happened that last year? Give me the Lakers record, Kobe's last year, and then the first year without Kobe. And then give me the records post that. Do you know? Can you do that off the top of your head?
I'm doing it now.
Did they go to the playoffs, Kobe's last year?
No.
The last game was an 81-point game against Toronto, right?
No, last game was against Utah. He scored 55.
What am I? Oh, yeah, 55.
Yeah, it was their 17th win of the season.
Thank you.
Right. What about the next year?
So that was life without Kobe.
26 wins.
26. What about the year after that?
Let's get to 35.
Oh. 17, 26, 35 after that.
What about after that, Evan? Because I'm trying to see where
37.
How many?
37.
In other words, that sounds to me like 4 years
and then
without making the
LeBron
playoffs.
James got there.
Exactly.
Bubble championship.
So thanks for helping me make this point, I guess. Kobe got a ridiculous amount of money late in his career. He wasn't worth it. They paid him for previous performance. And his last year, they won 17 games, then 26, then 34, then 37. Maybe the Lakers could have somehow done something a little differently they wouldn't have dipped so much after their hero took off.
Hero, yeah.
And you know what? And I, like that's the thing. I mean, if you want to ride till the wheels come off, you might have to really bite the bullet at some point
and go Bill Walsh or some form or fashion,
or do that, or say, you know what?
I don't. Man.
Maybe it's time to move off Draymond, and we'll quietly save. Do you realize that if they move off Draymond, they save $150 million?
How can
if he were to just opt out, they move off of $150 million.
Okay, Steiny.
27.5 for the actual contract, 150 because it's 4.5 or 4.75.
But the penalty.
That is the penalty.
In a robotic world, that's Joe Lacob would do that 100 times.
And this is where
I
think
now Draymond means something, not just to Lacob in the organization, maybe not that much, but to the fan base.
Well, it doesn't matter.
That I think is on the calculator.
Yeah, I know it is.
Let me add.
Joe Lacob's got a calculator out. There's no doubt about it. And what I think's interesting is the idea that I don't know what the Warriors are going to do. And I don't like any of the, they're in a tough spot. But I do think the idea that, Joe Lacob will he'll just pay Draymond Green, whatever. It's like, So let me help you understand it. Not you, but so he's got 1 year left at 27.5.
Gotcha.
Okay. So if he just opts in for 1 year, which probably won't happen, but
no doubt.
That'd be great.
Okay.
That $27.5 million in real money is $150 million.
That's wild, man.
So if you re-sign Draymond, that means the 27.5 goes away, but it's replaced probably by 25.
Go ahead.
So, and then you tack on 2 more 25s.
That's why the 75 will take you to the 150 ends up being what?
Like $400 million.
So why can't, so that's incredible.
Like he just cannot keep paying this penalty.
So in a real world, could Joe Lacob say, Dre, I don't opt in. This is uncomfortable. I can't afford,
Well, you don't say it like that.
Well,
you just say
professional, but
we'd love to have you back for I want him back for 1 year.
So the 150 you had no problem with, because if he
I'd have a problem with it, but like that's where I'll meet you halfway.
Wow, man.
Like
But
I'm not gonna.
If he got 75 or the 90, which would be 400, then you're like, what am I doing? What does it look like in 24 months?
Well, you don't care. Nobody cares about that. It's all about Steph. You can pay me now, or you can pay me later. Wow. What's the
Good God.
What's the I will gladly pay, what is it, Wimpy?
Wimpy on Tuesday.
I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a burger.
Oh, that's great stuff.
Steiny, but you forgot the Lakers were having record attendance during the last 4 years of Kobe. Yeah.
Who scored 60? I said 55. I didn't mean to rob them.
I had a feeling. That number didn't sound right. It didn't sound right.
But
yeah, go ahead.
Question, as it pertains to Bill Walsh and moving off a guy too soon, isn't that also because Bill Walsh had someone else to move on to?
Huh?
Like, you move off Montana, but you got a Hall of Famer, Steve Young, coming in. So I think it's a little bit more difficult with both the Warriors and the Giants, because there wasn't for the Giants a real future to kind of bring up immediately. Neither is there with Golden State, right?
Well, help me here. When Jerry Rice went to the Raiders, did they have somebody waiting in the wings? Like, there's never
Terrell Owens.
T.O. Okay.
Remember on Jerry Rice Day, he got 100 footballs.
There's the exception. What about Ronnie Lott?
I feel like the end was near. I don't think they had. I could be wrong.
So the two examples we're using is
T.O. and Jerry Rice, Hall of Famer.
In other words, you're right.
And
Bill
Steve
Walsh
Young.
moved off two guys for two Hall of Fame people who are coming up.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
We don't know what Schmidt is going to be.
Mike Schmidt?
No, Casey Smith with the Giants. But still, he could play short. You got Steiny, they got some youth.
Yeah, I mean, not to say it doesn't take guts to do that, because you didn't know Steve Young was going to be a Hall of Famer, but they're just guys that were in place that he clearly trusted. Whereas I mean, who would you trust to potentially carry the torch for the Golden State Warriors right now?
There is nobody.
And
that's the
there
other.
should have been somebody.
Keep the guys around.
Yeah, but there should have been somebody. Wiseman could have easily been the answer. Jordan Poole could have been the answer. Some are probably nervous about that.
Jordan Poole was a 27th pick in the draft.
But he earned a contract extension.
Right.
Stoney, a big one.
But he's a 27th pick. He's reaching his potential. He's not the problem. You know what? That was a great pick, it turns out.
But he could have quietly been Evan's answer or any Warrior fan's answer.
To what?
Quick, what do you got to look forward to as a Warrior fan after Steph? If Poole had never got
punched, look forward to Poole.
We don't even know if he's going to be here.
Maybe not. But
so then that's a problem.
No, go get some.
Oh,
you can still get something for Poole.
My point is, you had 3 cracks outside
Jordan
of Poole.
Was a great pick. Maybe the best pick in the Myers tenure, other than
he may be his.
Well,
my point is, his days
problem?
may be numbered. He's not the problem.
See,
he could be the answer. And when he got that contract extension last offseason, I was thinking, no, he's not going to be Steph Curry. But damn, this dude can fill up the place, and he can do it all. Now we don't even know if he's going to be on the team.
You know what
That's
bothers
not
me?
good.
You know what bothers me? Okay, well, let's go to it. Let's go to, what do you think of this? This is Brian Geltzeiler from yesterday, Sirius XM Radio. Just listen to this, everybody.
What message did the Warriors send the young players that haven't gotten paid on that team? Offense is all that matters. Because the second best player on our team and our best defensive player in that series, Andrew Wiggins, got a $28 million a year extension, and we paid Jordan Poole $35 million a year, who was a one-way player who was not playable for big chunks of time during the finals. Now, if you're Moody and Kuminga, and even to a lesser extent James Wiseman is not there anymore, are you really going to bust it on defense when you know your path to getting the paycheck that you want to get, and to, as the kids like to say, securing the bag, okay, is going to end up being that path is through shots and stats. The Warriors just showed you that by paying Poole what they paid him and paying Wiggins what they paid him, and it's made a problem with getting through to the young players to let them understand the importance of being good defensive players, and that's part of my point. Shipping Poole out, doing what you have to. Who cares if you get anything back? You got to get rid of the money anyway. Shipping Poole out will put you in a spot where you can reset the mindset of those 2 really good, promising young guys you have in Moody and Kuminga, and let them know, listen, guys, we made a mistake. We're not rewarding offense as much as we're rewarding defense right now because we shipped the all-offense guy out already.
An unbelievable take. Incredible. I'd never thought of that before.
Okay, so where do you now you thought about it? How do you feel about it? Do you think there's something there?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. Now, doesn't hit you in the face like a Draymond Green punch.
Right.
But it's one of those things where you're like, come to think about it.
Damn.
Yeah, it is true.
But then what about those 3 young guys who I was fond of? Isn't that too soon for them to be doing other people's math about, or Jordan Poole got paid because he doesn't do it? I know, I'm asking because you always talk about
everybody. The only thing Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody and any first-round pick cares about is the second contract. That's the most important contract. That's why Kuminga is pulling his hair out. That's why Wiseman is like, I got to play. Because they're getting to the point where they need to get paid or need to show that they're good enough to get paid. And what Brian Geltzeiler is saying is, I know it's easy to say this now, but that's the truth. It's like, wow, this is really ringing a bell, is why did Poole get more than Wiggins when the company line was, Wiggins is second best player on that championship team.
Well,
two-way Wiggs. Like, I didn't think of it at the time, but he's right. They paid a one-way player more money than not only a two-way player, but the 2-year player who you acknowledged was the second best player of your team, who, by the way, was in his prime. Now, you got it. You got to take a discount, so maybe that has something to do with it.
I believe that has a lot to do with it,
but it doesn't matter.
Because we were calling him K-Wig just the year before,
But it doesn't matter because all Kuminga sees is Poole got a bag.
Wow. Now, that was a hell of a point.
Jordan Poole got a bag, and he doesn't defend. So I get what you can. I get what he's saying about the three young guys. Moody's not a young guy. Moody, to me, he's a veteran. Like, he's young, but he has I don't put him into the category like that. But Wiseman and Kuminga, I mean, both those guys are getting to the point where it's going to be decision time for their team. How much do you want to pay them? It's just a fascinating point that Brian Geltzeiler brought up.
No, I'm just fascinated with all of it, but the roadblock that is Draymond Green for Jonathan Kuminga. Like, I know he's keeping his ear to the street about, and I don't know if he's in the know, Steiny, but damn, that does outright affect, you believe, how much what his job duties will entail and how much he's on the floor if Dre were to dip.
What I'm thinking about is Kuminga, and look, I don't know anything about Kuminga. I'm assuming he's a good guy. But even if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I'm saying, wait a minute. You gave Jordan Poole $30 million a year. The guy can't guard his shadow. But I'm the guy who's got to pick up full court. I can only get on the court unless if I play defense. Jordan Poole doesn't play defense, and he got a bag.
But Steiner, his offense looked above average, too. It wasn't just because I'm going to read this from the 925. Weak take, all caps. So when they signed Curry, did that send a message to the team that they were just offense?
Which time?
They didn't specify.
They got a bargain on Curry, his first contract.
Yeah.
By the time they signed his second contract, he was a great player.
Yeah, he was a god.
Yeah. So I wouldn't compare Jordan Poole's first big bag.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I would tell Kuminga, hey, man, this ain't just bologna sandwiches, what Jordan Poole did last season with his off, even though he's one-dimensional. Damn, Steiny, the dude can do a lot. And I know you guys don't care, but Evan, I don't know if you heard Paul George and Doc Rivers' son talk about what they think of Jordan Poole's offense. We didn't see it in the playoffs, but Steiny, the dude, he was down the street of, I got a repertoire, man. Watch out. And that's why I feel like he earned that money, even with his lack of defense. But it all evaporated.
Well, do you guys think then when you hear Kuminga say, hey, I got to be more like Looney, like, are you actually taking that at face value, or is that just what he's saying because it seems like that's what the coaches want to hear?
No, regardless, Evan, if for whatever reason,
Looney.
He's saying no, improving rebound.
No, but Looney's making $8 million, $7 million a year. Poole's
which is
making
what Kuminga.
30.
Yeah, Kuminga's making 7.
That's wow.
I'd be making more.
Yeah,
man.
Omar.
Up against it.
I'll get Omar on the other side. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Kobe had 60 his last game.
Yeah.
Kobe. How many shots did he take?
Like 100.
Not quite half.
Not 5. 52.
Not 7.
According to the Comcast Business text line, he took 50 shots that night.
It was incredible. Everybody was in the house. Snoop. Everybody's tiny.
Embarrassing.
Brought him back from double digits.
Dude, it was one of the
quarter.
What if I told you and Evan,
moments
I have it on my
history.
DVR still?
I'm sure you do.
It's incredible. The dude was.
What did he shoot for 50?
Oh, good. It was tiny. It wasn't good at all. It was. He got to the number.
Well, the only reason you didn't see it is because the Warriors are going for their 73rd win that night. They were on ESPN 1.
I'll never forget. That's incredible. They were. And Terrence Ross would even smile at Kobe's last game. Because he is a shooter.
I hate that you love that a guy does that.
He got a little hot in Phoenix.
I can't stand that you love when a guy goes 9 for 28 because Steiny. Not everybody can get up 28 shots. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can be Meadowlark Lemon. Just take hook shots from half court.
Oh, but you know what I mean, man.
I do know what you mean.
Stamina.
It infuriates me.
28.
Because a great player who can get his shot whenever he wants shouldn't go 9 for 28 for the most part, although it happens. All right, 888-957-9570. Omar, I'll get to you on the other side. And you know what it is? It's whale watching season at Bodega Head. A great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views and free breakfasts. Book your escape today, inatthetides.com.
I know everything.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure epic and hurry in now for great deals.
And now get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $3,000.
Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's take a deep dive. Because we may get to the root of some problems.
All eyes on me.
Now, that was Mateo, right? The youngster out of Marin. How old do you think he was?
I'm honest. I'm going to say 9.
9.
Yeah.
9.
A young 9-year-old.
9 years old. Why is Jonathan Kuminga his favorite player? Mateo's 9 years old.
Because
he's let me just set it up better.
Yeah, right,
I just
got
want
you.
He's 9 years old.
Okay.
Jonathan Kuminga is his favorite player.
Okay.
Why?
Because he has a pair of eyes. No matter what age, when you can comprehend, when I first laid eyes on Dolly Parton, she became my favorite. And when he seen Kuminga, it's something different. And there's nothing like seeing something for the first time to where you know it's different.
Oh.
Steph ain't doing it. Let me finish. Poole ain't doing it. Dre and Clay. I don't know why athleticism is your sports kryptonite sometimes. He saw a guy do things that he gravitated to and dreamed that he one day can do. That's why young Mateo was enamored with Kuminga like I was with Dolly.
Well, one of the reasons he's enamored with Kuminga is because as a society, we do. Athleticism, woo!
But the highlights. A dunk is only 2 points, too.
Exactly. Here's where your analogy is a joke. When Dolly Parton broke onto the scene in Nashville at the Grand Ole Opry, she was a phenom. She came to Nashville because she's from Clarkson, Tennessee, I believe.
Okay.
She went to Nashville and boom! It was like, oh my God, this woman is. Right. She was LeBron James.
Right. But for different reasons for me. Because
Jonathan Kuminga is not LeBron James.
But to
he's
Mateo, it's not about
ready.
Yeah. Mateo didn't sit down to say, who am I going to watch, Dad, or with his friends or mom to be the next LeBron James? It was he was captivated by a moment in time,
and that's
by
what's
Jonathan Kuminga, who let's put the rat on the table.
Adults who don't know.
Let's put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Steiny, when you see something for the first time, you kind of never forget, and that's why young Mateo was captivated. And I got to say something about Dolly. You got her before me. I saw her on WKRP in Cincinnati and fell in love with her looks.
That's what never kept on WKRP in Cincinnati.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Oh, that's Lonnie Anderson.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna throw the flag and blow the whistle. I hope Diaz is not listening. But when I saw Dolly Parton, okay.
You don't even know who Dolly Parton is.
She was in one of the all-time movies with the other two girls. Give me my girl's name. Yeah, but anyway, come on.
9 to 5.
There we go. Working 9 to 5.
The reason Mateo likes Kuminga is because the adults around him who don't know basketball like Kuminga, and now they've brainwashed this kid to actually think that Kuminga is the real deal before he's the real deal. Could he be the real deal, Jonathan Kuminga? Perhaps. He's not right now.
But
so stop
in Mateo's world,
him.
That doesn't matter to what he saw. He's athletic and he's exciting, Stoney.
Yep, and that gets you beat.
When Mateo's not in control of giving him a contract or re-upping him or starting
him. When you talk about, like,
how did I forget Lonnie?
Kuminga's athleticism.
It's his strength right now.
It's his only strength.
And that might I'm going JD. That's a problem.
Exactly. But no, put him in there.
Oh, no. We had the best text. I got to read it.
Yeah, give me the one. Give me that text about Kuminga.
You did like it. Poole got paid because he mastered offense. What's Kuminga's claim to fame? And I'm butchering this. Shout out Shasky. What's Jonathan? What does he do well?
I don't care.
And I got your point.
Oh, he jumps. He jumps well. And he windmill dunks terrific.
Stoney, in my world, he can score easy. He can get you easy baskets.
What game do you watch?
The one where the ball's on the rim and he can go up and dunk it in.
That's offensive interference, by the way.
It.
If it's in the cylinder.
But dude, you're really hating on the kid.
I'm not hating on the kid, but when you
nobody's telling you he's an all-star, but for a 9-year-old to tell you Kuminga is his favorite, you got to back up.
It's everything that's wrong in society. It's everything that's wrong with the way we evaluate
to a 9-year-old.
I did.
So there's no Santa Claus kid.
Thank you.
You're that guy.
I'm sorry. Yes,
I am. But you do
am.
that at 15, 14.
I won't tell a kid that Santa Claus doesn't exist until he tells me Santa Claus exists.
Oh, wow.
Then I'm going to correct him.
And you're the hell with
Omar
the author of Hell with the Kids.
What's up, Omar?
Jesus.
Little baby, before I start, I got 3 things to say. I'm gonna be quick. I love talking to you guys, man. You guys always put me on quick, but when I call like Willard and Dibs, I'm not disrespecting them. They be having me wait for an hour, man.
Not you, not us.
We put you right on.
Not you guys. That's why you're the best duo in the nation, baby. That's what I gotta say. I gotta agree with you, Steiny. Guru, look, Kuminga is like a Jared Wallace. He's just a high flyer. He got no skill, man. Moses Moody has more skill than him. So I think the Warriors need to move players like Kuminga because he's very limited. He doesn't have no offensive game. He's just a high flyer. And you can't rely on that in the Steph Curry, Klay Thompson era. They're trying to win a championship.
Yep.
No.
Second thing I want to say.
Oh, go ahead.
Second thing I want to say is Larry, Uncle Larry, he's a good caller, you guys. He couldn't call, and he wanted to speak about a trade. He was talking about LeBron to the Warriors. He suggested it. He just had his teeth done. He had some dental work.
Oh, I can relate.
He just told me. He just told me that he's related to Tina Turner.
Oh, no.
Today. And I was like, she passed away, so I want to give my condolences to her family and to Uncle Larry. And I want to say, I just want to end it off with this. Before I say Boston in 7, because we're going to win it.
I believe it.
I want to say, what's love got to do?
Got to do that.
That's all I got to say, baby.
What's love got to do? Oh, my God. Music, man.
What happened to Steiny's enlightenment?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I'm enlightened.
That guy's back.
I have the truth on my side. God. The truth will set you free.
Now you're like the radio version of Jack Nicholson in the movie where he was trying to break into that.
Another movie you're going to get wrong.
No.
See, somebody got
The Shining.
See, this is what. Where it is? Steiny. Where is it? How does Guru put up with Steiny ridicule? Because I'm not ridiculing him.
Because I didn't take
We're having fun.
No doubt.
We like to play off each other. Guru likes to make fun of the way I think I know it all. You think I don't think Guru thinks I know? Or I know he thinks I'm a know-it-all?
This is why I love
And he
our
comes
job.
down my road?
I'm waiting for it to be over. Listen.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, what else do I have on the DVR? That's the stuff that moves me. Well, what's that? Evan, who was that?
That was for Dill.
Hey,
Can I hear that again?
What a segue. That is priceless. Willard's listening to us. He gave me the Kobe contract.
Does that make you nervous?
That's my friend and guy.
You know what?
Dude, my
Be careful
Super Bowl,
around him.
For the next 8 years.
Be careful around Willard.
Hey, no, but I trust Willard. Hey, for the next 8 years, pencil me in at Willard's. Even if Snoop invited me.
What if you don't?
I'm going to Willard's. Yeah, I'm going to let him know today. Dude, it was such a good time. Where were you?
Where was it? Where did I watch
You
the
were
Super Bowl?
on the fence.
No,
we don't know where
Who
you
was
were.
in the Super Bowl? I can't
The
remember.
Chiefs, Eagles. Dib showed up. Evan.
I was at my buddy Dana.
Yeah. All right.
There's a surprise. There's a surprise.
I want to hear Trey sound.
I'd rather hear something else.
That bothers me.
No. We'll get to it on maybe one of the weekend shows.
I can't believe I went Lonnie Anderson.
Here's I'm going to hit Shanahan first.
Okay.
This Shanahan. So somebody said, hey, I mean, I know Purdy's hurt, but you got Purdy, you got Darnold, you got Trey Lance. Is this the best quarterback group you've ever had?
Oh, and I don't want to compare it to other years, but I mean, we got two guys who are talented enough to be taken in the top 5 of the draft, and we have another guy who played like it last year. So I like the 3 guys we got, and I've always been a fan of Brandon Allen. Just watching him throughout his career, and to be able to get him in here also, I feel real fortunate with our 4.
You know what Bill Parcells says? If you have 4 quarterbacks, you don't have any.
But that's different Because he actually won with Mr. Irrelevant, man.
So
that was.
Are we?
What don't you get though? I'm not talking to
Is
you.
the
like
quarterback position? He makes it sound like the quarterback position is a position of strength.
When you got him calling the plays and the weaponry that the Niners have, it's not hard.
How many quarterbacks do they have?
Well, you only need one.
Well, how many do they have?
Right now, I'm going 2.5 until I find out what's
how
up
long
with
have we
Brock.
known each other? How long?
It's not in 6 years.
Is it that long?
Yeah.
For 6 years, you've been saying you've been using the Bill Parcells. If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have any.
Totally.
But for this case, because it's Shanahan, you're saying it's okay.
No, exactly. And I've never.
It has nothing to do with it that he's the team in our area. Yeah, I'm just afraid.
Afraid? I've criticized. I'm the dude that the station put out. I said he should be fired.
That's not criticizing. That's firing him.
No, dude. And that was only because of the way he handled Trey Lance. Who couldn't see that injury coming? I mean, I've called this dude a genius. And then this is where I'm growing, man. The puberty is real, radio puberty. Then I can sit back and say, you know what? His in-game managing needs some enhancements. Okay, so those are two different things. But the one thing I do know, Matt.
Tell me.
He can win with anything behind center. And for him to do that.
I'm sorry, win what?
Get to the conference championship.
Okay. Yeah, he's
to
proven
some
that.
people, fan bases.
He's proven that.
I'm being real. That's the Super Bowl. He's been to a Super Bowl and blew it.
It's not.
He was the reason they lost. So I can do all of that. This is heaven, hog heaven for quarterbacks. Right now, the 49ers is hog heaven.
Every year in the Kyle Shanahan era, every single year, for whatever reason, they've had a quarterback who's just good enough to get you beat when it's a big boy ball game.
Okay. You know what I feel about Jimmy Garoppolo? I put respect on his name as he left.
Not saying
because
they're
you were
scrubs.
lucky to still have him. He didn't lose that NFC championship against the Rams. He gave you a 10-point lead on the last touchdown to Kittle in the third quarter. Okay, that was a complete breakdown everywhere else. Tart dropped the interception that would have won him the game. So your reasoning right there about the quarterback doesn't apply. Of
course it does.
In the NFC championship game.
Talk about 7 years.
Okay, what about last year? The quarterback got knocked out in like the first quarter.
Yeah.
So you really didn't get to see it manifest.
They used three quarterbacks last year. And none of them really are franchise quarterbacks yet.
So what's your point?
My point is, why don't we have a quarterback? Why are we 7 years in?
Okay, all right. I got something for you.
Why are we 7 years in?
I got something for you.
And you know who the starting quarterback is? This guy we just drafted who?
No, you don't know that.
No, it's Brock Purdy.
He may not. He's going to Steiny.
I don't care if he's injured or not. He's the number one quarterback.
See, I don't believe that.
They've said it.
Yeah, but they said it not having to back it up. See, they could say that.
So you're saying if Brock Purdy's healthy, who's starting week 1?
I don't know. And I swear I believe that. I swear I believe that.
It's Brock Purdy.
Yeah, you can say that.
They said it, not me. John Lynch said it.
But they said it with the out of knowing he ain't going to be ready. Come on, you got to go True Detective, Woody Harrelson, Matthew McConaughey.
I bet you if we
they said that, and that was giving your boy his flowers.
49er fans.
Okay.
So 49er fans, when John Lynch and John Lynch says that Brock Purdy's our number one quarterback, that leads me to believe that if Brock Purdy's healthy, he will start.
But he's not healthy.
But that's not the issue. Who's the number one quarterback?
I just can't.
All things being equal, who starts?
I don't know. I mean that, Stoney. I'm not trying to be hard-headed and say.
I know, but I think they've said it's Purdy.
But they said it on the premise of knowing and giving Brock flowers for what he did.
They've said it after he got hurt.
And I'm not fighting. But they're out. They knew he wasn't going to be ready, so they could say he's the starter. Now, it's between two guys to me, and the guy that's going to get it is the guy that they invested the picks in. Now, he might be replaced week 5 or 6, but to say it was Brock Purdy was still the euphoria of what Purdy earned. But the fact, Steiny, he was going through the surgery on his elbow on his moneymaker.
Purdy's behind Lance.
or he could catch Lance if
he's
you
gonna
believe
catch
them,
Lance the minute he laces up his second cleat.
I think I would tell Trey, you got a chance to do what Brock did. You go out here, let's just say it's 3 games, you play the best 12 quarters of your football life, and maybe they'll ride. We won't see Brock get it again.
Why Trey Lance? You know why Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback?
Tim,
here's why.
I mean, there's 2 types of mobile quarterbacks. I mean, is it a type that you try to design runs for, or is there a type who's got the athletic ability or just knack for making some off-schedule plays? And I think his knack for off-schedule plays has always been good. When something's not there and he feels space in the pocket and he doesn't hesitate to run, he's been able to do it very well. That's usually a bonus. I mean, you want that anytime you have that. But you also got to be very good at the quarterback position too, and Sam bringing that element, something that helps a lot of stuff, as long as he doesn't miss the other elements with it. And I think that's something you saw with Brock a good amount last year when he came in. I mean, people wouldn't think of Brock as a runner, but he is quick, he is athletic in the pocket, and he makes plays very similar to the way Sam does scrambling, and that's what we see in Sam too.
That's why Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback, because he throws out of the pocket. And he's can good. Make off-schedule plays. You don't have to running plays for him. And I'll tell you, one thing I totally believe about Shanahan, he wants a pocket quarterback who can run, not a running quarterback who can throw.
So what is Trey Lance? Or what did
they made a mistake?
Ooh. So you're going I believe we're about to find out. The public's about to find out. I love your line of saying, Goo, they may already know they made a mistake.
I think they do.
That would be a colossal failure.
It already is.
If behind the scenes he's that bad to where they know, Steiny. I got to be honest. They left camp last year, went to Chicago. Trey Lance was their starter. You think that's all went down the drain in one game in a monsoon in a quarter and a half where he got hurt against Seattle?
No, it took a whole season. And then seeing Brock Purdy for 8 games and saying, Brock Purdy's better than Trey Lance.
Okay, now what if Brock's can't go to week 4?
Well, then you got to suffer through Trey Lance.
So you don't think Darnold will
maybe Darnold, whatever.
Because that'll really look bad if Darnold's your starter because Brock can't go.
Put the rat on the table for me, please.
Hey, real quick, Steiny. Somebody saw one on Montgomery Street, the Atco Pest Control car, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. Sir, the floor is yours. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew J. Steinman.
The biggest mistake the 49ers made wasn't drafting Trey Lance. It was thinking he was a passer who could make plays with his feet. They actually thought that's who he was. He's not. He's a runner, and he's not throwing yet like a professional quarterback.
You're ready to. I'm
not saying he's a bust, but
I know you're not.
He's not leading the 49ers to the Super Bowl.
But this is almost more surprising than a bust that you're ready to say he's a runner. I don't look at him as a runner. I believe that erroneous report about they don't like the way he was running. Steiny, I don't think he's a natural runner. I think he's a Donovan McNabb, Warren Moon, and Shanny went to his workout and thought he could throw from the pocket like a Cousins.
But he couldn't. But he can't.
So you're ready to say he can't?
Right now, he can't. Now he's working on his motion. I'm skeptical about a 23-year-old working on a motion, but I'm open to it.
So you're ready to say that he ain't a thrower yet? Like I ain't there yet.
See, this is the difference between games. What, are you ready to say he is?
No. No. I still feel like he's at the embryo stages of.
So do I.
But no, you're saying no.
Not right now.
Well, that's different than no.
I'm saying I don't want him to be my quarterback if the ultimate prize is the Super Bowl. I don't think he can. He's got 4 starts.
I understand that. And he got up, man.
I hit a nerve with Trey.
With Trey who?
Somebody on the text line. No, I think I'm making sense.
I just hate that, and again, I'm not in the know, and I text JD this yesterday. All signs are pointing that Brock's he's on track. I just don't think they would even risk him being out there week 1. And that's why if I'm Trey Lance, and I know we'll get maybe before 2 o'clock the Trey Lance sound, Steiny, he talked like he knew he was going to get one more at bat. And it was about maximizing that at bat. And how do you do that? Is you got to be.
He has no
you
clue.
can't be a deer in headlights like you're being. I think he knows he's on his 9th life because of what Brock Purdy did and what he means when he's healthy. I just hate that you say Brian.
5-1. Trey Lance is not a runner at all. No moves, runs like a slow fullback. You know what? You may not be wrong there, and that's even a bigger problem.
No, man.
So what? Like, you know what?
But you're talking to us like we're the guy that drafted him.
No, I'm talking to you like you're the guy who thinks this project is going to lead a team to win the Super Bowl. And even I would say, while Purdy has a better chance of that.
Okay, I'll say this:
what quarterback would have to have who's got a better chance of winning a Super Bowl? Quarterback of the 49ers, Purdy right now or Lance?
I would say I would say Purdy because I've seen him do it and win 2 playoff games.
Trey Lance used his legs and made throws versus the Texans. Did
they
you
were
even watch
losing
that?
at half and threw it. I'm gonna stop. I'm rooting for Trey. Please tell me when an NFL team has used their resources as high as the Niners did to get Trey Lance, and he was blown out by Mr. Irrelevant, or they just said, you know what, Steiny was right. The Steiner was right. We've seen enough of him in practice. No, we got to see the unveiling of what Trey Lance can do, and I think we're months away from it.
What did we see? What unveiling?
Him working on his motion. I didn't like that. I hate that. It's too early. But him working on his motion.
Lamar Jackson isn't a thrower and won MVP. Steiny, give the kid a chance. You're right. I love Lamar Jackson. Let me tell you who hates him. Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, and I ain't too big on him.
Okay. Like Kyle Shanahan, that's not his kind of quarterback.
Yeah. And I thought Trey Lance wasn't, Steiny, for a little bit. So that's the beauty of me. I can admit when I'm wrong. I was talking to Bonte on the airwaves, and I brought up race. I brought up was the dual quarterback threat was because he passed on Mahomes and Watson, Kyle, and this was supposed to. And I apologize. I said, you know what, I got that wrong, but I just don't get how you think, and I ain't mad at you, because it's like, your mom ever, Maddie, come in here, taste some spaghetti sauce, but you're tasting the sauce, not the whole spaghetti with the noodles. So you can't say, oh, it's not good. You can taste it.
I know what a piece of spaghetti tastes like, so I can imagine.
So that's all we've gotten from Trey Lance. We ain't got the main dish.
Which is what?
5-8 starts. Then we could be like, oh man, this is real.
Okay. So you're going in. So you got a window
because Brock's hurt.
You got a window of 1 year, and you're going to rely on Trey Lance to bring it home.
Remember all the scuttlebutt this offseason? Was he going to get traded? Like, were they really going to trade the guy that, unless you're right, they know behind closed doors he ain't got the goods?
888-957-9570 is the number. Trey Lance.
He has shown
I know he's only played 4 games, but we already know he's going to be a superstar.
Now, nobody
Super Bowl
said
winning
that.
quarterback. I mean, I think that's a lock. Yeah. Yes, I agree. 925. Like Kuminga, what does Lance
ask Kyle.
do?
He drafted him, and ask Myers or Lakeup.
I don't have to
Those
ask
dudes
them.
didn't come say, hey, can I be a part of your team?
I don't need
There's
an
a process
expert.
called the draft.
I don't need an expert to tell me that neither of them can do much right now that we've seen. Gotta go on 97 the game.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager.
I won't tell a kid that Santa Claus doesn't exist until he tells me Santa Claus exists.
Oh, wow.
Then I'm going to correct him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, you tell me what's wrong with that. That's fair. It's logical. It's life.
But you were a dream crusher. Let the kid... He'll find out if you end up being right, but let him enjoy.
No.
Where's he at? Call back, Mateo. I'm gonna put something on Twitter.
Hey, you want me to show you one of the things I hate about sports? The cynicism.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read you something.
Okay.
I just want to see how you react. This is a report. LeBron James played the last few months of the season with a torn tendon in his foot.
Now that I believe 100%.
Okay, well, you're surprising me there.
Okay.
Because most people will probably roll their eyes.
That's not him saying he's going to retire. That's what I would laugh at.
Could need surgery this summer.
Now, I believe Steiny. You got to give him credit, man. So what did you think I was going to do? All bullpucky. He's just saying that because he got swept.
Well, when he came to the podium
and did
with the hand.
Oh,
after,
oh, my.
Right, exactly.
You were beautiful. That was after he lost to the Warriors. Nothing on his hand the whole series. It comes out with a body cast at the podium.
You're proving my point.
And he's saying something without saying it. The only reason we lost is not only am I hurt.
See, this is what's happening.
Oh, I'll never
Just
forget that visual.
The cynicism.
I love you for bringing that up. You're the man.
Poor guy can't even break a hand and not get sympathy.
Guru, I can hear the tom in your. Oh my God!
Why would you do that?
Yeah, people
you know why? Because you started reading before you read the whole thing.
Yeah, right. But I ain't scared of it. Yeah, because it ain't true.
Let me get this out right now. Yeah. Because I want to be clear on where I'm at. Back to Wiggins. Here's what I think 49ers season.
Yeah.
Say, Stein, you think they're going to be good?
Stein, you think they're going to be good?
Back to the Niners. There's no doubt they're going to be good.
No doubt.
I expect them to win the division.
Okay.
Although I think Seattle's going to be pretty good. I think they'll go to the playoffs.
Don't count out the Rams.
Yes, we got the Niners.
Okay, good.
I think the Niners are going to be good. I think they're going to make the playoffs, and I think they're going to, maybe win a game or two. Ultimately, I think they're going to get beat because they're not good enough at the quarterback position.
Okay.
There it is.
That's phenomenal. I love it, but I got to go Steiny on Steiny. It's the Spider-Man meme. So if we had the 15-round bout about Andy Reid and the timing of when he got his Super Bowls, when are we going to I'm asking you, what story would you write if you end up being right about this quote-unquote window being open for Kyle and it's another year of close but no cigar?
What do you mean?
Like, what if they get close and they don't get through? Forget the team.
Then they had a good
when are we
year.
going to start? But what about Kyle?
What about him?
When are we going to start saying, damn, another year maybe he had his. There's no fire at all. No fire.
Well, guys going to the NFC Championship throughout the last 4 years. This is what I mean. Sometimes you got to knock on the door a lot. You knock on the door, you knock on the door, you knock on the door, and eventually you break through. I do not consider it a negative if the Niners lose again this year in the NFC Championship game, because obviously either Purdy would have gotten them there, or Lance will have gotten them there. And then you know what? Maybe they'll play. Maybe Lance and or Purdy kind of get some beat in the playoffs. But you see something throughout the course of the season where you're like, you know what? They can win it for us in a couple years.
See, I'm just.
See what?
A couple years is now, Steiny.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I haven't
And you're
forgotten
unrealistic.
19 against Kansas City.
This is
You're going to blame
unrealistic.
that on Jimmy?
Okay.
Now we got new quarterback play. What about 2 years ago against the Rams? You had a 10-point.
So what?
When did you start handing out passes? Is all I'm asking. You are.
Yeah, no. I'm not handing out passes. I'm realistic enough to know that thinking that a Trey Lance, who's quarterbacked 4 games, or a Brock Purdy, who's quarterbacked 8, make the 49ers the favorites to win it all. It's like they're a good team. They could run the table. Then they're going to have to play a special game in the Super Bowl. I don't think they're good enough at quarterback.
Okay.
They're too inexperienced. There you go.
And I'm not mad at, I'm never mad at you. Steiny, they've proven that already. They got to the NFC Championship game the last 2 years.
Okay.
With marginal or average quarterback at best.
Okay.
So I'm asking football fans, okay, we'll watch the games play out and see what the players do. But as a coach, what's the next level for Kyle to get his team over the hump? Because it sounds like you're saying if they lose, they didn't have Joe Montana at quarterback, so nothing to look at Kyle for. And that's what's exciting for me. I want to see Kyle's growth too.
Somebody put it perfectly here on the text line.
Give it to me.
Shanahan's great.
I'm not saying fire him. Hell no. I'm just like, damn, how long are we going to get? Has their best chances come and gone? I don't know.
I mean, don't you get it?
I love that.
Kyle Shanahan has put himself in a position, okay, to never have a quarterback good enough where he's going to be the favorite to win it all.
Well,
so because of that, whether that's good or bad,
no, that's
doesn't
pimping.
matter. They're not going to be the favorite with the quarterback they have.
I mean, good Lord. If he'd done that and carved that out, that's genius. Because you can't be touched. But I think you're by yourself, Snotty. We're watching.
I'm not. I'm not at all. With what?
Just Kyle and his growth as a head coach, his in-game managing, the inability to not throw the flag and whatever was going on upstairs.
Okay, all those things.
Yeah, that stuff could have changed the NFC Championship game.
Oh, God.
But that's not on
They lost
anybody else.
31-7. Stop
that was
blaming
after
it
the
on
fact.
a challenge that wasn't taken.
That was
what
before.
are we doing?
Stoney, stop now.
Come on.
That could have made it 0-0.
Oh, my God. Please.
I agree with Goo. Yeah. 408.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
I agree with Goo.
With experienced quarterback or not, Kyle Shanahan still... Okay, so is Kyle Shanahan the problem or not? What are you saying about Kyle Shanahan?
He's the leader in the clubhouse for me.
At what?
To answer that question. I love the guy, but I blame him for the 19 Super Bowl and the play calling. That was him. I blame him for the loss and the collapse up 10 against the Rams. That's two. But everybody told me I'm drunk and I'm stupid and I'm too quick to fire coaches. So I took a couple steps back. So now to just answer your question, I can't give you that.
Then own up to it. Say, we haven't had a quarterback good enough to win with Kyle Shanahan as coach because we're not great at the quarterback position and we're not great at coaching.
You had it in 19 with Jimmy Garoppolo.
You just said Kyle Shanahan lost you the Super Bowl.
He did.
Okay.
So that's not a weak quarterback. I put that at his doorstep.
Right.
So I can't criticize him.
Good.
And I did.
So between Shanahan and their mediocre quarterback situation, why would you expect them to win a Super Bowl?
Because you and I not only are black or white, I don't say mediocre quarterback is why they lost the two NFC Championship games and the Super Bowl. I don't blame it on the quarterback. And that's why I was just telling you, had Brock Purdy remained upright, Steiny, who knows? You've never once thought that maybe the Niners were better than the Philadelphia Eagles?
Not after I saw the first quarter.
Okay, see, but that's why.
When did you think? When
going into that game?
Going into that game.
But Brock getting knocked out the way that he did, block better. Tyler Kroft no longer on the team.
You know what? Keep begging.
See, I'm not
all
begging.
the problems are Wiggins' injury and Purdy getting knocked out.
That's what we're getting to now. I'm not
we got
saying
the crossover next. Yeah, let's go win a Super Bowl with a guy who's played 4 games or 8 games. I'm not saying they can't do it.
Right.
Don't expect them to do it. And when they don't do it, don't say, well, it's a failure.
Guru, the root of all suffering is attachment. And I've noticed that you have some attachment.
Have you been in a car accident? Children.
is where I'm growing, man. The puberty is real.
I didn't come through a lot in my career.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. There is no way you can tell me that this isn't a logical thought on the 49ers season. I think they're going to be good. I think they'll got a good shot of winning the division. I think they're going to make the playoffs. But I think at some point in the postseason, they'll get beat, and it'll probably be because their quarterback situation isn't quite good enough. That's my thought.
I'm still trying to get over Guru mixing up Lonnie Anderson and Dolly Parton.
Well,
I can't.
what
happened? I can't think straight.
Man.
I don't know about the 49ers in calendar year 2024. I'm not over it.
Okay.
I'm just not over it.
So I'm Triple D Guru on Twitter. That's my love for Dolly Parton. Okay? So Young Mateo called a couple weeks ago and talked about Kuminga. And I said, Steiny, when you're young and you see something for the first time, you remember. So I was going Dolly Parton, got her mixed up with WKRP in Cincinnati with mine. And Willard's just pointing that out. I miss you guys.
But the beauty also was that you compared a kid's love for Jonathan Kuminga to your love for Dolly Parton. And you talked about how Kuminga has inspired this young man to grow up and potentially dream about being able to do and be what Jonathan is. And then you're like, that's me with Dolly Parton.
I feel like Mateo had that same look at the television that I had when I first saw Dolly.
Did you want to grow up to be Dolly Parton?
No, it's just that look. When I saw it, I saw it. You never forget it.
No, never.
That's all.
Oh my gosh, that was a great
I'm
moment.
in here fighting for my life.
That was a great moment.
Yeah.
You're fighting for your life in here?
You know what?
What happened, Goo? Talk to me.
Okay. So much has happened, but so much has been said. But we were talking about Kyle Shanahan and his 49er take.
Yeah.
I've criticized Kyle. I came in here and it was kind of half lightweight stick, but the station stabbed me in the back, Evan, when I said Kyle should be fired because of the way he handled Trey Lance, who didn't see that coming.
Yeah, sure.
My point is, I recognize game. Kyle has proven he don't need Dan Marino. He had Jimmy Garoppolo with 2 10-point leads, one in the Super Bowl and another in the NFC Championship game. Okay, exit stage left, Jimmy Garoppolo. Here comes Brock Purdy. He wins 8 games and 2 playoff games.
Right.
So now, as much as I can nitpick Kyle Shanahan, I know this. Dude doesn't need Dan Marino at the quarterback position, especially with what I saw with Purdy. Now, I'll come down this road, Willard. I see you laughing, but I'll say
laughing at
that,
Steiny.
okay, those play calling in the Super Bowl against
being
the Chiefs,
disrespectful.
that was on that was on you. That wasn't on Jimmy. The 10-point lead against the Rams in the NFC Championship game when Tart dropped the Pop Warner interception, and the play calling still, to me, was on Kyle. So Steiny comes in here and says, Goo, almost giving Kyle, my ears, a built-in excuse that if they don't win, it will revolt back to he didn't have a good enough quarterback. Well, so I'm like, hold on, let me get this out. I'm judging Kyle in high leverage situations. I can appreciate his play calling. He can win with whoever at quarterback, but I still am monitoring you in high leverage situations, like when you didn't challenge that flag in the first quarter. Like that, some people could say, oh, that's neither here nor there. No, you got to get it right. That could have changed the game. Brock might not have got hurt. So I'm still giving you your flowers, Kyle, but I'm looking to see your evolution as a coach when it comes to in-game managing.
Well, in-game, I mean, that's every week, every coach is always going to get challenged based on those decisions, and that's completely fair. I can hear listeners saying, though, in this conversation where you're going, okay, Kyle, with a built-in excuse because he doesn't have a good quarterback.
I don't like that.
Well, a lot of people are going to go, well, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
Why are you looking at me? No, that was a hell of a
my friend today.
I just want to know. I want to make sure you weren't falling asleep. You all right over there?
Yeah.
You okay?
No, we've just been
88 yesterday on the
I'm
links.
pretty clear about. Like, I don't think. I think my take is completely practical.
It's very, very possible that it plays out that way.
The take that, okay.
Because you buried Shanahan for years for being below 500.
I got my popcorn.
I did.
Yes, when we were doing a show together, you were very anti-Shanahan until last year when he had a good year, and then you flipped it.
I wasn't anti-Shanahan.
You were absolutely anti-Shanahan.
I was anti the people, the media who treat Shanahan like he's already won a Super Bowl. He's been overpraised. Yes. Is he a good coach? I think he is. Yeah,
you've come around. You've come around.
No,
you buried him.
The media's come around, and now is starting to treat him like
tell Dibs about your
I was on the show with both of you for 51 weeks, and you stuck it in him day in and day out.
Because everybody was saying he's like,
Willard,
this guy's unreal.
Yeah,
he's the boy genius.
He's leaving out the part of if this season hadn't even started. Steiny goes, if they don't win, and what are they? Vegas is telling you they're good. I know
they're good.
Then Kyle gets no critique because the quarterback is not up to par.
Well, we got to see. We got to see how what the story looks like. I don't know.
Okay,
we don't know yet how it's going to go. Two things. One, to answer what you just said, I think, and because my brain never works in this championship or bust thing. Like, just because he hasn't won a championship doesn't mean he's not a great coach. And there are plenty who have won a championship, and you're not a great coach, right? Am I supposed to believe that Sean McVay is a better coach than Kyle Shanahan? Because I think that's absolutely ludicrous.
He's got better jewelry.
Ludicrous.
And Willard, that has to mean something.
Of course it means something. You want a ring, but just because you have one really great season doesn't mean you are suddenly this made person that now is on a level that other people aren't. We could go through history and it could find you all kinds of coaches. You win 1 year here or there, and now that person is better than anyone. Like, I don't buy that. But what you guys are arguing about, look, here's what we said yesterday, and I do think this is interesting. You will not find another football team, forget this year, any year, that's in the top 5 or 6 of the favorites to win a Super Bowl. Forget not having an elite quarterback. Yeah. They don't even know who their quarterback is. Now, to me, you can read it however you want.
I'm giving credit
that's
credit
a massive compliment to Kyle Shanahan.
Yes,
it has to be.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, it's a compliment to the roster.
That's
as
true.
much as it is to Kyle Shanahan.
You're right. Which he has say-so in, though, so he still gets credit.
Sure,
yeah.
He gets some credit, but I give more credit to the roster than I give credit to Kyle Shanahan.
But there are a lot of good rosters out there, and if you didn't pair a good quarterback with him, we would dismiss him.
Mike McCarthy with the Niners and these quarterbacks would fail. That's what I think of Mike McCarthy as a coach.
And your team is actually the best exhibit in this conversation. What position do the Cowboys not have squared away? What position?
Quarterback.
Okay. But he's being paid like he is one of the elites, and they've got every single thing on the roster outside of that is spoken for. Receiving core, offensive line, defense.
But they don't have a Kyle to make their weakness better.
There you go.
That's why I appreciate.
So why are the Cowboys below the 49ers in terms of odds? Why?
Well, they made some additions, and maybe they could have won that game last year in the semifinals.
They didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan.
Like, to me, it's simple. It's totally simple. Kyle Shanahan is a heck of a coach, all right? He's got 3 quarterbacks that I don't think are whatever. I think the quarterback position's going to get him beat.
All really young.
Kyle Shanahan's a great coach. Yeah. Okay, so you got to criticize somebody. So criticize Kyle for not getting the quarterback for the last 7 years. That's what you criticize him for.
But I'm giving him a compliment for not having that quarterback because he's proven time and time again that he can go to a Super Bowl 6 minutes away and get to 2 NFC Championship games.
Well, couldn't you say that? Okay. And you'll take this argument most of the time is, and what's it proven? They can't win a Super Bowl.
And Willard, Dibs, this is all I got to get out.
Doing it this way at quarterback.
I took the biggest L to Steiny. We went 15 rounds on Andy Reid when he was in Philly because he couldn't get it done, and I called him a choke, and he got to 4 NFC Championship games and a Super Bowl.
Right.
But now he's one of the GOATs. So I learned to take my damn
He was one of the GOATs then.
Off of the pedal, but he had to go somewhere else and prove he could win a Super Bowl. My whole thing was the title of the jam is how long is Kyle Shanahan's football team window to cash in? It could be 20 years. What if this year he makes a bonehead decision? We're going to watch it, or he's on fire and they still lose. It sounded like my partner was saying Shanny can do no wrong. even if they don't win.
Oh, he's got a lot of rope. He's got 3 years. He's got 5 years. He's got whatever he needs to in terms of still being competitive until they have a really bad year. And his last bad year was when he got Jimmy Garoppolo. And after that, he's had good years. And even when he's lost his quarterback, they've been competitive. And the roster right now is pretty deep. Good defense, good offense.
No, it's hog heaven for a quarterback.
And Mark mentioned it in terms of they have no quarterback, and yet they're still a top 5 team for Super Bowl odds. We don't know who their quarterback is.
Martin.
And if their quarterback is Brock Purdy, okay, fine. He has 8 starts, and he was Mr. Irrelevant, and you're still a top 5 team. There's a reason for that.
Right, and I think,
roster.
It's a blessing and a curse. I mean, obviously, Shanahan can really coach, but at the end of the day, I think the quarterback position might get him beat. The other thing we can do here is we all acknowledge Kyle Shanahan's a hell of a coach. Well, then take the 53-man roster responsibility off him. Don't let him draft the quarterback. If he has complete control, what's the issue? We haven't found our quarterback in 7 years. Well, who's been in charge of the draft? If it's Kyle, which everybody says it is, well, let's get somebody else to draft a quarterback or a position we need.
It's Kyle for that position. It's not Kyle's not in charge of the draft, but he's in charge of that position.
But he's got final say over the 53-man roster, is what I understand.
Yeah, but I mean, Kyle's not drafting. Like, Kyle's not standing up and
defensive back
banging the wall about a linebacker.
No doubt.
Yeah,
he wanted Trey Lance though.
Right, and
so he got Trey Lance.
That's all.
So if you want, this is to me one of the most fascinating things that could unfold. It may be one of the worst. It may be one of the worst decisions that a team has ever made, and they might get away with it
without paying a price.
But he also, as you pointed out yesterday, Dibbs, if they do get away with it, it's because Brock is that good, and he gets credit for that too. He gets credit for that too.
Yeah, he drafted Brock Purdy.
So, you're terrible at, and this is kind of actually with the 49ers. Wouldn't you say this is what saves their drafts? Sure, they've got Bosa, Debo. They've done okay with some early picks, but they've whiffed a lot. They've been amazing in the 5th round and later.
Yeah, that's wow.
Look at the players that are on this team that they have found in the 5th round and later. Purdy, Kittle, Greenlaw, Hufanga. I mean, it's a mixed bag. But I look at it this way. Let's go Bruce Arians.
Okay.
He better coach than Kyle Shanahan?
No.
All right. That's already decided then. So we don't need to do this.
Right.
He hadn't won the big one. Andy Reid is the perfect comp. I know a good coach when I see it.
But he had to go somewhere else to get him.
Doesn't matter.
And he had to get a great quarterback to get one.
Right. He had to get Patrick Mahomes.
You wasn't a McNabb's guy, though, huh?
McNabb is good.
McNabb's not Mahomes.
Oh, no, I wouldn't dare say that.
Right? Like, you got to get the sauce. It's a stew. I know Kyle Shanahan, there's nobody in the NFL that the 49ers would rather have than him as the coach.
Okay. You don't got to sell me on that. But to finish our fight.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy went out. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What fight?
What fight are you talking about? It wasn't a fight.
You're listening to 95.7 the game.
It wasn't a fight.
You really are.
You let these two run over you all day, every day, and I got to watch it play out, but you want to stand up to me. I don't get that. And I was just playing.
Well, I didn't know that.
Relax.
Yeah, I can't.
But you know what? I had a friend like you before, and that's why I got ticked off. Sometimes when the other friends come around, they act different. You know what I mean? And I'm feeling that with you, too.
Is he still your friend? The one
this is my guy.
No. The one you said you had a friend.
Eric Rossman. He's still my friend.
Okay, what's up, Eric?
Okay.
Anyway, it's just not Wednesday. He's mad because he has to
I hate to do this, but it's not woulda, coulda, shoulda.
What's that?
I've watched that NFC Championship game a million times.
Which one?
The Eagles-Niners.
Okay.
And there's not one time I tune in because I like the announcers and just the energy of the stadium. And Open Bonte Shasky was okay. But listen, I can't ignore that if Brock didn't get hurt, that whole thing is not what it was. And Steiny talks to me like, Goo, he got hurt in the 4th quarter, Dibbs, and they were getting blown out. That changed everything. Kudos to Philly.
Philly's
but
better.
We don't know what Brock. He could have been playing in the Super Bowl.
Philly wins that game anyway. I believe.
So Kyle, and I ain't even mad at that.
Mark and I had a fight about this.
And we'll do it again.
Yeah, we will.
Because I don't everybody's allowed to read this the way they want. To me, if you say Philly would have won anyway, you're basing it on a pre-game opinion, which was your opinion.
Right.
And so
right.
that's totally fair, and you
believe
can
it was
have
Stein-
that.
yeah, almost
I
before.
don't know how anybody can tell me what was going to happen next. Josh Johnson's
no
playing
one can.
quarterback.
Yeah.
But from my novice eye, it looked like the 49ers did not have the offensive line or defensive line that the Eagles had.
I mean,
It was 7-7.
That's what it looked like to me.
How many minutes had come off?
I'm
the
just
clock?
telling you.
Like, have you ever seen
I'm
a
not
game?
alone in that opinion.
But have you ever seen a game change at halftime? Have you ever seen someone get punched in the mouth
all
and
the
come
time.
back? Like, I don't
I'm just
know
saying,
how we can say what was going to happen in that football
I
game.
can, because if you have a great offensive line, then you're liable to withstand a quarterback injury better than if you don't.
But football, better than any other sport, there are adjustments and there are ways to tilt the thing in your favor based on what you do well that the other team doesn't. I'm not telling you the 49ers would have won. I'm saying I look at that and say, I don't know how anybody can tell me what would have happened next.
I don't. Nobody does.
You ended up with a second half where you did not have the ability to throw.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody can say we got a clear view of what was going to happen in that football
Dibs,
game.
you're a technical football guy better than most. Am I crazy about the offensive and defensive lines?
No, you're not crazy, but I do think that Mark has a good point in terms of halftime adjustments because Kyle Shanahan being able to go in there and look at the film and stuff. And, I think there's some things we could do.
That's a three.
I regret the fact that we put our third string tight end on their best pass rusher and stuff. And, he came in and he wrecked the game and he hurt our guy and stuff. And that's the way that went. And I would have done things a little bit differently.
I don't need to remind Steiny, Captain Blowout, that it was 7-7 after Purdy had left. So the game is slowed
The Eagles
down.
scored on their next possession, which had nothing to do with Purdy.
It was 7-0 when Brock left, and Josh Johnson led them on the touchdown drive.
Yeah.
So let's be accurate.
It was 7-7.
Josh Johnson was the quarterback.
And he
If we're
handed
going
the
to
ball.
talk
Right.
about Brock Purdy,
But no, I was saying
we
it was
need to give
7-7.
Double J's the credit.
Yeah, but it was 7-7. Forget the quarterback. It was 7-7 in that game.
Why'd your quarterback get hurt?
Because the backup tight end,
Because Captain Laminated Play Sheet was overly clever. I'm going to show. I'm going to put in my third string tight end to block the best game record on the team.
And that's one play, but I always find
it was the biggest play in the history of the organization.
Obviously, it's the way it went out. Well,
That's
a little
since
bit
the
over.
Roger Craig fumble.
What Steiny, what you just said to me, that always feels disingenuous when someone says that. The Eagles would have won because why'd Purdy get hurt? That proves that that's what happened on one play.
Well,
and it's tackle football.
Play.
Yeah,
and then the Lions got dominated the rest of the game.
Of course, because they had no ability to throw, and a defense knows exactly what to do.
I thought this was a running football team.
Come on. You're smarter than that.
No,
you're smarter than that.
And I think you're more nuanced than what you're saying.
You're smarter than that.
No, you can dig deeper too, I think.
I can. And I know that in tackle football, to say that the 49ers were not better than the Eagles because Purdy got sacked on, what was it, the sixth play of the game?
The offense.
So clearly they're better because they knocked him out. It's like he got hurt. Anybody can get hurt.
4 other quarterbacks this year.
Yeah. Well, again,
no, you got that part right. Steve.
Yeah, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes sometimes.
The offensive line gave up a sack.
Yes.
Okay. Purdy got hurt. Okay. The rest of the game, the line was ineffectual.
Irrelevant.
So it's
and so was their quarterback.
Irrelevant.
Wait a minute.
Had nothing
so,
in quarterback.
So you go to a backup quarterback and the offensive line is off the hook?
Fourth
string. Okay. Well,
you did not go to a backup quarterback.
Get a better backup then.
God,
well, now they got a new rule.
So disingenuous.
They
go through three quarterbacks.
Right.
If Kyle Shanahan can quarterback anybody to the Super Bowl,
I'm out.
No, he can't. Because he couldn't get Josh Johnson to get to the Super Bowl.
You go through 3 quarterbacks. Do not yell at a team for not having a better backup. It's just disingenuous. Period.
It's actually not.
It is.
If you've had a history in your tenure,
in football,
6 years.
Every coach has a history of injury at every position because it's football. It's football.
Whose quarterbacks over the last 7 years have been hurt more than the Niners?
You can do it all day long.
There's not even a second team.
I'll never buy it.
Okay.
I'll never buy it ever that Kyle
Do
Shanahan.
not try to sell it on the daily.
It's
tries
absurd.
to deny the reality of the facts.
So Jimmy Garoppolo's injuries are Kyle's fault.
No,
this is what you're saying.
We're not placing blame.
That's not what we're saying.
We're pointing to the reality of quarterbacks who have played.
Has the thought crossed your mind that it keeps happening to this team's quarterback?
Of course.
Okay.
Does that have anything to do with Kyle Shanahan? No.
It may, though.
No.
Okay,
it does not.
What about this?
It doesn't.
Have the 49ers had some injury at the running back position?
Well,
yeah, they sure have.
Oh, my God.
And the team that hasn't
so many.
I believe the reason
Tennessee.
that the 49ers
Derrick Henry's gotten hurt.
Suffer a lot of injuries at the running back position is because I do think the 49ers running backs run harder into the line than any other team in the league.
Run harder than Derrick Henry?
When they hit the line of scrimmage, the plan is to be at full speed.
The run
when
scheme.
you hit the line of scrimmage,
tosses
you're not
and
dancing
Mostert
around.
coming. Yeah.
So what?
Listen, you guys, you'll bang your head against the wall. Anything you say, I have talked to and worked with too many football players
Right.
for you to convince me. Now,
Totally.
wait, I'm allowed to have my opinion, right?
No, you got
Am
it.
I?
You
So
got it,
here's
baby.
mine.
You got it.
If you want to tie Kyle to injury, I'm out.
Okay,
I'm out.
Okay,
Hard.
so let me ask you a question.
Cement.
If somebody,
wall.
I'm not
Okay?
tying
So if
him
there's
to
a quarter-
injury. I'm
Go
just tying injury
Right.
to the reality of his tenure.
Great.
Let me
I
ask you a
don't, you don't
question.
have to,
I
you
got
don't have to
one, boy, you
blame
got-
him.
Bad luck happens in life,
It
doesn't
sure
it?
does,
And
man.
it
happens to them more than anyone else.
Bad luck happens a lot more when you put your players in a more disadvantageous position
called
time
a
and time
football field.
again.
It's called a football field.
Listen, if there was a coach out there that called the tight end slant that you go over the middle that you can get your bell rung, like, don't you think that team's tight end would get hurt more than another team's tight end because they play him that way?
Tell me more about the play where you could get your bell rung in the NFL. Now tell me about the play where you can't.
Okay, so you're going to tell me, Mark, that I made a logical statement about the 49ers running backs that I feel they run harder than other teams. So in other words, when they okay.
Totally.
Well, all right, well then we can
I
stop.
completely
We can end right
disagree.
there.
And I bet running backs on every other team would be offended
How many
by your
How many running backs do the 49ers have that dance around in the backfield?
That's a terrible way to run. Who does that? What teams do that?
Oh my God.
Okay. You can be frustrated.
I am frustrated.
All right.
But there's no reason to be.
Yeah.
No, there is.
I don't know what, what
because
is
you acknowledged that they run hard into the line, and it didn't suit your
did?
purpose, and then you said it
When
didn't.
did I acknowledge that?
You don't think Kyle Shanahan's
Gosh,
running
you-
back? You don't think
No
Kyle
wonder you
Shanahan?
get so frustrated.
I love
You
the man.
hear crap that no one says. You've done this to me like 18 times in the last year.
Dibs,
Nobody,
Year and a half. I love it, year and a half.
I never acknowledged your statement that the 49ers run harder.
Okay.
That's a weird thing to say in the NFL.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Like you
Am I
think-
alone?
you
49er
think
fans?
Running backs for the Jags are
No,
like, yeah.
Willard, what-
Our
to me,
philosophy
Mark,
is we
Willard.
tiptoe in. Like what?
But Willard, their run
They
scheme, tossing the ball
they
and having those
demand
dudes
their
come
run-
in.
They demand their running backs hit the hole and take contact.
I don't want to yell anymore. Their
'Cause
scheme,
you know you've got no
I know.
ammo here,
Their scheme
Mark.
is not unique.
I'm not saying I'm
Their
right.
scheme- their-
I'm presenting
I am.
a position.
I'm saying I'm right.
That it's
Their
just luck, happenstance.
No, yes.
Okay.
Their scheme is not
So,
unique.
okay.
When y'all
Willard,
got mad at Trey Lance, he sat there in the press
But
conference
we
and goes,
saw
"Look at
him
it."
about to get hurt, Mark.
And
Like,
wait a
why
minute,
are you
Kyle
putting him in harm's
Shanahan's
way?
scheme is not unique. I thought for the last 6 years we've been calling him a genius.
To physicality?
Scheme-wise.
To physicality? I mean,
Mark, let me give you this one.
Anyway,
Let me give
if you want to get mad, no,
let me give you
seriously,
this
no.
one.
Seriously,
You
go
do
ahead.
know.
Go, Mark. I don't want.
Let me give you this one, though. We grow up together.
You know what
we
you do.
grow
I
up
don't wanna
together,
fight.
you and I.
Yeah, brother.
And I got 4 different cars. And each of the 4 different cars that I've had while you and I were best friends growing up, I've wrecked. I come back, go, you got in another wreck? Yeah. At some point, aren't you going to say, it might be your driver?
I don't like. Yeah, it is.
And that's all we're saying about Kyle and
so I
these
don't like-
injuries.
I don't like
Not
your
his
comp.
100%.
I don't like your comp. Being a bad driver and a play caller,
There's something to it.
I disagree.
But you had the thought.
Well,
you said it a minute ago. You had the thought cross your mind, like,
no,
is there something they're doing?
No, I've never had that cross my mind.
But Peter King, everybody's talking like, this is odd that it keeps happening to the running backs and the quarterback.
You know what's odd to me is I've never heard someone in the league say this. Do you think free agents would sign with a guy who hurts his players?
No, now you're saying it's intentional. We're not saying that.
No, not intentional. Even if he was putting them in more dangerous positions. This is football.
Yeah. The Trey Lance one was negligence, though.
I disagree. I disagree. Ask Josh Allen.
Right. Well, no, he's changing the way that they're using them, or he decides to run. Getting punched drunk by playoff time.
Those play calls are not that. He's not the only one running them. You think Jalen Hurts thinks it's negligent? Anyway, yeah. I see absolutely zero thread whatsoever.
Yeah, the threat is the reality of, it is football. And you could look at every 32 teams and you could look at how many quarterbacks they've all used over the course of 7 years. And the Niners have had to use more based on injury. That is a fact. And so whether you want to blame the coach or not, which I don't blame the coach, but the trend is there to where your quarterbacks get hurt more often than other teams. That's a fact. So
beautiful deal.
Do you think
you would say it's? I mean, there is no such thing as luck.
The other thing is, haven't the 49ers examined a few times over the Shanahan tenure, like their training and athletic staff because of their injuries?
Yes, absolutely.
So they must think maybe there might be a little more than just a coincidence.
Right. So that has nothing to do with Kyle and his play calling, though, which is what you've been saying the whole time. That has to do with training.
Has to do with everything.
That has to do with working.
It has to do with player
injuries,
analysis
return,
and
everything.
The players that you choose to bring in, and you bring in Jimmy Garoppolo, who is, and I know you don't like the term injury prone, but he has an injury history. We'll say that.
Sure.
So you bring in a player who has an injury history, and he gets injured more often based on whatever reasons. If it's the training staff, is it the play calling, is it his body, whatever it is, the reality is he had multiple injuries while he was here.
Right. Then you draft a young stud who we thought could throw and run, and before he got hurt and broke his stuff, I was saying to Steiny and a lot of other callers and everybody was like, the quarterback position to me is your most prized possession. Handle with care, fragile. He was running quarterback power options with Trey. And even before he got hurt, I go, this is odd, Mark. His first start against the Cardinals a couple years ago, 16 rush attempts. And then he got hurt that game.
Right.
So it was rather odd how he used Trey.
So you haven't tied that to the fact that there's been all this talk about his inaccuracy. What's Kyle's job on every Sunday? What's his job?
To put the best people out there.
To win the football game.
Yeah.
So if my quarterback can't throw.
He's now Earl Campbell?
I got a game to win.
Okay. All right.
I got a game to win.
I get that, but
I got a game to win.
Running Trey up the middle was.
And if you run,
I got a game to win.
If a guy runs 10 times as opposed to runs 2, who's going to get hurt more frequently?
And the good one.
Yeah.
The guy who runs 10 times.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
How many times did Trey Lance run?
Less than Jalen Hurts.
No, but that
Here you
one
go,
game.
Dave. I'm moving my chair.
That one game.
Less per game.
That one game.
Less per game than Jalen Hurts.
Trey Lance carried the ball. Guess what? I'm staying till 27.
Oh, okay.
Trey Lance carried the ball 12 times
You
in
guys
that
know
game.
you're welcome to every day.
Yeah.
Stay.
Oh, that Mark.
I'm
getting
feeling
a
itchy
haircut.
today.
I want to hear.
Yeah.
Nice. Got to get the waves in check.
You gotta go?
I love it. He's got a haircut.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where in the city?
The waves.
In the
In the
city?
Yoon. He's going to the Yoon.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't get to be disappointed.
No, I got to go.
Captain Tea Time. You can't get mad at him.
We got a meeting.
You go on.
We got a meeting.
All right,
and
go.
he has a.
Oh, you got a meeting.
Oh boy, let's do this
Put
on
your
the
bag.
air.
Put your bag back on your
What are you
shoulder.
going to do?
I go to the meeting.
Okay, well, then sit down. Stick around till 27.
Why don't we bring Matt in here? You guys can just do the meeting on the show.
On the mic lately.
All right, where are we? You know, you're a smart guy.
I thank you. I appreciate that.
You know.
I know that what I'm saying I think is very authentic and genuine.
Vice versa.
No.
You don't think do you think I not believe that the 49ers running backs run harder into the line than other teams? Like I'm
not psychoanalyzing
I've made that what's it called? Observation for like the last couple years. I was like, you ever notice how hard like Mostert hits it or Elijah Mitchell hits it or even McCaffrey? Like,
and you don't see that when you watch other games.
No, it feels like the 49ers do hit the hole a little harder.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they put
I don't know about that.
Don't they put an emphasis on that with the zone read?
I mean, I don't know any running backs coaches that don't put an emphasis on hitting the hole hard. I've never heard that before. I've never heard of a running back coach who's like, you know what you got to do?
I think it's kind of like almost a center or a foundation of what the Niners do.
I think it's
what makes them what makes them the best running game in football because of how aggressively and violently they run the football.
Yeah, I think it's much more about blocking schemes, if you ask me.
To me, it's more about volume of runs than anything in terms of how often they run it, because they run the ball more than almost any other team in terms of how much they use their running backs. And so it's not so much that they ask their guys to run harder or they run more in between the tackles. They run the ball more, and they go to a hot hand more than other teams. So you're going to run Mostert 22 times a game until he breaks, and then you'll go to Breida, and then you'll go to Jeff Wilson Jr., and then you'll go to the next guy. I think that, to me, would be the area where you could criticize them the most in terms of how they use their running backs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that any team would look at the injuries the Niners have had. And look, I'm not one to say I don't have a conspiracy theory, but they've had a lot of injuries in the Kyle Shanahan tenure. And I guess a blind faith type person would be like, nothing to see here. I'm a little more skeptical.
I don't call it blind faith, and that can be your opinion on how I feel about it, but I think it's unfair to say these things without going injury by injury. I mean, if you're going to use Jimmy as an example here, give me anything that's ever happened to Jimmy Garoppolo that you would chalk up to play calling.
Well, it's not that simple. It's not that A to B. It's about how many times do you call a certain play that puts a person in a position that may be more disadvantageous than others.
Like, how was that the case with Jimmy?
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say you have a wide receiver, but you run the ball for 250 yards a game. So he's only really running 7 or 8 hard passes. Well, guess what? He's probably going to get hurt less than a guy that you use all the time.
I mean, the number of hits someone takes, yeah. I guess that in some way. But then again, in football, I don't even know. This would be an interesting study. I don't even know if most of the injuries happen when you're getting hit. I don't even know that. The worst injuries are what we literally call non-contact injuries.
Jimmy Garoppolo, his ACL, for example.
What about Purdy?
That's a contact injury.
What about Trey Lance?
That's a contact injury.
Right.
Yeah.
It just depends on how you want to look at it. I look at the totality of the quarterback injuries that the Niners have suffered, and I think that you get equal parts blame on the coaching, on the player, on luck, as Mark was calling it, because some of it is just bad luck. Trey Lance runs the football, and he gets tackled, and somebody falls on his leg, and he breaks his ankle. That's football. That's bad luck. Brock Purdy goes to throw the football, and your tight end gets beat, and the defensive player crashes into your arm and your elbow, and you rip your UCL. That's football. That's bad luck. Jimmy Garoppolo tries to run down the sideline and plant his leg and cut back, and he tears his ACL. That's bad luck, but it's also on the player who might be more brittle than you would want in a quarterback.
The issue is that I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan causes injury. Like, that's not the way I discuss or argue things. But I think it's absolutely positively fair to start examining if this team suffers more injuries, maybe at certain positions, quarterbacks certainly, than other teams. And is there a reason? Is there a reason? Is there anything we can change? Is there anything we can do to mitigate this?
I think that's a fair question. That's not, but I don't think that was the discussion that we were having, because we were focusing on Kyle. Like, if you want to ask that question and you want to get into the weeds of who you sign and you want to get into the weeds of how they work out, what's the process from top to bottom, what I always hear, which I find to be a lazy take, which is that somehow it ends up on Kyle Shanahan's lap.
I believe, and
I don't believe play calling in the National Football League has anything to do with injuries.
Well, you're just saying play calling,
right?
And you're purposely leaving out number of play calls. In other words, how many times you run a certain play, how many times a guy has the ball.
But you're only using that for Trey Lance.
No, I'm not. I'm using it for pick a running back.
So pick a running back. I mean, how can you use that for Jimmy? Use it for Jimmy because
Mark, I'm using it for everybody.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that I do believe. Look, I don't know. You scheme this, scheme that. I know Kyle Shanahan's offense looks different. I think his scheme has something to do with the injuries because I think he asks players to be more versatile than other players. So it puts them in a position where he loves his running backs who can catch. He loves his tight ends who can block. He loves receivers who are physical. That philosophy, I believe, might contribute to why the 49ers have more injuries than another franchise.
If I were a player and that was actually what was believed in the league, I would never sign here.
What if a guy likes to be a physical wide receiver? Like Kittle. You want guys like Kittle.
Okay, so
yeah,
right. And how many of those are there?
Like that's why the 49ers are great, though, because they find them.
Yeah, but that's one attitude. I also physical is an interesting word. Who in the NFL is not physical?
I don't think
What coach is not physical?
Mark, for 3 years, we
down.
talk on the radio about 49ers are more physical than any other football team.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now acknowledge that may pay a price.
But that's not because of play calling or number of plays.
All right.
That's not right?
I mean, I feel they're the most physical team in football. That doesn't correlate. You can't see anywhere in your mind where that might correlate with more injuries.
Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Why didn't you just say that at the beginning? It saved a lot of time.
No, because the points you made up to this point are not that.
No, they are that, Mark. You just didn't hear them.
No, you did a poor job of telling me them.
Well, you don't listen either, so there you go.
All right, don't get personal. If you're going to get personal,
you're right.
Relax.
But you weren't listening.
Relax. No, I've listened. I've been sitting
here.
You know
what I say when you tell me to relax. You don't tell me to relax.
But calm down. Why do you have to go there?
Because you go there in your own way, Mark.
We're talking about sports.
Right.
I don't think the 49ers hurt the players.
So I talk to you differently than you talk to me.
I'm not doing this.
Okay, because we talk to each other the same way.
No, you get upset.
Well, I get passionate.
You get offended.
No, I don't.
Yeah. It's okay. Okay. All right. Are you done?
Yeah.
All right.
Roll the dibs. Coming up next. Yeah.
Hey, it's Matt Steinmetz, and I wanted to let you know that.
in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, hello, everyone. How you doing, Dibs?
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm great.
Thanks.
I'm great. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great day. It's Mark
It is a
Grandy's
great day.
birthday, our technical director.
Well, I had no idea that, is it May 25th?
Yep. 525.
Grandy?
He was born in 525, 90, well, not 95, probably 96, I'm guessing.
Well, hang
He's
on.
a
We can
pup.
guess this. I had no idea May 25th
Thank you.
was such a huge day. I was actually going to start the show off today, and now it's an even better time to do this.
I'll say.
Since everybody.
Did I jump the queue?
No,
Okay.
you did. No, you did great.
Okay, cool.
I'll just say this, and this will make him even madder as he's driving home. I find it wildly embarrassing when two people sit down and sports is the topic, and then people are yelling and cussing and flying around hallways. I find it totally embarrassing. I don't even understand it. Everybody's built differently, so if that's how things end, I don't understand that. So okay, so we're good here, but I wanted to start off today by wishing someone who is very, very important to us a happy birthday.
This better not be Grandy.
And it is. May 25th is a huge day. And you know how this show works. It's not just you and me.
Right.
The people around us matter
They matter a ton, yeah.
I don't know how we would do what we do without them. I don't know how we would be the people we would be without them. So, from me to someone very, very important, happy birthday to Arden Farnsworth.
Yes.
The lovely Christy's
I saw
youngest
that.
daughter
Yes.
is 13 years old today. And then, right, yeah. And then I guess, Grandy.
I hate Mark Grandy.
I guess, did you turn something today too? What did you get? Are you 20? What are you? 20 what? What are
27.
you?
27.
27.
Which
27.
You want to talk about your all-time tweener birthdays?
If you add
27, I mean, nobody cares about 27.
I know. Well, get used to it.
You're welcome.
Kind of nobody cares about any more birthdays ever for you. 30 and then
30's
40
big.
and 50. Sure.
35 is a thing.
Not really.
33, Larry Bird.
What happens at 35? You can run for president?
Exactly.
That's about it.
Exactly.
Right? Are you planning that, Mark? Is that on the radar?
Just 8 more years.
Okay. So if you add,
he's got my nope.
If you add Arden and Grandy together, it still does not add up to you or me.
Dude, don't even do that.
Well, no, it's tough because we try to do references.
I love the young people.
Right?
I actually hate the young people.
We do references on the show, and then sometimes I look in the other room and I'm like, oh gosh, you weren't born. I mean, Guru's over here mixing up Dolly Parton and Lonnie Anderson and rocking WKRP in Cincinnati, and I'm like, Grandy, do you even know what WKRP in Cincinnati is?
Not a
clue. Do you
clue.
know what that is?
I don't know what that is. I obviously know who Dolly Parton is.
Do you know Lonnie Anderson is?
I do not know Lonnie Anderson. Lonnie
Chisenhall? That is so unnerving to me. Now I'm mad.
Totally. He's running hot.
So that's it, Grandy. I had a huge crush on Lonnie Anderson.
He doesn't even know who
all I gotta
Otis
say.
Anderson is. He probably does,
Who, by the way, hit the hole very hard.
Yeah, he did.
Otis Anderson.
Didn't get hurt either.
Didn't-
Had a good long career.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
it just.
Unlock the lines. We're good.
Thank you. Let's go.
Okay.
888-957-9570. Let's talk about the future. Not the
let's.
rapper.
No.
Although I love the rapper. The future. It's just future, not the future.
Yeah, it's not the future.
But let's talk about
the weekend.
The future. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Well,
That's
first
tomorrow.
of all, actually, we got to address the future, and the way we do that first is by addressing the past. I also come in today.
I'm not here to talk about the past. Mark McGuire.
I come in today. You know me. I don't get jealous very much. When other people have wonderful things happen to them, I applaud. I think I'm like fantastic. I want to, right? Like I want to feel almost like I'm you. I want to be excited about all of this. But when the morning roast talked to Gabe Kapler today?
Dude, you had interview envy.
Oh, my God.
No doubt.
Oh, my goodness.
I missed it this morning, and I caught it with
live.
Steiny
Yes.
and Goo.
Yeah.
And I listened to all 25 minutes of it, and I loved it. And then he started talking about Tupac and Biggie, and I was like, all right, this guy. And then I somehow loved it even more.
Yeah.
His Tupac Biggie take was the best I've ever heard.
Well, speaking of the lovely Christy, so she was my, let's call her teacher's assistant, which she was. She helps me when I bring the Cal Poly class to the games because sometimes you need a second adult to help everything going on right there. So brought the Cal Poly class to the Giants game last week, and Gabe was kind enough to allow the assembled group to be a part of his pregame media session. So big group, probably 35 strong in terms of number of people sitting there with Gabe. And so Christy sits there and listens to him. And, you know, you got the hand tattoo and you had the Armed Forces green hat, and you just had all of the discussion about Mitch Haniger's mechanics and all of the things that we do. And it got done, and she goes, I know you, and I see why you're just enamored with this human being.
It's completely.
Because I don't know if it's going to go from Haniger's mechanics to Tupac and Biggie.
Right.
I have no clue. And it's the same tone no matter what. This is how I fry an egg. And
Completely
I don't
right.
always do over medium correctly. Always. And so
his take on Tupac and Biggie was,
what did he say?
I can acknowledge that Biggie is the better lyricist, but the poetry of Tupac at that time in my life, I was a Tupac guy. He spoke to me with his lyrics. So while I recognize the greatness of Biggie, I find we, as a Kapler, recognize that Tupac is more favored in our household.
And now you understand why this guy pulls people after 4 2/3 innings.
Totally.
He is the biggest overthinker in the history of the world. This guy, so Haniger grounded out to first base because the fingernail on his 7th finger had been shaved a little bit too much, and that set off the weight balance of his entire body. And instead of the ball being grounded up the middle, it went to the second baseman. We're working on it. I mean, that's the way this guy goes. So where better to start if you want to talk about the future than by listening to Gabe talk about the future? Because this, I thought, was a very, very interesting take on why Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey have grabbed everybody's attention at such a level.
I will say that I think nothing excites fans like homegrown players. I think everybody respects and appreciates big name free agents. It's nice when I was in Philadelphia when Bryce Harper came to town, and that was a huge boost to the city. And as we brought in some smaller name free agents, but some really good players, that brought some good energy to the city. But there's nothing like when a player comes up and performs, and the city's like, man, we might have this guy for the next 10 years, and he might be a cornerstone for us. And we didn't have to spend several $100 million to get him. We signed him out of the draft, and he was developed by our player development system. I think that makes everybody feel pretty warm and fuzzy.
So he's right. He's spot on. And it's so funny how all of us, and we can all collectively take the L here. I was driving the kid to school this morning, and Bonte goes, man, Giants totally escaped one there with Carlos Correa, and I think Farhan had a pretty good offseason. I'm telling you.
Did you crash your car?
No, I didn't do that's too easy. What's I almost drove off the road.
Yeah.
No,
Did you spit out your coffee?
I almost decided.
Your iced latte?
I decided to have my kid take the day off school so we could talk about the way sports opinions come together. We're just radio hosts. You're just fans. We're just fans. We're allowed to change our opinion and do an about face.
New information.
And we all have. And it's totally fine. You can still go, hey, Manaea, hey, Stripling, and look at the offseason that the Giants had. But yeah, all of a sudden, it all looks different. And it does look like, as Dave Fleming said yesterday, it does look like the plan is back on track. And all it took was Rodon and Correa being hurt. It took Michael Conforto hitting a couple of home runs. It took Schmidt showing up. It took Bailey showing up. It took good news about Matos and Harrison down on the farm.
It did.
And that's all it took. And now suddenly everything is okay. But when you talk about the future and why that is capturing a Giants fan right now, I think this is intricate. It's twofold. One, it's baseball. And we look at the future differently in baseball because there's a minor league. Now, I know there's a G League in the NBA. But the bottom line is in hoops and football, a person can be drafted and contribute right away. You don't do that in baseball.
Well, in basketball, the G League is a place where you're not good enough to be in the association. It's usually not like, hey, we're going to start you in the G League, and then you're going to come up, and then you're going to be a star.
Right.
You either are in the G League because you're not good enough, or you go down there because you're not playing enough.
Right, but in baseball, it literally does not happen. You do not draft a player and then have him on the roster a few months later.
Very rare.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's happened like a time or two in history. So,
Andrew Jones.
Yeah, it's not something that baseball teams do. So we're forced to think a little bit about the future. Baseball America, Keith Law, top prospects, the whole kit and caboodle, right? But the reason the future matters more for the Giants than it does the 49ers and the Warriors is because they're not in a championship window right now.
Right.
I have reached the point where when a team that I'm rooting for is in a championship window, I could pretty much give a rip about the future. I don't think I can give a rip about the future right now.
And so this would speak to not only Trey Lance, but it would also speak to Jonathan Kuminga,
Jordan Poole,
and Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
Yeah.
Ryan Rollins and his broken foot?
I don't want to say this to their face, but I couldn't give a rip.
He's got a broken foot and you don't care?
Terrible.
Now I'm going to get mad at you.
Well, look, that broken foot
You're cold-hearted.
No, it's not our fault. It's Kyle Shanahan's. Anyway.
That's a 4.
Point being.
Good timing. That was well-timed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Point being is.
And you're right.
Not that I couldn't give a rip about them as people.
Right,
I'm a very caring human being. But.
Mark, what do you think about the Warriors in 2027-28? I couldn't give a rip.
Couldn't give a rip.
Thank you.
I couldn't give a rip.
Thank you.
Because in the NBA, if you don't have a superstar, do you even have a chance? I know you can give me Detroit Pistons 04 or whatever.
Oh, they had superstars.
Not superstars, right? They had a lot of good players.
I wonder how many of those guys are in the Hall of Fame.
Chauncey Billups.
Is he in?
No. I'm just telling you who was the core of that team.
Rasheed
Wallace.
Rip City.
Yep. Hamilton.
Tayshaun Prince.
Yep. Tayshaun. Ben
Ben's
Wallace.
actually in the Hall of Fame. I know that.
Oh, that's right. He is.
I Googled it a
Which
couple
is
weeks
wild
ago.
because when you were watching that series unfold, Ben Wallace was not the centerpiece of that team.
Right. But to your point, like that was a team without a superstar. And even if you look right now in the association at what we have left, Jokic, yes, is a superstar.
Yep.
Murray's on the cusp of it. Jimmy Butler, don't even get me started on how much of a superstar that guy is. And Boston may have 2. They may have 1. Depends who you ask.
They have none. But
Totally, right?
No, they're frontline players.
Yeah.
They're frontline players. So I guess the point is, as we've had this Warriors debate now for the last couple weeks, we've had the Trey Lance conversation now for multiple years. Like, while Steph Curry's here, and whether this leads to a LeBron conversation, a Jaylen Brown conversation, a run it back conversation, one thing that, like, I've certainly reached this point with the Warrior thing, boy, there are 1,000 opinions, and I'm sort of in a mindset right now of listening to all of them. I don't know who has this one right. The Warriors are in a very tough spot, and I don't know what's even available to them, but I'm focused on anything that leads to Steph. The idea that, oh gosh, you could lose your future, I think doesn't even exist. I think that's a cloud. The idea that Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, James Wiseman when he was here, all of that, oh gosh, what about the future? I don't care. I don't care. I will worry about that when we get there. And I think that, think about it even in just a regular life. When you're having fun, when you're in a good moment, you don't think about the future. When you're on vacation, the whole goal is to not think about your to-do list. You worry about it when you get back.
That last day in Hawaii, though, sucks.
It really does.
And we're not there with this Warriors team. We still have a few more nights in Hawaii.
I agree.
You'd like to think.
So why am I worried about the to-do list when we get home? Because the Warriors...
It's going to be there.
The Warriors are still on vacation. And
Yeah.
the 49ers are too. Very, very different, right? The quarterback situation, unique. We know this.
In football, you can rack it back a lot sooner.
Yes.
And to your point, when you look at Steph, Clay, and Dre, when they're gone, when the championship core is gone, what's the likelihood of you becoming a championship team again? The likelihood is a lot greater if you bring in another Steph type of a player as opposed to, hey, Jordan and Kuminga and Moody develop into those players. Your better route would be bring in Giannis, bring in, Anthony Edwards, bring in Ja, bring in whoever is already established and let them get you back to a chip. That's more likely than it is to say Jordan, Jonathan, and Moses.
Totally.
Yeah, you're the new core.
Totally. Look right now. I think the Lakers, seeing as LeBron has come up so much this week.
Gone.
Do you think he is?
I think he's gone.
Do you?
I do.
What do you mean by that? Gone where?
Gone elsewhere. I do not think that he'll be a Los Angeles Lakers next year.
Really?
I really don't think so.
That's interesting.
I can't imagine him wanting to rack it back with Anthony Davis again. And Anthony Davis will be there.
That's the relationship I don't know anything about. I don't know what he
I don't
thinks.
know anything about it either.
I don't
But
know
see
what
I
thinks.
see, and I know that LeBron James is a competitive cold piece, and Anthony Davis is not. Anthony Davis is an elite player. Anthony Davis has a gorgeous eyebrow that goes from east to west. It's one contiguous eyebrow, and I love contiguous. I don't think that AD and LeBron, I don't think that their ethoses is aligned to where LeBron's going to say, yeah, AD, let's do this again.
I don't know. I guess I would ask then, what's his other option? You know what I mean? And maybe that's what he's exploring.
Click and roll at Warriors.com.
I mean, sure. I don't think it's as crazy as it sounds.
Yeah.
And again, you and I both agreed. When I heard it for the first time, when it got floated by Kevin O'Connor a couple of days ago, I'm like, this is the first time I feel open to this. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not 100% sure it's the right thing. Got to figure out how you'd get him here. But I don't think it's crazy. I don't
either.
I think there are a lot of things that have been thrown out there that are hard-nosed. Oh, he's going to go to the Knicks. He's going to go to the Heat. I don't think he's going to the East Coast. But I do think that if he wants to leave the Lakers, this is one of those things. But the Lakers right now are actually a great comp to look at what the Warriors are doing. Okay? Post-Kobe era, the Lakers went on a search. It was like a job search. They put it on Indeed.com. Job opening, Lakers superstar.
I get those emails.
They posted it.
Yeah.
And they got a lot of resumes. And man, they searched for a long time. They kept looking and they kept looking, and they would have bad years, and they would draft people hoping that next guy would be it. And what's fascinating is they actually hit on a lot of picks, and even when they hit on those picks, they gave up on those guys too.
Kuzma,
Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle.
Yeah, that's right. Julius Randle.
These are good NBA players.
Yeah.
And right now they're trying to be ones on different. Ingram is trying to be a one.
Oh, he's a one.
For the Pelicans. Well, Zion, when he's there, when he's not. But yeah, Brandon Ingram's a player. The Knicks might be mad at Randle right now, but he's trying to be their one. Brunson's there. I get it. But these are good NBA players. And the Lakers got to a point where they're like, yeah, that's nice, but it's not nice enough. And look at the evidence. Hey, Brandon Ingram, you're really good. Is that going to lead to a championship? Are you winning at all? No. Hey, Julius Randle, you're really good.
Yeah.
You won a playoff series, one that you weren't even supposed to win. Is it going to win a championship? No. It's not going to do any of those things. So the Lakers got to a point where they're like, why do we care about this? These B pluses are wonderful. Find an A. And you may, Warriors, this is just the reality, Warriors fans. Yeah. In 5 years, they may stink. Like stink out loud stink.
We've been through that.
And they may do that whether they keep Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga or not.
Exactly, Mark. So why not?
So why are we worried about it?
Thank you. we're not worried about it.
That's my question.
And we loved Monte Ellis. And Monte Ellis, to me, is a lot like Jordan Poole, where Monte Ellis was the Warriors' best player. And if he's your best player, you're going to be 31 and 51, and he's a whole lot of fun to watch. He was my son Quest's favorite player because we went to a Warrior game, and he got a Monte Ellis commemorative backpack, and he brought it to school, and he's like, Monte's my guy, and he was a Monte guy, and then they traded Monte, and Quest was so mad at Joe LaCobe and Peter Goubert, and he was mad, and I tried to explain to him they're clearing the way for this guy, Wardell, I think his name is, and he wasn't hearing it, but that's what your team is, I think. Well, if you keep Jordan Poole, you are 31 and 51, and Jordan Poole gets you 26 and 3, and boy, is he fun to watch, but he's not a championship player if he's your one.
So I guess that's our question. And 888-957-9570, how concerned are you about the future? And let me throw in another name, because I've noticed this. From being booed at the Warriors Summit when I pitched the idea, to watching the response on social media, to watching Colin Cowherd throw his name into a LeBron deal yesterday, this fan base is obviously open to a Jordan Poole trade. From what I can tell, you're not open to an Andrew Wiggins trade. And I'd like to know why.
Oh, I'm open to it.
Because Andrew Wiggins is Brandon Ingram and Julius Randle.
He's a B+.
He is a really good player who's proven in the NBA. He's not your one.
No, but if he's your 3 or your 4, you're a championship team.
Great.
So, and let's just...
So keep him or not, you're still on Indeed.com looking for a 1 and a 2.
So if you keep him next year and it's Steph, Clay, Dre, and Wiggins and Looney, if you just run it back with who you have, and I know DDV is probably going to leave and J. Mike is gone, whatever, you can replace them with like players or not. But if you run it back with what you have, you're not a championship team. So if you're not going to win a championship, why not be bold? And if you're going to be bold, in my opinion, being bold means you get Jaylen Brown or LeBron James. And if you get Jaylen or LeBron, then Andrew Wiggins is a piece that could attract that kind of talent coming back.
Joe Lacob, you think he's bold?
Nah, he's...
Do you know what I mean? Like, here, this is the other thing. There's always two ways, I feel like, looking at any sports conversation. It's what we think, and then it's what we think is going to happen, right? So, like, for instance, somebody can be like, I don't like Kyle Shanahan. Great, but the 49ers aren't going to do anything about that.
And the league loves him, and the owner loves him, and he wins, and so great.
Your opinion can be, fire Kyle, but then what's your opinion about...
Fire Kyle right now.
Yeah, then what's your opinion about what the 49ers are going to do?
Correct.
Right, so you can hate bold ideas for the Warriors right now, but Joe Lacob doesn't.
I actually love bold ideas right now.
Yeah, so do I.
And, I can't see Joe Lacob saying, let's run it back. Here's $450 million.
Right, so... presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. This can be a Warrior conversation. This can be a 49er conversation. This can be a Giants conversation. How much does the future matter to you as you buy tickets and watch games and root for championships? Your phone call's next on Willard and Dibs.
Wine, NASCAR, 12 challenging turns for drivers, beautiful wine country, and high energy.
95.7 The Game.
Wait, are you getting cake? I want to go in with you on the cake.
Okay.
For Grandy.
I was thinking about not a cake.
Well, okay,
but
go ahead.
4 pieces of cake.
Four miles
pieces
to large.
Thank you. I was going to DoorDash 4 slices of cake.
Can you do that?
You can. You can. I found a bakery nearby.
But you're like, I'd like a 1/7 of a cake? Or like...
They do slices, Mark.
I guess.
So I was going to get 4 different slices of cake.
What do you got against leftovers?
Not a thing, but I didn't know what the Grandy man liked, so I was going to get 4 different cakes, let him have the first pick in the cake draft. You or Lucas could go second. I'm good with whatever. Just as long as you don't tell supper that I'm the one who ordered cake.
Grandy, what kind of cake do you like? Happy birthday to all the May 25ths out there.
Yeah.
Apparently, we got a lot of them in our lives.
Also, my mom, by the way. So happy birthday to my mom. Who was born on her birthday.
Shut the front door for a second.
You want me to shut it?
Yeah, well, no, because we're not doing 80. You are born on your mom's birthday?
Yeah, it's actually a funny story. They were getting ready to go on my mom's birthday / Memorial Day vacation, and then she was like, "No, we got to go to the hospital." And I was born 2 weeks early on her birthday.
That's a funny story.
That has to be like incredible.
Off Mike Lucas is my favorite.
He interrupted the vacation before it even started.
And Lucas interrupted the story.
It was an amazing story.
So wait,
does your mom love that? Does she love that you guys share a birthday?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little maybe difficult having to sacrifice her birthday for me as a kid growing up. But
as an adult, who gives it? Maybe that. Listen, here's where I always get in trouble. Because
I was about to get in trouble too by guessing his mom's age. Because his mom's probably my age, quite frankly.
She's what, like 39?
Why are we playing this game?
Yeah, I'm no comment.
Whatever. I'm 54 and he's 27. So safe to say she's probably in my realm. That's all we need to know.
My oldest son.
My son, Mark.
By the way, thank you for those of you who reached out from yesterday. He got the job.
Okay. Let's go.
His first job, he got the job. But my oldest son is he's born 2 days after me. I was rooting like crazy for him to pop out on my birthday. I was like, I loved the idea. But and I'm not trying to, sound like I'm self-deprecating or something, but I don't really give too much of a rip about like some big celebration on my birthday. The big ones will do, right? Like when I turn 50 in a couple of years.
It's the big one, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I hope
coming to join you.
I don't want to see anybody for 2 weeks, but like when I turned 48 earlier this year,
I think if you're a grown up and you want people to celebrate you on your birthday, like tiptoe around you and really like love you on your birthday, I got an issue with that.
Yeah, so stop bossing us around, Grandy. Why are you it's weird. You're 27. It's not that big a deal. No, I'm kidding.
You're right. My fault.
My birthday is in August, and it's a big one. So
well, you're one of these guys.
It'll be double nickel, though.
You talk about your birthday like most months of the year.
You missed my half birthday, and I still hold it against
you. The fact that you even know what your half birthday is bananas to me.
And my baby was born 2 days after her mother, so much like the Willards.
I wanted my son. I'm like, take my birthday. I'm not using it. Like, please. I thought it would be what other way to celebrate my birthday than by celebrating his? He's going to get way more cake. We're going to get way more dessert. Is going to be around because
you're not this selfless.
No.
Let's be honest.
Just trying to swing
on
everything
the front right
trying
now.
To swing everything back in the other direction. I don't know if you were here an hour ago. Anyway,
my claim is I hold the record for best birthday present for my mom. That's what it is. Because I was born on her birthday.
Good answer. Yeah. No, Lucas didn't like it. He didn't like that one.
And
I liked it.
I mean, it was good one year, but it's gone down ever since.
Before we move past birthdays, I'd also like to throw out Boston Nahagian's birthday today.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. You said Boston Nahagian.
Yeah.
I thought you said Boss Nahagian.
No.
And I'm like, it's his birthday?
No, that's like November.
Because we're doing a horrible job in the other room if it's his birthday today. Guy's having a rough one. He's out there limping around, wiping sweat off his brow. Okay, Boston Nahagian. Happy birthday, Boston.
That's awesome.
And May 25th.
Yeah.
Boston.
Yeah, Boston.
So wait, 9
He's
months.
got to be 15?
6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Man, y'all getting busy in August.
Yeah.
Look at y'all.
No doubt.
Everybody having the stuff, huh?
Sure.
Good for you.
Indian summer.
Don't talk about that.
Y'all having the stuff. You can't even
Yeah. Everybody's
that was as PG-13 as you get.
Everybody getting some. Happy August. All right. Everybody
Where were
okay
we?
out there? I don't
We're
know.
good.
I don't
We're
know if we
good.
were anywhere. No, we're good. We're good. Did you want to get cake? I would love to share in the cost of the cake if we're
Yes.
getting Grandy some cake.
Perfect, yeah.
But you didn't answer the main question, Grandy. What kind of cake do you like?
Oh, I'm not picky. I'll eat anything.
Okay. Are you chocolate is better than all things not chocolate? Or are you more like a vanilla cake or what's your deal?
Probably not chocolate cake and chocolate frosting, but if one or
the other.
Yeah,
What's your feeling about tiramisu? Or flan?
Yep, I'm good on both.
Okay, good.
See, I don't.
We're not doing
Well,
flan?
when someone gives you, we can do anything. Okay. I'll eat it. If it's sweet, I'll eat it.
Okay.
Okay. But when the restaurant gives you the long, skinny little thing, and I'm like, there's big words and a paragraph, stop. Put chocolate on a plate and put it in front of me.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to eat it. And then we'll go home. We don't need no flan, lemon, tart, souffle.
Yeah.
Stop. Oh, if you want the souffle, you need to order it a half hour ago.
Totally.
Because it's shut up.
Totally.
Put a cookie on a plate and let's go, okay?
Perfect.
Right?
We're doing better
All right.
than that for Grandy. But, I'll put something together here in the next opportunity I get.
All right.
He deserves it. Yeah.
888-957-9570. Yeah, I think for the Giants, it's different. Baseball, you never know where a championship is coming from. So even to say the Giants are, quote, not in a championship window, how would you describe their window?
The Giants window?
Yeah, they're not a favorite for sure.
Right.
They're not in some teardown rebuild. I think it's part of the problem with them is they've felt like they're stuck in the middle for a couple of years now.
The Giants window is like the window in your house that you haven't opened in a while. You're pretty sure it opens, but you haven't yet figured out exactly how you have to open it. And you know, the old windows where you try to like pop it from the top and it won't open, and then you get the screwdriver and then you go through and you cut the paint and you figure it out. And finally, once winter's over, the house kind of loosens up and then you can open the window.
Yeah.
That's where you are with the Giants window.
You're like Italian right now. You're using your hands so much.
Well, yeah, because that's what you do. And you
I got it. But
you know
you're
the old wooden
bouncing.
windows. You got to pop the window.
It's just distracting because I see you and I'm looking at you, and then out of the corner of my eyes, the YouTube feed, which is a few seconds behind, and like you're bouncing all over the screen, going everywhere. So
you know the window opens.
I got
but
you.
you haven't opened it in a while.
Yeah.
And you feel good about the idea that you're going to be able to open it soon.
So I'm excited about Casey Schmidt, like we all are. Patrick Bailey, it's actually funny. Everyone's like, about Patrick Bailey. I'm like, he grounded a ball into right field. And then the next day, he hit a ball over the fence, and everyone's like, he's here. Let's move on. Bye,
He's
Joey.
him. Yeah.
Right. He might be. I don't know, but I get it. There's also something sad baked into the whole Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey notion, which is that that's all it took to get you all excited, which means you are starving. You're starving. Someone shows up, hits one home run, and everyone's like, jerseys? We're buying jerseys. It tells you how hungry the Giants fans are for something to sink their teeth into, because so far, last couple of years have given them nothing.
We need that window open to get a draft.
So
it's been pretty stale in here.
No doubt.
107 wins, great, but that air conditioner broke.
So that's why the future in baseball, for those two reasons, the Giants are further away from the window, however you want to describe it, than the Warriors and the 49ers, and baseball bakes minor leagues into the process. But the other two teams, I'm telling you, you want to start talking about the 2024 49ers? Oh my God. There's nothing I care about less. I don't want to hear about next year. I am not interested in Larry Krueger's top 5 Big 12 prospects. I don't care. I am focused on the 49ers winning their games this year. And the more I thought about that, the more I realized that that's where I am with the Warriors too. And I want to be very careful here because I'm a huge Andrew Wiggins fan. Like, huge. I love everything about him. I love the way he plays basketball. I love that smile that shows up once a week sometimes. I like his whole way. I am a huge Andrew Wiggins fan, and I think the way that trade all came together is just amazing. But I'm also sitting here going, don't you have to listen? If somebody calls and that's part of the deal, and it would help the Steph Curry Warriors get better, the future is irrelevant to me right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's I think that's where Joe Lacob is going to be as well. And it's going to be interesting over the next month or so how they proceed to figure out how to get this team back on top again.
So we're sponsored by Off from SC Johnson, and we would love for all of you. Heck, you're the fans. This matters now with regard to you're the consumer. What is it you want to see? And what matters to you right now is giving up on the Wiggins and the Pools and the Kumingas. They already did with Wiseman. Is that on the table? Or is it off? Same for the Trey Lance conversation with the 49ers. Same with, do you want to just keep a parade of young people coming into the Giants? I personally lean toward let's win games right now. 888-957-9570. We get to your calls next. George Contos is on the show today as well. This is Willard and Dibs. Man, y'all getting busy in August.
Yeah.
Look at y'all.
No doubt.
Everybody having the stuff, huh?
Sure.
Good for you.
This is Protection. Yep.
summer sale event. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DEL. That's 877-ASK-DEL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Can I read you a couple texts before we go to the phones?
Why not?
And unfortunately, I don't mean from the Comcast business text line. I can read some of those. Let's see.
You can do whatever you want. I'm shopping for cake. Take your time.
Get something chocolate for me, because
All right.
I do have an opinion.
No doubt.
I've asked all the other hosts at the station. I got an opinion. Anyway. 503. Willard, my boy is due on my birthday next month. I want so badly for us to match. His birthday will always mean more to me anyway. Yeah, 503. See, that's what I'm talking about. But I don't want to act like that's how it should be for everybody. I don't know. Especially for, Mom, Grandy, your mom celebrated my birthday by being in a crap ton of pain. Like, I get that, right? Male privilege. I totally understand. So I don't want to act like I know. I just know that when it was a possibility for me, man, I was rooting for it. I'd have loved that idea. That's not the text I was going to read, though.
Oh, okay. But you read it anyway.
Well, no, but I got others.
Okay.
I don't need to read this one word for word, but Bonte texted, and he's right, that I think we all were, I can't remember where you were, out on the idea of 5 years and whatever it was it 150 for Carlos Rodon? Like, out on that idea,
yeah.
Right? Like, we were all sort of thumbs up on understanding why you don't do what the Yankees did for Carlos Rodon. And as far as the Correa thing, I think for a lot of us, it wasn't even so much Correa, because let's be honest, like, we kind of all talked ourselves into him being this unbelievably exciting player.
We talked ourselves into Judge. We did a show in Linden.
But Judge
whatever
is...
the hell that is.
See, but Judge to me is that.
Right.
Like, Carlos Correa is a great player. And I'm not saying I wouldn't have wanted him on the Giants. I did. But for many of us, the anger or whatever emotion you want to bring up was more about the way it all played out. It felt like the okie doke. It felt like we got tricked.
Totally.
Right? So that's what was upsetting. But we talked about this earlier in the week. As we sit here today, how many Giants fans, what do you think the percentage would be if we polled Giants fans, said, I'll offer it to you right now. Left side of your infield is Correa and Crawford or Schmidt and Davis? Don't you think it'd be like 97% would say Schmidt and Davis?
Can I get Correa and Schmidt?
No.
Probably not.
No, you can't.
Although I could in July.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Because that's what I would choose.
But how? Like, I don't know how that would have happened. Like, what was J.D. Davis going to be on this team? Because Crawford was going to be the third baseman.
Can he play first?
J.D.?
Yeah.
Sure.
Then he could be your right-hand hitting first baseman.
So would he
can he
platoon
not?
with Lamont Wade is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe. But would he be, he would not be putting these numbers up.
Because he wouldn't be playing as
only
often.
Be playing
only
against
against
left-handers.
lefties. You're right. And I guess to answer your question, it would be Schmidt and Davis. Because Correa has been a slow burn in terms of what he's done, and Crawford has not been the guy so far this year. And he's another bad week away from the farewell tour status, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know if they asked Gabe that this morning when the boys had him, like in terms of the Crawford situation.
Yeah.
But I mean, because that's a tough one to answer. Because you're going to stand by your guy until you don't stand by your guy anymore.
Exactly. Right. No, and they are going to need him. Even if it's just mentoring Casey and playing against tough right-handers or whatever it is. I don't think there's any chance that there's no role for Brandon Crawford going forward. But that was one interesting thing. Then the other text I wanted to just pass along. The lovely Christy is 100% out on any Andrew Wiggins trade. She got very, very upset. She said, hold on a second. You guys have been talking about Warrior trades for a while now. when the hell did Andrew Wiggins get tossed into this mess? You keep that name out your mouth.
Well, sorry, lovely Christy, but if you really want to make a trade, he's going to have to be a part of the trade. You're not just going to send Poole, Kuminga, Moody, and your first-round pick and get anything of value for that.
I don't know if I agree with you. Like, Poole's
and you're between a rock and a hard place right now because you can't go home and Dibs, you're right.
I don't live with her. I can go home. I might be staying at home. But anyway,
there's no couch in your
future.
future.
Can't go out to dinner.
Yeah,
but
if
anyway.
word gets out that I'm ordering dessert, your boy's on the couch for sure tonight.
I love that you're saying on the radio, if word gets out.
Well, word won't get out.
Word's out.
Word's only out if she is listening to the radio
Which
and she's got a 9-month-old baby. If she's listening to the radio right now, she's not parenting our daughter.
Obviously, you have not purchased any AirPods for her. But anyway, point being is
she listens to other stuff.
my angle on this would be I would hate Andrew Wiggins to go because, as I just detailed, I'm a huge fan. I think that you need to listen, but I also think there are trade possibilities that don't include him. I mean, there are trade possibilities that are just Jordan, and that's it.
And
just Jordan.
Yeah, I like the Toronto one we threw out earlier because there's been the Boston trade that you threw out. You had the Kevin O'Connell. I say O'Connell, not knowing if it's O'Connor.
Yeah, it's O'Connor
every time.
Yeah.
Whatever. Kev, our buddy Kev had a trade.
We got something from Kev on Bob Myers, but go ahead.
And also the Toronto one that we threw out early on with AJ Anunoby and getting
Pascal Siakam,
whatever we would get back. So I'm sorry, Christy, but if you really want to make a big move and make a big splash, your boy K-Wig, he's got to go.
I don't know if it has to be that, because do they need to make a big splash? And the reason I bring up what she said is that's the feeling I'm getting from all kinds of Warriors fans. Wiggins is off the table. I'd say it this way. I'd hate to deal him. I'm not saying he's off the table. He can't be off the table because you've got Steph Curry. And if there's a deal that makes it better for Steph, you got to be open to it. But let's hear from some of the listeners. Jay in Oakland. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jay, what are you doing?
Trying to get through this Concord traffic.
Man, that's early. It's only 3:30. You're already in it. Okay. What's up, Jay?
But I want to say Wiggins isn't off the table, I think. I wouldn't want to trade him, but I would listen. And if I had to choose, I'm trading Poole because I'd rather have a defensive player who can play offense than an offensive player who can't play defense. And I'm not convinced that the Warriors are done winning with what they have. Somebody needs to tell Looney to get a shooting coach and develop a 10-footer, and we'll be fine.
You know, it's wild, Jay. First of all, I think you make a really good first point. I don't know. I think the Looney body story over the years, Looney can shoot. He doesn't anymore, and his body doesn't allow him to move. But we've talked about this. Go back and look at Kevon Looney's college tape. That dude is dribbling into hitting three-pointers.
Sure.
He was. He was.
First of all, it's a college three, which is shorter than the NBA three.
But he's saying just develop a 10-footer.
He's not developing a 10-footer.
He had one.
I'm going to borrow from your good friend Matt Steinmetz and say a 28-year-old in the association is not going to suddenly develop a wetter. He's not going to suddenly have a mid-range shot. Guru was saying earlier, he needs to get a half hook, a jump hook. That's not going to be, come on. He does not elevate. He does not jump off the ground. The guy gets 20 rebounds in a playoff game by not jumping.
Right, but they leave him at the free throw line. So,
he occasionally will shoot it.
I think the guy can shoot, actually. I think that the Warriors have decided that they can get a better shot than that. But I don't think I hate that idea that Kevon Looney be a little bit more aggressive in terms of scoring. I don't hate that idea going forward. I don't know how realistic it is.
I don't hate it, but if you're looking at any offensive possession and you've got Steph and Clay and Jordan Poole and even Draymond Green and Wiggins on the floor, there are at least 7 to 11 better options than, hey, Kevon, why don't you fire up a 12 or 15-footer? It's just not the best shot for your offense.
No, I hear you. I think that there are times, though, where he gets left. And so if that were a weapon, that would be good for the Warriors. But Jay's larger point is a very good one, which is that the reason you might want to trade Jordan Poole if you're the Warriors is because he does not play defense. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA, was on with Steiny and Goo yesterday. Listen to this.
What message did the Warriors send the young players that haven't gotten paid on that team? Offense is all that matters. Because the second best player on our team and our best defensive player in that series, Andrew Wiggins, got a $28 million a year extension, and we paid Jordan Poole $35 million a year, who was a one-way player who was not playable for big chunks of time during the finals. Now, if you're Moody and Kuminga, and even to a lesser extent James Wiseman is not there anymore, are you really going to bust it on defense when you know your path to getting the paycheck that you want to get, and to, as the kids like to say, securing the bag? Okay, is going to end up being that path is through shots and stats. The Warriors just showed you that by paying Poole what they paid him and paying Wiggins what they paid him, and it's made a problem with getting through to the young players to let them understand the importance of being good defensive players, and that's part of my point. Shipping Poole out, doing what you have to. Who cares if you get anything back? You got to get rid of the money anyway. Shipping Poole out will put you in a spot where you can reset the mindset of those two really good, promising young guys you have in Moody and Kuminga, and let them know, listen, guys, we made a mistake. We're not rewarding offense as much as we're rewarding defense right now because we shipped the all-offense guy out already.
It's an interesting point.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting point. And he tucked in there, get Poole out of there, and who cares if you get anything back?
Man, is that Draymond Geltzeiler? I mean, because that's straight from the desk. Yeah,
Draymond
totally.
Greenzeiler.
That's a 2. Maybe it's a 3.
I don't want to do that. The Warriors may not have a choice. I don't know how that makes them better. Makes them better defensively, but then you don't have enough offense. They needed Jordan Poole when they won last year.
Right.
They needed him.
At times, yeah. His offense,
they needed him.
His offense was big, but they needed him until they didn't need him. And they didn't need him in games 5 and 6 of the NBA Finals. They didn't really play him that much. And so, he came off the bench and he did a little bit, but do you still need him? Depending on which player you get back, do you still need Jordan Poole? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what are you getting back? I mean, who is going to have the ability to come off the bench and give you 15 to 20 points? It's a very fair question. D in Oakland, you're next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, D, what are you doing?
I'm out here chilling. I can't believe I'm listening to Dilly and Willard. I can't believe that.
Why can you not believe that?
So I followed Ryan Covey over to the station a few years back because he was on at nights, and then I left the station on, and in the morning time, I heard Dibs. I was like, what's going on? I remember when Dibs used to be over there with back in the day, and it was amazing. And now I'm like talking to you cats. It's pretty cool.
Well, we think it's pretty cool that we're talking to you.
Right. So
yeah, okay.
Hey, y'all was talking about getting rid of Andrew Wiggins, and I look at it like he was kind of an injured player coming back. I kind of look at it like that, and he wasn't fully himself. And so next year, I think that Andrew's going to be really good coming off of what happened this year. And I don't know, like you were talking about trading for LeBron or somebody else. I don't know if whoever you're going to bring back is going to be better than a good Andrew Wiggins.
Here's what you know what, D? This is interesting. Thanks,
it's interesting, D, when you say a good Andrew Wiggins, because how often do you get a good Andrew Wiggins? And I'm going to give you a little Radnich because you referenced it.
Very good. Very good. Andrew Wiggins is the type of player that drives every other market nuts.
Yeah.
Not us.
Well, yes, us.
Oh, not really. Listen to this.
Whatever. Take out last year, and he drives you nuts.
Brother, they love him.
Coach.
They love him.
They love him because he led you to a championship.
They love him.
But it doesn't mean, and again,
he's off
do you
the
want to
table.
talk about the past?
He's off the table to most
people.
For
you?
No, not for me. Not for me.
Well, then.
I'm telling you, everywhere I go and every conversation I have, and you sat next to me when I went through a trade idea just for fun, throw out some names, and the second I said Wiggins, the people started to boo.
They were gooing.
In a wine bar.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you've been booed in a wine bar before.
You sure have.
Because I have.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Like, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Right.
I'm telling you what's going on out in the streets.
Well, I'm telling you.
They're saying that Wiggins is a no, and they're hanging up.
Well, then you're not going to be able to make your team better, in my opinion.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you this from a guy who's been in contact with the other 29 Generals manager. And you're not taking the Warriors' detritus, and you can look that up if you need to.
I do.
You're not taking the Warriors' debris and saying, oh, yeah, here's Anunoby, here's Siakam, here's LeBron James. You're not getting LeBron James unless you part with something that actually is good. I don't think that Rob Pelinka is going to give up LeBron James for Poole, Kuminga, Moody, and a pick. He's just not.
Remember now, when we bring up different trades, the LeBron one would be different. Rob Pelinka's not giving up LeBron James at all. If LeBron goes anywhere, because LeBron gave up LeBron James.
True.
LeBron's not going anywhere he doesn't want to go, and he's not being traded unless he wants to be traded. And if he tells you got to send me to the Warriors, that puts Pelinka in a situation where, to some degree, you have to take what you get. I mean, that's
in a way, yes.
In a way, I know you don't have to give him away, but
you could play hardball and say no, LeBron, sit out the year if you want, and that would be. I mean, honestly,
right?
Because
wouldn't you be smarter though to actually, especially someone who's about to be 39 years old, to get some assets for him,
for sure,
even if it's not every asset that you want.
But I think when you're looking to get assets off this Warriors team right now, the most valuable asset is Andrew Wiggins, based on what his contract is and the fact that he's an all-star. Number 2, Jordan Poole. He's a younger player. He could be a superstar, and his contract is not terrible for a player who is a frontline guy. After that, you could say Kuminga is number 3, and then maybe the draft pick this year would be number 4, or Moody. In terms of tradable assets, we're taking Steph, Clay, Dre, and Looney off the table because they're not going to be traded.
Correct.
So for me, Andrew Wiggins, if I'm an opposing GM, Andrew Wiggins is the number one thing that I would want.
Right, although it might be the number one thing that the Warriors don't want to talk about. I have no idea where they're at on that. I certainly, as a fan, I would much, much, much rather he's here than not.
Of course.
But what's fascinating is what you just brought up a second ago, which is the fact that Andrew Wiggins, I don't know if it's just last year's playoff performance. I mean, how many other markets would love a guy this much who has a reputation for only playing hard some of the time and like left for 2 months and nobody knows why? And this is this is not a criticism. I actually kind of like this sometimes about our market. We are a little bit more trusting. We are a little bit less cynical, I think, than some others. But if you do Andrew Wiggins things in Boston, in New York, in Chicago, they're mad at you. And we are over here like, he is off the table. He's ours. You cannot have him. And you're like, wow, what is it that Andrew did that created such a connection with the audience here?
Last May and last June.
I get that. But Jordan Poole did that too. Now, Wiggins was way better.
Whoa.
Wiggins was way better. But Poole was on the team.
He sure was.
And he was contributing, and he had very good games in the playoffs.
Nemanja Bjelica was on the team, if you want to talk about on the team.
Bjelica did not score any 20 burgers. I know you're not supposed to do that unless they're 50. 20 French fries. He didn't do that in any basketball games.
Poole was probably the 5th or 6th most important player in the playoffs. Wiggins was number 2.
Depends on the night. Yes, you're right.
In the totality of the playoffs.
But I mean, go to the Giants World Series championships. You know what I mean? Like, we gave the flowers to everybody. Everybody gets a contract. Wasn't just Buster. Wasn't just Man Bum. Belt. Crawford.
Yeah.
Everybody. Right? Re-sign Scutero. Like everybody. But we have got such a connection to Andrew Wiggins. And he does a lot of things that I would have thought upset people. And it hasn't. So I would much, much, much rather he is still on the team. I don't think he's going to get traded. But I don't know what's going to happen when the Warriors pick up that phone. I have no idea.
I think that if you don't trade Andrew Wiggins, whatever trade you make is going to be much more of a middling deal. because Jordan Poole, we've talked about it. Jordan Poole's stock has gone down. Kuminga's stock has gone down a little bit. Moses Moody's stock hasn't gone down, but Moses Moody is not a marquee piece in any deal. Andrew Wiggins' stock has not gone down.
It hasn't?
Oh, I don't think so.
See, now that's interesting because the year that we're talking about is last year. Not this year.
No, but Andrew Wiggins had a 2-month sabbatical for a personal reason.
Right, but he also did not play as well as he did the year before when he played.
Right. I think that Jordan Poole's, if you want to talk about whose stock is the highest of all of them, Andrew Wiggins' stock is still higher than Jordan Poole's.
I'll agree with that.
Especially when you look at his contract.
And he makes less money than Jordan Poole.
Next year, he goes from 33.6 to 24.3. So if I'm another GM, an opposing GM, and I look at Andrew Wiggins at 24.3, I'd rather have that than I would Jordan Poole at 27 or 28.
I agree completely. I agree. I'm not saying that's inarguable, I believe. But Andrew Wiggins did not follow up the championship year in the way that you would have hoped in a perfect world.
True.
Let me put it that way.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But he did not sustain an injury. If he would have only played 37 games because of an injury.
Right, but he's actually injured right now. He sustained an injury. I mean, he was compromised in the last game.
Well, okay. Yes, he has a rib cartilage. He's got a coastal Carolina, as we like to call it. Shout out John Curley. Yeah. He's got a costal rib fracture. That'll be fine probably by June 1st.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I thought you were talking about hurt feelings.
No.
He missed a bunch of games because he had hurt feelings. But I think that if I'm an opposing GM, I want Andrew Wiggins. And if you want my best player, or if you really want to deal with me, we start with Wiggins.
It was just here's another fun way to look at it. I can't tell you how many tweets I got. I threw out that Celtics Warriors thing, right? And for those of you who don't know what that was, just for the purposes of discussion, it was Poole, Wiggins, and Kuminga for Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon. Okay, and the money works, by the way. And the Warriors would save money on the deal. And I don't know where the Celtics are going to be, right? They're still playing in this thing, but if the Celtics are looking to make a move and not give Jaylen the big max extension, okay. Do you know how many people fired back and said Jaylen Brown is no better than Andrew Wiggins? And I'm like, I get that Wiggins is like in the arena. Jaylen Brown was second team All-NBA. You know who else was? Steph Curry. Jaylen Brown.
All right, no buzzer.
Yeah, good job. He's not even near the board anyway.
Paying attention.
Happy birthday, Randy.
Happy birthday.
Right? Like Jaylen Brown and Andrew Wiggins, that's not an equal playing field in NBA circles. But a lot of fans think it is.
Fans.
Yes.
Fans.
Well,
because
that's who we're talking to.
It's because Andrew Wiggins won a championship here.
I get you.
If it wasn't for that championship, the whole K-Wig bit would still be a good bit.
George Contos in about a half hour. We keep going with your phone calls on this. We're talking about the future. How much does it matter to you when you look at the Giants and the Warriors and the 49ers? And is Wiggins just flat off the table in any conversations? Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
What's up, everybody? I got to tell you about Soda Nationwide. Wait.
available charcoal in the USA.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So, Grandy, where'd you get this? I don't know Kelly. Who's Kelly? Is it Iko?
Correct. Athletic Houston Rockets beat reporter.
Okay. And, like, Kelly's just throwing this out there? Or is this some sort of, like, is there some sort of thought that there's discussions going on between the two teams, or is this just like hucking stuff off the wall?
I think he's just throwing stuff out there.
Okay.
It's a pre-draft huck.
Kelly has a possible trade proposed by the Rockets, and everybody's running around the building because they're kind of like, man, if this is proposed by the Rockets side, the Warriors would take the money and run. They would take this in a heartbeat.
No doubt.
Would they? All right. While we're all just, using our trade machine, Kelly says Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga to the Rockets in exchange for Kevin Porter Jr., Jayshawn Tate, KJ Martin, the number 4 overall pick in this year's draft, and the Rockets 2025 first rounder, and the Rockets 2027 first rounder.
Oh, you're not getting Steph.
That feels like a lot for Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, doesn't it?
It's a lot.
Why would the Rockets do that?
Oh, because we love Kuminga.
Is that it?
And Jordan Poole. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I know that, draft picks, if you're sitting here going, who cares about the future, then who cares about draft picks? Maybe the most interesting thing on that list, and again, Poole and Kuminga for Porter Jr., Tate, KJ Martin, number 4 pick this year, 2025 first rounder, 2027 first rounder. Most attractive thing on there is the 2027 first rounder, because that would be post-Steph.
Right.
And that's when you're going to need to be able to pounce on a potential future star.
Just reading from Kelly in The Athletic, he says the Rockets' 4th pick is a Gordian knot. I don't know what Gordian knot is, but he goes on to explain that Houston owes OKC its 2024 top 4 protected first rounder by way of the Russell Westbrook Chris Paul trade.
Okay.
So he is, I think, advocating that the Rockets need to get better in a hurry to avoid giving up their 2024 pick by way of being a bad team again.
I see.
And I'm Googling Gordian knot.
Yep. Yeah. I have it if you'd like it.
Please, if you would. What is
that?
A complex or unsolvable problem that can be traced back to a legendary chapter in the life of Alexander the Great.
Huh. I've never heard that before in my life.
Ancient Greek legend.
Super fun learning things. I love learning.
I do too. I do too. And been playing a lot of Jeopardy at home. We have like 12 episodes recorded, so we get into it. I can't wait to break out what is a Gordian knot, because I'm sure it will come up now. But your boy actually quietly pretty good at Jeopardy.
That's not why I'm laughing. I'm just like
sneaky good at Jeopardy now.
Well, I love how much you've embraced getting older. Let me just say that.
What other choice do you have, Mark?
You don't.
I love the young people.
You don't, but you don't need to watch game shows at 6:30 every night. I'm just saying.
First of all, it's on at 7.
Okay.
Followed by Wheel of Fortune. Second of all, we record it. We watch it about 9 after the baby goes to bed.
So do my parents.
No doubt. No, it's funny because the neighbor across the street, we were texting back and forth, and the great Sarah Roberts, and she's like, yeah, I'm going to go move my car as soon as Jeopardy's over. And I was like, damn, I should be over there watching at her house.
You guys, that's your watch party. I invite you over for the Super Bowl.
Yes.
You invite people over for Jeopardy.
I'm probably, and I'm not fully 100% committed, but I think I'm going to take the Jeopardy test and try to become a contestant.
Really?
Yes.
Haven't you already been on Wheel
of Fortune, yeah.
How'd you do?
Not great, Mark.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks.
You didn't win anything?
$4,000. Thanks.
Okay. What's wrong with it? Something to sneeze at?
I took the bronze. Yes. The Husky attorney from Oklahoma City won $48,000 and a trip to St. Kitts.
Really?
Yes.
Was this back when they had that spinny carousel thing and you had to pick things from a certain room?
No. I like the Dalmatian for $250 now.
Now here's Grandy again going, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think that's Legends of the Hidden Temple you were talking about.
Yeah, no. On Wheel of Fortune, you used to go shopping with your money.
You're shopping with your money, and then this big thing that would spin around, all kinds of crappy gifts.
All
in
right,
there
you
that
won
nobody
$12,000. How do you want to spend it? Well, for $7,000, I'd like a week in Hawaii, and then you get down to $150. It's like, and give me the ceramic Dalmatian.
Yeah, you're like, Pat, I think I want the $12,000. I don't want your stupid gifts.
No more shopping now, all puzzles.
Right, you just get the money.
It was during the year where I was underemployed because a certain station on the FM dial had asked me to go away.
Okay.
So during that time, I auditioned and got on the show.
Amazing.
Taped an episode, spun 3 bankrupts, solved a couple puzzles, and came home.
Wow.
Yeah.
So $48,000. 48?
Roughly.
Okay. And what was second place?
That would be Tenzi from, I think she was a consumer advocate from Washington, D.C. She took home about $8,500.
Okay. And you got $4,000.
Your boy was sitting on nothing until the final toss-up. Jennifer Aniston was the puzzle. Big time. I got 2 of the 3 toss-ups. It was the wheel that undid me.
Hey, GFY.
That damn wheel.
Good for you.
No, it was good for me because it cost me about $1,000 to fly the family down there.
I was going to say, so with the $4,000 and taxes and expenses to do it, what'd you walk home with?
About 2 G's.
Okay.
Because it cost $1,000. I flew the ex-wife, the 2 kids, and the Hurricane. The Caner had to go. Hurricane Gale, my sister.
Of course.
And we did like a 34-hour stay in Studio City. Or Culver City we stayed. It was taping in Burbank, whatever. Super great memory, though.
Yeah.
Whole lot of fun.
I love it.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
I didn't win $48,000. That's what's wrong with it.
You won 2.
Let me give a voice to the text line here from the 925. I'd love to hear the story of how you got on that. And then also, what's the process to get on Jeopardy, Dibs?
Jeopardy, you go to the website and you take the Jeopardy quiz. And if you pass the quiz, then they let you know when in-person auditions are. For Wheel of Fortune, I happen to be sitting at home after dropping the kids off at school. I may or may not have been, under some influences. And so I was tooling around the internet and I saw on Twitter, Mark, it said, Wheel of Fortune auditions coming to San Francisco this week with a link. I go to the link and I click on it, like, how do you apply? And they say, submit a 90-second video and, go ahead and submit your application, boom, boom, boom. So I got nothing but time. Kids are at school, the ex-wife's at work, whatever. I go through and I apply, and part of the application was a video. So I shot a 60-second video.
So you pulled out your reel-to-reel. Go ahead.
What I pulled out was my Wii Wheel of Fortune game that I had, because we had the Wii at the time. So I pulled out my Wii game and I said, hey, how you doing? This is Dan Dibley. And, I'm out of work right now. And all I do all day, every day is I play Wheel of Fortune on the Wii. Consonants, I love them. Vowels, I'm addicted to them. So I do this whole video. I swear to God, 60 minutes later, as I'm heading to the golf course, I get an email. We want you to show up to the audition.
No way.
Next week, I go to the audition here in the city. And I understand about auditions. I've been doing auditions since I was a kid. Nail the audition. Nail the letter quiz. 4 days later, boom. See you in July.
Incredible.
It happened that quickly.
Did you say it correctly on your video? I like to play Wheel of Fortune on the Wii.
I didn't.
Did you do that?
He was still a player at the time.
Gabe was still 16 years old. All right.
Anyway.
That's awesome. I'm sorry you didn't make $48,000, but
I'm sorry too, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, but
it's
you might
that
not
damn
be.
Wheel.
You might not be here today. You might have retired and moved to the south of France.
First puzzle comes up, and I'm like, "Hey, I'd like a T, Pat. Hey, Vanna, you looking good? Can you get me an L? Hey, is there an E in there? Hey, who? Hey, dude, I am running material.
You?
One more spin?
No.
Oh God. I had 8,200.
Was Pat a nice guy? Pat was a nice guy,
Super
right?
nice.
Super nice guy, right?
I wish that I could share with you the DVD, because at the end of the whole thing, he goes, "Hey, Dan Dibley won $4,000. I'll tell you what, keep your eyes on Dan Dibley. We got to get this guy a job." Swear to God.
And look at you now.
Thank you, Pat.
Thanks, Pat.
Yeah.
I had a cousin who was on Jeopardy, but cousin Lynn, may she rest in peace. She's no longer with us, or else we could ask her how she got on Jeopardy. I think it starts with being unbelievably smart. Oh, my gosh, these people.
Yeah.
But by the way, it's also, and love you, Lynn, again, may you rest in peace. It's a lot of information that you're like, what's that doing in there?
No doubt.
Like, I have no use for that whatsoever, the stuff that's there on Jeopardy, but it's just those people that just know everything.
You know, Andy Baggerly, Extra Bags, was on Jeopardy.
And crushed it.
Right.
He's incredibly smart.
I'm not that smart.
No.
But Normally the buzzer works better than my own partner telling me that. But
no.
I have an uncanny ability to get on shows. So I feel like I can get on the show.
Yes, you do.
I'm not out there trying to win.
Sometimes an uncanny ability to get off them, too. Just saying. Okay.
I'm so mad.
Well, I'm ticking everybody off today. That's kind of my thing. All right, Grandpa Daddy in Hayward.
Save us. And by the way, this trade proposal
So,
is
Andrew
so
Wiggins,
gone.
am I right? Okay, Grandpa Daddy. What are you doing?
Man, I'm driving back home from work in my Sprinter van. I'm a contractor, and I'm an OG like Dan Dibley. That's why I love you, dog. I'm a grandpa daddy, just like you. And I'm listening to you guys every day, man. You guys make my day. I swear to God. And I got to drive home, man. And you guys, I love it. You guys crack me up. This whole spiel about you going on the freaking show, Dibs, you're a G. I love it. Jeopardy's hard, by the way.
Yeah, Jeopardy's hard.
Jeopardy's hard, dog.
Jeopardy's hard. Like,
Get
if
me the right categories, I can win it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I would sit there and watch Jeopardy as a kid when the folks are watching Jeopardy, and you're like, if I could get like 3 right, unless there was a sports category, then I'm like, I'm going to run this thing. But then, like, something with Shakespeare comes up, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm out.
Who is Othello?
Yeah, Othello Harrington. I
can
talk about him.
I get between 9 and 13 correct on every round.
That's too much. It's not enough, but it's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much for life. It's not enough to get on the show. Grandpa Daddy, did you have a Wiggins point?
Yes. Listen, man, come on. Wiggins, you're better off getting rid of Poole. And look what the Houston Rockets just said.
Well, no, the Rockets. Wait, hold on. The Rockets did not say that. Okay. A writer for the Rockets is making content, Grandpa Daddy. That's what's happening. Yeah.
You can't get past the punch. Look, what'd they say? You still there?
Yeah. They didn't say anything.
No, listen. Goo said it. You can bury the hatchet, but you always know where the hatchet is buried.
Man.
That's true.
Grandpa Daddy.
That's true. Tomorrow.
Speaking of wisdom.
Yeah. 1:45 p.m. tomorrow, 95.7 The Game. Anyway, Grandpa, thank you very much. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I want to be careful, make sure we understand. No one's saying, would you rather trade Poole or Wiggins? Are there Warrior fans out there who don't answer that all the same way? Everybody would rather keep Wiggins over Poole.
Exactly.
He's been better. He makes less. He plays on both ends of the floor, and he hasn't ever fought with the future Hall of Famers. So, that's not a question.
Right.
The question is, if a phone call comes in and a sweetheart deal is on the table, and that other GM says, yeah, we want Poole, but we want Wiggins too. And we'll give you something back, because you'd have to, by the way. Just those 2 guys, that's over $50 million next year.
Right.
You're going to get a lot back, and you may like what you hear. I'm just wondering if it's on the table. I'm not going to lie. I really hope Andrew Wiggins is on the team next year. But do I have to listen? If his name gets brought up, I'd listen. That's
you
all
listen
I'm
to
saying.
any offer that involves any name that does not include Steph Curry.
Yeah, I guess.
Honestly, even if it's a Clay offer, you listen.
You're not getting one of those, but okay.
Well, and yeah, $42 million, and the expiring contract is not what it used to be in terms of a team wanting to get that expiring contract. And Draymond Green with a player option, if, hey, Draymond, we're going to trade you. No, you're not. I'm not opting in then. So the Draymond, Steph, and Clay portion of this conversation is a moot point. So if you go down from there, yes, you'd much rather trade Jordan Poole and keep Andrew Wiggins. But if you really want to make a big deal, a big splash trade, you may have to part with Andrew Wiggins. And I'm here for it. If it means you get LeBron, let's say it's Jordan Poole, you keep Kuminga. It's Poole and Wiggins and the first-round pick for LeBron James and whatever throw-in makes the money work. I'm doing that. I'm doing it.
That's interesting.
I keep Kuminga.
Yeah.
and I keep Moody. And, if I have to trade Wiggins and Poole and a first-round pick that I don't even know if the Warriors really want to use it.
Nobody cares about first-round future.
Especially this team that doesn't play.
Golden State Warriors.
So a first-round pick in this year's draft is a see in 4 years player because you didn't really play Rollins or PBJ.
Right.
You barely played Kuminga. Moody was on the bench for long stretches of time. You don't do young players here.
No, and that's the larger point. Like, why would you? This is the point I've brought up over and over and over again about Trey Lance. And so many people, and you're not wrong, people have said, wait a minute, now you're going to trade up and get the number 3 overall pick, and then you're just going to ride for the rest of your life without ever knowing if he's going to be any good? You're never going to play the guy? Right. It feels really weird. But here's to me, the only thing that matters. Those players in that locker room expect to win the Super Bowl this year. That's it. They expect to win the Super Bowl. If you want to go back in time to last year in August, when there was a story that some of the 49ers in the locker room weren't sold that the 49ers were starting their best quarterback. And then it all got taken care of for them because Trey got hurt and then Jimmy got thrown in. Little did those players know that the best quarterback was actually door number 3. Nobody knew that at the time. But the opinion of the locker room in cases like this matters. If you are the Niners or the Warriors, the locker room opinion matters. Maybe not so much with the Giants. Logan Webb is not making deals. Farhan doesn't call him.
Right.
But do the Warriors make deals without calling Steph? I don't think so. Doesn't mean he's the one making the decision, but there's input there. And the 49ers, I don't know if they get input from Trent Williams, but his opinion matters. Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, the opinion matters because you cannot tell those players that we're going to teach somebody a key role in the midst of trying to win. That's why it matters. That's why there are certain cases, and the Warriors and 49ers are both in one, where the future doesn't matter. There's no time for the future.
But think about the Wiseman trade.
Good point.
In and of itself. I don't think that the Wiseman trade happens unless the veterans on this team make it clear that they would rather play with Gary Payton II than James Wiseman. You bring back a guy that you didn't sign in the offseason in exchange for a guy you drafted number 2 overall, James Wiseman. So you're going to give up on a young player, and you're going to give up on him knowing that the veterans probably have already given up on that young player. So if you're going to keep Steph, Clay, and Dre around for 3 more years, and they don't believe that James Wiseman is going to be a good enough player in those 3 years, then he's got to go. And that's what happens. And you bring in GP2, a guy that they know can play with them and a guy that they know that they can rely on. And similarly, when it comes to whatever you do this offseason, if it's Jordan Poole, well, I think the core 3 have already let you know how they feel about Jordan Poole, not in totality, but there's enough evidence to where if Jordan Poole was traded this offseason, they wouldn't have a revolution on their hands, right?
See, I have a very firm opinion about this, and I wonder what yours is. Take money out of it. Who matters to you more in the Warriors' future, Poole or Kuminga?
Oh, boy, in the Warriors' future, to me, it's Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree with you. Now, why do you feel that way?
Because I think that Jonathan Kuminga still has a certain amount of upside, and what he brings to your team is less duplicatable than what Jordan Poole brings you. I think that Jordan Poole has hit his ceiling. I think that this is the best that Jordan Poole is going to be. This is the player that Jordan Poole is going to be, and I don't necessarily love the player that Jordan Poole is in terms of that's a guy who can anchor your team, get you 27 a night, and lead you to a championship. Now, Jonathan Kuminga, he'll never be your best player. If he's your best player, you're a lottery team.
Well, see, the reason I would say it, and I think Trey Lance sits in this bucket as well, it's why I'm still intrigued by him, but Brock Purdy too. Brock has achieved a little something there with the 8 wins, but it was only 8 wins. And so there are all kinds of questions about all of them. I'm always more intrigued by the person who's got more question marks in a way. I don't know yet who Jonathan Kuminga can be. I feel like we've got a visual of what Jordan Poole is going to be. Jordan Poole is never going to be a good player on both ends of the court, in my opinion. Can he get better? Sure. Steph got better, and Steph got to a point where his offense is so important. When you get to the status of being one of the top 5 players in the league and defenses literally cannot figure you out and you terrify them and all that stuff, then you don't have to be great on the defensive end. You just need to be serviceable. Maybe Jordan can get there, but I feel like we've got a better picture of who Jordan Poole can be, and I don't believe he can be the centerpiece of a championship team. I don't necessarily think that about Kuminga either, but I don't know if we know. I don't know that he's 20. He's 20, and he's so raw, and he can play on both ends of the floor, and he does have freakish athleticism. That's interesting to me. I'd love to see where that develops and it goes. I know that that's why people are bothered, why he didn't play, but it's also because he's so raw. But that's intriguing to me. Trey Lance, I still don't know what he can be, so that's intriguing to me. But once you know, and you don't think it's a dude, like a dude,
right?
Then what's the point? What are you worried about? That's what I would say to Warriors fans. What are you so afraid of in giving up the future? Because what is the future? What is it?
We don't know.
Not only do you not know, I think what you do know suggests it's nothing special. It's nothing special. Just because Jordan Poole's a good player and Kuminga can dunk, it does not mean that you've got some sort of championship competitiveness secured in 2027.
Well, and I'll say this too, Mark, because if the team themselves had thought that the future was going to be something spectacular or special, they wouldn't have traded James Wiseman, because you had in Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, Rollins, and Patrick Baldwin Jr., you had 6 players under the age of 23 who were all homegrown, and we know you love homegrown players, and you had 6 guys who, if you could keep all 6, would be that core in 3 years when Steph Curry is done with his contract and maybe Steph Curry is done playing basketball. And yet you got rid of James Wiseman because either you gave up on him or you realized he wasn't very good, or both, or maybe you were desperate for a piece this year, but you've already started to shatter these 2 timelines. So what's keeping you from a Jordan Poole trade or a Kuminga trade or both, or in the future maybe Rollins or PBJ if they pop? There's no future that is so worth holding on to. You're not holding on to Victor Wembanyama right now.
No, you're definitely not. And that's why I've been saying that phrase to you here for a couple of weeks, which is keep an eye on the future, but don't become obsessed with it. I don't even think the Giants are. Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey are up. Matos is coming. Harrison too. You'll see them this year. You'll see them, and we'll see how they look, and they'll go through their struggles. I do notice this with Gabe. You notice this with Gabe and Casey Schmidt? He will run to the microphone right now to tell you Casey's going to struggle. Like, obviously.
Yeah.
He's not just going to show up and hit 380 and now we're done. That's not the way it's going to go. Because he wants to let people know, be ready for the dive. They're going to get a scouting report on him. Nobody hits 450. Okay? It's going to go that way. So that's going to be a story that unfolds for a while. I think there are plenty of questions still to answer there. But the difference between the Giants and the 2 other teams for me is that the Giants' future matters more right now because they're not in the championship window. The other 2, man, I don't know. I don't even want to hear about next year or the year after when it comes to those teams. We can keep checking in on all this. Love your phone calls at 888-957-9570, your texts, the chat on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much. George Contos is going to join us coming up next. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Lucky helps you go big with delicious Memorial.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, that's interesting. I was just seeing a very large name in sports media talk about Trey Lance being on a different roster.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Who and where?
We'll have
and,
that
and
for
why?
you. Coming up.
And how?
On
and when?
Willie and Dibby.
I got questions.
We got more important things in the future.
Okay.
Such as George Contos' Napa trip. Huh? Like what kind of red or white, George?
I'll tell you what, guys. This is not a wine drinking trip. We're going up for Bottle Rock, the music culinary music festival this weekend. So
yes,
it's an enjoyable few days.
Woo! Good for you, man. Well, that's awesome. Enjoy the heck out of the weekend, and thanks for hopping on with us for a few. What else is cooking, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great, and happy to join you guys. Talk a little Giants baseball. You know, all the good things. A little golf, a little leisure, and then back in studio covering the fellas.
George, what if I asked it to you this way? Is there almost and I'm not trying to put a wet blanket on anything. I'm as excited about Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey and Matos and Harrison as anybody. But what does it say to you that the fans have gotten this excited this quickly just because of a couple of good weeks from a young left side of the infield player?
Well, you guys know how fandom goes. You know, they were scuffling a little bit. There didn't seem like there was that much to really be excited about. And then you have Casey Schmidt break on the scene, who was hitting 500 for a long time, put himself in the ranks of all-time greats like Willie McCovey and Joe DiMaggio. And MLB Twitter and Instagram seem to be covering Casey Schmidt almost daily. So there's a lot to be excited about there. And then you have Patrick Bailey, who's been a guy that they've been looking forward to for a long time. He's come up, did well, hit a homer in his first series, did all the things that have been expected of a young prospect coming up. So there's a lot to be excited about.
Is Patrick Bailey developing and playing so well, so fast that maybe this will be a victimization for Joey Bart?
I wouldn't say that. I think that Joey Bart still has a lot to offer, and I think that Joey Bart right now is more seasoned behind the plate than Blake Sabol. And Blake Sabol has done a great job with the bat. I think you can put him in left field and in the outfield, keep his bat on the lineup, but it could be something that transitions when Joey gets back to Bailey and Bart behind the plate and using Sabol in kind of like that outfield DH role.
George Contos is with us here on Willard and Dibs. The Giants got back to 500 for a second, now one game below as they head into a series in Milwaukee, and talking out some of the stuff that's going on. George, just in your conversations with people, take the temperature of the fan base on Gabe Kapler. Where do you think everybody is right now?
I think Gabe's done a good job with kind of what has been given to him. The team was scuffling in a few areas earlier in the season, which is why they kind of fell. You know, I've always been a big believer that the Giants will roll as rolls their pitching. You know, the starting pitching has been great. Other than that fifth spot, that's kind of been a little bit of a question mark. But the bullpen has really done great lately, and I think when those guys are all doing their job and playing good defense, the timely hitting has always been the key thing for the Giants if they get those hits and win those one-run ball games. But the bullpen's been great, and when things are rolling the way they should, the game becomes a lot easier for Gabe to make decisions. So I think that, you know, it goes as the team goes. That's kind of how the fan base feels about Gabe, but he's done a good job making the moves and pulling the strings so far.
You mentioned the defense, and Brandon Crawford has long been a mainstay of that defense. It looks like he's having a little bit of a struggle out there. Maybe it's the advanced age. I don't know what the other reasons would be, but do you see a scenario where maybe Brandon Crawford gets played a little bit less often because defense is such a priority?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that obviously yesterday's game is right in the forefront of our memory, and he had a couple errors yesterday, but he still has the capability and does it regularly to make those great plays. He has still really good range. He can make the plays that look really easy, but they're very difficult. He still is very fluid, and you know, the guy won 4 Gold Gloves. The defense is obviously going to be there, and he's a mainstay at shortstop because he makes everybody else on the field better. So if he can get it going with the bat a little bit more than he has, and he, you know, I know he's trying and working on it, trying to get on a roll. But once the bat comes around, I think it makes everything out a little bit nicer.
George, let's step back a little bit and go back to the questions everybody was asking a month or two ago, which was all of the changes. What's your update now? What do you think it's done to the game?
Well, I'll tell you what. As a fan and a spectator, this pitch clock thing, I am all for it, because getting out of the studio at midnight after some of those 3.5-hour games wasn't all that fun. But I think it's one of those things where the banning the shift, I think, is great, because you're getting a lot more excitement. You're getting balls put in play, averages up, runs are up, time of game is down. I still don't think the bigger bases really make a difference. And the ghost runner on second in extra innings, I still think is a Little League rule, and I'm not a huge fan of it. But overall, I think they've been a pretty good success as they've been implemented this year.
I'd like to see him graduate that, play the 10th inning as a normal inning, and then maybe by the 11th you put a runner on second, 12th inning, second and third, 13th inning you load the bases, and you kind of graduate it from there. George, what about my idea?
Oh, yeah, I definitely would stop watching after the 9th inning if that was the case. I still have a hard time believing that you can win a Major League Baseball game without getting a ball out of the infield in extra innings. Now, I just don't understand when you're at the highest level, and that being the ability to decide the outcome of a game.
It's a little weird, isn't it? I mean, I know that functionally on the day-to-day, I think we get it. Nobody wants to take their kids to a game on Tuesday night and have it go 16 innings. Nobody wants to do that. However, if you go back to some of our favorite moments that we remember, it is those games. It is Brandon Belt's home run in Washington, and I know they won't do this in the playoffs, but still, I feel like there are certain things here, even the pitch clock, right? Remember the Ohtani Trout at bat that was so slow at the World Baseball Classic. I think these are overall good things, but they might take away some memorable moments. What do you think about that, George?
I think I totally agree with that take. That at bat with Ohtani and Trout, I would never venture to say that it was kind of like the summer of '98 when McGwire and Sosa kind of put baseball back on the map. But I thought that was a big turning point for baseball. I think when you have two of the big superstars on the same team fighting it out for the last out of the World Baseball Classic, get a lot of people energized again and brought a lot of people back into the game. And I agree. I think with the pitch clock stuff, it's going to take away some of those exciting moments. I mean, Max Scherzer even said it right before the season started, as a reporter asked him, how often are you thinking about the pitch clock? And he said every single pitch. So I think guys like that who have been around for a long time and are perennial all-stars, they'll be able to make the adjustments and it won't affect them as much. But I think the ability to make pitches, if you don't adjust, will suffer because you're thinking about getting a pitch off as opposed to locating it where it's supposed to be located.
And maybe it makes pitchers become more physically fit to have to throw pitches more often and not be able to catch your breath with the clock running. George, if somebody asks you who the face of this year's Giants team is, how do you answer that?
Oh, it's a really good question. I would say Logan Webb is a guy that I put up there, and I'm a little bit biased because I'm a pitcher, obviously, or was a pitcher, but he signed that extension and he's been pitching really well, throwing the ball really well for these guys. Casey, it could change every week. Mitch Haniger is a guy who's going to get going. He could be the face next week. Michael Conforto the last 3 weeks has been tearing the cover off the ball. So I'd say he's a guy that's in that conversation right now. But overall, I think Logan Webb, and still a guy who's been there for a very long time, Brandon Crawford is still a guy that is the face of this team and the organization right now.
George, do you view this team as a contender?
If you're asking me in the last week, I say absolutely. Winning 7 of 9 and having the pitching and bullpen do what they're supposed to do. Prior to that, I'd say that they were going to be fighting for a wild card spot. Anything can happen in the NL West. You got some teams that can make some noise, with the Giants being one of them. Once they get Haniger going in the middle of that lineup, I'd say they definitely have a chance at the wild card. I think getting the division, the Dodgers are going to be tough. The Padres, I think, will probably figure it out at some point. And you have these D-backs who are kind of sneaky young and clawing out W's, playing good baseball. So I'd say the wild card is definitely a goal to shoot for. The division is going to be a lot more difficult and not to play this level of baseball for a long time throughout the season.
You're going to Bottle Rock, 3 days, 6 stages, multiple acts. What's your game plan, and how do you navigate a music festival of this order?
Well, I'll tell you what, I haven't even looked at the lineup yet on who's on what days, but Red Hot Chili Peppers, I'm really excited to see. Warren G is going to be there. Wu-Tang Clan's going to be there. So we'll have to navigate who's playing when, and absolutely make some time for the culinary stage as well. You know, some Bay Area athletes are going to be there. George Kittle will be there. Ricky Henderson will be there. So saying hello and seeing those guys on stage will be a lot of fun as well.
Woo! Sounds like a really good time. And I like the way you go into an event where you're like, I don't even know what the hell's going to happen. Someone will tell me where to
Yeah,
be.
you never know.
Yeah, good stuff. Hey, George, thanks, man.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Okay,
George.
there it is. George Contos on Willard and Dibs.
It can be overwhelming because I just glanced at the lineup and there are, I think, 6 or 7 stages. It goes from about 1 till 10 or 11. So if you like an act on one stage and you like an act on another stage, you got to kind of pick and pop and figure out how you get from point A to point B, and the culinary stage and all the rest of it. It can sometimes be a little bit overwhelming when you're at these festivals,
yeah,
right?
I mean, my gosh. I would think fun, but FOMO at the same time.
Right.
Like it feels maybe like parenting, where you got to be in 3 places at once. Very difficult, but George sounds like he's just going to go where someone tells him to go. So that's perfect.
Yeah, that's
that's
and
the easy
make
way
sure
to
he
do
comes
it.
by to see Ricky Henderson and George Kittle at the culinary stage. But you've got the Allianz stage, the Jam Cellars, the Jam Pad, the Truly stage. What'd you have? The Truly stage, Verizon stage, VIP Village, Williams Sonoma culinary stage. I mean, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
Too much, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like a whole lot of fun. Good to hear George Contos right here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Speaking of people we want to hear from, Dibs, obviously, I came on the station earlier, and you have not played enough of my comments, so I would like to hear a little bit more of me.
We knew that he was going to be a quality defender at third base. We knew that he had a chance and continues to have a chance to be a plus defender at shortstop and second base. We knew that he had really good bat-to-ball skills, so he has a good feel for where the sweet spot on the barrel is, which isn't something that you say about everybody. So he has nice eye-hand coordination. And the one area that we think may be something that he just has to challenge himself to be better at is pitch selection. It's deciding which pitches to go after, and we never want to take away that young, aggressive intensity that he has, where he feels like he can hit any pitch and hit it hard. We want to encourage that, and at the same time, we just want to shrink the zone in which he swings just a tiny bit. And I think if he's able to make that small adjustment, he's going to be a really good hitter for a really long time and has a chance to be a top-of-the-league style of defender at third base and maybe even at shortstop and second as well.
Gabe was great, and Bonte and Joe deserve a ton of credit. Really, really good conversation earlier today on 95.7 The Game. I just started to get to this point, though. You asked Contos, who's the face of the Giants? And he goes, Logan Webb.
Well, first you said that's a really good question.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
Before you try to blow past my scoreboard.
I thought the scoreboard was great questions. He did not say that's a great question. He said it's a really good question. If you're just in the market of very good, then I'll give you your flowers.
It's a silver medal.
I thought you wanted to be great.
Well, I am great, and I turned around to get validation from Grandy, and maybe it's the birthday cake I bought him.
Yeah, it's a birthday.
But I got a thumbs up.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
That's true.
He's chocolate-fueled back there.
You could have turned around after going, thanks, and he would have been like, thumbs up. Way to go, Dibs.
It's a very aggressive thumbs up. I was into it, yeah.
Thank you.
Dude,
Thank
this
you,
cake
Mark.
this cake is really good. It's good, right, Grandy? You got good cake. Shout him out. What's the name of the place?
Stella.
Got her groove back, man.
Stella Bakery on Columbus.
Yeah, it's delicious.
You did right by us. Yeah, thank you,
Go,
Stella. Yeah. And I paid full freight, so this is not payola cakeola.
No.
This is me paying and them delivering.
Now, if you'd like to sponsor the show and we get cake every afternoon.
Oh, my. Wouldn't that be so cool?
DM me, Stella. Slide into my DMs. And
I will DM you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll talk it out. And so look forward to that. But
face of the franchise.
Did you notice that George goes, look, Logan Webb, and he goes, and maybe I'm biased because I was a pitcher. And then he started to think of other names. He goes, Casey, and then he just rolled right over it and tried to start talking about Haniger and Conforto, and neither one of them is hitting above 235. So here's what's interesting. Even Contos did it. You asked, who's the face of the franchise? And the second name out of his mouth is a kid who showed up 2 weeks ago. Now, this is great. I am a big fan because he's exciting. I told you this the first time I heard him talk. I said, oh, Dibs, He doesn't just have a glove and an arm and a bat. He's got a personality.
He sure does.
He's got a personality.
He's not overwhelmed by the moment either.
No.
I mean, there's a little bit of the aw shucks. This is cool. I hit a homer, but
right, but he's got that look on his face in the dugout with the bandana on, like this is great, and I'm going to run through a wall, and I'm going to field, and I'm going to throw.
I belong.
Yes,
he has that I belong too.
There's all kinds of excitement, and I'm here for all of it. But tucked in and baked into all of this is something that I find still to this day to be unfortunate for the Giants, which is the fact that the fan base is so starving. This guy showed up, hit 2 home runs, and has had an exciting 2 weeks, and everyone's like, it's the face of the franchise. And the whole year is suddenly about him. And I'm like, wow. Wow. Like that quick. That quick. If this were dating, your friends would call you desperate for you to fall in love that fast.
Man.
This feels like an episode of The Bachelor where by the end of 43 minutes, all 25 in the room are in love. You're like, really? He got out of a limo. You're in love? Like, are we all in love with Casey Schmidt already?
Yes.
And what does that say about us?
It says that we're desperate.
We're desperate.
It's been a long time since you've had a player come up, a position player, a hitter, come up through the farm and do what he's doing in a early small sample size. I mean, how far back do you go? Do you go back to Buster Posey for the last homegrown position player who you really were wowed by? Brandon Crawford, yes, he was good, but he didn't wow you. Brandon Belt, he wowed you for a little while, and then he started looking at pitches and swinging and missing a little bit.
He did have some walks, didn't he?
Pablo was great. Pablo was exciting, but this feels different. This feels more like Lincecum than it does like Crawford or Belt.
No. Well, Lincecum's a pitcher. I think your position.
No, I mean in terms of like the wow factor.
But the position player thing is definitely, I think, the interesting sort of comp here. And I guess what I'm trying to search for is maybe a word to the wise. Have there been any homegrown players who came up, popped, we got excited, and then, no, never mind. That's actually not it.
A lot of them popped and fizzled.
Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody's popped like this. Have we loved a homegrown athlete for a good solid 2 to 3 weeks where we're like, wow, and we're like really into it, and then it turned out to be nothing? I mean, look, late night Lamont got it, and I know he's not homegrown. I know that was a trade, but that's essentially a brand new young player. And that got exciting for a second. So maybe this is a good thing. Off the top of my head, no. I cannot think of a position player who came up where we were this into it, got this much attention, then it turned out it was actually no big deal. I think Casey, the defensive side is zero question. That's going to play, that's going to stay. There's no way that's ever going anywhere. It's always been, and this has always been the question about him, is can he swing the bat? And I don't even know what he needs to do in order to be fully successful. He does not need to hit 350. He does not need to hit 400. If he can hit 270 and he can hit, 15 home runs a year or whatever, like that's great. That's good enough. You know what I mean? That's better than Brandon Crawford did most years. And he became beloved. But I just wonder. I've noticed that as exciting as this is, it also speaks to the lack of what the Giants have offered their fans in the last 2 years because, man, we fell in love with him when he got out of the limo.
Right. You mentioned late night Lamont, and, Mike Yastrzemski was another guy who kind of came out of nowhere and had a monster year, and you got excited for Yaz. You got excited for late night Lamont.
Also a trade, Yaz.
No, still. Yeah. I'm just saying in terms of players, actual players who have come in post 2014 World Series and made you get excited from a position player standpoint. But other than that, I mean, Wilmer Flores, he's been great. And now this year, Thairo Estrada has been terrific. But in terms of, like you said, homegrown players who come up through the system, you wait for them. You can't wait. The hype is there. And Joey Bart is a great example of it, where we all waited for Joey Bart. And I know he wasn't a Farhan pick, but he came up through the system, and you couldn't wait for him to actually arrive and play and thrive. And he got here, and it was, oh, God, We waited for this.
I mean, I'll give Casey this compliment. Bart never gave us these 2 weeks. Never. He came up too early in that shortened season.
In the pandemic, right?
But the one thing he would have every now and again was pop. Like, that's the wildest thing. And I don't know, did Gabe get asked? I want to ask Gabe that. Joey never homered this year. 0.
Yeah, not yet, no.
This is a powerful dude. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if you're striking out too much and you're not going to hit for average, the guy should have gotten into one by now. He should have hit 1. He's hit 0 home runs. And so his OPS is in the 5s. And I think it's one of the reasons people are so receptive to Patrick Bailey. Let's be honest. You're not into Joey Bart anymore.
No.
And he never, as much as he was anticipated, way more than Casey, number 2 pick in the draft. We've been hearing about Bart for years. He never gave us these 2 weeks. Never.
Right. And I mean, there still is time. I asked George Contos that.
Yes.
Well, Joey's not, he's not gone. He's not gone for good. When he comes back off the injured list, you got to anticipate that he gets called back up to the big club. Although I'm sure he has options remaining, right?
I wonder what they'll do. The catcher thing is interesting because he brought up Sable's name, and Sable gives you something different. He can hit from the left side. I know Bailey hits from both sides, so maybe he can be your left-handed hitting catcher. In fact, he's a better hitter from the left side than he is from the right. But Sable's a left-handed bat, and Sable is a good bat, and he can play in the outfield. And you know how the Giants love that Swiss Army knife nature. Yeah. We can put you here, we can put you there. But yeah, I don't think Joey Bart is not on the roster. But I think that Patrick Bailey's got every opportunity to make Bart not the starter, like soon. I mean,
right. And I don't think you're going to carry 3 catchers, even though Sable can play the outfield. So Blake, you can kind of hedge on that a little bit.
A little bit. But yeah, you said it. Like Bailey's a Farhan guy and Bart's not. I mean, they you can tell.
And Sable's a Farhan find.
Right.
And that he loves him some Rule 5 finds.
Do you even know what Rule 5 is?
It's the one after Rule 4, Mark.
That's right. Good answer.
You're welcome.
Very good answer.
How dare you put me on the spot like that?
Well, no, but I don't know what it is either, so it would have been fine.
Cool.
Yeah. I wouldn't. You could have said anything, and I'd have been like, maybe. I mean, I understand what the rules of Rule 5 are. But like,
why is it Rule 5?
Yeah,
what happened to 1 through 4?
When you open up the book, and here's rule number 5, what does it say? I don't know.
Number 5.
Thank you. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. What did Gabe Kapler say about young, homegrown players? And what do you say about the future? How much does it matter to you when you're in the middle of a championship window? And so therefore, what is your willingness to part with a Trey Lance, to part with a Jordan Poole, a Kuminga, maybe even a Wiggins? 888-957-9570, the number. And remember earlier when I said major sports media name talking about Trey Lance on a different roster? We'll have that for you coming up next on Willard and Dips.
It was a consideration.
for this conversation. About to get real up in here, Dibs.
Are you going to keep it real?
I mean, don't I always? Have you ever give me one time where you've been like, that was fake?
I don't know. I mean, you've been wrong a bunch, and your opinions have pissed me and my coworkers off a time or two. That's for sure.
It's not true. Did you not get the company memo? I'm not wrong. Ever.
Yeah, now you're trying to get me mad. I thought I was on everyone's good side today. I thought I was on a little bit of a hot streak.
What? Can we take 1 minute? No, that's my gavel. You be careful over there.
Are you grabbing my gavel?
Can we take 1 minute on this? Because, by the way, we're radio hosts, so, and especially those of us that are on this, what I call the skinny side of the room.
Go ahead, Grandy. I'm a fat redheaded pumpkin. I'm a fat red pumpkin.
It's the damn camera. The camera. You know
it's
how
your birthday, Grandy.
The camera adds 10 pounds. Not at 95.7 the game. It adds 40.
That cheesecake adds 10 pounds.
It's really good cake, brother. Anyway, I think that me, Steiny, and Bonte probably get this criticism the most, which is they always think they're right. Does anybody head out into the world and think that you're wrong? I had a debate for you, and I'm going to tell you all of the things I don't think. Yes, you're right. I think I'm right because it's my perspective. I have no other perspective to give you.
But there's also the idea of the willingness to understand that maybe you get one wrong.
Well, I look at it differently. It's the willingness.
Of course you do.
Yeah, it's the willingness to hear what someone else is saying.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get you to agree with me. I don't care.
That's a relief.
I don't care.
Man, that's a little hurtful.
No, right? To me, the beauty of getting older is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you think about it this way. I think about it that way. Okay, cool. You think that Kyle Shanahan has put some people in danger. Trey Lance. Did he put him in danger?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I disagree.
Oh, you're wrong.
Great, let's have cake. Honestly, what? It's so good.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Stella!
Totally.
I want to yell from the mountaintops.
No doubt.
It's amazing.
I'm with you in terms of,
and plus, we do this for a living. What do you want me to do? Do you want someone to just be like, okay, yeah, you're right. No. So, the Trey Lance one is a great one. It's a great, great one, and it'll never die. A lot of you think that Kyle Shanahan got him hurt. A lot of you don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I see.
Now, the phrase got him hurt, I think, is a bit of a stretch.
Okay, put him in. What you use it? What phrase would you use?
May I?
You may.
Okay.
You may.
I think that.
Bang my gavel.
Seriously.
Yeah, let's go to Dibs.
The way he called plays and the way he used him made it more likely that he was going to get hurt. Now, I know it's football, and in tackle football, a lot of times guys with the football are tackled. I understand that. But when you run your quarterback, a lot, and he is the ball carrier, and he gets tackled, he's more likely to get hurt.
By the way, I don't even know if that's true. Do most quarterback injuries happen in the pocket where they're getting tackled? They happen out of the pocket. They happen on design runs.
I wonder.
Ad-libbed runs. I don't know the data on that. I don't know.
I would guess that injuries in football to the quarterback happen more often when they're involved in the play in terms of actionable plays with the football. Either after a throw, you get hit, or as the ball carrier, you get hit, or something of that variety.
Yeah, I guess that I think that coaches all the time also, in professional sports, let's say even Kyle agreed with you. Boy, we're going to be running him a lot in this game. Geez, I don't know. This is dangerous. Are we going to get him hurt? Well, but Kyle, that's probably the only way we can win. Okay, so if you're Kyle, what do you do there?
You run him into the ground.
Huh?
Then it speaks to the bigger question, and I know we're going to get to it because a very prominent media person has said some very prominent things that media people say. My bigger point would be, if you think that that's the only way you can use Trey Lance to win football games, then you shouldn't have drafted Trey Lance to be your quarterback.
Totally fair, but the toothpaste was out of the tube by then. right? It's not like you could, at the start of last season, be like, yep, I don't think we like him, so we should go with who?
Brock Purdy.
Well, right. Like you can't.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
He wasn't ready, but yeah.
But why wasn't he ready? He wasn't ready because you dragged your feet on whether or not you should sign him or whether or not you should keep him.
Sure, that was pretty odd circumstance.
Super odd, yeah.
Rich Eisen is the big media name we've been talking about.
Okay.
And listen to what he says with regard to Trey Lance and being on this team.
If Purdy starts throwing now and he starts showing up and he can go in training camp and they're looking at him saying, oh, he looks just like the kid last year and he's not sitting there with his arm in ice and he does what he needs to do in training camp and he does what he needs to do in the first preseason game, then he's your guy. And they're going to go ride with him. And they'll have Darnold and Lance sitting there as backups unless somebody gets hurt elsewhere in training camp. And then all of a sudden they'll be taking calls again for Lance. That's the guy. That's the guy. Because he's the one with a fifth-year option that's going to be through the roof. And if the Niners want to send him somewhere else and not have to deal with that and have to make that decision based off of hardly seeing him, let somebody else deal with that.
I'm telling you, he's really on to something, which is that the story that started before the draft got tucked away because nothing happened, but it's not over yet. And the 49ers, everybody's right about sure, do they have PTSD about all the quarterback injuries? Sure. What's the reason? I don't know, but I know that the 49ers certainly don't want to end up in the playoffs without a quarterback again. So they're going to keep options open until they've got more options than are necessary. So when we, for instance, share this opinion of well, you have to keep Trey, you've said this a bunch of times. You got to keep Trey because 49ers are probably going to need 8 quarterbacks this year.
I think I said 6, but
whatever it is, right? Well, if you're going to get that far down the list, does that need to still be Trey Lance? If he's third, when you get to QB3, normally your season's already over. Because again,
it wasn't last year.
Well,
you made it to the conference championship game.
Remember now, there's more than one kind of injury. A lot of times guys get hurt. Jalen Hurts, well, you're just going to be back in a few weeks.
Yeah.
The 49ers didn't just suffer 2 QB injuries, 3 QB injuries as it ended up. All of them were season enders. Okay? That, I think we can all agree, is really rare.
It's unusual.
3 quarterback season-ending injuries. And I know that you're well, Brock's was in the playoffs, but had that been at any point in the season,
he's done.
Season ending.
He's done.
3 season-ending injuries, that's crazy. So I think that they're willing to take the chance that that's not going to happen again. And if you do get to the point where Brock is ready to go, and should Sam outplay Trey this offseason, I'm telling you, you gotta pull the trigger right then. You've got to pull the trigger right then. And he brings up a reason we haven't even been bringing up, which is the second you leave him on the roster to start the year, especially if he's QB3, you downgrade his trade value, and you got to get him out the door as quick as possible because of the 5th-year option decision that's coming up at the end of the year, after which he may not even play.
Well, you're not picking up his 5th-year option. If he's QB3...
He's walking out the door.
Well, that's going to be the way that goes. And if you trade him now, you're going to have to eat some dead cap that I don't know if you want to eat. I think it's $10 million, according to Spotrac, is the dead cap after this year. If you get rid of him before, it's a $20 million dead cap hit. So if you're that sold on the fact that Trey Lance is not the guy, if he really is going to be QB3 and you don't even think that he's good enough to be QB3, and you could imagine finding another quarterback to be QB3 if you need one, then yeah, go ahead and trade him before the season, but realize you're going to have to eat $20 million in a dead cap cost, and that's not nothing. Now, you probably have the cap room to do it.
Yeah, it's already baked in right now.
Right, but you're not going to have a player, so you can't go out and get another player. You'd have to get
draft pick. Yeah, you get a draft pick.
I mean, for this year, for QB3. In terms of...
No, you would trade Trey Lance and all this for a draft pick for next year.
You have that other Allen. You don't have Josh Allen. You have the other Allen. Yeah, you have Brandon Allen. Thank you.
Allen, yes.
Not Tim Allen, but Brandon Allen. He's QB4 right now, so he would be QB3.
Right.
Essentially, but...
I mean, listen, here's a funny thing. Because of the circumstance, we're all talking about it, and therefore I get it. When in the history of ever have we cared about QB3? When? This person is traditionally not even on the roster.
But not anymore. And you look around the league last year, and I mentioned this in our show thread or our call yesterday, you had 69 quarterbacks start in the National Football League last year. So more teams than not had to go beyond QB1. And a handful of them had to go to QB3. Now, some of those were because QB1 and QB2 weren't very good.
Yeah, by choice.
Other situations were you had injuries. The only team that was really good and competitive that had to go that deep in the depth chart is the 49ers.
Yeah, I'm trying to just, and this is just me scrolling, but if you look at the league, and I'm talking QBs who were like clearly the guy. Nobody was benching this guy. He's a good player.
Yeah.
How many of those got hurt? Josh Allen never did. Tua obviously did.
Yep. Herbert did. I don't know if he missed a game.
But I don't think he missed a game.
Yeah.
No.
Stud.
They got absolutely torched in that game after the rib injury, but by Jacksonville. But he played. Burrow never got hurt. Lamar, he got hurt. Trevor Lawrence never got hurt. Mahomes never got hurt. Carr never got hurt. Wilson did, right? He missed a few games. Russell Wilson, he got hurt. Dak Prescott obviously got hurt. Hurts, yep, he missed a few games. Danny Dimes never did. Kirk Cousins never missed. Jared Goff never missed. Aaron Rodgers didn't miss, right? He didn't miss a game, did he?
I don't think so.
Did Jordan Love start?
No.
I don't think he did. Justin Fields, he played. Brady, he played. Geno Smith, he played. Stafford and Murray got hurt. So more than not made it. I think we as a fan base have decided that playing 17 games as a quarterback
You left out the Niners.
Right, because we already,
Garoppolo.
Already discussed.
Hurt.
Yeah.
Trey Lance. Hurt. Brock Purdy. Hurt. Josh Johnson didn't start, but he got hurt. Yeah. So you were down to QB5 and you didn't have one. So
Yep.
It's and 68, by the way, is the number of starting quarterbacks.
Right, but I guess my point is that it is very possible to play 17 games as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
Those who were secure in their starting hood, most of them made it. Most of them. You know, maybe it's only 65%, but most of them made it.
Right, but the ones who didn't make it were significant in not making it, and you're a team that fancies itself as a Super Bowl contender. So if your starting quarterback doesn't make it, and as the 49ers organization knows, your starting quarterback usually doesn't make it. 6 of 7 Shanahan years, your starting quarterback hasn't made it. So I think it's more incumbent upon you as an organization to make sure you have a legitimate QB2 and probably a good QB3 because you've needed one in the past.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I guess the Trey Lance conversation is a little bit more intricate than that, though. It's not as simple as just, hey, let's keep as many quarterbacks around as possible because our guys often get hurt. The fifth-year option is a thing. Letting the league know that Sam Darnold is in front of him is a thing. In other words, you can't. If Trey is 3, you can't get to him until you've already announced to the world that he's not 2. Right? If Brock gets hurt, whoever takes that field, that second, you're sending a message to the world on what you think about Trey Lance. And it's either one of support, which is, man, he's right there, but Brock has just beat him out right now, or, we signed Sam Darnold to come in for $3 million, and he's better than Trey, too.
Right.
Second you do that, everything changes.
But when you have that situation, you don't have to make that decision until you have to make that decision. That's Bob Myers. You don't make a decision until you have to make a decision. And maybe you use Trey Lance in other ways. Maybe you use Trey Lance in certain packages. I'm not saying you go to a straight 2 QB system because Kyle Shanahan already said that when they did that last year, it was a, quote, mistake and it was too disjointing for the offense. But if you have Trey Lance, you can do things with Trey Lance in small doses and still utilize his skills that neither Brock nor Sam Darnold really has.
Yeah, I tell you what, like every single thing they do this offseason, and then the backdrop will be behind the scenes what Brock is achieving. But Brock already being ready to throw here, I think, next week is, I don't know, it's not a good sign for Trey Lance and the 49ers as a future pairing. I'll just say that.
Well,
I'll
I
say
don't
it that
think
way.
it looks good no matter what as a future pairing. And I mentioned this yesterday, Mark. You're not going to sign Brock Purdy and Trey Lance to second contracts. You're not going to do it for both of them. Right now, Brock Purdy is not only the leader in the clubhouse to get that second contract, it's not even close. Brock Purdy has 3 more years, and Trey Lance would have 3 years if he picked up his 5th-year option. But unless Trey Lance becomes the starter at some point, you're not picking up his 5th-year option.
888-957-9570. How about Gene in Oakland? Hey, Gene, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
What am I doing? Driveway, you there?
Yeah, of course we're here.
Hey, Gene.
Where are we going to go?
No, I just switched to my Bluetooth. Anyway.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, all this talk about Trey. I don't know. I just wonder why there's so much, frankly, interest in him at this point. I mean, he's a $10 million QB3 that to now has shown himself to be below average and injury prone. So, I mean, simply put, I think this guy needs to be moved. We need to get whatever we can before we have to deal with the 5th-year option.
You might be right, Gene, but don't you think you're jumping ahead a little bit? There are 2 sentences you said in there that I want to ask you about. One of them is you said he's QB3. We don't know that yet. He might be, but we don't know that yet. And then you said something about him being like ineffective. And I don't know that we know that yet either. You know what I mean? Like what number 3 overall pick only gets 4 games?
Well, I mean, he's gotten more than 4. He's 2-2. I mean, I think he's completed like under 55% of his passes. He's been erratic. His judgment is bad in many cases. I mean, the play that he got injured on, that was a read option, right? He wasn't supposed to run into the line against 300 plus pound linemen. I mean, that was a bad decision on his part. I don't blame Shanahan so much as I blame him. So, I mean, he may develop. He may be something someday, but we're paying $10 million for, right now, I think you have to rate him as a QB3, and he's simply not worth it, in my mind.
Yeah, no, Gene, that's fine. Thanks, Gene. Appreciate it. I'm not ready to say that Sam Darnold is better right now than Trey Lance. Maybe he is. I think that's believable, but I have no idea if that's the case. And even if you do buy the idea that Trey makes bad decisions on the field, I don't know. That's kind of what first-year players do. And I know he's played 2 years technically, but that's what brand-new people do. You got to go out there and mess up so that you can figure out how to not mess up. That's the whole deal. And I guess that's what we're trying to figure out.
But you say that, and then you look at Brock Purdy, who didn't seem to have those judgment errors and didn't seem to, quote, mess up
fair point.
too many times. And he made some mistakes, of course, everybody does, but Trey Lance didn't have the same opportunity and seemed to make a lot more mistakes than Brock Purdy did when he got his chance in the field.
Well, okay, so let's actually piece that apart. The rookie year was one thing for Trey, got hurt quickly. But even if let's just look at last year and ask yourself what Brock would have done with those 5 quarters, okay? 4 of them were played in a driving rainstorm. And then there was 1 quarter, and the Niners were ahead, and they were driving. And I think they were in the red zone when he got hurt, right? Yeah. So, I'm with you. I think it's a strong point. I'm very surprised that Brock Purdy was able to just waltz in and be like, beep, boop, boop, bop, and we're going to go down the field and score 33 points a game.
Yeah.
Very surprised, still to this day. But even with that, I don't know if we ever really got a feel for who Trey Lance is on the field. I think we look at stats and we go, this is what he did. And it's like, it's never felt like it got started. Every single time it's a car that won't start.
Right. And you mentioned the Chicago game. You were there. It was not really a fair way to judge any quarterback. And, the plays that were made by Justin Fields in that game, there weren't many. There was a couple late where he used his legs to buy time, and he made a couple of big throws to wide open players and broken coverages, but neither quarterback had a chance to really showcase their skills in that monsoon, and then he gets hurt in the next game early on. So we really don't know exactly what Trey Lance could be, But the one thing that we do know is Kyle Shanahan's had a chance to see him in practice, in meetings, and all the rest of it. So the determination he's going to make, is he QB2, is he QB3, is he QB1 if Brock Purdy's not able to go? Those judgments are all based on more than just 5 quarters in last year.
There is one thing I'm ready to say when you talk about this, though, and it's kind of our theme of the day about how much the future matters to you. I think that, the whole idea of homegrown players, right? And Gabe Kapler talked about it this morning with Bonte and Joe. The whole idea of homegrown players is so exciting, and the second we draft them, we get attached to them because of the excitement. You know what I mean? Like James Wiseman never did anything that would be like, oh my gosh, we've got to have that back. No, it was all just excitement based on a concept.
This is James Wiseman.
Thank you, James. And so sometimes that means fans are unwilling to give that up because of the anticipation. You know what it is, Dips?
It's an anticipation sensation.
It is, and I'll pay the buck because I led you to it.
Thank you.
But I don't really have that right now for Trey Lance. I don't have oh gosh, we can't let him go because we got to see what it might be. I only have that if we don't have an alternative. So the Giants who are coming up, and it's all exciting. It's like, yeah, I'll get excited. And now if someone called and was like, we'll trade you for Casey Schmidt. I'm like, no, get your hands off of my Schmidt. You can't do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You can't do that because it's not like there's an alternative
there's nothing
option.
Else.
If they had an all-star shortstop right now, I'd be like, sure, take the maybe. Take the maybe. I got this.
And you feel this way because of Brock Purdy.
Right.
Because Brock Purdy did what he did in 8 games, and you feel like, and they feel like, he's the guy, so your enthusiasm for Trey Lance goes down accordingly.
And same thing, although much more proven, in Steph Curry. I'm not worried, oh gosh, we can't lose Jordan Poole or Jonathan Kuminga. Sure you can. Sure you can.
Because you got Steph Curry.
Sure you can. We have something that's working right now. I'm not worried about 3 years from now and what if they blossom. If James Wiseman becomes really good, bother you?
No. No.
Like not even a little bit.
A little bit. If he goes on to be 20-10 and he leads his team deep in the playoffs and becomes a winning player, yeah, it'll bother me.
I figure I'm already bothered. If I'm going to be bothered, I'm already bothered. You had the number 2 pick and you got someone that didn't splash. So that's already, for me, that's a done deal. It's a miss by the Golden State Warriors.
It bothers me less because they won a championship.
Right.
That part of it.
Right. And I understand turning the number 2 pick in the draft into a guy that many just perceive to be a whatever kind of a bench piece in GP2 because what they were trying to do was help Steph Curry. And I get that.
Right. And that's what they'll try to do this offseason.
Yeah.
So if they trade Kuminga, Poole, or Moody or any other young player, another futurist piece, it'll be for that same reason that they traded Wiseman last year.
You mentioned your guy, Kevin O'Connor. We'll have this for you in just a handful of minutes. He talked about Bob Myers and the way things seem to be pointing right now. We'll have that for you in a little bit. I want to keep going on the phones, though. Bud in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Bud, what are you doing?
Hey, what's good? Headed home, man. Headed home.
Good, finally.
Hey, so this is the thing, man. And I hear what you're saying, Willard, about, you're not too hung up on the guy just because of where he was taken. But just like you said, you're not worried about the Warriors giving up other pieces because you have Steph Curry. Steph Curry is a proven winner. Let's not forget that he's a proven champion. So although Purdy just gave you guys the Jimmy G syndrome because he did the same thing Jimmy G did when his first season with the Niners. He played like 5 or 6 games. He was miraculous. You give him a full season. So I guess you guys are trying to look for that repeat. But at the same time, if you give up draft capital for somebody, if he comes out and he plays well or he does look good in the off season, don't you think you want to at least give him a chance because you didn't get a chance to see exactly what the guy can be? I mean, 4 or 5 games in, he ends his season. So by knowing what you have in Brock Purdy, don't you feel comfortable with just saying, okay, well, let's at least see what this guy is made of. Let's at least give him another shot. And then, who knows? Purdy, this may be the start of the Jimmy G syndrome with Purdy. I mean, Jimmy G was good, then he gets injured, then he's injured, then he's injured. Purdy was good, he got injured. Maybe this would be the Jimmy G syndrome. You never know. So, just be comfortable with what you have. and be thankful for what you have.
You don't know. You're right, but at the same token, I don't want to just go out there and see what you have in Trey Lance. And here's why, bud. Do you remember not last year, the year before, when the 49ers in the second half of a game against the Los Angeles Rams were staring directly down the barrel of missing the playoffs entirely?
Yeah.
And then Garoppolo took them on a really great fourth quarter. They rallied, they won, they went to the playoffs, and damn near went to the Super Bowl. I bring that up because what would have happened that day if the 49ers were like one game worse in the standings going into that game?
They would have probably gone to the bench.
They would have already been eliminated.
Yeah.
So you don't have time in the NFL to give away games.
No.
You cannot go, look, we know we got Purdy, so let's put him over here. And let's take the first 3 games of the season and see what Trey can do. Oh, gosh, no. It could ruin your whole season.
Especially this season where your schedule is a lot tougher than it was last year.
I mean, Trent Williams might be going into the last season of his career. I'm not wasting a minute. I'm not wasting a minute.
Well, you can never waste a minute in the NFL. You only have 17 games, and even though you have a 7th playoff team now added to the National Football League, which means 9-8, 10-7, you're probably going to get in, or at least have a decent chance. So the regular season games don't mean quite as much as they used to. There's an extra regular season game and an extra playoff team, so the margin for error is not as small as it used to be. However, you still don't want to give away games in the NFL.
No, and by the way, he's not wrong. Brock is not proven. It's not done. Like, he's not a completed package. It's over. Brock Purdy's going to be fantastic for his career. Sure, it could turn the other way, whether it's because of injury or poor play. But the 49ers have a clear opinion that he is their best player at quarterback. And if that's the clear opinion, then there is absolutely zero wiggle room to mess around with that. You don't have anything in the hip pocket. Put him over here, and then when you need him, can you imagine how the locker room would take that? Can you imagine if you started off poorly? Like, no, you got to take advantage of every single win. It's the beauty of the NFL is how needed every game is.
And that's why we love the NFL so much, the urgency of it, and you can't miss a game. Baseball, you get 162. The NBA, you get 82. And, the Lakers started out 2-10 this year, and they were one of the 4 teams remaining at the end of the postseason.
Crazy.
That tells you all you need to know about the urgency of that regular season.
Fair point. Jose, Sunnyvale. Hey, Jose, what are you doing?
I was just hanging out, man. I'm driving home. This is awesome. Man, look, the way I look at the 49er quarterback situation, at one point it was so dire that I was thinking, gosh, damn it, let's just get Jamie Foxx in there, man. Let's do it. But here's the thing, right? It just goes to show you how much pressure coach was under the GM to get a quarterback because of Jimmy G. Then you get this unproven potential, unrealized potential with Trey. And then you luck into someone like Brock Purdy. And it just worked out better for him as opposed to the young stud. And sometimes that's just the way it goes. And I think if you're going to try and test to see what Trey has to offer, hey, just do it in the preseason. Let's just see what he has. If he can do well there, that's great, gives you some indication. But it also gives you some value for other teams looking at what he's doing, and that creates more leverage for you to possibly do with Trey later on or what have you, right? But as long as you got Brock, I think he's the go-to guy. And last season, he showed a lot of us what we remembered how the Niners used to be with Joe Montana and Steve Young. Get that offense going, use the tight ends, and let's go, man. So, thanks.
Yeah, Jose, thank you. I mean, gosh, if he is exactly what he looked like last year, then yeah, it's kind of a non-starter. It's a non-starter. We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. He's played 8 games. But this is the way I described it. The Score in Chicago had me on a couple of weeks ago and asked about this. Give it to me. Come on. Thank you. They had me on and they asked about this draft pick, and they almost were kind of like, is everybody furious? Is everybody mad? You trade 3 first-rounders to go get Trey Lance, and then you never play him, and apparently he's inaccurate and all these things. Like, how could you go through the draft process and come away with a pick like that and then not like him and then barely ever play him? This is, as we said yesterday, it's unprecedented. And I said, sure, you're right. You're right about all of it. It might end up being the worst draft pick in the history of the San Francisco 49ers. And they might get away with it. Because there's no harm, no foul if Brock Purdy can play.
Right.
None.
And Brock Purdy so far can play.
He can play.
If he gets healthy and he shows what he showed last year, and if you have a successful year this year and Trey Lance doesn't see the field at all, and you go 11-6 and you go as far in the playoffs as you did last year and you're one of the 4 teams left playing and you lose again, well, thanks for coming, Trey Lance. And yeah, we made a mistake. We shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have traded 2 first-rounders to move up, 3 first-round picks to get another first-round pick and use it on a quarterback that we barely played. Yes, it's a mistake. P.S. We have just gone to back-to-back conference championship games, and Kyle Shanahan has this thing rolling. So, yeah, egg on our face, but you're able to shake that off if you continue to have success.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-957-9570. We can keep rocking and rolling with that. Wanted to share this with you as well. Kevin O'Connor, who, by the way, if the LeBron and Golden State Warriors stuff in any way, shape, or form was interesting or annoying to you over the last 48 hours, you have him to thank. He was the first one to bring it up in terms of where LeBron things could be going. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, Kevin. He's with The Ringer. But also recently, and this is via FanDuel, on the podcast on Beyond the Arc via FanDuel, this is what Kevin had to say with regard to Bob Myers.
I've heard in recent weeks that Bob Myers spent only a day at the NBA Draft Combine in Chicago, that he has not been on the road for pro days happening in Southern California, especially this past week, that it's been Mike Dunleavy, another executive in that Warriors front office there. So it seems like everything's pointing at Bob Myers not being back with the Warriors, considering he's just not there at a lot of these events that every other GM was. He wasn't even as part of the GM Summit meetings.
Okay, so I got to admit, I mean, it feels like it's headed that way, right? It feels like it's headed that way. I get it. I'm with you. I think there's only 2 ways that this is going to go. I think Bob is either back or Bob's just with his family next year. I agree on all fronts. I wish I knew more about what led to this moment, if there is something business-wise that's led to this, or if this is just Bob and timing and all of those things. But, man, the silence is deafening right now.
Well, and that comment was devastating in terms of, if you take it at face value, what Kevin was saying about what Bob has been doing, not on the road, going to pro days, and not out there really trying to see who the next Warriors could be. And, one day in Chicago only. That doesn't feel like a general manager who is all in and deeply invested in what's to come here to change this team around. And think about the Warriors in the past, Mark, what they have done in terms of the draft. If they haven't had a draft pick, or maybe they have had a pick, they go out there and they buy picks. They were buying second-round picks.
It's true.
Jordan Bell was a pick that they bought. So it's players that Bob Myers and his staff liked, and they went out and bought these picks and bought players in order to bring them in. And you got to be out there doing all the scouting and doing all the legwork in order to make those moves. And it doesn't feel like, according to Kevin's report, he's been doing that.
It just feels like such a big offseason. It's such a big offseason, and it's why I don't know how many days. What is it? Tomorrow is 2 weeks since the Warriors got knocked out. Is that right?
Yeah,
that right?
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks tomorrow. I mean, it feels like it's been a month and a half in terms of general manager stuff.
Right.
Like, it feels like, I know that you were not even in the NBA Finals yet, but it feels like such a big offseason, and it feels like phone calls need to be made, and the behind-the-scenes work needs to be done, and maybe he's doing it. But if he is, my gosh, he's doing it in a very covert way, because everybody in the NBA circles seems to feel like this is what we're about to get, and his next public comments, I think, are coming on Tuesday.
Next week.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know if that's an announcement or not. I have no idea. Although I would think it's going to be pretty hard for him to make any public comments without answering the question everybody's waiting to hear.
Well, if the question's asked and he doesn't want to answer it definitively, he can say, I'm still mulling over my options, and hey, Bob, is it true that you have the most lucrative contract in GM history in front of you? Well, I don't want to get into the the various details of any negotiation. I think that it would be unfair to Joe and Peter and myself to divulge any additional details therein. So he could dance around it accordingly. But if he does come out and speak next week at some point, I do think that he will give an indication exactly what he's doing. Because if you look at it, Mark, in terms of what's to come for this organization, you have to decide on Draymond Green, which is to say Draymond has to decide. And if the organization does want Draymond around for multiple years, that contract has to get offered, signed, and sealed. You've got a draft coming up 4 weeks from today. The Warriors have just one pick, number 19. They don't have a second-round selection. And you've got a Klay Thompson extension that you probably would want to get done. I don't know if you want Klay to enter into his walk year with just 1 year remaining. And then there's the idea of a possible trade. So all those things are GM things to do. So if Bob isn't going to be the guy, then Tuesday to me is a perfect time for him to come out and say, it's been great, it's been real, it's been fun. It's actually been real fun. I'm out.
Yeah. So that'll be coming up fast. 888-957-9570 is the number. Everything about the future, how much it matters for you. Is Wiggins on the table? Casey Schmidt's arrival. Trey Lance, too. Let's go to Sean in Richmond next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Sean, what are you doing?
What's up, Willard? What's up, Dibs? I'm on my way home, driving to Fairfield, man. I was hearing you guys talking about the Trey Lance and Brock Purdy situation. I just wanted to talk about that real quick. I just feel like the Niners will always give Trey Lance a shot because they invested so much in him already. But then again, something tells me, like, if Brock Purdy never got injured, I feel like, I don't know if they would give him a chance, but it's just, I don't know what your guys' take on that. Like, do you think if Brock Purdy ever got injured, do you think it would even be a QB like battle in camp, or would it just be?
No, I think it's a good question because no, I do not think it would be a QB battle. And let me take it a step further. I don't think it's one now. I don't think this is a QB battle.
It's a QB2 battle.
Sure, I'll buy that.
But it's not a QB1 battle.
No, the 49ers starter is Brock Purdy. It's Brock Purdy. He just needs to get healthy. That's it. That's all Kyle's waiting for.
And how can it not be? And I know that you invested a lot of draft capital to move up and take Trey Lance, but the guy who came in and played quarterback last year and went undefeated for you until the NFC Championship game, that's Brock Purdy. So how do you get off of Brock Purdy? It's like in horse racing, Mark. If you have a horse that wins 7 straight races with a certain jockey, and then you come up to that next race, a big race, we're going to do a little jockey switch. No, you don't switch the jockey out unless that jockey's not available. You go with the hot hand, and that's Brock Purdy.
I mean, maybe I'm scarred also just because, and I never was emotionally involved, but you know this. I did a couple of different stints where I worked in San Diego, and I watched what those fans. Thank you. I watched what those fans were told every year. Every year, I watched what they were told, and in fact, there were 2 teams that were the San Diego teams before the Chargers left, and both of them did it one of 2 ways. The Chargers would consistently tease their fans. They'd be the best team. They'd be the 1 seed, and they'd find a way to mess it up. And the Padres would continually tell their fans, oh, man, wait till you see what we got coming next. Wait till you see. And you'd be like, okay, I'll wait. What do you got? What do you got? And the 2 years would go by, and they'd be like, yeah, that didn't actually work. Wait till you see what we got, though, coming up next. They did this for 30 years. For 30 years. And it's why you're watching, I don't know if you are, but if you watch the way the Padres are playing this year with all this money and all this expectation, people are super angry. It's very, very frustrating for them because this represented something different. But can you imagine if that was ever pitched to us here in the Bay Area? I mean, I thought one of the best listen to this now. This is from Dave Fleming on the roast yesterday. If you missed this is an incredibly important comment to understand when he talks about how this regime came together and the tone that they set. Listen.
Everything, because the Giants, this whole thing, all the angst from Giants fans these last few years, I think has stemmed from one decision, and that is when Farhan was hired, Farhan decided we're not tanking. We're not doing it. We're going to try to compete while we build up our farm system. But there's two parts to that. They didn't tank, and then we got 2021 out of it, which was an amazing, joyful season. But then the other part of the plan last year really went off the rails.
Yeah.
And it's back on now. And this has been the plan all along, which is to try to compete while you might have to, mix and match and use some patchwork stuff with some shorter term free agents, but while we build that farm system. And the Giants have been heavily criticized for that, to me unfairly, because that's the way you do it. If you're going to do both at the same time, you're going to have to use aspects of both.
Okay, when he talks about that when Farhan came in, the number one thing he decided, we are going to build this thing, but we will not tank in the midst of it. And he's right. That led to a bunch of angst because people are like, pick a side. Stop sticking a leg on each side of the fence. I personally don't think he had a choice. How do you think you'd feel about Farhan if he had come in and been like, all right, there we go. We're trading Mad Bum and a bunch of other people too, and we're just going to go with nothing but pups, who, by the way, weren't even ready yet.
Yeah.
None of them were ready.
Should have traded Mad Bum, but
I still don't think you could have gotten anything for him.
You would have gotten more than you ended up getting, which was nothing. And I understand it was Bochy's last year and the rest of it, but
like you got something, which was you got to ride till the end, and you got a good buy game, and you got all that stuff.
Great, wonderful,
Yeah.
and that's also why they didn't try to trade Brandon Belt or trade Brandon Crawford, because you wouldn't have gotten that much for them anyway. And you had to still try to sell this to the local people. And that's why Farhan says what he says about we're not going to tank, because we don't do tanking here in the Bay Area. We're not going to support a tanking team.
Right.
And I don't think that I'd have to think about when there was a time that any of our teams here actually did tank.
Yeah, or like with a billboard about it. That's the other thing.
Right.
Like no one's
and I'm
ever
not
gonna
talking
say
about
it.
Rooted in Oakland, because they're tanking right now. And that's just an embarrassment. On pace to lose 130, by the way.
Unbelievable.
They might have the worst year in the history of Major League Baseball. And that's
what are they at? 10-41 or something?
Yeah. And that's a whole nother topic for, maybe we'll get into that Monday. Oh, that's right, we're off. It's Memorial Day.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the Giants, they've never tanked. They've been bad, but they've never intentionally gotten rid of anybody of marquee value. The Warriors were bad for many, many years, but they never really tanked for draft picks. The only time they tanked is when they got Harrison Barnes, and that was genius, because the pick that I think they would have had to forfeit their pick if it was outside a certain range, and so they got just to the spot where they needed to, and they got to keep the Barnes pick.
Yeah, perfect. And it ended up being a piece in a championship run. Yeah, like that's what we're doing here. And I am not overly interested or worried about what's going to happen 3-4 years down the road. And it surprises me when people are so, oh gosh, like Steve Kerr this year took all kinds of punches with regard to development. Took all kinds of punches. And I'm not going to say that maybe there isn't even a point somewhere in there, but I'm like, is that what you wanted Steve doing this year? You want him to develop people in the middle of Steph Curry's career?
It would have been nice, but he didn't have the luxury because they started out 3-7.
Well,
and he said as much to you and I when he joined us.
I don't even think he has the luxury if they start off 7-3, unless those young guys are contributing to the 7-3.
If they start out 18-2, then you've got some wiggle room to where you can develop some younger players.
Yeah, I want the Warriors to win. I want
them to win in April, May, and June.
Jonathan Kuminga's 20. The idea that we have talked so much about Jonathan Kuminga is probably, in certain circles of the NBA, is probably laughed at. Like, on what planet does a 20-year-old who didn't play college basketball a couple years later, ready to be a key piece in a playoff run?
The championship run,
20 years old, and we're obsessed with him. Keep an eye on the future. Don't become obsessed with it.
Well, we're obsessed with him because we've seen flashes of unbelievable brilliance, and you imagine what that could be if he got 28 to 32 minutes a night.
Have we seen unbelievable brilliance?
We've seen a guy jump about 47 inches in the air and dunk over anybody.
He can fly.
Yes, that's individual brilliance.
Darius Miles could fly.
Right. Shout out the antenna salute.
Yeah.
But
I just, right? Like, I mean, right now, I look at Kuminga, and I'm not here to say he doesn't have pieces of the puzzle. I think he can play some defense. He's insanely athletic. It's beautiful. When he pulls up to shoot from the outside, I'm like, well, that's probably going to miss. And we're all like, he's going to be a superstar. Is he? Like, do you really, like...
He could be a really good player.
I think he might be. Maybe.
Well, it depends on how much work he wants to put in because he's so raw. And he didn't play 4 years of college. Who does anymore? He played one league of G League Ignite and came in very raw. And now you're seeing a little bit of a disturbing trend in terms of the sulking and commenting about how he wants to be able to play, or his people made the comments about how he wants minutes or he needs to be elsewhere where he can actually play. Those are troubling signs that you see come out. But I do think that we fixate on Jonathan Kuminga more than other teams and other markets. It's because we can. If we were in Detroit and you were fixated on Jonathan Kuminga, well, he'd be one of like 7 or 8 other young players that you'd be wondering about.
Right. Yeah.
But here it's like, you got the big 3, you got a winning culture and championship pedigree and all the rest of it. So what can we obsess about?
Well, Dan Rockins on YouTube just said he's going to go for 15-7 next year and you guys will love him. Maybe. And I reserve my right to love him. I don't hate him now. It's not Jonathan Kuminga that I don't like. It's that I don't like the idea of the Warriors taking time to build for the future. They're trying to win a title right now. I don't want the 49ers building for the future. I don't want the Warriors building for the future. I want them to go win every single time they play as much as possible. David and El Cerrito on Willard and Dibs. Hey, David, what are you doing?
Driving home from work.
Yeah, we get that answer a lot, David.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's an afternoon drive.
I will say, I'm just going to move past some of the Warriors stuff, but I will say that Brock Purdy might be QB1 week 1 and 2. He will not be QB1 week 18. There is zero chance that that's happening, that the guy who was picked last in the draft, after doing what he did, which was managing the game relatively well, if he came out in the NFL draft this year, he would not be a top 45 pick, even based on what he did in the NFL last year.
I disagree with
that. He hasn't blown the league away with his arm or his skill set. He is not going to be the future of this team. And remember this, Sam Darnold is younger than Joe Burrow.
Right.
Ooh.
Right.
That's a bombshell right there. So, David, he won't start in week 17 and 18 because of injury, or is it because performance and he gets yanked?
He's just an okay player in a very good system. Everyone gets figured out in the NFL at some point. He would have gotten figured out. There's a reason he was drafted.
You didn't answer my question, David. Will it be because of performance or injury?
Performance.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, David, let's focus on that quote for a second.
Thanks, David.
There's a reason he was drafted last. Okay, so they get the draft right every year? There's no. Is there a reason that Draymond Green was drafted in the 2nd round?
Have you seen Brock Purdy's S2 cognition scores? Because I don't think a lot of GMs were aware of that.
I don't know. I feel like too much credence is being given to scouting on that one. Like, I could sit here. We could do this for the rest of the hour. We could come up with names who were amazing, had amazing careers.
Tom Brady.
Came from nowhere. Well, sure, that's the number one at this position.
Yep.
He's built like Brock Purdy. He's drafted like Brock Purdy.
A lot bigger than Brock Purdy.
And he's taller.
Purdy's little.
You seen Tom's legs? A couple spaghetti noodles, man.
Yeah.
He's taller.
Yeah.
He's taller. Brock runs better. Brock moves better than Tom, not even close.
Brady throws the ball a whole lot harder than Brock Purdy.
Sure.
I was looking at some early Brady back to like the Tuck Rule season. He used to throw the ball hard. Like now we remember what we have seen from Brady lately, a lot of soft tosses on routes. He used to gun that thing.
I like soft tosses. Joe Montana was a soft tosser.
Yeah, somewhat.
Right? Yeah. So, look, I don't know what all goes into the sauce. I'm not going to tell you that Brock Purdy would be amazing on every team in the NFL.
Right.
The idea that he wouldn't be picked in the top 45 is categorically false. Absolutely categorically false.
If he doesn't make it to week 17 and it's not because of injury, that means that the 49ers are probably 5-10 at that point, and a whole lot went wrong.
Yeah.
It's going to be more than just Brock Purdy plays poorly. If you're going to pull your quarterback that late in the year, then it's going to be more than just Brock Purdy who struggled. If you're having a bad year, maybe you lose a key player here or there, your defense or whatever, and you get to that point, fine. Let's see what you have with Trey Lance. At that point, you might as well play Trey Lance.
I mean, Dan, he might be right. There's no way for us to know if he's right or wrong. I loathe the idea in sports of deciding that nothing can surprise us. I hate that. If that's the case, I don't even want to watch.
Well, it's all rigged. You know that.
Nothing can surprise us.
The NBA is scripted.
You think Casey Schmidt was supposed to be the big prospect that came up? I give you 12 names that were supposed to be here before Casey Schmidt. Are we just going to be, I guarantee you by the end of the year, it's going to stink. Maybe. But, do you want the list of the people who have surprised us? Because it's long. It's long. And Brock has already achieved something that 95% of quarterbacks who get drafted cannot and did not do. We're brought to you by Lucky California and have room for more of your calls at 888-957-9570 coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Lucky helps you go big with delicious Memorial Day deals that are sure to keep your bill on the small side. Bone-in ribeye steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Max Pack with the...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on
We're at it again,
95.7 The
California.
Game.
Did I do that? Did I? I don't even know what I hit.
Reaching for that cake fork.
Happy birthday.
Totally. Mark Grandy, ladies and
Happy
gentlemen.
birthday, Mark Grandy. Woo!
Yeah.
Thanks. Yep. Yeah, very good.
That's a 4. It's really good.
Yeah, we love our team. We love our team. So happy birthday to Grandy, and this maybe was Lucas, maybe there were others. And I just want to add a comment on the air about what is now circulating on social, which is me saying that Trey Lance might be the worst draft pick in the history of the 49ers franchise. I want to make sure everyone understands the context behind that.
Mean-spirited is the context.
More like it could end up going that way. If he never gets a chance to play and he ends up being traded, I mean, give me a bigger draft pick that ended up doing less for the 49ers than Trey Lance if he ends up not ever starting another game for them. So I don't mean that in terms of like, I think Trey stinks. I don't know how anybody could have any idea what he is right now. But if Brock Purdy just becomes your starter and everybody just skips off into the future, into the sunset,
yeah,
and that's it, and Trey Lance ends up on the Vikings in a year, then like that's the craziest draft pick in the history of the team, isn't it?
It would be right up there. And I'm just going backwards right now in the draft list. Trey Lance, pick number 3 in 2021. Javon Kinlaw, pick number 14 in 2020. That one's not looking too good.
Well, but I mean he's played. At least he played.
Right,
he's
kind
played
of.
the whole time for the team.
But he hasn't played the whole time. He's played in 24 games out of a possible 49, I think. So
number 3 overall is pretty different than number 14, and attached 2 future ones to it as well.
Agreed.
It's just like
I would go back to Solomon Thomas, picked at number 3. But he at least, to your point, he at least played. He played. He didn't play great, and he played better when he moved on to the Raiders and future destinations. But other than that, they haven't had too many top of the draft Titanic misses.
I mean, if you use almost as many draft picks to get a guy as starts that he ends up making, there is a realistic possibility that Trey Lance starts 4 games in his 49er career. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable based on that trade.
Yeah, the way you just said that was
so that's kind of
shocking.
what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
You traded almost as many picks as starts that the guy makes to in order to make it happen.
3 first-round picks for 4 starts.
Well, and you got a first-round back, so it really.
Well, yeah.
You traded 3 to get 1.
Yes.
And it's always funny because when you want to defend Trey Lance, it's they sent 2 first-round picks to get Trey, and when you want to bury the pick, you say they traded 3 first-round picks to get Trey.
Right.
Both are essentially true. It's actually the fact is they traded 3 first-round picks, but they got an immediate first back. So really, they only traded 2 future first-round picks to move up.
Well, except for moving up has a huge cost.
And the cost was the 2 other first-round picks.
Well, right. I guess you could say that. Right. But
that's
I mean,
what the cost was.
Yeah, absolutely. You did 2 future firsts and you moved up.
Right.
Yeah.
And, it's crazy what teams will do in order to move up because you remember when the Bears took Trubisky and the Niners wound up with Solomon Thomas, the Bears gave the Niners a boatload of picks to move up 1 spot, and the Niners took Solomon Thomas, which is a regrettable choice based on what they could have done.
Yeah, that was a bust. Absolutely. I've never tracked what they did with all the other picks that they got. Did we catch any of that?
Yeah, they actually got a handful of players. I think Jalen Hurd was one of the picks they ended up getting back. I'll do the research on it, but they actually got tremendous value on the picks that they got back.
Yeah.
And, not the Solomon Thomas portion.
Yeah, it's
per
not
se.
I just want to make sure that comment doesn't sound like I believe Trey Lance stinks. I have no idea how anybody would know, but like we are on the doorstep of a crazy reality, which is all of that. Like, again, we all called it what it was when it happened. This is the biggest trade in the history of the 49ers organization. And if they end up getting 4 starts out of that, the quarterback position, that is unthinkable. It's absolutely unthinkable. So, but I get it. Every circumstance is unique, and we can look at it from any perspective that we want. which was the second half of what I said that's out there on social media, which is that if it ends up being the worst pick in the history of the 49ers organization, it's probably also true that they got away with it. Because if he only starts 4 games in his 49ers career, I'm going to guess that's because Brock Purdy ends up working out.
Right.
And that's like in the end, you could get mad at whatever. You can say their process stinks and they got it all wrong and here's all the bust. You can do all of that. If the 49ers end up with a quarterback who works and maybe wins a Super Bowl, it doesn't matter.
Well, if he wins the Super Bowl, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter if Brock Purdy's arm falls off in week 2 and Kyle Shanahan decides that Sam Darnold is actually a better quarterback and Darnold beats out Trey Lance. The Niners go 9-8. They miss the playoffs and Trey never starts because they don't think that Trey is good enough. Then it actually does matter.
Correct.
It only doesn't matter if Brock Purdy continues to do big Brock things and lead you to the place that he led you last year.
I mean, if you really want to get scared, that's the scenario, by the way. That's the scenario that puts the 49ers in a scary spot, which is that at the end of the year, what if they're back to ground zero? What if they're back to ground zero at the quarterback position?
Yeah.
I mean, that's on the table.
You want me to pull up the 2024 mock draft? Walter Camp, let you know who's out there.
Do the Niners have the pick? I guess they do now.
Yep.
Yeah.
They didn't have 2022 and 2023.
Jeez.
This last draft, they had 3/3, 2/5, a 6th, and 3/7. That was their draft haul.
Yep.
First pick, number 87. Then they took a kicker.
Yeah, under that, and he might be the only guy.
We still haven't broken that down.
He might be the only guy I can name because my disdain for not for the draft. I don't have a problem with the draft. I have a problem with assessing it before anybody's ever even gotten a uniform. Like, yeah, who did Niners pick? Some people. Tell me about him in September.
Jair Brown.
Yeah, let's see it.
Cameron Latu.
Perfect.
Tight end, a couple tight ends.
Yep.
They're preparing for the end of George Kittle, apparently.
Let's see it. Well,
he's 30.
He's about to be 30.
Man, you hit me with that yesterday. I couldn't believe it. It's a shocker. Speaking of 30, Miami's down 30.
Well,
they cut it to 12.
I will say this. Now, Miami's probably going to lose tonight. And I know it's never happened in the history of ever. And I already printed my Nuggets versus Heat NBA Finals T-shirts.
Okay.
I did. I heard Guru saying this the other day. Like, he was sort of making the case for Boston is like, I know it's never happened before, but this is a scenario where it could happen because A, they would have game 7 at home. And B, the Heat they're an 8 seed. And maybe the slipper will fall off at some point here. Well, you lose one game and it's like, okay, that's fine. Well, if you go to Boston and get run off the floor tonight, how quickly does game 6 become terrifying for Miami? Because obviously you don't want to end up in game 7. I think the Heat will win game 6. I'll put it that way. But, if the Celtics do tonight what it looks like they're doing, we're not that far off from starting to see the path get created to the first ever 3-0 deficit being erased.
150 teams have been up 3-0.
And
150 teams have won the series. Wow. 92 times, a sweep. 44 times, the team wins it in 5. Gentlemen's sweep. 11 times, the team up 3-0 wins it in 6. 3 times, the team up 3-0.
So it has gone
had
to 7.
Dig deep.
3 times.
3 times, the team up 3-0 has had to win it in 7.
So you're telling me if the Celtics win tonight, they've already done what only 14 of the 150 have done.
That's less than 10%.
Wow.
Yeah. That would be dramatic.
And I do think Boston will win tonight. I do think that will happen.
Yeah, so the last series to go 7 in that case, man, I'm scrolling way back. I think it's the 2003 Mavericks, the last team to be up 3-0, needing a 7th game.
You want to hang out again tomorrow?
I do, Mark, yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm positive it's payday.
You want to come in early?
Not really. I mean, do we have a pre-tape?
No. Well, we'll start at 1:45 though, not at 2.
I'm coming at 2. Okay. Thanks.
What's coming up for the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Coming in early?
Full service banking, no compromises. The best of the game is coming up next. That is a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content, and it is hosted by our own birthday boy, Mark Randy, who, ladies and gentlemen, is now 27 years old, which is like a Sacramento King fan. It's adorable. It's absolutely adorable. So for Dibs and for Lucas and for Grandy, right? And for Stella.
Yeah.
I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Thanks.
We're at it again, California. The hottest offers of summer are back. Bigger is back at your California Ford dealer. It's bigger than ever. Right now, get $1,000 open trade assist cash on top of all other offers on F-150 and across the Ford SUV lineup. Only during the Memorial Day sell-a-thon. It's better than ever. We have more inventory on the ground and ready to go now. The hottest offers of summer are back. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Hurry, it all ends May 31st. So go to your California Ford dealer today. $1,000 open trade assist cash available on the 2022 Ford Escape and 2022 and 2023 Ford Explorer, Edge, Expedition, Bronco Sport SUV, and F-150 truck. Open trade assist cash requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle or lease terminated 30 days prior to or 90 days after new retail delivery. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 5/31/23. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
New crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like enjoying a summer night.
Oh no, mosquitoes! Why am I wearing shorts?
Without mosquitoes.
I love summer.
Like if Dracula decided blood's not really his thing anymore.
I'm vegan.
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
O'Reilly. Get your vehicle ready for spring during Clean Car Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pro X1 exterior cleaning and